This audiobook contains 26 censored sentences and 1 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. So she was forcibly put to sleep. Those 3 had continued to fight after Sensei had fallen, so they do know some of what happened afterwards. In particular, Owashima-kun, who had fallen unconscious even to the end. They could be called participants, but they all have a posture of waiting for me to talk. Apart from Sensei, it feels like they're willing to listen calmly. While Yamada-kun and his party aren't here, this is the perfect chance to win over the other reincarnators. Despite that, though, I feel like I'm surrounded by enemies on all sides. On one side is Oni-kun, who is as motionless as a statue. On the other side is Vampire Girl, who is simply being sullen. In front of me is Kudu-san, who is pressuring me to begin the explanation already. Sensei is occasionally glancing at me without calming down. The other reincarnators are simply staring at me. Mind if I flee? No good? Do I really have to explain things while having so many people staring at me? Still no good? Oh, okay. At a time like this, should I start with a conventional greeting? How about whether today is a lucky day? That somehow feels wrong. I mean, just where should I start my explanation? The reincarnators basically know nothing at all, so I gotta explain everything from A to Z. But what is it then? Maybe I should start from explaining this world, or rather how the system came to be. But that would be such a bolt from the blue for the reincarnators. And wouldn't they want to know something else right now? So what do the reincarnators want to know the most right now? Thinking about that, yeah, I guess it would be something like this. First of all, at present you are prisoners of the demons. Huh? Kudu-san made an astonished-looking expression for a moment, and then her face became grim. The other reincarnators were also making noises and started becoming flustered. This is the sort of development where things have been misunderstood. Silence. Oni-kun stood up and clapped his hands together to quieten the reincarnators. Everything is okay. Even though you are prisoners, it's not like anything bad is going to happen. Rather than prisoners, it's actually more like protective care after all. Please don't worry about that. I said this just earlier, but we have no intention of harming any of you. Therefore, even if it sounds strange, please at least listen until the end. In response to Oni-kun's sincere words, the noisy reincarnators began to calm down. While Tagawa-kun and Kushitani-san are being cautious while still being calm, the others more or less seem like they're willing to listen. Phew! Well done, Oni-kun. Even though they've been living amongst the elves, sure enough, demons sound like the enemy of humans, and something to be afraid of, huh? Suddenly being told that they were the prisoners of the demons would confuse them. I blundered. I'm glad that Oni-kun interceded. So what exactly is this about? Does this mean that you are supporting the demons, then? Kudu-san asked while clutching her forehand in her hand. Normally, I would simply just nod in confirmation here, but even I can tell that simply nodding would be so uninformative that it would be bad. I gotta say something. Gore. I really wanted to do this, but a few sacrifices can't be avoided. I guess I'll throw away my pride for the moment, and just do it. Switch over. That is correct. Incidentally, all 3 of us here are not human. I open my eyes while talking. So that nothing strange would happen when they look at my eyes, I put my evil eyes off completely. But even so, the reincarnators gasp when they see my creepy eyes. Incidentally, noticing that my ambience had changed also made Vampire Girl and Oni-kun gasp, but I ignore them. The 3 of us are cooperating with the Demon King in order to achieve a particular objective. I shall explain about that later. I will review the current situation first. The words come out smoothly and fluently. Despite the fact that they're coming from my own mouth, I'm surprised myself. I have memories that are not my own. Those are the memories of Wakaba Iro, D.'s temporary guise. Using those memories as a base, I am reproducing Wakaba Iro's personality. This is Wakaba Iro mode. Because I've entered this mode, I can put into words the things that I am thinking just like that. After all, since Wakaba Iro is not bad at speaking or anything of the sort, it will be more strange for her to not be able to talk. But with this mode, to put it simply, it means that I am actually imitating D. Me of all people is imitating that D. What a terrible disgrace. This is why didn't T want to do this. But unless I do this, I cannot speak properly. Therefore, I'll endure it. First of all, I believe that you will have already heard that the Imperial Army was invading the Elf Village. Our Demon King army attacked the Elf Village from behind the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army led by Natsamkuin was a decoy. And my words, the reincarnators start to become noisy. Amongst them, Sensei S expression looks extremely bad. About that matter, could I also hear about it in detail? At that time, a person came down the stairs from the second story. So he came, appearing with bad timing. Was Yamada-kun, who was supposed to have been unconscious and sleeping. Chapter 306. Encounter. His complexion is obviously poor, but Yamada-kun walks forwards with a steady gait. Perhaps this is to expected of the holder of the divine protection of heaven's skill, as Yamada-kun was able to turn up with good timing for him and bad timing for me. The discussion is going to get even more complicated. It's been a long time, Yamada-kun said that while looking at me. Why did he phrase it as a question? At the start, he was glaring at me strongly. Yet now he is making a somewhat dubious expression. Is there something on my face? Well, my eyes have lots of pupils, though. Well, never mind. More importantly, I want to be included in this discussion. I have the right to do so, don't I? After lightly shaking his head, he continued with that. I'm not really sure, but it seems that there's something bothering him. Well, as far as I'm concerned, he's already here, so what's done is done. It's not like I couldn't drive him out, but that would be troublesome in its own way anyway. Basically, the moment Yamada-kun got here, the situation became troublesome either way. Go ahead. Suit yourself. What's done is done, so I give out a half-hearted affirmation. I don't forget to put out a "you're not welcome" aura. Thank you. Yet despite that, he doesn't pay attention to that, and rather Yamada-kun accepts it as if it was a challenge. Owashima-kun suddenly makes a move, bringing a chair for Yamada-kun. Yamada-kun sat on that chair while thanking Owashima-kun, and then Owashima-kun got a chair for herself and sat down next to Yamada-kun. I wonder why. Why did some of the girls seem to make a soft oh-ho like sigh on seeing that? After Yamada-kun sat on his chair, he then deliberately checked over the surroundings. His eyes stopped at several locations, then finally pointed back at me. HRM, TSK. Can't be helped. 10th Army, come out. In response to my directive, several white-clothed people appear in the room. Most of the reincarnators were shocked the moment they saw those figures. These white-clothed people are the soldiers of the 10th Army that I command in the Demon King Army. They were members who were especially good at spying, who I had assigned to covertly watch over the reincarnators. Yamada-kun had spotted that they were here, it seems, since his eyes had paused on them when scanning the room. Oh, now that I look again, Felmina-chan is right in the middle of them, ISNT she. Girl, you should have the title of Vice Commander of the 10th Army. So why are you doing minor stuff like this then? Perhaps Felmina-chan had noticed my curiosity, as a vein twitched on her forehead in anger. It's not like I literally saw such a thing, more like I got that impression. It gave off the feeling of saying something like, because you were asleep. Yup, I'm honestly sorry about that. Leave this place. Until I have further instructions, get some rest. In accordance with my order, the white-clothed people soundlessly vanished on the spot. I could hear someone saying ninja. Yep, to be honest, I think that my soldiers in the 10th Army are better ninjas than Kusama-kun. Amongst the white-clothed people that left, only Felmina-chan went up to the 3rd floor, it seems. That reminds me, Hasebi-san, who was confused and forced to sleep, was there wasn't she. Certainly someone needs to keep a lookout on her. I think it's wrong in various ways for an executive member like Felmina-chan to do such a thing, but I won't say anything. Who were they? Yamada-kun asked that with a grim expression. They're soldiers of the 10th Army in the Demon King Army. I had put them in charge of guarding and escorting the reincarnators. At my words, the reincarnators became noisy. Well, naturally, since they were right next to each other, yet they never noticed them. The ones who noticed were just the Tagawa-kun and Kushitani-sanperha. I had thought Sensei had noticed as well, But since she is staring in amazement, it seems that she hadn't noticed. They gotta be the elites of the Demon King army, huh? No, they're rank-and-file soldiers. Ah, no, well, due to my Spartan training, they're especially strong compared to the other soldiers in the army. So maybe it's not wrong to call them the elites then, huh? Well, it's minor difference either way. They're rank-and-file. Mere rank-and-file. Yamada-kun still looks unwell. He might have considered the difference in strength between them, on seeing the white-clothed Lot-S movements. Being the hero, Yamada-kun's power is, well, at least nothing like the common masses. But, while you could say that he is strong, that is only strong in the sense that he fits into the category called common sense. He falls a long way short of how the Demon King and I used to be, and on the contrary, he is no match for Vampire Girl and Oni-kun here either. If things went badly for him, even the white-clothed guys from just now might be able to beat him with some luck. One-on-one, I doubt they could win, but with two of them, perhaps they could find a route to victory. That kind of level. Despite that, though, due to the convenience of the divine protection of Heaven's skill, he would probably be able to achieve more than his raw ability might indicate. Well then, you used Yugo, Natsum, as bait and invaded this place. What for? Yamada-kun throws a straight question right at me. So he actually asked that, huh? I glance at Sensei. I know all too well. This is not a topic that I can avoid. However, if I talk about this, then Sensei's position will definitely go from bad to worse. It will, but there is no way I can't talk about it after all. The leader of the elves, Potamus Hyphenath, is the enemy of the world. His existence brings harm to the world. And in order to subjugate him, the Demon King army and the Divine Word religion collaborated together, leading to the offensive on this occasion. At my words, Sensei's jaw dropped down in amazement. That face indicates that she finds this to be incomprehensible. In comparison, Yamada-kun took my words surprisingly calmly. Next to him, Oashinkan is half astonished and half consenting, with a delicate grimace on her face, so it doesn't seem like she knew about Potamus beforehand. Firstly, the elves in this world are existences that have threatened the world since long ago. Publicly, the elves are taking action to stop the conflict between the humans and the demons in order to achieve true world peace, but that is merely camouflage in order to conceal their hidden side. They are secretly exploiting the life force of this planet and are an evil influence that is shortening the life of this planet. Those few who know the truth have repeatedly warned Potamus Hyphenath and the rest to cease such actions, but those warnings were ignored. Finally, when this planet's lifespan reached a critical stage, strong measures in the form of an attack is what brought about the current situation. Suddenly faced with the discussion taking on a momentous scale, the reincarnators became noisy. What a minute! If what you said is correct, then what is happening with this planet? Kudu-san presses me for an answer while half standing up. Seeing is believing. I activate Magecraft, projecting how this planet looks. Showing overhead is a three-dimensional vision of the current planet, looking something like a globe. Shown there is the collapse of half of the planet. This is the current state of the planet. Stunned silence. That is the main reaction here. Apart from Vampire Girl and Oni-kun who knew about it beforehand, it seems that this image had a devastating impact. I heard voices saying things like it can't be, and there's just no way. Yamada-kun is not an exception either, and his eyes are wide open and glued to the image. This has got to be a lie, right? Even the cool, calm, and collected Indusan is gazing at the image with her lips trembling. This is no lie. Would you like to go and see it yourself? Nobody accepted my invitation. Nobody would consider going to such an inhospitable place, of course. Well, if I put up a barrier, there wouldn't be any problems, but nobody knows that, of course. Everyone is in a daze. This is the point where I give the explanation as to just what kind of situation they have found themselves in. Then, as I inform them where the Empire was located and about the continued existence of the planet, it appears that their ability to think was suspended. Chapter 307. Explosion. The reincarnators gaze in blank amazement at the image. The first one to recover was Kudu-san. Say, if this image is real, then how long is this planet going to hold out for? At Kudu-san's words, all the reincarnators are taken aback. Well, normally if you considered a situation like this, it might even sound reasonable to be told that the planet will collapse in a few days. And you'd certainly worry about something that clearly feels like the end of days. Do not worry. For the time being, it will not turn into a scenario where it collapses during your lifetimes. If my calculations are correct, then if things continue as they are, the planet will never collapse. At least, it should last long enough for the reincarnators to live out a whole lifetime. Though I cannot guarantee that for someone like Sensei, who is a long-lived elf. Roughly speaking, since the biggest factor was Padma's squandering of energy and has already been removed, the planet should slowly recover from now on. Indeed, if you just give the planet time, it will recover. However, that will also require a certain sacrifice to be made. That sacrifice is the current nexus of the system, the goddess Serial. Serial is already on the verge of being crushed by the system due to overuse. There's no way that she will be able to endure for such a long time. In addition, the deterioration of the souls of the people living within this world is about to reach the dangerous zone. The reason why the demons are suffering from a declining birth rate is because they're no longer able to reincarnate due to the deterioration of the souls. Souls that are forced to reincarnate again and again will suffer from abrasion. They become damaged. If souls are forcibly reincarnated in such a state, then the soul will collapse. If that happens, then the soul can never reincarnate again. Kuro had isolated the people who had shown signs of deteriorated souls in a particular place. But then Onikoin came and smashed the place up. Besides, using such treatment as a countermeasure cannot solve the fundamental problem anyway. What Kuro had done was to prevent the people from gaining skills as much as possible, which is that same thing that Padma's was doing to the reincarnators. By doing so, the soul does not have anything extra added to it during their lifetime. Just by adding skills, the burden on the soul increases after all. That is not a problem for healthy souls, but for deteriorated souls, it can be too much of a burden. However, preventing the acquisition of skills using such a method does not allow the soul to eventually recover. It's something similar to merely stalling the progression of a disease. In order to allow a deteriorated soul to recover, the only way is to stop the soul from reincarnating for a while and to give it some rest. Then, when a number of souls that are resting increases, the birth rate declines. Net result, the population of the world will steadily decrease. Since the humans have a bigger total population than the demons, it hadn't become obvious yet. However, with enough time, that will gradually be exposed. If the population decreases, then the recovery of the planet will slow, and then with enough time, the degradation of the souls will continue. Will the planet recover first, or will the degradation of the souls reach the limit first? The situation will deteriorate into such a game of chicken. Well, that aspect won't matter to the reincarnators. When the reincarnators reach the end of their current life, then they will not enter this world's cycle of reincarnation, but return to the normal cycle of reincarnation. There is no need for them to worry about such a future. You implied that is only true for our lifetimes. So does that mean that our children's generation would be at risk then? Kudu-san's words were somewhat unexpected. Children? I had unconsciously focused my eyes on Kudu-san's stomach, but when Kudu-san noticed my gaze, she rushed to explain. I'm not pregnant, of course. I'm talking about the future. Ah, I see. Children, huh? I hadn't thought about that at all. Perhaps that was a blind spot on my part, or maybe more of a difference in perception. From my perspective, to go and have children in this world, you'd have to be devoid of reason or something. In the first place, the concept of having children itself had never occurred to me. My babies? Those are, not so much my children, but a special case. To have children in this world basically means that someone will be reborn after all. That by giving birth from your own stomach, someone will be reborn. Well, that is not something that is limited to this planet, though. But on this planet, it could be that someone you know is reborn after all. Furthermore, if you're unlucky, it's quite possible that someone that you yourself killed could be reborn. If you knew the truth, then wouldn't you not even consider having children? After all, that is probably the reason why the Pope of the Divine World religion has caused the people to forget about that truth. That they are simply devices that are born to save up energy, continuously reincarnated forever for the sake of atonement. What would people do if they knew that? Suicide? They totally would. However, even if you suicide, you'll still be reborn. In that case, how could you possibly break out from purgatory? Just offer yourself up. Offer up your very existence, soul and all. I would never think about doing such a thing. But for humans who feel trapped and want to disappear, it wouldn't be strange. Then, for each person who offers themselves up, the amount of energy recovered is small. The instantaneous amount might be okay. But considering the long term, the total amount of energy that can be gained by continuing to reincarnate is far greater. It's not unfortunate that people have forgotten the truth, but that they absolutely had to forget about it. However, if I speak about that here, what would happen? If they knew that then achieving a happy family would be impossible, I guess. At least, this planet will not collapse anytime soon. In the first place, the attack on Potamus was in order to prevent the collapse. With Potamus gone, the collapse of the planet will stop, and afterwards it should slowly start to recover. I haven't told a lie. It's just that before that happens, I intend to do all sorts of things. I didn't address the subject of having children and so on. Addressing that subject would only be a disaster anyway. There are many things in this world where you are better off not knowing after all. Well, since the birth rate is declining and all, don't expect to be blessed with children though. Or rather, do you have a partner in the first place? Potamus is the guy who had us confined, right? Kudu-san asks while touching her hand to her forehead. She is not looking at me, but it's Sensei instead. In Sensei's case, she doesn't deny that they were confined, and currently she is in a daze as if her mind had burnt out and gone blank. Maybe it's all been too much, and she has become unable to think. But, well, Sensei is a strong person, so I'm sure she'll be okay. I changed the displayed image from the one showing the current status of this planet to a recording from the recent battle. In this one, countless sea urchins and the triangular pyramid are floating in the sky above the forest. There is also the figures of the mechanical soldiers moving through the forest. This is something science fiction-like that doesn't seem fitting in this fantasy-like world. Potamus wanted the energy in order to operate these weapons. That energy is the very life force of the planet itself. The reason why the planet is currently in such a condition is because he has been exploiting that energy. I'm sure that such images have never been seen in this world before, or even on screens in the previous world. The reincarnators are gazing at them intensely. The reason why Potamus gathered the reincarnators was because he sought the unique powers that the reincarnators have, and he planned to use that for something bad. In fact, he had made plans to put the reincarnators into a mixer for his goal of perpetual youth and longevity. But I don't want them to hear about something that sounds like it's from a splatter movie, so I want to say it. In the first place, what is the point in even talking about perpetual youth and longevity? Most people would probably laugh in derision if I actually said something like he did all these grandiose things because he was totally and utterly serious about achieving perpetual youth and longevity. I would lose all credibility instead. Meaning what? That we were abducted and confined in order to be used? Yes, I agreed with Kudu-san's blunt words. It's basically the truth anyway. Because Wawati, On turning towards the voice that was making no sense, what I saw was the figure of Sensei having collapsed from her chair and convulsing. Chapter 308. What was accomplished Sensei? Please hang in there, Sensei. The first move was Yamada-kun. He immediately rushed over to where Sensei had collapsed from her chair and then checked her condition. Sensei was shedding tears with her eyes open wide, and while breathing irregularly and raggedly, her body was also spasming irregularly. She kept trying to breathe desperately. But since she is suffering despite that, maybe the problem is that she is hyperventilating? Sensei had collapsed on the ground, and Yamada-kun lifted up the top half of her body in his arms, and then performed treatment magic. However, as the treatment magic in this world could do nothing more than restore wounded tissue. It could not cure sicknesses. While I don't know whether it's appropriate to call hyperventilating a sickness, I do know that treatment magic can't cure it. Move. As Yamada-kun could do nothing except to try casting treatment magic, I pushed him aside and looked in his sensei's eyes. Then, I activated my evil eyes. I make them perform the opposite to their normal effect. My evil eyes have the effect of causing fear in those that see them, meaning that they affect the mind of the opponent. I've not done it before, but if it's possible to cause fear, then conversely it should be theoretically possible to grant serenity as well. As I peered into Sensei's eyes with my evil eyes, her body performed one big spasm. However, after that the large spasm stopped. That being said, her breathing was still disarrayed and the small spasms hadn't abated. Sensei, please calm down and take a deep breath. So as to not provoke Sensei's mind as much as possible, I spoke to her slowly and calmly. Sensei followed my words and breathed in. Like that, without rushing, slowly breathe out, please. Making it easy to understand, as if instructing someone, yet still calmly, I carefully formed the words. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. By having her slowly take deep breaths like this, little by little Sensei's condition improved. During that time I grasped Sensei's hand tightly. Although her breathing has become stable, the tears spilling down her face have not stopped. Also, perhaps because she was crying intensely, the occasional hiccup-like spasms continue. Her face is covered with tears and snot. I mop that up with the sleeve of my clothes. But as soon as I mop it up, they start spilling over again. For a while, Sensei continued to cry. As Sensei is an elf, her body matures slowly. So compared to the other reincarnators, she seems very young in appearance. Simply going by her appearance, it doesn't feel out of place to see her crying so badly like this. However, seeing her like this should be shocking for the reincarnators. Unlike the other reincarnators, Sensei was the only adult. Contrary to her appearance, she has been alive for the longest amongst the reincarnators when combining her previous life and this life. For such an adult to show that she has gone to pieces so blatantly is surely something they could have never imagined. Even I hadn't imagined it. It is all right. It is all right now. While running my hand over Sensei's small back, I gently caressed her. You have not made a mistake. I gently persuaded her. To risk your own life and fight for the sake of your students surely cannot be a mistake. I could tell that in my words Kuda-san had averted her face, feeling awkward. I might be looking at Sensei, but since I habitually use my fluoroscopy ability to understand everything around me, I could tell that much even though I hadn't focused on her. I could tell that based on her attitude until now that Kuda-san had harbored suspicions about Sensei. However, Kuda-san hadn't been aware of just how desperate Sensei had actually been and just how hard she had struggled to save the students. And also, just how serious she was given how she had collapsed like this when she found out that Padamas had been gathering the reincarnators in order to use them. I had also misjudged her about the latter. I had never even considered that Sensei could actually collapse. I had been convinced that Sensei of all people could deal with knowing the truth. It is certainly the case that Padamas was unscrupulous. But Sensei, you had honestly did your best for everyone's sake, right? There is absolutely no mistake in that. Besides, everyone has been able to survive and meet together like this, right? I gently spoke to Sensei, who hadn't stopped sobbing. In practice, while it might be true that Sensei was used by Padamas, it is still the case that many students have been saved by Sensei. Unlike Earth, this world is a harsh place. I have no idea how many times I almost died. I'm sure that Vampire Girl and Oni-kun had the same experience. So despite all that, we were simply lucky. It wouldn't have been strange at all for us to have died. The other reincarnators would surely also have faced living each day with death always at their side, unless they had been born to some privileged class like Yamada-kun and the like. If by some chance they hadn't been sheltered by Sensei, there might have been only half the number of survivors here instead. And so, It's precisely because she had assembled the reincarnators here in the elf village that it became possible to safely defeat Potamus. It turned out all right in the end, so Sensei doesn't have to worry about all that. It's not everyone, Sensei shouts that while crying. I couldn't save them. I couldn't save them all. Her way of shouting made me think that this is probably what is called wailing. While crying, her broken voice never became loud. Yet despite that, why does her voice resound so much? Certainly, there are some who are not here. Sakurazaki Issei, Kogyo Naofumi, Hayashi Kuda, and finally, Natsum Kengo. Apart from Isebi-san, who is sleeping, those are the reincarnators who are unable to be here. The reincarnators that we can never meet again. It seems that Sensei feels responsible for their deaths. There is nothing that I can say about that, though. However, I do think that to take responsibility for that is basically barking up the wrong tree. Their lives are their own, and so their deaths are also their own. I don't think that Sensei needs to take the blame for their deaths. Perhaps Sensei thinks that she could have saved them. But there are things that humans can do and things that they cannot do. To assume that they could all have been saved is an arrogant notion. Unless you are all-knowing and all-powerful, you would never be able to save them all. Even I couldn't have done it. Afterwards, Sensei continued to sob like a child. Why? I couldn't save them. Just what for? Sensei murmured such things as if talking in a delirium. In the end, I don't know how much time passed, but Sensei finally stopped crying. However, her eyes were somehow hollow and felt lifeless. Wakabe-san, Kushitani-san spoke to me, after having silently watched over the course of events. It seems that Sensei is tired, so I'll put her to bed. We shouldn't burden you any further at least. I'll watch her, so continue the discussion. That proposal was something I both wanted to hear and didn't want to hear. Right now, it would be bad to leave Sensei alone. I would prefer to watch her myself, but I'm not sure if it would be for the best for me to leave here to nurse Sensei. Kudu-san and the others have all sorts of thoughts with regards to Sensei, I'm sure, so I cannot leave her to someone with such mixed emotions. On that point, since Kushitani-san came to the elf village recently, she should be able to watch over Sensei without getting caught up in her emotions. She is also one of the few reincarnators who are able to fight, so there is nobody better to entrust this to than her. Vampire Girl is out of the question for a start, and Oni-kun is basically a man, so I'm sure he'd be unsuited for nursing Sensei. Can you take care of her? Leave it to me. Kushitani-san carries Sensei in her arms. After gazing at Tagawakan, Kushitani-san went up the stairs like that. Kushitani-san is dependable, so I'm sure it'll be fine to leave things to her. Even in the worst case that Sensei tries to kill herself, Kushitani-san should be able to stop her. After Sensei and Kushitani-san left the scene, the room was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. From having seen Sensei's state just now, they surely understand just how serious Sensei was about wanting to shelter the reincarnators. Starting with Kudu-san, the reincarnators who had been sheltered had condemned Sensei instead. Having seen Sensei become like that, perhaps they have a guilty conscience. Chapter 309. Is a bird in a cage happy or not? After Kushitani-san left carrying Sensei, nobody made a move to speak. Everyone wondered what was best, but having no answer, they retreated into silence. However, the reactions between them split into several groups. In one group, their gazes wandered around. They gave the impression that they really had no idea what to do and decided to let the matter take care of itself. In another group, their gazes turned on Kudu-san. Even those gazes were split into two kinds, those who seemed to be gazing at Kudu-san as if criticizing her, and those who seemed to be gazing at her as the class rep and having some kind of expectations as to what direction she will pursue next. Needless to say, there were different degrees of enthusiasm shown in those two kinds. Finally, there was the majority group who were gazing at me. Well, I guess so. It would naturally be my role to continue the discussion. I just want to leave it all to others, though. Argug. For now, I'll return to my seat and sit down. Perhaps because I did something I'm not used to, or perhaps because I was talking my head off, somehow I feel totally worn out. Can we call it quits here already? We can't. Okay, you sure are kind. The one to break the awkward silence was someone unexpected. Or no, maybe not so unexpected. In that case, why? No, never mind. Yamada-kun, the one to break the silence, showed an expression of mixed feelings and then sunk into silence with an unreadable expression. With that expression showing that all sorts of feelings were jumbled up together, I couldn't read what Yamada-kun had wanted to say. Or maybe I should say that it looks like Yamada-kun himself hadn't sorted out his feelings. Since the time when I had pushed him aside, he had simply kept the same stiff posture and then finally sat down on his chair weakly. It was like he sat down with a thud, as if he really was sitting down in exhaustion. Owashima-kun gently patted Yamada-kun on the shoulder out of concern. In response, Yamada-kun gently patted Owashima-kun's hand in return, perhaps as if to tell her not to worry. Stop flirting, damn it. Class rep, why don't you sit down too? Oni-kun spoke out to Kudu-san, who had been standing until now. Kudu-san made an expression like a lost child for a moment, and after that she followed his advice and settled down on her seat. Well, I'm sure that everyone also has things that they want to say. Since we were living outside the elf village, we only know from rumors about how life was like here anyway. So I can't say that I understand how everyone felt. However, I'm sure that you can tell from Sensei's attitude just now that she hadn't shut everyone in here because she wanted to, that she hadn't done this out of malice, but out of good intentions. I hope that you can at least bear in mind that she was desperately trying to do this. Oni-kun made a calm speech. There were various reactions, those who listened seriously and those who somehow seemed to accept it uncomfortably. But, that still doesn't get rid of the fact that we were shut in here, right? Indeed, the one who brazenly responded to Oni-kun like that was Shinohara-san. In response to those words, Kudu-san made a startled expression. Back in their previous lives, the diligent Kudu-san and the uninhibited Shinohara-san got along badly. It seems that hasn't changed now either. Yep, but if things had continued as they were then, that Polymas or something guy was about to use us for something, right? From the way you guys are talking about it. It sounds like it was for something nasty. So doesn't that mean that Sensei was unknowingly an accomplice in all that? Are you saying we should forgive her because she didn't know? Oi, what the hell are you saying? Shall I kill her? That's true. We're in a fantasy world and all, yet we were kept caged like animals. Even if you call it protection, it was still confinement. There were voices whispering support for Shinohara-san. But we were guaranteed all of life's necessities, so it wasn't that bad, right? It was quite what you would call the slow life, but I wasn't really dissatisfied, I guess. I can't really criticize her if she looked like that, On the other hand, voices in support of Sensei could also be heard. The ratio was about half and half. However, the way both of them were saying it, it was a discussion like they both understood that either option wasn't that good. They certainly had no small amount of dissatisfaction in their lives here. Despite that, they couldn't go all out to criticize Sensei either. That's what it felt like. If I had to say it, then the boys are showing more dissatisfaction. I guess boys do yearn for adventures and stuff, after all, huh? They're sending envious looks at Tagawa-kun, who worked as an adventurer outside at least. Or perhaps it's precisely because there is a successful example in Tagawa-kun here that they think so. It gives a feeling of, if only I could get outside, then I could do that as well. Would it really go that well? I better warn you, but it's not easy living outside, okay? Oops, Tagawa-kun already spoke up. Hey dude, it's totally unconvincing when you say it. One of the boys tossed out that retort. Certainly, when a successful guy like Tagawa-kun says that, it only sounds like he is boasting. Okay then, let me ask you this. Have you ever spent an entire day groaning in pain? Or maybe something lesser like getting a bone fracture or a really big wound? In response to Tagawa-kun's words, the boys amongst the reincarnators exchanged glances. There was this one time when I made a mistake during work and fractured a bone. Okay, try imagining this then. That is a daily occurrence. In response to the boy who had come forward, Tagawa-kun nonchalantly said that. Huh? If you want to be an adventurer, then injuries like that are a daily occurrence. Even if it's cured by magic, you'll soon get a similar injury. Unless you can get used to being constantly bruised and wounded, you won't be able to go on. By the way, if Asaka hadn't been there for me, my heart would probably have broken ages ago. Is he talking seriously or is speaking fondly? I'm hesitant to decide which. Since I had something that I wanted to do no matter what, I started down the dangerous path known as the adventurer. However, I often regretted that. There were many times when I felt that I was about to die. And if Asaka hadn't been there, I don't know how many times I would have died in practice. If you want to be an adventurer just because you yearn for it, then I'm telling you this for your own good. Give it up. Tagawa-kun says that while surveying the boys. So which is it? Is he talking serious or speaking fondly? I've been talking about the peculiar occupation known as the adventurer until now. But even apart from that, it is dangerous outside. Due to the nature of my adventurer job, I've been to many places and seen many tragedies. People killed by monsters. People killed by bandits, and so on. That doesn't just affect the people who died either. There's also children who lost all their relatives, and children who were abandoned for financial reasons. Class rep, your family was poor, right? If you hadn't come here, I wonder what would have happened to you. Tagawa-kun said something cruel to Kudu-san. She hung her head without being able to refute him. After all, Kudu-san had been sold by her own parents. Since she knows she was sold to the elves, it's highly conceivable that she could have been sold to someone else. In that case, I'm sure she wouldn't have been sold as a baby, though perhaps once she had grown a bit older it would be possible, and where she'd end up sold to would be a matter of luck. It would have been fine if she had been sold to some prestigious merchant based on her intelligence as a reincarnator. However, considering the good looks that the reincarnators have, it's highly likely that she could have been sold to an indecent place. But Tagawa can only say that because he experienced living outside, right? We never even had that choice. In response, Shinohara-san's words, the reincarnators again started getting noisy. Oni-kun clapped his hands to quieten those reincarnators. At the end of the day, I think it's meaningless to talk about which would have been better. After all, the past cannot be changed. There is no way to change the fact that we are alive here right now. And that also goes for those who aren't here, the people who have died. I think it's better to think that it's because you are alive that you have the luxury to talk about which would have been better. Simply being alive is a luxury. Having heard that, the reincarnators fell completely silent. You, who killed Yugo, or rather Natsum, are saying that? Except for one person. Author S-Note. Please think of Shinohara-san in the web novel as being a different person to the one in the published edition. Chapter 310. Crime and Punishment. Life and Death due to Yamada-kun's statement. The fact that Oni-kun had killed Natsum-kun had become clear. Since Natsum-kun was amongst the reincarnators gathered at this treehouse, I think it's likely that some people had guessed why. Even so, even if they had been able to guess that Natsum-kun had died, I really doubt that any of them could have imagined that it was one of their ex-classmates who had killed him. The proof of that is in the chilly silence that dominated the room. The only exceptions were Tagawa-kun and the tied-up Kusama-kun and Ajiwara-kun. Also, the ones who knew it beforehand, or rather saw it in front of their eyes, Awashima-kun and Yamada-kun. Since even Kudu-san had lost the ability to speak, naturally the others had looks on their faces showing that they either couldn't properly digest Yamada-kun's words or that they were befuddled. Even for those who understood, perhaps they doubted whether it was actually true or something, as they were glancing around restlessly at the others. Most likely, for the reincarnators who had been living inside the elf village, death was probably a distant concept. For that reason, even when they were told that an acquaintance had died, it didn't feel real to them. Even more, so that it was one of their ex-classmates who had done the deed. In Japan, it was rare for people to die of anything except old age, and maybe that expectation had been carried over. In which case their sense of death would completely run counter to this world, where people die all the time whether they're an acquaintance or not. On that point, Tagawa-kun and Kusama-kun, who were raised outside the elf village, have a proper sense of life and death in this world, which is why they're not flustered. However, in comparison to that, Why is Yamada-kun so indignant when he was also raised outside? In the first place, Yamada-kun should have held a considerable resentment against Natsum-kun. After all, his father's death and being chased out of his birthplace is because of Natsum-kun. Furthermore, Natsum-kun even did something so cruel as to brainwash Yamada-kun's sister and friend and set them on him. There is someone who allowed that to happen. Who might that be? Well, putting that aside, even if Yamada-kun has had any thoughts of killing Natsum-kun, isn't it too strange that he would actually want to let the guy survive? I don't get it. Say, is what he said true? The one who broke the silence was Kudu-san. Oni-kun and Yamada-kun keep glaring at each other and don't move. When those two glanced to the side, Kudu-san turned around towards me again to repeat her question. But, you're picking me? If what he said was true, then does that mean that after you lot used Natsum-kun you then killed him? Well, that is mostly correct. I will not deny it. I'll take that as confirmation. In response to my answer, Kudu-san said that with a severe expression. Well, it's not actually wrong after all. In practice, what I did is probably even more unscrupulous than what Kudu-san is imagining, though. But I'll refrain from saying that. I'm sure we'll both be happier that way, yep. I'll say this first. Him being killed is simply something that would inevitably happen. Therefore, there's no problem even if I killed him. There surely is a problem. Interceding between Oni-kun and Kudu-san, Yamada-kun jumped in with a shout. It surprised me a bit that he did something out of character, and he had jumped up so quickly that he knocked over his chair. Shun, since you are actually the primary victim, don't you think it's strange that you were sticking up for him instead? Well, that might be true. It's not like I have forgiven Natsum-kun, and I don't have any intention of sticking up for him either. Oh, I guess Yamada-kun wouldn't be able to forgive Natsum-kun after all, huh? Well, indeed, if he could forgive all that, he'd have to be some kind of incredible saint. Or rather, going that far would actually be too strange, huh? However, despite that, isn't it strange that you're basically saying, yeah, I killed him, and it's over? In response to Yamada-kun's words, some of the reincarnators showed signs of approval. Well, I guess so, since they were raised in the enclosed environment of the elf village. It's not so strange for them to have kept their sense of values from Japan. Criminals in Japan are impartially punished according to the law. The death penalty is only applied in the case of genuinely extreme crimes. There's even a movement for abolishing the death penalty. The value of a person's life is different compared to this world. That even applies to criminals. It was necessary for Natsum to live and atone for his crimes. He had the duty to do so. It was wrong to kill him and stop that. Once someone's dead, then it's all over, right? He is certainly making a decent argument. But also, I can't help but think that he sure is naive. After all, there's tons of criminals in this world who don't show the least inclination of atoning for their crimes. Taking his words at face value, that no matter what kind of criminal they are, they would eventually repent, is the kind of thing that only exists in expedient stories. If someone refuses to reform themselves no matter how much you try, then you're just wasting your time with them. In such cases, I think it's much neater to nip the problem in the bud and kill them off quickly, you know. Well, since I don't know what would have happened in Natsum-kun's case, this is simply just my own opinion, though. That's true. Once someone's dead, then it's all over. Killing is bad. That much is natural. It's not something forgivable. Oni-kun approved of Yamada-kun's words. In that case, then, isn't it also natural that Natsum cannot be forgiven as he has taken many lives? Whatever Yamada-kun was about to say, Oni-kun interrupted him. Carried within Oni-kun's words was a force strong enough to silence Yamada-kun. Listen, Shun. People who have had someone close to them killed are not going to forgive the killer. No matter how much that person tries to atone for their crime, the hatred in their hearts will not vanish. It might fade, but it will not vanish. Those words had a strong sense of it being something that he had experienced personally. On hearing such heavy words, it could be understood that someone close to Oni-kun had been killed. Shun, I think what you are saying is praiseworthy. However, no matter how he struggled, he was not in a situation where he could be forgiven. He had to die. That's why I gave him a mercy killing. Can't you agree with that? There's no way that Yamada-kun would be able to refute Oni-kun's compelling argument. I can't agree, indeed. Or so I had thought. However, something powerful shined in Yamada-kun's eyes. Something unyielding was definitely there. Shun, surely you can understand from seeing this world? This world is not like Japan. Life is cheap here, even if you still carry your sense of values from Japan. Can't you see that it's inevitable? Oni-kun asked the obstinate Yamada-kun that, trying to persuade him. It's inevitable? Why do you think so? However, that gave rise to an unexpected counterattack. Certainly, life is cheap in this world. People die for minor reasons. It's precisely for that reason that Julius Oniyama also, no, never mind that now. Anyway, despite all that, just because of that, that doesn't make it okay to take those lives away so easily, right? A shout with the power to overturn my perception from just earlier that he was naive. I had thought that he was naively sticking to his sense of values from Japan still. That was wrong. His shout indicates that Yamada-kun is still persisting with those naive thoughts, despite understanding all that. This world is not like Japan. Sure it's not. Nothing in this world is like Japan. But does that mean we got to toss away our sense of values from Japan? That it's hopeless? At Yamada-kun's words, Owashima-kun's shoulders started trembling. Does that reaction indicate that Owashima-kun had also thrown away her sense of values from Japan due to her life in this world? Kyuya, let me ask you this instead. You said that it was inevitable. Aren't you simply giving in and saying that it's inevitable because that is how this world is? Chapter 311. The Limits of Patience. Toilet, sorry. I know you're having a serious conversation and all, but ripping apart the tense atmosphere was Kusuma-kun, who had completely forgotten about. Kusuma-kun, who was still tied up while facing Ajiwara-kun, had spoken up with a rather stiff expression that couldn't be expressed in a still drawing. I'm almost about to lose it here. Do you mind if I go to the toilet? This led to a fascinating change of expressions in Ajiwara-kun, who was tied up together with him. He went from showing an appalled face, expressing "you damn idiot who can't read the mood," to a shocked face expressing, "Are you serious?" Yeah, well, they're tied up together after all. So if Kusuma-kun leaks, then it would indeed be bad for Ajiwara-kun, who'd have stuck to him, wouldn't it? Naturally, you'd make such an expression. It should be fine, I guess. It seems that some people need to calm down a bit anyway. So let us take a little break. Before I could say anything, Vampire Girl went and declared break. Not only that, the moment she gave that declaration, she stood up from her chair in a rush and stomped outside. She had a bored expression that she didn't even try to conceal since earlier, but she must have been really bored, I guess. Okay then. Toilet break. Kusuma-kun vanishes while shouting that line. As if he had never been tied up, he vanishes in an instant. Ooh, that was rather ninja-like for once. So he could have instantly escaped at any time if he felt like it. I guess you could say that he more or less read the mood by not doing that without getting permission first. Was the reason why he declared an intention to go to the toilet also for the sake of changing the mood then? Nah, no way. Of all people, Kusuma-kun wouldn't do that. Most likely, he simply couldn't find the right timing to ask to go to the toilet. There are people like that aren't there, those who need to go to the toilet for some reason at a critical moment. Like during an exam, due to Vampire Girl and Kusuma-kun suddenly leaving. The other reincarnators seem a bit lost as to what to do. However, as if responding to Oni-kun mutely sitting with his eyes closed, when Yamada-kun picked up the chair that had been kicked over earlier and calmly sat down, they began to move. They soon started doing whatever they felt like. Some people started to talk with others next to them, and some people went upstairs, and so on. Talking of upstairs, Sensei should be being looked after right now. I'll go take a look at how she is doing. Is it fine for me to leave since I'm the one facilitating this discussion, though? With everything that has been going, I feel worn out anyway. So even if I'm not around at LL workout somehow. Putting it another way, though, it doesn't feel like at LL make any difference whether or not I'm here. I stand up from my chair and walk over towards the staircase. Somehow, I get the feeling that everyone left here really paid attention to me, but let us just say that it was probably just my imagination. In particular, I feel that there were intense gazes stabbing at me from around Kudu-san and Shinohara-san. But I'll just ignore that. If you're going to where Sensei is, then is it okay if I come along with you? While I'm feeling like I'm forcing my way through a bed of needles with my iron will, there's one hero who fails to read the mood and calls out to me. Yeah, well, you are in fact the hero in practice, Yamada-kun. Or rather, that is not something you need to ask permission for anyway. And despite phrasing that as a question, you're totally brimming with the intent to get up from your chair, you know. Everything has gotten so bothersome. So I silently make a nod, signifying permission, and just ignore Yamada-kun otherwise while leaving. Yamada-kun follows me in silence as well. Behind him, Oashima-kun follows with the sense of not really having anything else to do. There's all these gazes following on behind us, but you lose if you worry about such things. After silently climbing up the stairs, we arrive at the intended room. Just in case, I'll knock on the door out of politeness and wait for a reply. But instead of a reply, the door is open from the inside. The one who opened the door is Kushitani-san, who is attending to Sensei. Kumein, she is still sleeping, so please be quiet. As might be expected from a former adventurer, it seems that she had sensed our approach. I've thought this since the start of the discussion, but Kushitani-san and Tagawa-kun are better at understanding the situation since they know both about the outside world and living inside this elf village. Perhaps because they have the experience of being self-sufficient as adventurers, their ability to make decisions feels different to the other reincarnators. There's the example just earlier where she took the initiative to take care of Sensei for a start. Regarding that, while Yamada-kun and the others had also lived outside, the key difference is that they had a sheltered upbringing. At Kushitani-san's prompting, we enter the room and can now see Sensei, who is laid out on a bed. She should have been conscious when Kushitani-san had taken her out earlier, but perhaps out of anxiety or something, it seems that she has been put to bed. Also, apart from the bed that Sensei is sleeping in, this room has another bed, and there Hasebi-san is sleeping. Felmina-chan, who is monitoring Hasebi-san, is sitting silently beside that bed. Somehow, I feel that Felmina-chan's gaze is really cold. It's surely my imagination. Today I felt all sorts of gazes on me, but I'm sure they're all just my imagination. I gotta handle such things this way, though. Okay, how is Sensei's condition? Yamada-kun asks Kushitani-san that question. I can't really tell. Rather than a problem with her body, it's a problem with her mind after all. She is currently asleep due to fatigue, but I don't know what will happen when she wakes up. Saying so, Kushitani-san closes the door. With her frank manner of speaking, that might come across as being somewhat heartless. But I'm sure she is worried about Sensei in her own way. How are things on your end? Rather than asking Yamada-kun, Kushitani-san asks that while looking at me. It seems that she is asking how things went downstairs, since if the discussion has finished, then it's rather early for us to be showing up here. We're taking a short break. I had rather derailed the conversation. Yamada-kun replies with a wry smile. So he was self-conscious about having derailed things, huh? Well, it can't be helped. There is too many things that people want to ask. Being unable to envision how things will turn out is worrying, I guess. There is just one thing I'd like to know. Wakaba-san, what do you plan to do with us from now on? Kushitani-san had gathered her resolve in order to ask that. I can understand that it would take a lot of courage to ask such a thing. But in comparison, my reply is going to be rather curt, you know. Not much. There is nothing in particular. I guess even Kushitani-san was able to make sense of my reply, since she gave out a strange voice. Nothing in particular. Kushitani-san seems like she is about to start clutching her head in bewilderment, but, yeah, well, anyway. It's basically true, though. The main reason why we wiped out the elf village was to kill off Potamus. After that, it was to free Sensei, who was being used. And after that, it was to rescue the reincarnators who had been confined. To put it bluntly, rescuing the reincarnators was simply something incidental to killing off Potamus. Therefore, to be honest, I hadn't really thought about what to do with the reincarnators. Whatever they want to do from now on. I think it's fine for them to be free to do it. That being said, suddenly tossing them out and simply telling them they're free to do whatever they like is a bit much. So I do plan to give them a minimum amount of support, though. Well, they're all plenty old enough when including their previous lives. So if I just prepare the basics for them, I believe they should be able to support themselves. However, perhaps due to them being walled off in a little garden, it seems that mentally they haven't grown that much. So it's not like I have no concerns, though. It would be fine to explain all that, but it's a pain. This damn mouth of mine, I want to sue it for being hopeless at talking. That being the case, it's best to simply offload everything onto somebody else at times like these. Felmina. Yes, sir. And there's an excellent sacrificial lamb available here. Take care of the rest. Yes, sir. There was quite a pause before her reply, but Felmina-chan can be depended upon to take care of the rest. I've seen how Sensei is, and since this is a place for sleeping, there's no point in making it any noisier. Therefore, I'll be able to take a proper break now. This is definitely not a case of deserting under enemy fire. I'm not, okay. So anyway, I'll head back. Leaving the dumbfounded Kushitani-san and Yamada-kun and co., I turn around and leave the room. Chapter 312. The Limits of Patience, Boredom, on returning to the ground floor. It was quite distinct how the previously relaxed mood became strained again. The moment I returned, almost everyone there stabbed their gazes at me. So my mere existence makes everyone else stressed out then, huh? I see. Kusama-kun hasn't returned yet for a start. And there's various other people who haven't returned yet. So, I guess this short break will continue for a bit longer then, huh? Or rather, those gazes are like a storm, so I'll leave. For some reason, Ajiwara-kun is sitting on the floor in a seiza, but I'll pretend I never saw it. I ignore the gazes stabbing at me, and continue walking so that I will simply leave outside. When it could be seen that I was about to walk past them, Shinohara-san started to stand up, but she was stopped by the two girls sitting either side of her. I pretend not to notice that exchange, and continue walking through the doorway and go outside. Sheesh. What's with this sense of walking on a bed of nails? It makes me uneasy. Would it be okay for me to just ditch them? No good? Okay then. Once this short break is over, the explanation meeting will have to resume. But my excellent supporter in Oni-kun is in a strange mood, though. Maybe I can't hope for support from Oni-kun anymore. If that's the case, then I'll need support from somebody else. But there's only one candidate for that, though. Talking of that candidate, i.e. Vampire Girl, she has summoned a black wolf and leaning against it while sitting down, endeavoring to bask in the sun. Oi, Vampire, are you okay with that? Is that okay with you, Vampire? Somehow it appears that Vampire Girl has come up with a spectacle that seems to be picking a fight with all the vampires in existence. It would be a heartwarming spectacle if she wasn't a vampire, but she is actually a vampire. What? Don't you go what? At me. Apologize to the vampires who have failed to overcome direct sunlight. The weather's lovely. If it wasn't for the smell, it would feel so nice that I could just sleep like this. Apologize. Apologize to all vampires everywhere. Sure, the weather's actually lovely. The sun's rays are beating down on us. The black wolf that Vampire Girl is leaning against seems like it would make a nice fluffy cushion too. If something could be done about the smell drifting in from the burnt fields, certainly the weather would be so nice that you could just fall asleep. And while I'm thinking that, Vampire Girl really has closed her eyes and has a posture where it seems like she is fucking sleeping. Ow! Somehow I feel pissed off, so I lightly kick Vampire Girl in the side. Vampire Girl glares at me with an angry expression. But that was a case of force majeure, so it couldn't be helped. It's all Vampire Girl's fault. What with you? Is it wrong to be sleeping? It's wrong. It's fine isn't it. There's no point in me being at such a gathering anyway. If there's no need for me to be there, then why can't I just be absent? Certainly she might as well have been there earlier, but since it's now looking like Oni-kun has dropped out of being a supporter, carrying on like that is troubling for me. I need to impose the exposition role onto her somehow. Can she actually explain things, though? Wouldn't that be rather worrying in various way? It was so boring I was about to fall asleep anyway. I couldn't help it. Saying so, Vampire Girl gives out a lovely yawn. Even when languid her bearing is excessively sexy. Damn it. Should I pluck off her outrageous breasts? Ah, no. Never mind. An image forms in my mind of the Demon King gleefully reaching out her hands with a wicked smile. So I put aside any thoughts about breasts in a panic. In the first place, do you have any obligation to explain things to that lot? Goshijin-sama? That hero was prattling on about having the right to ask. But it's not like he actually has such a right, though. After all, we were just being considerate enough to give them an explanation. It's not like we have any obligation to explain things to them at all, so we could just leave them alone. Wow, Vampire Girl. It sure seems that you were storing up more stress than I had thought during that explanation meeting. Well, it's not like I don't understand Vampire Girl as feelings. Vampire Girl has completely drawn a line under her previous life. She makes a clear distinction that her previous life is her previous life, and her current life is her current life. So, I think she regards the reincarnators as being like acquaintances from the past that she has had some brief exchanges with. Or perhaps even less than acquaintances. Either way, that's why she doesn't think we have any obligation to be nice to them. To be honest, that perception is not wrong. Our obligation to explain things to the reincarnators is basically zero. However, they are in fact the victims here. So, abandoning them while they have no clue as to what is going on feels a bit too much. So, basically, that's the only reason to explain things to them. We have no obligation or duty at all. As Vampire Girl has said, the point Yamada-kun was making about having the right to ask is also something we're only doing out of consideration after all. Or rather, why were you giving them such a thorough explanation, Goshijin-sama? That is more of a miracle to me, since you're so poor at explaining things. Hey, what else with that last sentence? You know, that might in fact be the truth, but there are certain things that you just mustn't talk about. Okay, this is the cold-blooded and inhuman Goshijin-sama, who has no trace of compassion after all. And she adds another such sentence. Vampire Girl, my dear, shall we have a little talk perhaps? It seems that we are having some communication difficulties here. Sigh. Fine then. I'll take on the exposition role for you. Just when I was about to kidnap Vampire Girl to my home to have a little discussion with her, she tossed out that proposal. What the heck? Vampire Girl, you could actually read the mood. What else with that surprised expression? Just what do you think of me, Goshijin-sama? Piece of junk vampire. Perhaps my inner thoughts were transmitted, as Vampire Girl stands up with an annoyed expression on her face. The black wolf that Vampire Girl was leaning against disappears into Vampire Girl's shadow, as if being sucked in. Humph. I bet if everything was left to Goshijin-sama, this farce would just be dragged out. It seems like Kyukuen is being weighed down by various things as well, and can't smarten up either. It would be best to get this boring thing over with already. Saying so, Vampire Girl jauntily returns to the treehouse where the reincarnators are. Who are you? Who is this person giving off the aura of being a capable woman? What are you doing? Let us get started already so that we can get it over with already. Before she reaches the door, Vampire Girl turns to look behind, calling out to me. Feeling like half my soul has come out, I follow after with unsteady feet. Chapter 3:13. The princess does things her way on returning to the interior of the treehouse. There was the sight of Kusama-kun and Ajiwara-kun tied up. With the way they've been bound, their situation is one of being constantly forced to face each other, as if embracing. I had thought it was just Ajiwara-kun who was sitting in a seiza when I left earlier, but why has he been tied up with Kusama-kun again? Yeah, let us just ignore this. Walking ahead of me, Vampire Girl ignores this as well anyway. Vampire Girl returns to the seats where we had been sitting earlier. However, she stands there with her arms folded rather than sitting. However, she seems to silently urge me to sit, so I'll take a seat for now. Okay then, we shall be resuming now. Is there anyone missing? There is? If there is, then would someone please go call them? While Vampire Girl claps her hands, she raises her voice so that everyone in the room can hear her. While she is speaking in a relatively loud voice, it's mysterious and amazing how she manages to keep an unimpaired air of refinement about her. Huh, when did she become so imposing again? In response to Vampire Girl's voice, the reincarnators who had been chatting until then become quiet. At the same time, Kudo-san gets up from her chair and leaves to go up the stairs. Yamada-kun and others haven't returned yet, so it seems she is gonna call them. On ascertaining that, Vampire Girl once again takes a stance of standing with her arms folded. Oni-kun looks on at that with a quizzical expression. Yep, I fully understand Oni-kun's feelings. In situations like this, Vampire Girl has never been at the forefront after all. Also, when Vampire Girl takes the initiative to do something, it's normally a sign that something worthless is about to occur anyway. Oni-kun glances at me, as if trying to ask me something. However, I have nothing to say. After waiting for a while, Kudo-san returns with Yamada-kun and the rest. They each take their respective seats. Then we shall resume. Perhaps because Vampire Girl has taken on the role of facilitating the discussion, a different sort of tension fills the air. Compared to the air of tension previously, where there was a deep sense of worry about being unable to tell what would happen next, and a dread about all these unknown people being around. The current tension seems to be purely because of the overpowering presence of Vampire Girl. It somehow seems that the air of tension towards me is worse. Incomprehensible. I shall start off by telling you this. Your situation is one of where you have been saved by us, and you must understand that we have the power of life and death over you firmly in our grasp. Wah. She somehow started by tossing out a bomb. Wait a moment. Silence. Do not interrupt. Yamada-kun stood up as if to protest. But Vampire Girl silenced him. Physically. Gah. I think it's most likely that the only ones in this place who could understand what had just happened are Oni-kun and I. Even with Owashima-kun and Tagawa-kun, who are amongst the reincarnators who can fight to a certain extent, it probably was possible for them to follow Vampire Girl's movements. As to what Vampire Girl actually did, she simply closed up to Yamada-kun and knocked his legs out from under him. However, it was simply the case that the speed at which she knocked his legs out required a degree of strength that was in no way normal. Yamada-kun collapsed while knocking back his chair. I guess she held back somewhat, as Yamada-kun's legs don't appear to be broken. If she hadn't held back, rather than his legs being broken, it's more likely that the lower half of his body would have been blown away. We are providing you with this information out of kindness, or rather, out of a sense of courtesy. Do you understand? We are providing you. Facing the collapsed Yamada-kun, who is groaning in pain, Vampire Girl speaks to him as if addressing a little child. To put it bluntly, saving you is simply incidental to us while we destroy the elf village. We could simply abandon you without giving any explanation at all. However, out of kindness for our relationship from our previous lives, we decided to grant you an explanation. That is awfully kind of us, don't you think? I don't think a kind person would suddenly knock someone off their feet, though. Or rather, such a person wouldn't make statements that could be taken as a threat, such as having the right of life and death in their grasp. Hey, you keep silent as well, Kyuya-kun. It's your fault that this got derailed. So could you refrain from throwing the situation into further disorder? Taking the frank advice offered, Oni-kun is silenced by Vampire Girl. That is not something that should be said by the one who messed this place up right now, though. You think you have the right to know? There is no way that is the case. You are currently in a situation where you are like prisoners of war. On top of that, you are refugees without a native country. So whether we let you live or die basically depends upon our mood. Is that understood? In contrast with the sweetly smiling Vampire Girl, the expressions on the faces of the reincarnators suddenly worsens. Previously, the atmosphere had been like an extension of a class meeting. But with disturbing words like kill or live being tossed around, it seems that they've noticed that the situation they're currently in is more dangerous than they had previously thought. Yep, though the method used to make them understand was overly forceful, though. What is going to happen in this frozen atmosphere? That way of speaking. Be silent already. Yamada-kun was about to say something again, but his face is ruthlessly kicked by Vampire Girl. Stop that. Quit interrupting already. When Owashima-kun moves to stop her, Vampire Girl slaps her in the face, knocking her down to the floor. What are you doing to a girl's face? As to whether Owashima-kun belongs in the girl category or not, well, whatever. If you have any complaints, then please leave. We have no responsibility to give you an explanation after all. If you say that you don't want to listen, then you can simply not listen. If you want to listen, then be silent. It is a waste of time for you to talk. The room becomes as silent as the grave. Yamada-kun silently goes to Owashima-kun's side. And apart from applying treatment magic to the damaged parts, he doesn't make any movements. It feels like even the breathing is quiet. Very good. Then listen in silence. I will not accept any questions along the way. Once you have heard everything, I will accept questions at the end. Until then, listen in silence. Okay. Nobody attempts to make any objection to Vampire Girl. These methods are completely from a reign of terror. Certainly, this might be effective for explaining the situation, but aren't the impressions afterwards are going to be so bad that it'll be painful? How is this going to turn out? Actually, I don't care anymore. Chapter 314. Bomb dropping. How far into the explanation had I gotten to? Vampire Girl put a finger to her chin and began to ponder away like that. Yep, actually, I had been listening to a thing she had been saying recently. With the sense of ignoring a long speech by a school principal, it was all going in one ear and out the other for sure. Well, it's fine. It ain't fine. Regarding the current situation of the world, let us skip over it. To be blunt, if I spoke about stuff like the world being close to collapse, it would just be a bother for you, right? After all, even if you heard about it, it's not like you'd actually be able to do anything. It'd just be a waste of time to hear about it. If you really want to know the details, then ask later individually. Oi, that's damn blunt. Well, what she is saying is basically correct, though. The majority of the reincarnators are ordinary people without any combat ability for a start. Even if that bunch of normies were told to stop the collapse of the world, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unlike a group of commoners in a certain movie, they're not able to do something like fly out into space to drill holes in a giant meteorite that was about to come crashing down. First of all, this planet will not collapse during your lifetimes, so it's a waste of time to worry about it. Rather than worry about something that will happen after you die, surely you should be worrying about what will happen to you next? Vampire Girl gazes over the reincarnators. Since she had remorselessly knocked down Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun just earlier, there's nobody who replies to Vampire Girl who seems to be looking for confirmation. However, several reincarnators respond to her attitude and nodded to confirm Vampire Girl's words. They're looking at Vampire Girl and nodding with serious expressions. As was said earlier, this elf village has fallen into our hands. So please think of your treatment as being like that of prisoners of war. However, it's not like you're actually enemy soldiers or something, so you want to be treated roughly. So long as you have good listening comprehension at least. I don't think it was just my imagination that several reincarnators gulped audibly. Figures, huh? While she said that they want to be treated roughly, she had just earlier knocked down Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun. So as soon as the words had left her mouth, they weren't credible. I think it's inevitable that her words would be interpreted as saying that unless you're submissive, you'll be knocked down arbitrarily. Or rather, perhaps that's her intention. I don't know if Vampire Girl is thinking about it that deeply or not, though. I get the feeling that she is simply saying whatever comes to mind without thinking about it. This is Vampire Girl we're talking about, after all. So, with regard to your immediate future, for the time being, we intend to do what we can to accommodate your requests. If you seek asylum, then we'll take care of you. If you want to leave, then just go ahead and do it. If you wish to remain here, then feel free to do so. Well, we have killed all the elves for a start, and the barrier is gone as well, so I can't really recommend staying here, though. Yes, bombs away. A murmur rises up around the room. Probably. If not for Vampire Girl's warning beforehand not to make a fuss, there'd be angry roars flying about now, I guess. Or rather, Vampire Girl's deterrent is effective enough that I'm actually impressed. The common reaction of the reincarnators on hearing the fact that the elves have been annihilated was confusion. Well, if you just heard that the people you had been living with and interacting with until yesterday had suddenly all been killed, then I guess you would be confused as well. Based on what we had been saying since earlier, I'm sure they understood that the elves had fought with us and lost. However, I'm sure they hadn't imagined that meant that the elves had been annihilated. At any rate, The majority of the reincarnators have no experience of war and combat, and have been living here like an extension of being in peaceful Japan. In return, the shock is all the larger. Amongst the reincarnators, some went pale, and some tried to laugh it off, but failed. Hey, perhaps he couldn't bear to see the state of chaos, as Oni-kun pulled on Vampire Girl's arm. What is it? Now is not the time to talk about this. Surely? If not now, then when? If you mean to conceal it, then they LL still find out about it sooner or later. So isn't it better to tell them sooner? Vampire Girl tears away her arm from Oni-kun's grip. He pulls his arm back without being able to offer a rebuttal. Certainly, while the reincarnators might be all confused now, is still something that they would need to be told in due course. While this might be a big shock to all the reincarnators, it's also not a good idea for us to spend forever dithering over it, and keep saying nothing either. As Vampire Girl said, saying it right now from the start might be for the best. So it's true then. Due to the exchange between Vampire Girl and Oni-kun, it seems that they understand that Vampire Girl's previous statement was not a lie or anything of the sort, leading to what Yamada-kun had muttered in a soft voice. That's right. Oh, and don't speak any further, okay? I have no desire to listen to your opinion after all. Even if you have something you want to say, I have no intention of listening. If you want me to listen, even still, then go ahead and use force to silence me and make me listen. I bet you can't, though. Scathing. Merciless. This is just cruel. Yamada-kun is gritting his teeth and seems to be about to cry, I think you could have used a slightly more indirect expression for that. Don't whine on and on about something that's over already. You be nothing more than a sissy. If you have a problem, then you should have simply stopped it. I wish you wouldn't turn a blind eye to your pathetic inability to achieve things yourself and then make a racket later. Scathing. Merciless. This is just cruel. Far from using an indirect expression, she's gone with the style of wanting to rub salt into his wounds. Yamada-kun is clenching his fist and trembling, How pitiful. At any rate, no matter the process, the elves have been destroyed. That is all you need to know. Also, what you should be concerned about is only what kind of livelihood you want afterwards. As for what occurred here with one thing or another, or responsibilities, or what about justice or the like, I just don't give a damn about that. Go ahead and discuss that between yourselves. After dismissing him as nonsense, Vampire Girl turns away from Yamada-kun, as if to say that he's not even worth looking at. There will no longer be any aid given in this village. On top of that, since the barrier protecting this village is also gone, monsters will be able to enter as much as they want, with this place becoming a wasteland. If there is someone whose self-attachment to this place is laudable enough that they want to stay anyway, then I will respect that wish. Do you want to stay? At Vampire Girl's words, several of the reincarnators shook their heads from side to side. Well, that's fair enough. If you mean that you don't want to stay, then we shall properly escort you outside of the village, or rather outside of the forest. After that, we'll then listen to your individual requests, okay, as I had said earlier. We will try to accommodate your requests as much as possible. Of course, by borrowing the power of the divine word religion, it surely wouldn't be difficult. That's right. If you want to go back, you could just go back to Earth, HM? We can go back. Kudu-san, who had been patiently avoiding speaking until now, seemed to have stood up and yelled that without thinking. It's possible, right? Vampire Girl turns around to look at me to get confirmation. It's not possible, though. I want to say that, but the gazes of the reincarnators, full of expectation, pierce into me at full strength. Vampire Girl. Don't drop unnecessary bombs. Chapter 315. Hoping to return home because of Vampire Girl dropping an extra-large bomb. The reincarnators are in uproar. Even Vampire Girl's previous threats had no restraining effect of them, such as the buzz in the air. Surely that indicates just how sensational it would be for them to be able to return to Earth. However, unfortunately I can't do that. It's certainly the case that I had previously asked Vampire Girl about returning to Earth. However, that was only in the context of after everything was settled. The context of after the system is destroyed. Not in the current context where the system is still going strong. The reincarnators are not able to return to Earth. The reason for that is they have the W skill. Originally, it was just a mysterious skill, but the effect of it is to link the reincarnators to the system in this world. The reincarnators are not originally inhabitants of this planet. Under normal circumstances, the system on this planet would not have had any particular influence upon them after their original deaths, and they would have returned to the normal cycle of reincarnation. Their souls were forcibly inserted into the system, and they were granted a second life. That is what the reincarnators are. So then, the thing that ties the souls of the reincarnators to the system is the W skill. Because they have this skill, despite being outsiders, the reincarnators are able to receive the blessings of the system in terms of skills and status values. At the same time, this skill prevents the system from having intimate and perfect control over them. If the reincarnators die, unlike the natural inhabitants of this planet, they are able to return to the normal cycle of reincarnation. Once the system has intimate control over your soul, you will be trapped in endlessly reincarnating inside this incessant hell from then on. To ensure that doesn't happen, while the W skill grants the reincarnators the blessings of the system, it also manages them such that they aren't completely brought into the system. Basically, ultimately, the reincarnators are simply temporary visitors from the perspective of the system in this world. In short, the W skill is extremely important to the reincarnators, but in this instance the skill gets in the way. Skills are something that are attached to the soul. In addition, the W skill that is particularly essential to the reincarnators amongst all the skills is firmly bound to their souls. In further addition, the W skill is the bridge that connects the reincarnators to the system. In other words, it's tied to the system. It cannot be disconnected. In yet other words, the reincarnators cannot be taken out from this planet where the system is. If the system is destroyed, then that bond will vanish. Therefore, in the context of that being done, I had asked Vampire Girl and Onikuin whether or not they wanted to return to Earth. It seems like Vampire Girl took a broad interpretation of that and misunderstood that it would be possible to return right away. In practice, I'm already no longer under the influence of skills in general, so I can go to and from Earth. However, that it's something I am able to do because I don't have any skills. And to take the reincarnators from this planet, it would be necessary to either destroy the system or for them to have no skills like me. There does exist a skill that enables getting rid of skills after a fashion, a method to offer up the power of 1S skills. However, when Sensei applied that on Natsum-kun and his skills were taken away, the W skill was the only one remaining. That is just how important W is and how difficult it is to remove it. Well, since it's an interface for conveying the influence of the system, I'm sure it's impossible to use the system S power from the inside to detach it. That being the case, there is no other method to detach it other than to become a god like me. What S with this impossible video game? Naiwa. Well then, as for the possibility of using my own power to detach W, it's doubly impossible. If I force myself to try something, I'd be scared of making the souls pop like a bubble. And so, in conclusion, it's impossible to return. It's like that, but now then, how shall I explain that? Well anyway, it's not like I gotta explain the whole theory in detail for a start. It would be enough to simply say it's impossible, you know. Starting with Kudu-san, a number of the reincarnators are looking at me with eyes replete with incredible anticipation. Maybe it would be bad to say it's impossible in this atmosphere. Truly, can we return? Kudu-san seems so overcome with emotion that she moved to tears. Yikes. Yeah, indeed. If you have lingering attachments to Earth, then you'd want to return, right? Besides, since they have practically been living under house arrest in the Elf Village, from their perspective, it has been a difficult life, so I guess it's inevitable that they would become particularly homesick, Try thinking about my feelings since I gotta deny the possibility in this situation. Damn it. That darn Vampire Girl. She really fucking dropped an unnecessary bomb. The ones who quickly noticed that I appeared hesitant to speak were Vampire Girl and Onikuin. Vampire Girl inclined her head in doubt, as if to say, and Oni-kun kept glancing at me repeatedly, avoiding my eyes. The two of them perceived the faint turmoil in me and seemed to realize that it wasn't possible. Then, because of the reaction of those two, little by little the other reincarnators began to notice that something was off. The astonishment replete with the hope of returning gradually turned into anxiety. Kudu-san, who had shown the most overt delight, somehow seemed to be staring at me with fawn-like eyes. "Ah, vampire girl, you really fucking dropped an unnecessary bomb on me. After all, if they never had hope about being able to actually return from the beginning, then they'd likely never think about such a thing. Without having the hope in the first place, they wouldn't have despair either. Since their hope has been strangely brought out, when they understand that it is an illusion, then their disappointment will be huge. It's impossible. I resolve myself and simply speak that. Immediately following that, an indescribable atmosphere breaks out. Vampire girl seemed to be just about to speak, so I activated my evil eyes and compelled her to be still. She was probably about to blur out something like, "But you'd said before that we could return, though?" But I'd rather she doesn't say anything further. Certainly, in the case where the system is destroyed, it would be possible to return. However, I'm not intending to bother myself with what happens after the system is destroyed. My agreement with D doesn't cover that either. Besides, as to whether or not I will be able to do it after the destruction of the system, there is no guarantee. If it was just the pair of Vampire Girl and Oni-kun, then if I made the preparations beforehand, then I thought I might be able to manage it, which is why I had made that proposal before. However, I don't have either enough time or raw energy to make the preparations for all the reincarnators. I can manage 2 or 3 people. What would happen if I was overly honest and revealed that now? Obviously, there would be a scramble for the limited places. If it's impossible to return everyone, then it's better that everyone stays behind. At least that way, there won't be any conflict in the scramble for the limited places, and neither will there be any deep resentment from those who lost out. The silence is so complete it's painful. During that, Kudu-san sat down onto her chair with a thump. Or rather than sitting down, it might be more accurate to say that she lost strength and collapsed, and the chair just happened to be there. That is just how lifeless Kudu-san's expression was. Without saying anything, she hung her head. In addition to Kudu-san, there were several others who couldn't conceal the disappointment on their faces. For unnecessarily stirring up hope, I'm sorry. Even Vampire Girl felt uncomfortable in this atmosphere and had an awkward expression. Seeing that, I canceled the evil eye that I had activated on Vampire Girl. For today, let us leave this matter here. I said that and stood up. There is no longer any point in having a debriefing session with a mood like this. The reincarnators also need some time to think about things, I'm sure. As if escaping from the frozen atmosphere in this place, I quickly moved to go outside. Somewhat flustered, Vampire Girl and Oni-kun followed after me. Nobody tried to stop us as we left, and we departed the treehouse. The closing door separated us from the reincarnators. Side Story 32. Reborn Chapter Side Story 32. Reborn, there was no other way to describe the atmosphere in the room after Wakabe-san and Ko left, except to say that it was the worst. Kudu-san, who is usually keeping everyone together, is crestfallen due to Wakabe-san saying that they can't return to Earth. I don't know what the situation was like in this village. However, based on the ambience, I can conclude that they were somehow getting by with Kudu-san at the core. The heart of the person who was at the core is now fracturing. In this situation where everyone is anxious about the unknown future, with the fact that the person who formed the reliable core of the group has gotten disheartened, that appears to be casting a particularly heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. I want to go back to Japan. I think that is something that all of the reincarnators have thought at least once. I myself have thought that many times. The civilization of this world is no match at all for Japan, and there are many times when it feels lacking. Most of all, I want to meet with my family who were separated from me by my death. And eventually, I even thought this, if I could only go back to Japan. Despite me being the prince of a major country, blessed with a luxurious environment, I have thought that as well. The others aside from me are surely carrying even more intense feelings. Kudu-san's current state gives a graphic account of that. They were pent up in this elf village, leading a life devoid of freedom. Perhaps for all of them, it would be a matter of course that they would want to go back to Japan. Sure, now, breaking the silence, Shinohara-san called out to the tied-up Kusama in a cold tone. I recalled that Shinohara-san often treated Kusama like a gopher and called him Shurnao. But, unlike back when she called out to him affectionately, now her tone is carrying a sense of hostility. What? Is there really no way to go back to Japan? In response to that question, Kudu-san raises her head, surprised. The attitude of that lot just now was suspicious, you know? They gotta be hiding something, right? Besides, if there really was no way to go back, then such a thing wouldn't come up in the first place, right? Due to the conviction in Shinohara-san's words, the gazes of everyone in the room focused on Kusama. Seemingly becoming frightened of everyone's menacing looks, Kusama began to squirm, and Oji, who was tied up with him, grimaced. I don't know. Really. For real. I really don't know anything about that, okay? Kusama desperately defended himself. Based on his attitude, I can't believe that he's telling a lie. However, perhaps unable to discard the ray of hope, Kudu-san rushed over to Kusama and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, if you know something, then tell me. Please. I really don't know, okay? If I could go back, then I'd also want to go back and read more manga. Although Kusama gave a dumb reason for wanting to go back to Japan, his tone was sincere. Thought it felt more like that it was forced out of him by Kudu-san's intensity, rather than it being the real reason for him wanting to go back. Calm down, class rep. Kusama is saying that he doesn't know. Yeah? Cool your head a bit, okay? As if intervening, Tagawa gently pulls Kudu-san away from Kusama. You just don't understand, because you've been outside, though. Just what do you think we've been through while living here? You're the one who has been off having fun adventures. Completely unlike her normal self, Kudu-san raises her voice in disparagement. Oh, however, it seems she trod on a landmine. Fun adventures? Having my relatives killed, and fighting on through sickening battles in order to get revenge, is a fun adventure. This is bad. Tagawa, restrain yourself. I immediately rushed over to Tagawa and pinned his arms from behind. If I hadn't done that, it seemed like he might have gone on to strike Kudu-san. Having slipped out of the rope before I noticed, Kusama was also standing protectively in front of Kudu-san. Behind Kusama, Kudu-san has been overawed by Tagawa and had collapsed to the floor with the blood drained from her face. Based on the color of her face, I don't think it was just due to her being overawed, though. My bad. I blew my top. I'm okay now. Let me go, please. After calming his breathing that was disturbed during his rage, it seems that Tagawa has regained his composure. I believe his words, and so released his arms. Tagawa threw a glance at Kudu-san, then turned around without comment, leaving up the stairs to return to his room. Sorry. Kudu-san speaks that simple word of apology to Tagawa, who is no longer here. Without rising from where she was sitting on the floor, she stayed there with a downcast posture. With her body trembling, a faint sob could be heard. Again, the room is filled with a heavy mood. I think Kudu-san was at fault just then. I hadn't known it either, but because she hadn't known that Tagawa had been fighting in such circumstances, she insensitively touched on that sore spot. Tagawa's words didn't have an impact on Kudu-san alone, as the boys who had talked of adventures as if admiring them also looked uneasy. Although she hadn't known, Kudu-san is at fault for carelessly treading on Tagawa's landmine. But, despite saying that, I have no intention of condemning her. I think it's meaningless to talk about which would have been better. Unintentionally, I voiced Kya's word from earlier. While I had refuted the words that he'd spoken afterwards back then, perhaps I can agree with this part. Each and every person walks down their own individual path. It's natural for those paths to each have their own joys and sorrows. It's inevitable for people to brag about the sorrows that they went through, since no matter what happened, the past cannot be changed. People must not focus on the past, but look to the future. Class rep, We have already died once. We died once, and then we were reborn in this world. That past cannot be changed. We died. Those of us here now, even if we have memories of our past lives, we are not the same. We have been reborn in a new life. Class rep, who is crying her eyes out, turns towards me. In her expression, there is a sense of confusion at why I would be saying something so obvious at such a late stage, along with a certain amount of irritation as well. Even if we return to Japan, since we are now different people, we don't even have a place to return to. Class rep gasps. Even class rep should have known that logically. It's just that she didn't want to acknowledge it. Even though our appearance is similar to that in our previous lives, there's no strong resemblance. There's even those like Katia whose gender has changed. That alone makes one a different person. Even if we went to Japan looking like this, we have no place to return to. We are already residents of this world. Let us think about the future, such as what we want to do, or what we should do. Saying that, though, when I think about what I could do by myself, I have doubts. From now on, what on earth should I do? Atone. I felt that those cursed words that have been echoing through my head all this time had gotten louder. When I get timid, it seems that LL influenced my consciousness more. Atone. Shut up. Just what are you saying to atone for? Just what are you saying that we should do? Shun? Perhaps sensing something strange with me, Katia called out to me anxiously. It's nothing. It's just that I was also thinking a bit about what I should do from now on. I'm not lying. I actually have no idea what I should do from now on in practical terms. So many things are muddled up, and the insides of my head are in such a mess that I couldn't sort things out either. However, for anything relating to the future, perhaps the expression at my wit's end fit the situation to a T. Until now, I have taken actions based on my own convictions. However, was there actually any meaning in all that in the end? Julius Isama died. Father was killed in front of my eyes. Sue committed patricide due to Yugo's actions, and the kingdom has collapsed. In order to stop Yugo, despite coming all the way to the elf village. In the end, I collapsed without being able to do anything. Then finally, I heard that Yugo had been used by Wakabe-san and Co. and disposed of. While I was unawares, a gigantic course of events occurred. The actions I had taken until now were those based upon my own convictions. But I now feel that they were simply engulfed by that gigantic course of events. So what on earth should I do? In the first place, is there even anything that I can do with Wakabe-san and Co. as my opponents? I don't feel that there is. Even just earlier, I wasn't able to offer any real resistance and couldn't do anything except to pathetically grovel on the floor. Atone. I shake my head to drive off my timidity and that curse. Despite that, the curse continues to ring. Even so, I can't do anything except to pretend that I can't hear it. Shun, are you really okay? You're looking unwell. Yeah, it seems that I'm still not fully recovered. I'll return to my room and rest for a bit. I'll cool my head there for a bit and think about what to do from now on. I responded to Katia's concerns like that and began to walk back to my room. There wasn't anything unusual in my response, right? Due to this damn curse, it seems I've gotten emotional. Even during my arguments with Kyuya, I should have been able to do it more amicably. Kyuya surely has his own circumstances too, yet I got emotional and forced my own opinions on him. Next time, we should have a proper talk with just the two of us. The opportunity for that never arose. The world changed more rapidly than I had expected, without even giving me time to think. As if anything and everything was turning worse and worse. Chapter 3:16. Those who seem to want to be my friends are looking this way, Guha. My beautiful roundhouse kick connects and Vampire Girl collapses on the spot, clutching her side. To cause a precise amount of damage to Vampire Girl, yet not send her flying due to inertia at the same time, is just how exquisitely controlled my roundhouse kick is. How admirable, even if I do say so myself. How unreasonable. Vampire Girl is saying something while collapsed on the ground, but it seems I can't hear it. I tie her up with my threads and then drag her off behind me. With normal people, the scraping would seem likely to leave you covered in scratches, but hey, with your defensive strength it shouldn't be a problem. Stay there kissing the ground as much as you want. Shiro-san, wait a moment. As I was dragging off Vampire Girl, Oni-kun grabs my shoulder and stops me. I know that Sophia-san made a gaffe, but you have some responsibility for this as well, Shiro-san. Aren't you going too far? Daeki. While Oni-kun is telling me this nonsensical stuff, I give him a long, hard look. My 10 pupils, which I normally keep closed, stare into Oni-kun's eyes. Oni-kun wavered for a moment from the pressure from my evil eyes, but he endured and started speaking again. Your explanations are too brief. Shiro-san, while we're taking action based on our understanding of your brief explanations, there are limits to that. There is not enough Aransu, reporting, communicating, and consulting between us. The cause of Sophia-san's gaffe is Shiro-san's insufficient explanations. Aransu spinach? Sounds delicious. Not. So what is the problem? Is Oni-kun trying to tell me to explain things more? Telling me to explain things more. Nai wa. Shiro-san? Heigriega? As I ignore Oni-kun and start walking again, Oni-kun seems bewildered and Vampire Girl raises a voice in protest while being dragged behind me. Shiro-san, are you listening to me? Yeah. I think this treatment is rather unfair. I ignore the squawking of those two. Vampire Girl is flopping around to try to escape from the binds, but I ignore that as well. Did you really think that would be enough for you to escape from my threads? Don't you know? You can't escape from God. While dragging Vampire Girl along, we head towards the destination. Vampire Girl continued making a racket, but it seems that Oni-kun gave up along the way and followed in silence. While he is being quiet, since he is following us, it seems that he doesn't agree with this. However, his silence was broken the moment the destination became visible. In contrast to Oni-kun, who opened his mouth, Vampire Girl closed her mouth the moment she saw it. Well, it's overwhelming, isn't it? There's a super huge UFO right in front of us, after all. My destination was this UFO. This is the spaceship that Potamus tried to use to attempt to escape from this planet at the very end. I ignore the dumbfounded pair and step into the UFO without pause. Of course, Vampire Girl is also dragged along behind me without pause. After being left behind, Oni-kun rushes to catch up and resumes following us. Both Oni-kun and the still tied-up Vampire Girl look over the UFO in curiosity. Because it's so damn large, simply walking through it is tedious due to the distances, but even so, I don't think you get bored looking at it. At any rate, since this UFO was created under the assumption of going through a long journey in space, it is furnished with equipment appropriate for such a journey. Since those can be seen, it is probably interesting enough simply to observe such things. Well, since Vampire Girl is still tied up, seeing her observing things while stretching out like a shrimp is awfully surreal, though. I understand that she can't see without taking such a posture, but I think a lady shouldn't allow herself to be seen like that. Just who is it that tied her up? That is one thing, this is another. The observation tour ends with the inclusion of the destination. And my destination was a place that could also be called the innermost part of the UFO, and there was the Demon King facing some monitors, with Mara on guard duty with her as well. Having had an all-night vigil, Mara gives off a sense that he might even be standing up while unconscious. Oh, welcome. The Demon King notices us and gives a greeting. While the conference between us and the reincarnators have been going on, it seems that she moved to this UFO. Well, that is why I had come here as well. Has Sophia-chan done something again? What do you mean again, Ariel-san? With the way you're putting it. Doesn't that make it sound like I'm always doing something? What is this girl saying? Her lack of self-awareness is scary. See, even the Demon King is making a wry smile, you know. Shiro-chan too. Don't bully Sophia-chan too much, okay? This is not bullying, ma-am. This is what is called educational guidance, ma-am. So what happened? Well, you see, for some reason the Demon King asks that while looking at Oni-kun instead of me, and Oni-kun responds to the Demon King's question without raising any doubts about that aspect. Yep, that is the correct way to deal with this. While it might be correct, the fact that it seems to be saying that I cannot be relied upon is annoying in its own way. I can do it if I try, you know. It's just I don't try, but I could do it if I did try. I think, So that's what happened. Having listened to Oni Kuin give a basic explanation of his circumstances, the Demon King looked at Vampire Girl with an ack expression. Well, it was partly Sophia-chan's fault for making a slip of the tongue, but I guess Shiro-chan holds most of the responsibility for not explaining things properly. Objection. I cannot be at fault. I did nothing wrong. What is the actual situation? Can I really not go back to Earth? Suddenly, the Demon King asks me that with a serious expression. Impossible. I simply replied with that. Yup. If Shiro-chan says it's impossible, then it probably is impossible. However, why is it impossible? What is the reason for that? It's because she didn't hear such details that Sophia-chan made a slip of the tongue. You know how critical information is, right? And so Shiro-chan, you're the only one who knows everything about how valuable various bits of information are. You got to consider Sophia-chan's situation since she can barely determine the credibility of the information she is given. Being gently admonished like this by the Demon King, I can barely prevent myself from showing a sulky expression. Are you my mother or what? Ah, you're my granny, sorry. Shiro-chan, since you're always trying to complete anything and everything entirely by yourself, you're careless when it comes to working with others, you know. You think that talking with others is unnecessary. So you see no need to try to talk. Since you can't bring yourself to do that, you then got to do everything by yourself. So you're basically a natural loner. That is some awful stuff you're saying, but I can't deny it. Well, I also think that it can't really be helped either, you know. I myself was just the same before I met with you, Shiro-chan. I guess it's the fate of those with outstanding abilities just by looking at the status values of a Demon King. Without question, she is the strongest person in the world after all, even with her subordinates in the Spider Army, since they were increased simply by using the spawning skill. They're more like underlings who are avatars of herself anyway. That being said, Sophia-chan and Wrath-kun are your friends, you know. So even if you're bad at communicating, wouldn't it be better to stop avoiding it and face them properly? Yeah. Friends? Okay. Friends. I see. Vampire Girl and Oni Kuin are my friends, huh? To have actually noticed that. That must make you a genius, I guess. Demon King? I don't really get this, but somehow it's all become confusing, you know? Chapter 317, Pal's Author S-Note. Summary of the previous chapter. Demon King says you guys are friends. And Shiro goes, WDF? S. Say YATT. Mind blown, what are friends? It's a noun. Yep. That is not really wrong, but that is not what S being referred to here, is it? We're friends. A relationship where you do the same things. A business relationship where you have the same status. Kindred people with similar tastes. There are slight variations between these examples, but they have similar meanings. In other words, it refers to a group who are similar. Are we actually similar, though? To be blunt, we're not similar in terms of compatibility. I am outstanding, and the others are far behind. It would be hard to say that we're a group in that regard. However, it can be said that we are a group in the sense that we have the same objective. That being the case, are we really friends? Wouldn't that be incredible? For me, who has always thought of myself as being a loner since my previous life, to have actually made friends already. So how exactly do you deal with friends again? Please teach me, O exalted one. Shiro-chan isn't recovering from her freeze. This is hopeless. It was too early for Shiro-chan to deal with the concept of friendship. I'd been sure that she'd been putting in the effort and had achieved results too. Vithkun. As you can see here, Shiro-chan is a child whose emotions are still highly undeveloped. You mustn't be tricked by her appearance or atmosphere. So when Shiro-chan is about to do something unreasonable, it's generally because she is simply using violence to cover up the fact that something is inconvenient to her. See? Putting it that way, she sure sounds like a child, right? Because of that, when you think she is doing something bad, you must deal with her not in the sense of stating an opinion, but in the sense of scolding her. Don't expect her to ever improve if you don't do this. Scold her? Me? Sophia-chan is like that, so I can only rely on you. Hey, what do you mean by like that? It's kind of noisy out there. But currently I'm desperately thinking about pals, so I wish they'd be quiet. The friends I know are the party members in the games I played, right? I see. Like with party members, I can appreciate them when I feel so inclined, and when they're annoying, I can just kick them out. That being the case, I had briefly considered patting Vampire Girl on the head in appreciation, but for some reason, when I look at her making a racket while still trussed up like a bagworm, I got annoyed and kicked her. Why was I kicked just now? Hey, why? Silence. That's just how friends are, right? It feels to me like Shiro-chan has established a fundamental flaw in her understanding, but well, whatever. Ariel-san, please don't just give up here. Putting that aside, the Demon King and Oni-kun are having an exchange like something from a comedy skit. However, one of them has a serious expression, the Demon King. It seems to be something important. Shiro-chan, what do you think about this? The Demon King gestures with her chin at the monitor while asking me that. Due to her grave expression, it seems that Oni-kun and Vampire Girl realize that this is a serious matter. They focus their attention on what's written on the monitor, though Vampire Girl is still trussed up like a bagworm. Where's the problem here? Oni-kun spends some time reading over the article projected onto the monitor, but it seems that he doesn't see the problem that the Demon King spotted. Because Vampire Girl has uselessly high pride, she won't say that she doesn't understand, but from her expression, it seems she doesn't understand either. This is definitely a problem. The Demon King is gazing at the contents, seemingly confounded. What was written? There was a piece of Padma's sort of diary. It seems that because he had a diligent personality, he would write about the events of the day in his diary, and without missing a single day. Well, since he is simply just robotically writing down the events of the day in a plain manner, I feel that it's difficult to call it a diary, though. Basically, there is almost nothing about his personal impressions. In some places, he does write things that feel like his feelings on his research, but that's extremely rare. Since the writer almost never conveys his emotions, it's not really a diary, I guess. However, in the portion that the Demon King is pointing to, Padma's emotions can be seen for once in the contents. What's contained within there is impatience and suspicion. The total amount of MA energy has suddenly deteriorated substantially. The cause is unknown. It likely has a connection with the dimensional quake that was simultaneously observed by our equipment. But at present I cannot say what. This is clearly an abnormal event. Such a thing has not occurred once since the system was put into operation. Has a serious defect occurred within the system? Is it safe to stay on this planet? It is uncertain. I have been forbidden to depart from this planet by Gyridistides. But perhaps I should prepare to escape anyway. Yep, it's that. That particular incident perpetrated by the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King. By meddling with the use of dimension magic, they caused an explosion in a classroom in Japan. This is an entry from the time when the event that caused us reincarnators to reincarnate into this world occurred. Owing to what was perpetrated by this pair, we reincarnators were born in this world, and also the Demon King became the new generation Demon King in order to desperately secure the MA energy that had been lost in the aftermath. Vampire Girl and Oni-kun have already heard a summary of this incident, so they wouldn't be astonished about reading that aspect. That is probably why they're baffled as to what the Demon King is questioning them about. However, this is a big problem. After all, the one who wrote this is Padmas. What does this mean? It was Padmas who instigated the hero and Demon King? Yep, that's the point. With regards to Padmas being the one who induced the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King, what is astonishing is the fact that the mastermind actually turns out to be someone else. It's possible that those 2 simply did it by themselves, you ask? There is no way that a bunch who didn't even know the first basics about the system would be able to do such a thing, you know. There would have had to have been someone who taught them about the system. Without that, ignorant humans couldn't possibly have gone beyond space and time to actually reach D in that classroom. Because even Padmas didn't know about the existence of D, it seems. And having concluded that the culprit is obvious, the Demon King should realize this too. It's just that she doesn't want to accept it. That's right. Everything is my responsibility. The voice of a third party who wasn't T amongst us is heard. The one who had appeared via teleporting through space was the person I had expected. An administrator of this world, wrapped in black full body armor. That person being Kuro, aka Jairi Distides. Chapter 3:18. Whereunto we friends. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the deciding match to determine the number one in this other world. The reigning champion is Administrator Jurajuri. The challenger facing him is the Demon King. God versus the Demon King might be a common development, but precisely because it is common, this is a traditional bout. Will God be the winner here, or will the Demon King manage to overthrow him? Don't miss it. Well now, the Demon King attacked before the gong signaled the start of the match. How dirty! However, this is the Demon King after all. Calling the Demon King dirty is a compliment. The champion takes a solid hit from the surprise attack and is blown back. A straight right to the head. The champion is unable to endure and stumbles. How did you view that exchange, Spider Commentator B-san? Well, I believe that the champion intentionally took that blow just now, Spider Reporter A-san. Meaning? The champion was completely aware of the Demon King's surprise attack. However, he received it on purpose without dodging or guarding. This surely indicates that the champion believes that he has that much of an upper hand. I see. By receiving the challenger's first attack on purpose, he aimed to flaunt just how big a difference there was between them. But oh, the Demon King doesn't stop there. The neck? Whether or not we can actually call that his neck, I'm not sure. But anyway, his neck is grabbed, and he is pulled down to the ground. She is straddling him now. This is the mount position. What is the meaning of this? Now the Demon King makes a demand. But while doing so, you can feel her resentment against the unresisting champion. Fight! This is an appeal to fight seriously. Sorry. However, the champion still shows no intention of fighting. Just what is going on here, I wonder? Has the champion lost the will to fight? The Demon King starts punching the champion. Phew. I've gotten bored with pretending to do a live coverage. Ariel-san, wait, stop that. Oni-kun stops the Demon King, who had been pounding Kuro in the face by grabbing her arms from behind. Even while an Oni-kun arms the Demon King still keeps trying to punch Kuro, but she is pulled off by force and is unable to continue. During the battle with Potamas, the Demon King lost the majority of her power. She has become so frail that she is as weak as she looks, or even more so. When Oni-kun used his strength to pull her off, she wasn't able to resist him at all. Good job, Oni-kun. The current Demon King is like a sick person who needs complete bed rest after all. It's bad for her body if she gets a bit violent. That being said, without her being able to vent her feelings, to some extent she wouldn't be able to accept the situation. So I thought it best to let her punch Kuro a few times and stayed out of it. He stopped her at a good time. Just what I'd expect of a man who can read the mood. What about Vampire Girl? She is still trussed up like a bagworm, and her mouth is agape since she is unable to grasp these events. But so what? What is the meaning of this? Sorry. When the Demon King lashes out that demand at Kuro while still being restrained by Oni-kun, he simply repeats his response of sorry. I give him a contemptuous look and go back to reading Potamas' diary that the Demon King had been looking at until just now. While outside, I came into contact with one of the bodies that Jairi Distides controls. This is unusual. I was asked if anything unusual had occurred, but without doubt he is referring to the sudden drop in MA energy and the simultaneous occurrence of a dimensional quake. Of course, I have no intention of revealing my own information. Instead, I try to probe him for information, but he himself didn't seem to know what had actually occurred. In the end, we separated without achieving anything. I need to collect information on this abnormal event that even he himself didn't understand. A new hero has been chosen. He is the second prince of the Anarite Kingdom, Julius. I don't care about them, but the fact that a new hero has been chosen means that hero Dolphsmeg has died. Considering the timing, it is likely connected to the dimensional quake from the other day. If Dolphsmeg caused the dimensional quake, then it makes sense. I am unable to confirm, if a new Demon King has been chosen. But if the old one had been working with Dolph Smeg, then he has probably died as well. And yet, Gyridistides is still alive. In other words, it means that they failed. Useless. When my newly born substitute bodies began to say strange things using telepathy. It is implausible for a baby to use telepathy when their sense of self would be barely developed. But the contents of the conversation was even more implausible. However, the contents themselves were genuinely interesting. Is this person a reincarnator with memories of a different world? When I think about where the MA energy could have gone from that dimensional quake, I would never have expected it to flow to another world. It is unknown why something that should have been aimed at Gyridistides would do that, but it has certainly become interesting. Reincarnators, other worlds, souls that are different to our own. If I can use them, perhaps I will be able to achieve a breakthrough in my stalled research. It is worth making an attempt, in which case I must secure the specimens immediately. Fortunately, the substitute body who had told me about the reincarnators, Fireimes, also wishes to secure the reincarnators. I shall grant her that wish. Yeah, what to make of this? Just reading this vile stuff makes it feel like my soul is being shaved away. This is the attitude of a guy who doesn't think that bad stuff is actually bad and then just calmly carries it out. Whether it's the hero from 2 generations ago, or the previous generation Demon King, or even Sensei, he doesn't see them as individuals, and instead it's acutely clear from these short articles that he only sees them as tools. Well, I knew it already, but Pinoji sure is scummy. So long as we have this historical data, we should be able to find out what happened with the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King, but I guess it's not necessarily to investigate that far. Or rather, I don't really want to look in detail. I can already see the basic outline. Well, I knew about it already, though. You know, I had thought of Gyuri as being a friend and a comrade of my own accord, but was that simply my misunderstanding? Oops. I'd been leaving them alone, but the exchanges between the Demon King and Kuro have gotten rather serious. The Demon King seems about to cry at any moment, you know. Of all things, to make such a little girl cry. You're the worst, Kuro. Well, putting such jokes aside, I guess I better intervene, huh? Loser. I made a mistake. I unintentionally called out to Kuro with my inner voice. Well, whatever. If you don't explain things properly, you want to be understood. Stop apologizing and explain things from the beginning. Kuro, who was sitting up after having fallen on the ground, opened his eyes wide. Even the Demon King turned around to similarly stare at me in wonder. Isn't that a bit rich coming from you, Goshijin-sama? Vampire Girl was talking about something strange, so I kicked her for the time being. Shameless advertisement by Rumen. Do you like adventure, skills, and harems? Check out an original novel hosted on RTD. I have unlimited wives slots. Chapter 319. If good intentions could save the world, we wouldn't be suffering after silencing Vampire Girl. I listened as Kuro began to explain things once again. Well, since he added feeble comments like it's all my fault and due to my mistake and such at every turn, a lot of unnecessary words crept in, so it took time simply to listen to it all. But, well, to summarize it all in 3 sentences, it's like this. Kuro appealed to the hero and Demon King for a truce between the humans and demons. Pinoji instilled the idea that the administrators were evil into the heads of the hero and Demon King. The hero and Demon King went, okay, let us attack the administrators. So why did this all happen? Well, to go into detail, the course of events is as follows. Firstly, the souls of the inhabitants of this world, especially the souls of the demons, had become especially degraded, and the birth rate of the demons began to decline. Because of that, the demons could no longer afford to go to war anymore. Kuro could foresee that the demons would die out at this rate, so he called out to the hero and Demon King to have them form a truce. So far, so good. Kuro's judgment wasn't he wrong. I don't know what the situation was back then, but considering how desperately Argner and Balto were running around trying to revitalize the demons, it's not hard to imagine just how desperate they were to resolve it. In the first place, Considering the fact that Kuro took action when he just basically been a spectator until then and hadn't proactively taken any action, it's possible to understand just how bad the situation had gotten. Perhaps if Kuro hadn't taken action and the wars had continued, then it's possible that by the time we reincarnators had been born that the demons would have been destroyed. Even if that's an exaggeration, the situation would have gotten dire for sure. However, this is where Kuro's miscalculation occurs. Namely, that Pinoji had already gotten into contact with the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King. Thus, like he had persuaded Sensei as well, he instilled into them the theory that the administrators were evil. The theory that the administrators made use of the inhabitants of the world, such as the hero and Demon King, forcing them to fight in order to build up power and then to take it from them after their death. That is practically true, but if that is all you heard, then of course you'd figure that the administrators were evil, despite the fact that they were actually desperately working to revive the world. Only the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King themselves know what they thought when they heard from both Kuro and Pinoji. Both of them are already dead though, so it's not possible to find out the truth. However, considering the result, they can be seen as idiots who impulsively challenged the administrators to a fight and pointlessly wasted MA energy. Why was it possible for the available MA energy to decrease by such a large amount? It would be impossible to decrease the amount of MA energy no matter how much one challenged the administrators to a fight, at least if the hero and Demon King weren't involved. There's various hidden elements within the hero and Demon King titles. It's the consequence of that ill-natured evil god cramming in weird stuff. The hero becomes stronger when facing the Demon King. That's because the Demon King is born from the long-lived demons and is often far superior to the human hero. So there's a preventative measure granted to avoid a one-sided battle. In the case where the hero and Demon King fight with a large discrepancy in capability, the hero consumes MA energy and is able to gain a temporary power-up as a result. In fact, such a power-up has been provided to a situation other than that of the hero versus Demon King. That situation being when they face gods. Currently, the only proper god on this planet is Kuro. Serial cannot move herself since she is a part of the system. In other words, the only one who can take action against outside enemies is Kuro. The gods are in a territorial battle over the possession of planets. This planet was abandoned by the dragons because there was no profit to be had from a place that was on the verge of ruin, so it would be unlikely to be targeted. However, it can't be proven that it would never happen. It can't be proven that the dragons who gave up the place would never return for a start, and perhaps some stray god might unexpectedly turn up. The hero and Demon King are there as a means to oppose such gods. When the hero and Demon King challenge a god, they consume MA energy and are able to get a power-up. Of course, it's not like they'd be able to win against a god that easily for a start, and the amount of energy required to be able to contend with a god, even temporarily, is not something that can be safely squeezed into a single person. In addition, since the opponent is a god, the amount of MA energy consumed is incomparable to a hero versus Demon King battle. Even so, such a function exists. In addition, to be blunt, this function can also be applied to the administrators. WTF? Yeah, exactly. If this was an online game, this would be like allowing players to make suicide attacks on the GMs. And on top of that, using it would be capable of bringing down the server. You'd have to be stupid to have a feature that makes it possible to overturn the foundation of the game itself. That is not a feature, that is a bug. However, the answer in this case is that it's not a bug, that is a feature. After all, the one who created it is that evil god you know. I think that D wanted the inhabitants of this world to have the option to also challenge the administrators. If you asked her what is the point in that, I'm sure she'd simply say that it's because it seems more interesting this way. For mere humans to challenge God. I don't know if doing that would be able to change this world, but for D wouldn't the event itself be enjoyable even if it was meaningless? Yes, it would. In other words, The hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King decided to challenge the gods known as the Administrators, consumed MA energy, and were successfully able to gain an enormous amount of power for an instant. As compensation, us reincarnators from another world were killed off so fucking unnecessarily. What a bunch of clowns, huh? Now then, I guess you've noticed, right? The fact that in the course of events thus far, Kuro isn't particularly responsible for the mess. Based on what you said, doesn't the fault lie mainly with Potamus? Hardly. It's my responsibility for failing to explain the situation properly to the hero and Demon King. Against the Demon King's reasonable opinion, Kuro stubbornly argues that it's his fault. Even during the middle of his explanation, he repeatedly emphasized that it was his fault. In practice, it can't be declared that Kuro has no responsibility at all. I don't know what explanation Kuro gave to the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King. But if he had been able to sufficiently gain their trust, then all this wouldn't have happened. Instead, they found him less trustworthy than Pinocchio. How sad. That being said, it's obvious that the most fault lies with Pinocchio, who deceived the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King. Going by what I've seen in Pinocchio's diary, Pinocchio didn't particularly trust those two, and they independently went and self-destructed all on their own, it seems. It's likely that from Pinocchio's point of view, he was aware that he would have simply been lucky if they had defeated Kuro for him. Pinocchio is just stupidly capable for being able to correctly figure out almost the entire truth from that situation. Which is exactly why he is so nasty, though. Jairi, what are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. I was pathetic. That's all there is to it. The Demon King presses that question to him. But Kuro plays dumb. However, since things have come this far, it's blatantly obvious that Kuro is hiding something. Because I taught them fragmentary knowledge about the system, this tragedy occurred. That responsibility is mine. Kuro isn't lying. However, he is simply omitting something crucial. It's true that what the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King did was stupid. It's also true that Pinocchio is the person who instigated those two. It's also true that Kuro is the person who taught those two fragmentary knowledge about the system. Put that all together, and the developments went in a bad direction. In terms of who was the mastermind, it could be said that everyone involved was the mastermind. However, there is one person missing, the goddess Serial. In response to my murmur, Kuro makes an exaggerated reaction. His eyes are practically telling me don't say it. But well, I'm going to say it anyway. The one who diverted the attack originally meant for Kuro towards D. That person is the goddess Serial. In response to my words, they all had their own particular reaction. Kuro stayed expressionless. All the life drained from the Demon King's expression. Onikoin made an understanding expression. Vampire Girl had a dumb expression, showing she didn't get anything. It's obvious if you think about it, since not even Pinocchio knew about D's existence. There's no way that the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King would have been able to launch an attack on her. Since the attack more or less went via the system, it wasn't impossible for it to reach D as the creator of that system. However, there's nobody with deep enough knowledge of the system to be able to achieve that, with the exception of the goddess Serial, an administrator of the system. Chapter 320, it's nobody's fault. However, you're not included. Is that true? The Demon King questions Kuro, but Kuro answers with silence. His attitude has already affirmed the question, though. The attack that had been aimed at Kuro himself was diverted by Serial without him knowing, and on top of that, it was the cause of the MA energy decrease, the reincarnators being born, and also caused a difficult situation, so it can't be helped that he feels responsible. If he hadn't met the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King, then he couldn't have become a target for the attack either. Dimension magic is not omnipotent. Dimension magic, which is the evolved form of the super useful space magic, is basically incredibly useful. However, there are clearly things it can do and things that it cannot do. Well, you could say the same thing about skills in general, though. To use a skill beyond the scope of what it was designed for requires a deep understanding of the magecraft underlying the very foundation of skill itself. There are few people who can use space magic. So for the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King to be able to use dimension magic means they were superior practitioners. Even so, they can't do the impossible. With dimension magic, it is impossible to attack a target that you've never met. Just like how it's true with space magic. The first step for dimension magic is the specification of the target space. Once the space is specified, the next step is to choose the magic to use against it, such as teleportation or an attack. In addition, what can be used for the first step of specifying the space is limited to either a place the practitioner has been to before or a person who they have met before. By meeting with the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King, Kuro became a potential target for attack. If he had been more cautious and had sent a subordinate instead of going himself or something similar, then Kuro couldn't have become an attack target. Well, he probably would have needed to meet them himself in order to gain their trust, though. It just backfired on him. In the end, Sariel interfered with the system to change the attack target to being D. To be blunt, I don't really get what Sariel's purpose was. I can think of several possible reasons, but I can't comprehend her way of thinking, so I don't know which of them is correct. Maybe she simply wanted to save Kuro, or wanted to harm D, or had some other expectation. I definitely wouldn't be able to understand without asking her in person. I don't have any intention of asking her in the first place, though, as I'm just not interested. After all, just by meeting her face to face, I become so irritated that I want to punch her. Well, whatever her reasons, it's a safe bet that she herself didn't have any ill will behind it. It was also a situation where she had to act promptly to prevent an unexpected incident after all. I still feel that she is useless for failing to prevent it entirely, though. On the one hand, what if Sariel hadn't interfered for reasons unknown and the attack on Kuro by the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King had been successful? Kuro would have died or have been weakened due to a severe injury. In that case, Panoji surely wouldn't have stayed quiet and the situation would have gotten chaotic. In the worst case, Panoji would be reigning supreme. However, a portion of the MA energy used to attack Kuro could probably have been recovered, and for the MA energy aspect, that would likely have been better than the current situation. After all, if it had been used in this world, it would have been possible to recover some of the MA energy, just not all of it. In addition, if Kuro had died, the amount of MA energy would probably have increased. It wouldn't be strange if the possibility to attack an administrator was inserted into the system for that reason, to increase the amount of MA energy by absorbing a god, basically. On the other hand, there's our current situation. Kuro got off completely unharmed, and instead, there was a massive decline in MA energy. The reincarnators go high. Nice to meet you, and the world is plunged into an era of upheaval. I guess whichever route was taken, the situation would have gotten chaotic. However, Panoji was successfully erased. He was like a pus or cancer on the world, and well, the removal of the one we needed the least had been achieved. Basically, I'm thinking about it this way. Both routes have their merits and demerits, so it's hard to clearly say which one would have been better. However, if Panoji had survived, things would have definitely turned out for the worse. And considering only the future, the current route is the better one, I guess, right? Yeah, let's leave it at that. It's been a real nuisance for the reincarnators, though. Except for me. See, if I hadn't been reborn in this world, I would have stayed an ordinary spider and probably ended my life like that. By some kind of fate, I've ended up becoming a god, though, so I'm basically glad that I reincarnated. Oh, thinking about it that way. Good job, Sariel. I'll offer her a prayer later. Jairi, it's not your fault. No, either way it's my fault. Since I was even unaware that it was my responsibility that things turned out this way, I can only think that I've been carelessly passing the time until now. The Demon King, after briefly turning her thoughts to Sariel, returns to comfort Kuro. Against that, Kuro can only smile like a glutton for punishment. Yup, Kuro-san here hadn't known about the sudden drop in MA energy for a start, and had been under the impression that the cause was entirely due to Pinoji after all. Once he then found out that he'd been unknowingly involved, this loser felt responsible. I bet a certain evil god carefully considered his feelings, then informed him all about it. If he hadn't been informed, he wouldn't have known about what was going on in the background either. Thus, in the end, about the only one around who could have informed him about everything would be that evil god. That evil god is seriously an evil god. How'd I know about all this, you ask? I'd rather you don't take my intelligence-gathering abilities lightly. I had clones specialized in intelligence-gathering, directly observing all over the place for a start, while the analysis squad pulled out all sorts of system-related information when hacking the system, and on top of that I also developed an evil eye of past sight, though it has limitations. This new evil I can peek into the past, and by using circumstantial evidence and whatnot, I can make successive conjectures and reach the truth. It is now possible for me to solve any unresolved incidents no matter what. I'm far beyond your typical great detective. Well, in practice, past sight is really hard to use, so I rarely use it though. If you think you're at fault, then you just need to take action in order to make up for it. He is starting to get annoying with his feebleness, so I'll conclude things by saying that. That is true. I shall do that. Yep. Yes, you shall. Later I have a big project waiting for you after all. The incident caused by the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King are proceeding down the current route due to Serial S actions. Now then, in response to the incident that I am about to cause, what route will the inhabitants of this world choose, I wonder? Well, whatever route they choose, the ending 1T change though. Notes, however, you're not included. This is a meme from the Bobobo manga. The first step for Dimension Magic is the specification of the target space. See Chapter 110 for the first example of space specification. Side Story 33. Brother and Sister Chapter Side Story 33. Brother and Sister Oni-sama. The voice that came at me contained so much fawning that I could practically hear a heart mark at the end. She came rushing towards me. Her whole face lit up with a smile like a flower in full bloom. She only shows this expression and voice to me. While for people in general her expression doesn't change that much, and when she responds she uses a disinterested tone with little intonation. Until a while ago, that is how she naturally behaved around me. However, there was now a big difference between the past and present, in that she now clasped a weapon in her hand and came towards me in order to kill me. Ugh, Oni-sama, Oni-sama. I stopped the consecutive attacks with my sword. Why? Just how did things end up like this? We went our separate ways in a foul mood. Our former classmates who had been pinned up in the elf village. Tagawa and Kushitani-san, the 2 who had been adventurers outside. Sensei the elf. Yuri, who had been brainwashed by Yugo and had come to attack the elf village together with the Imperial Army. And finally Katia and I. We had no idea what would happen to us from now on. Everything depended upon Wakabe-san and her side. As we were prisoners, depending on how Wakabe-san's side treated us from now on, our situation would change. If we accept at face value what was said at the discussion just earlier, it seems we want to be treated badly though. At any rate, there's basically nothing that I can do, is there? Until now, I had always tried to do my very best at the things I could do. However, the result of that is all this. I wasn't able to stop Yugo and let him die. I had intended to protect the elf village, but the elves were annihilated and Wakabe-san's side have gained the power of life and death over the reincarnators. In my own way, I tried to do my best. Yet, the result was the worst. No, since I now know about the contents of Taboo, I understand that the end result was not the worst. Because the elves who I had tried to protect were in fact the source of all the evil acts that were leading the world to its ruin. However, just because I understand that, so what? In the end, that hasn't changed the fact that there's nothing I can do. Inside the huge storm that is reshaping the world, wasn't I basically like a leaf being pathetically blown around in my ignorance? It's so absurd that I can't laugh. Perhaps at some point I might have gotten conceited. No, not might have. I have gotten conceited. After becoming the hero, I'd been convinced that only I could stop Yugo. I had firmly believed that with my strength that I would surely be able to do something. Like Julius Aisama had done, I had been convinced that I could become a person who could influence the world. Despite the fact that Julius Aisama had been carrying out his duties as the hero since he was a child, it's precisely because he had been active for so long that he became a great man who could influence the world, simply by having inherited the Hero-S title. I had felt that I was standing in the same ring as Julius and Aisama. That arrogant thinking was just earlier completely beaten down. Sophia made me realize just how insignificant my existence was, to the extent that I felt is that all I am. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't respond to anything. No, nothing. I've simply been toyed with by those who are truly moving the world, and used more like ignored. Potamus might have tried to make use of me, but Wakabasan-S side didn't take the slightest bit of notice of me. They only looked at me like I was a mob character, as if it made no difference whether I was there or not. The ones who are moving the world are Wakabasan-S side, not me. That by itself might be fine. From the start, it's not like I had these grand ideas about what to do with the world. I only had the vague thought of being a helpful person like Julius and Aisama in the future. Then Julius and Aisama died. I became the hero, and everything started to go wrong. From that point, I thought that I simply had to do something about Yugo, and Reckless rushed in. But this time it might be better if I stand still for a while and carefully think about what I want to do from now on. About what I can do and what I can't do. There is so much that I can't do. However, if I properly accept that, then maybe I can just try to figure out what I could do bit by bit. I don't even know what it is that I can do, though. Even so, I got to do whatever it is that I can do. I don't want there to be any more victims like Julius and Aisama at least. Kadia, HM, I want to talk for a bit. Is that okay? Of course. I decided that Kadia and I should discuss what we're going to do from now on. We returned to the room where I had been sleeping earlier and then sat down. Are Anna and Hirin-san okay? What I asked about first was about my two companions who I hadn't seen any sign of since I woke up. Particularly Anna, since she had lost her life once during the battle. Due to my kindness skill, she should have just barely survived, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I had successfully resurrected her, but I don't know what happened afterwards since I lost consciousness as a result of gaining taboo. They should both be okay. I was told they had been isolated in a separate place. We're linked to Hirin-san with telepathy, so if you're concerned, you could just confirm that later. I see. Hirin-san has the telepathy skill, so even if we're separated a short distance away, it's still possible to keep in contact, huh? In that case, does that mean Hirin-san is also aware of the situation here? Yeah, I've reported all the details of the situation that I could. Although they're also presently being confined, they're properly being provided with food and so on, so they're not in discomfort, apparently. Anna has also woken up and is healthy. He said, that's great. If there is one other person who I'm concerned about. Kadia, have you heard anything about Sue? My little sister, Sue, was brainwashed by Yugo and taken away. The last time I saw Sue was when she had murdered our father after being brainwashed by Yugo. I heard afterwards that she'd been taken by Yugo to the Empire, but I don't know anything following that. I didn't see Sue during the battle either. I don't know what happened to her. I've heard nothing. I see. However, since Yugo has died, that should mean that Sue's brainwashing has also been removed, right? That should be the case. Can she return to normal, I wonder? My voice was filled with anxiety, since I didn't know myself. While she was brainwashed by Yugo, Sue had murdered her own father. No matter that she brainwashed, it's still the case that she killed her own father by her own actions. Even when the brainwashing has been removed, the memories do not vanish. For that reason, Yuri has apparently become emotionally unstable, having been similarly brainwashed. I heard that at the moment when the brainwashing had been removed, she seemed likely to commit suicide then and there. She has apparently been forcibly put to sleep for now to stop that, but afterwards she'll definitely need some kind of mental care. If she is in a similar situation to Yuri, then Sue is also in danger. Besides, even if she can overcome that, I don't know if we can return to our previous relationship. No matter that she was brainwashed, far too much has happened. I don't believe that it'll be possible for us to completely return to our previous relationship of brother and sister. There's nothing for me to say there. That's between you and Sue Shun. What do you want to do? How will Sue respond? I think it'll depend upon that. I nodded my head to Kadia's serious reply. It might be such a time, but I feel that Kadia sure is reliable for being able to properly consider our situation and express her thoughts. Thank you. You're welcome. In response to my frank appreciation, Kadia had put on an embarrassed and trembling smile. Let us see. In my case, I hope that we can return to being close as brother and sister. That being said, I guess it will be impossible for us to completely return to how we were before. If we can at least reconcile, then that would be a good start. Ideally, I think it would be good to use this opportunity for her to take some distance from me as her brother. At any rate, I guess nobody knows what will happen unless we can actually meet. Distance from her brother. Kadia reacts to my words about Sue taking some distance. On her face is blatantly written the words "wouldn't that be impossible?" I think so too. Sue has an extreme brother complex. She doesn't look at me as her brother, but as someone of the opposite sex. In that regard, I can only see Sue as my sister, as being my family. Responding to Sue's feelings is not something that I can do. However, if she is unable to take some distance from me as her brother, then I don't think that anything can be done about that. It's no lie that I wish for her to take some distance from me as her brother. However, I'd rather us return to our old relationship than for us to break apart on bad terms due to this incident. While I can't see her as a member of the opposite sex, I love her as my sister and a precious member of my family after all. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When I replied, the one who opened the door and walked in was Wakabe-san. Do you want to meet your sister? Then she asked me that with incredible timing. I can meet her? Indeed. Of course I want to meet her. Please let me. In response to my spirited request, Wakabe-san held out a hand. There was no explanation. But what will happen if I take her hand? I took her hand even though I was confused. The next moment, the scenery had changed. Where am I? Oni-sama. When I spoke my question, what arrived first was not Wakabe-san's response, but Sue's voice. When I turned around, Sue was there. There was nothing in her attitude, showing something like fear or feeling awkward and wanting to avoid me. She runs towards me with a smile on her face. Oni-sama. While calling out to me in a fawning voice, she readied a weapon. Huh? A stupid, sounding response leaked out from my mouth. I was able to react properly thanks to my daily training. As Sue aimed her sword at my heart and swung down without hesitation, at once I drew the sword at my hip and responded. Sue, are you still brainwashed? No, I'm completely sane. Sue doesn't stop her attacks. While defending against that, I reached the pinnacle of confusion. She is saying that she is sane, but I don't think anybody who would consider her sane. Sue, stop that. I have realized it. That this is the only way for me to obtain Oni-sama. Sue's strikes are all focused on my vital points. There is no leniency in her attacks. She is seriously trying to kill me. By using this conquest skill, I will be able to obtain everything of Oni-sama. Even Oni-sama's heart and soul. Of course, I will preserve your body once it's empty. My spine froze. I can't comprehend Sue's words. I don't want to comprehend them. I can feel a madness that I've never felt before from Sue. Either way, it's clear that Yugo's brainwashing has had a negative influence upon her. At any rate, I'm uneasy about this conquest skill. When I use appraisal on Sue, I see that she now has the greed skill. That is one of the 7 deadly sin skills that Yugo had possessed. Sue, where did you get that? I had already satisfied the conditions before I had been brainwashed by him. But because he owned it, I couldn't tee my hands on it. Once he died, not only did I become free, I was able to get my hands upon greed. Sue doesn't stop her attacks while she talks. While also talking, I check the effects of the conquest skill that Sue has. Conquest, when greed is active, absorbs everything from the target's soul. So, what does this mean exactly? Greed has the effect of being able to take over the skills and status of a defeated opponent. Does this conquest skill supplement that, making it possible to take everything from the opponent? However, if that is possible, then I don't understand the reason why Yugo didn't use it. Ah, it's the ruler authority, huh? One of the pieces of information I had gained from Taboo was regarding ruler authority. It grants the authority to interfere with the system and is only accessible from those who own the 7 deadly sins skills or the 7 virtue skills. It shouldn't be possible to activate the related skill unless the ruler authority has been established. Even though Yugo had a ruler skill, since he hadn't established his ruler authority, he couldn't use conquest. In that case, does this mean that Su has been able to establish her ruler authority? No. Su isn't at level 10 in the Taboo skill. It shouldn't be possible for her to establish her ruler authority. In which case, she can't use conquest. Sui, it's meaningless to do this. Oni-sama, this is the only way left for me. It's no good. She won't listen to me at all. What should I do? Get away from Shun. Fire rushes towards Su. At the other end of that fire is Kadia. Kadia, come get me, Su. And so, Su shifts her target from me to Kadia and attacks. Why did all this happen? What should I do? Chapter 321. A scene of carnage. Yikes. Back out, back out. So this is what they call a scene of carnage, huh? What is unfolding in front of my eyes is a women's battle. Imuto-chan and Oashima-kun are carrying out a full-on battle over a single man. The look in their eyes is freaky. That look is the intent to kill. You've done it. Yamada-kun, you sure are popular. This is what S meant by to be flanked by 2 beautiful women. In addition, they both look like poisonous flowers. On one hand is a crazy psycho Yandere Brokan Imuto. On the other hand is the cool and calculating gender-swap girl who knows everything about being a man. Whoever you choose, it seems problematic. Whoever you choose seems likely to dominate you too. Do your best, Yamada-kun. I'll cheer for you. I want to do anything tangible, though. Or rather, before all that, what should I do about this feud? Do your best, Yamada-kun. I'll cheer for you. I want to do anything tangible, though. Hey, it's not my fault, you know. The cause of all this is Imuto-chan anyway. I think it's appropriate for her elder brother Yamada-kun to resolve this. So, I shall leave everything to him. I've always had one of my clones with Imuto-chan, but then she started talking endlessly to it like she was invoking some kind of curse. I figured that since she had cooperated so far that I might as well grant her that wish. With a ghastly appearance on the edge of insanity, she had grabbed my clone and continuously spoke to it, okay? So scary. Even if this is just via one of my clones, it felt like a never-ending horrific whisper. I might have nerves of steel, but there is still a limit to things. Basically, that's why I decided to grant that broken Imuto-chan's wish. Well, just letting them meet is fine, I guess. There'd been a time when I had actually thought that. Indeed, it's true that Imuto-chan was currently acting a bit unusually. So let me make the excuse that I never would have expected her to try killing him the moment she met him. After all, normally it'd be unthinkable for the Oni-sama supremacist Imuto-chan to actually try to kill her Oni-sama, right? At least it was incomprehensible for me with my sensitivity of a rather normal person. What do you mean you're not normal? That's not the case at all. Or rather, if you're going to object to something, surely it should be you're not a person. While escaping from reality like that, I watch over the battle becoming more heated up. Imuto-chan's ice magic and Oashima-kun's fire magic are clashing and canceling each other out. Both of you, stop this. When there's a pause, Yamada-kun tries to intercede, but even that seems to fan the flames of war. Was it a mistake to bring Oashima-kun, I guess? Well, you know, I had thought that Oashima-kun might be able to stop the rampaging Imuto-chan. Okay, when I saw Imuto-chan rush in to attack Yamada-kun, I decided to also hurriedly bring over Oashima-kun. I never expected that would actually make things more chaotic. Why is this happening? It's weird, right? Is it okay for me to leave already? You know, I'll leave the rest to you youngsters and all. No good? I wonder why it's come to this. When I thought I could clear up the problem with the troublesome Imuto-chan, it mysteriously became an even more troublesome situation. Damn it. Yamada-kun, since you're her elder brother, I wish you had kept a firm rein on such a dangerous Imudo-chan. Just who is the person who first brought in this powder-keg Imudo-chan and created the current situation? Me? No, no. That is what is called a false accusation. You see, that is something Natsum-kun did and has nothing to do with me. I was the one controlling Natsum-kun, you say? La la la. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Fine then. From a practical point of view, Imudo-chan becoming so fired up was caused by me. Well, once she shot her own father through the head, she likely thought that there was no going back for herself now. Her Oni Aisama didn't have romantic feelings for her in the first place. Since she committed that act right in front of her Oni Aisama, her hopes would have become incredibly slim. While already on the path to betraying the kingdom, she was plagued with feelings of guilt. So, I had Natsum-kun brainwash her, creating an established fact where she was brainwashed so that it couldn't be helped what she did, though. It seems like it was pretty meaningless to try that excuse, huh? I guess she felt completely trapped and overenthusiastically took action, huh? This is why it's hard for me to make use of others. In my case, I only take efficiency into account and whether they live or die. For my plans, I don't take into consideration what others might feel or think about it. I can't take such things into account. I don't understand such things anyway, so I just ignore them, even if something inconvenient occurs because of that. So long as it doesn't become an obstacle to my plans, then I don't care. At least, that is what I had thought. The time when Sensei collapsed with a pallid expression. The Demon King's expression at the time, when she found out that Serial's interference was behind the bombing incident caused by the hero from 2 generations ago and the previous generation Demon King. I can't help recalling their expressions in the back of my mind. There is no way that I had taken action because I had wanted to cause such expressions. Sigh. Even if I'm told about friends and such at such a late stage, just what do you expect someone like me to actually do? I don't know. I don't get such things. Besides, the project is reaching the finale. It's far too late to rely on such things as the power of friends anyway. For now, I guess I'll do something about this mess. Yamada-kun has been getting the short end of the stick anyway. I'll stick my nose in, though I doubt whether I'll be able to sort things out peacefully, though. But it's surely better than doing nothing. Listen to me. However, before I do anything, the situation changes. A moment before Imudo-chan S and Owashima-kun S blades meet, Yamada-kun physically inserts himself between them, stopping them both, by catching their blades in his body. Eek! Imudo-chan and Owashima-kun gasp. Imudo-chan's sword has pierced Yamada-kun's stomach, and Owashima-kun's sword is cut into the shoulder and is buried up to the collarbone. On top of that, Yamada-kun grasps both of them in his arms, stopping them from moving. Please, I beg you, listen to me. I don't want to lose anyone else. So, I stopped myself before I could move. Listening to Yamada-kun's heartbroken voice. I have no right to approach him because I have stolen many things from him. Notes. A scene of carnage. The word used for this can sometimes be used a bit like cat fight, i.e. women fighting over a man, and also crunch time, typically for an author trying to meet a deadline. Flanked by 2 beautiful women. This is from the phrase which literally means a flower in each hand, but is often used to mean flanked by 2 beautiful women, or having a pretty girl on each arm, though can also mean 2 blessings at once. With my sensitivity of a rather normal person. Essentially, the joke here is that Shiro is neither normal nor a person, human, and she is saying that calling her out on being not a person makes more sense than calling her out on being not normal. Why is this happening? It's weird, right? Think of Shiro saying this in a spaced-out tone. I'll leave the rest to you youngsters. The cliché place to use this phrase would be at an omiai, arranged meeting with strong possibility of marriage, when the adults leave to give the possible couple some space. Chapter 322. The boy who should have been a minor character, my overall impression of Yamada-kun, is that he is ordinary, both in Wakaba Iroh's memories and my memories from the current world. In Wakaba Iroh's memories of Yamada-kun, he was a plain boy that you could find anywhere. Grades average. Reflexes moderate. Appearance ordinary. A schoolboy without a single conspicuous factor, the very definition of ordinary. If he appeared in a story set in modern times, he would be a mob character who wouldn't stand out from the background. That is Yamada Kun. Well then, just where did Yamada Kun, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, end up in this life? He is like a protagonist amongst protagonists. The prince of a major country. The biological younger brother of the hero. Born with cheat-level abilities, yet he still steadily put in effort without conceit. If the opportunity had arisen, even without his hero title, he would have become a considerably influential person amongst the humans of this world. Also, after taking over from his dead brother, he had the determination to stand up for the sake of the world as the hero. It makes me want to sarcastically remark just how protagonist-like this all is. However, Yamada Kun's essence hasn't changed. For better or worse, Yamada Kun is ordinary. Under normal circumstances, he is not the sort of person who try to take the lead role in the middle of this huge stage. It would suit him to live outside of the stage, living a quiet and calm life. Without being the prince of a big country, without being the younger brother of the hero, without his cheats. If he had simply been born ordinary in this world, then most likely Yamada Kun would stay a commoner and live his life without incidents or poking his head into trouble, I'm sure. The reason why Yamada Kun became like a protagonist was because of the situation he was in. He was the prince of a major country. If it had just been that, then it might have been fine. However, Yamada Kun was in a very delicate position. He was the child of a concubine with low standing. However, his elder brother was the hero. In addition, the queen's son was not good enough. Finally, Yamada Kun himself was a reincarnator. A genius is considered to be someone who demonstrates their greatness from a young age. What unfolded from there was basically something that frequently happens in storytelling. With him being so capable, that is probably why a faction appeared that wanted to push aside the first prince who was the son of the queen and raise up Yamada Kun to be the next king. Because the queen feared such a possibility, Yamada Kun didn't receive proper education. However, the half-elf and muscle woman who were his attendants took charge of his education instead. On top of that, because Yamada Kun was also a reincarnator, he could grasp his position as a prince. So he was fortunate to be able to conduct himself appropriately by learning from the example of others. Completely betraying the queen's expectations, Yamada Kun continued to be renowned as a child prodigy. On top of that, not allowing him to receive education backfired upon her. Instead, he was regarded as a child prodigy who exceeded the average despite not receiving a proper education. It wasn't something that he himself realized, but to others it would likely have been an awkward situation. Having the powerful support of his elder brother, the hero, he was called a genius. It was rather inevitable that the first prince got flustered. After all, even though Yamada Kun himself didn't want it, it had become a situation where those around him were supporting him in that way. If Yamada Kun himself had been allowed to be educated properly, he wouldn't have suffered the agonies that he did, though. Indeed, Yamada Kun didn't realize the situation that he had ended up in. If he'd been a true genius, then he would likely have noticed that fact and taken some kind of appropriate measures. He should have had some suspicions about why he wasn't able to receive proper education for a start, and also shouldn't have been unaware of the restless state of the royal family. Because he was unaware, Yamada Kun is therefore ordinary. A mere high schooler wouldn't normally be able to understand the common sense and political circumstances of another world. Yamada Kun was treated as a genius because of what he had learnt in his previous life, which he then made use of since the time he was a young child to learn even more. It's not the case that he was a genius. It was simply that he had developed early. In addition to Yamada Kun's misfortune, a true genius was close by his side. In other words, Imuto-chan, like a cloth absorbing water. Imuto-chan immediately learnt everything she was taught. As a reincarnator who had built up various things since his previous life, Yamada Kun was provoked into feeling that he mustn't lose to her. Yamada Kun, who had simply developed early, began to put in hard work. To those around him, he was a complete genius who worked hard. And then, While still being in the same situation where he couldn't receive proper education, he unstintingly piled up the efforts that he could, and he entered the academy while having made certain unusual connections with others. The Duke's daughter, Owashima-kun, the candidate for the next saint of the Divine Word religion, Hasabi-san, Sensei the Elf. He also had a rival in Natsum-kun, who was next in line to become the Sword Emperor of the Empire. And not only that, but Yamada-kun was ahead of him. He was at the center of such an outstanding group of people. Everyone paid attention to Yamada-kun, even in such a situation. For Yamada-kun himself, that was simply the normal state of affairs. I think it's likely that Yamada-kun considered himself to be ordinary, and that an ordinary person like him wouldn't become the king. For a mob character like him, being able to offer some small support to his brother the hero would have been good enough. Even that might have felt excessive to him. Such a Yamada-kun became the hero due to some kind of fate, and because he had this weird skill called the divine protection of heaven, it put me on the alert, and he got thrown into the abyss. If he hadn't been born as the prince of the kingdom, if he hadn't been a reincarnator, if he didn't have a genius sister, if he hadn't been the younger brother of the hero, if he hadn't become the hero, or if he hadn't possessed the divine protection of heaven, if any one of those had been missing, then Yamada-kun wouldn't have become a protagonist, and he wouldn't have suffered so much either. However, there's just one aspect to Yamada-kun that isn't ordinary. That is his sense of responsibility. He didn't want to shame himself as the prince of the kingdom, as the hero's younger brother, or as the elder brother of a younger sister. The reason why the ordinary Yamada-kun earnestly worked so hard until now is because of that sense of responsibility, so that he wouldn't be ashamed of his own position in life, which is why, after becoming the hero, he probably felt that he must take action befitting the hero so as to not feel ashamed, which is why right now, Yamada-kun is fulfilling his responsibility as the elder brother. Sue, I cannot allow myself to be killed by you, because I can't believe that would actually help you. While staring firmly into Imudo-chan's eyes, Yamada-kun speaks to her. Imudo-chan has frozen, such that she is unable to even avert her eyes. Sue, I cannot respond to your feelings. However, I will always be able to be at your side, as your brother. Is that so bad? That was a pretty decent way to turn her down flatly. Oni-sama, The past cannot be changed. However, we are alive in the present, and we are able to think about the future. Therefore, could you please consider a future of living together with me? In a complete reversal from turning her down just now. Doesn't that now sound rather like a confession? Isn't Imudo-chan going to misunderstand due to the way you phrase that? Jis. Yep. Going by her beet red face, that finished off Imudo-chan. And Owashima-kun has an incredibly hard to describe expression on her face. Like this, I feel that the scene of carnage has simply been postponed, but well, whatever. Notes in Japanese. Telling someone of the opposite sex that you want to be with them for the rest of your lives can be taken as an indirect marriage proposal. Chapter 323. The hero and the Pope. Now that Imudo-chan's rampage has been amicably settled, it's about time that Yamada-kun gets some medical treatment before it becomes too late, right? He has created a pool of blood on the floor already. Yamada-kun's knee gives out, and he drops down. It seems like he can't stand up anymore due to excessive bleeding. Even worse, because he lost his balance while Imudo-chan's sword was still stuck into his stomach, his wounds got worse due to his flesh being gouged. It seems that Owashima-kun's sword has slipped out after being buried into his shoulder, but that also likewise cut his shoulder apart. No matter that being the hero raised his status values, he will still take damage when injured, and that can lead to death. If Yamada-kun dies here, then would this be the bad end of the Imudo-chan route? Or perhaps the Owashima-kun route? The scene of carnage, and due to timing perhaps? Oni-sama. Shun. Having fallen to his knees and looking like he was about to collapse onto the ground, Yamada-kun was caught by Imudo-chan. Owashima-kun, who had just now discarded the sword she used to slash at Yamada-kun, began to formulate treatment magic in a rush. However, in order to cure Yamada-kun's injury, ISNT that going to be a bit lacking? With just Owashimakoin's magic alone, it should be more or less possible to heal him enough such that he won't die, but his wounds will likely remain. Treatment magic ISNT omnipotent. With the magic above it, miracle magic. It would be possible to heal almost all injuries except death, though. It can't be helped. If Yamada-kun was left with a permanent scar because of this, then that would surely leave me with a bad aftertaste. So I guess I'll assist. Shiro-sama, please leave this to me. Just as I was thinking that, a voice stopped me. On looking over my shoulder, there was the Pope surrounded by several women who had all just entered the room. He showed up. Who are you? Owashima-kun goes on guard against the group that suddenly appeared. Well, it's really us who showed up here suddenly by using teleportation. After all, this is the main temple of the divine word religion in the holy country of Alias, you know. It wasn't the empire that had been safeguarding Imudo-chan, but this place. In fact, Yamada-kun's homeland is right next door. Imudo-chan was just a stone's throw away. Pleased to meet you. I am the 57th Pope of the Divine Word Religion, Dustin the 61st. I am pleased to make your acquaintances. The Pope of the Divine World Religion. Perhaps Owashima-kun was surprised that he was such an important person, or perhaps she was surprised that such a person would show themselves. But either way, she is incredibly surprised. However, her surprise only lasts a moment, and she continues with Yamada-kun's treatment while being on guard against the Pope. Considering that she glanced at the sword she'd just thrown away, she is really being on guard here. Well, speaking of the Divine Word Religion, they're the group that had announced that Natsum-kun was the hero and caused Yamada-kun to be trapped after all. As far as Sensei had been aware, the mastermind who was manipulating Natsum-kun from behind the scenes was the Divine Word Religion, with the administrators being behind them. In a certain sense, ISNT that actually correct? It's basically due to me for a start, and the Divine Word Religion was cooperating with me anyway. Please be at ease. We shall only assist with the treatment. Now that the elves have been destroyed, there is no longer any reason for conflict between us. The Pope has an amiable and gentle smile. He simply looks like a good-natured old man. Also, he has a very calm and gentlemanly manner. He is emanating an aura that seems to unconditionally reassure people. It's not like there is an actual skill in the system for that. And then deploy treatment magic. Yamada-kun's shoulder injury is completely cured before Imudo-chan or Owashima-kun can even raise an objection. Their skill formulation and coordination is rather quick. Each of them individually are significantly inferior to Owashima-kun in power. But by cooperating together to formulate a single skill, they can raise the effectiveness of the skill significantly. I guess these women are candidates for the next saint. Hisabi-san had been gaining prominence as the leading candidate, but there is no way that the Pope would skimp on training others. I shall pull out the sword. I'll do that. When one of the saint candidates reaches out her hand towards the sword that was still stuck into Yamada-kun's stomach, she was interrupted by Owashima-kun. Shun, endure it for a bit, okay? As Owashima-kun extracts the sword, Yamada-kun groans in pain. Then, treatment magic is immediately applied. While watching over the treatment being applied, so that Yamada-kun won't have any scars left, I stealthily support Owashima-kun's technique. There, that LL do. Once the treatment is mostly completed, the saint candidates promptly separate from Yamada-kun and return to waiting behind the Pope. First of all, thank you for your assistance with his treatment. Think nothing of it. Thanks are not necessary. After all, only doing this much will not bring our atonement. Although she seemed reluctant, Owashima-kun still gave thanks. Yet the Pope's reply seemed apologetic from the bottom of his heart. Is he really apologetic, I wonder? Even I don't know the Pope's heart. In the first place, I'm not really sure about the reason why he decided to show up himself at this time. There was no need for the Pope himself to show himself. If he hadn't shown himself here, the Divine Word Religion could likely have protected its image by indicating that the upper echelon was still brainwashed by Natsum-kun. That would still require a number of executives in the Divine Word Religion to be dismissed, though, But compared to allowing the prestige of the divine word religion to crash into the ground, that would be a small price to pay. Either way, their reputation will take a hit, but if they pushed all the blame onto Natsamkuin, then it would still be possible for them to recover. Despite that, since the Pope, as the person at the top of the divine word religion, has made an appearance, then that is no longer possible. By showing up in the same place as me, when I'm known as the true mastermind behind Natsamkuin, that alone is enough for people who can figure out such things. Namely, that the divine word religion was not in fact being manipulated by Natsamkuin, but rather that they were cooperating with me of their own free will. As proof of that, Owashimakun is shifting her gaze between me and the Pope, and has narrowed her eyes with a grim expression. That S.A. face showing that various things have been figured out. That S.Y. had intended to immediately return to the elf village once a Mudo-chan-s rampage had been resolved. So why are you showing up so nonchalantly now, eh? This is to take responsibility, as if he was reading my thoughts. The Pope spills out that comment. It means that the divine word religion is already finished, followed by making a shocking declaration. Notes, bad end. This is specifically gaming slang in the Raw, referring to something commonly seen in visual novels when the player has made the wrong choices and has failed. Route is also gaming slang, in this case referring to the main heroine, capture target, of a particular story route within the game, e.g. from dating sim type games. In other words, Shiro is jokingly treating Shun as a harem protagonist in a game where both Sue and Katia are capture targets. Chapter 324. If you say that you'll win anyway, then you mustn't cheat. What do you mean the divine word religion is finished? The one who spoke was Owashimakun, but Yamada-kun. While being supported by a Mudo-chan, he got unsteadily to his feet. The treatment magic has healed his wounds for a start, and because of my secret assistance, his lost blood has been replenished as well. However, even though what was lost for a moment has been replenished, it will take some time for that to spread throughout his entire body. Yamada-kun should be suffering from something similar to anemia right now. But I guess this is what is called standing on your feet by sheer willpower. In the literal meaning, this marks the end of the divine word religion's long-lasting era. The Pope smiles cheerfully. He is not putting a brave face on it. HM, really, what is this guy thinking? This place is inappropriate. Let us move to somewhere else to talk. Or perhaps you need to rest a little. I'm sure some time will be needed to prepare a place anyway. Mifine. Let us talk. In response to the Pope's concern, Yamada-kun immediately shakes his head. In that case, please follow me. What will you do, Shiro-sama? What to do, oh? It's not like I'm uninterested in knowing what the Pope is up to, but would it be kind of wrong for me to accompany them? As such, I shake my head in refusal. After a pause, I immediately use teleport to leave the place. As if I might have teleported away from that place. But the clone attached to a Mudo-chan is still there. Like this, I shall overhear every little detail about what the Pope is scheming. Gehehe. Or at least that is what I plan to do. While sticking to Yamada-kun as they walked, Imudo-chan seemed to realize something and put her hand into her clothes. Then she grabbed something and pulled out her hand. Yep, that something is my clone. Humph. Gaia. Squished. It was crushed. My pretty little clone? What the heck? Damn. Sigh. Well, I guess it can't be helped. The moment that Imudo-chan crushed my clone, it's like her face was saying, maybe I should reveal my grudges, huh? I did make Imudo-chan do various things after all. It's no biggie if she holds a grudge. I'm not going to complain over just one little clone being crushed. I'll overlook you crushing one clone. In addition, I add Imudo-chan's soul to the list of those to be protected when the system is destroyed. As recompense for her work thus far, I guess I'll not get involved with Imudo-chan again. The original recompense that I offered was to not kill her brother, Yamada-kun. But I had ever intended to kill him in the first place anyway. Work does deserve appropriate compensation and all. Well, it does come attached with the condition that she become hostile to me, though. I quit. Even aside from the clone that was attached to Imudo-chan, I have clones that are monitoring the Pope and others. So, if I decided to peek, then it would be easy to do so. But I'll quit. I bet that the Pope is also taking into account that I'll peak, so I'll avoid exposing myself. In all probability, the Pope is exploring possible methods to oppose me based on his predictions of what will happen next. Not for nothing has he been opposing Potamus for so long despite being a normal human. I doubt that he has figured out everything that I'm trying to do, but he is likely preparing for any contingency. It's highly likely that coming into contact with Yamada-kun is part of that larger plan. In which case, wouldn't it be better to peek as much as possible? I think so. I'm like the Pope in that I'm the type to predict all sorts of scenarios and make flawless preparations before starting the fight. Therefore, if trouble is going to sprout, the correct thing to do is to nip it in the bud ahead of time. With Potamus now dead, the Pope is one of the few people who can oppose me. There is no harm in being vigilant. I mean, since the Pope has the Temperance ruler skill, eliminating him under the cover of darkness would be the quickest solution now that the cooperative relationship formed between us until the elves were beaten is over. But hey, wouldn't that simply be a one-sided game? Eliminating the Pope right now is the most efficient solution. That is for certain. But that option is bad. What is bad, you ask? Wouldn't the results of such a choice be uninteresting? Not to me. To the spectator. Exactly. For the story, that certain terrible spectator who is capable of overturning the very foundations of it would likely be bored if the ending was given away already by going with that option. Well, that is basically why I can't take that option, even though it would be nicely efficient for me. Sigh. That evil god really is a good-for-nothing. She definitely doesn't want me to have it easy. Yeah, I know. It's unlikely to be smooth sailing from here on. That is why I've even made careful preparations for some detours. It's okay. It should go well. I'll believe in my own power. Rightio. In that case, I'm canceling peeping on the Pope. Let us do something else. That being said, there is not much I could do right now, I guess. Since Yamada-kun and Co. are gone, resuming the debriefing session with the Reincarnator's Wunti work. Mera and Co. are working hard on the post-war efforts anyway. Even if I use my main body to assist with hacking the system, my clones are always working on it anyway. The hacking of the system is going well. Under my original expectations, I had thought I'd need Imudo-chan to take Chastity, but with the hacking having progressed this far, that wasn't even necessary. It was a bit heavy-handed, but I was able to interfere with the ruler authority and gain control over it. So the unoccupied ruler authority for Chastity fell into my hands, and I was able to grab Diligence that was held by Potamus immediately following his death. By gaining her consent, I was able to receive both gluttony and humility from the Demon King. The only one remaining is the Pope's Temperance. The remaining one is the problem, though. I'm more or less able to continue making progress by being heavy-handed, but the efficiency is bad. Well, either way, I guess it's at the point where I just need to persist with it a bit more. Since the system hacking is currently going well, if there is a problem to speak of, then it would be Sensei, I guess. The other Resenanters are still able to recover, since they were simply confined in the elf village. Their minds and bodies are perfectly healthy. However, even though Sensei's body is healthy, her mind is not. I guess I'll go see how she is doing. Notes: if you say that you'll win anyway, then you mustn't cheat. The more literal translation of the title is if you declare that you'll capture on your first attempt, then you can't look at strategy guides. A sort of gamer's equivalent of you can't have your cake and eat it. Chapter 325. It's not Sensei's fault. On returning to the room in the elf village, there was Sensei sitting on top of the bed, grasping her knees. It's dusk, since elves age slowly, looking at Sensei, sitting while grasping her knees like that. Not so much a friendly conversation, as it feels like Felmina-chan is firing a barrage of questions as Kushitani-san. As I teleport directly into the room amongst these three very different people, all their gazes shift to me. Wakaba-san. Sensei sluggishly raises her head and mutters that. How are you feeling? I decided to start off by asking a harmless and inoffensive question. On doing so, Felmina-chan stared at me with wide-open eyes. What else with that face? I will talk when it's time to talk. It's just that normally I'm not serious as all. Once I get serious, then even I can do it. My body is fine. Thanks for worrying about me. Her body is, In other words, emotionally she still has a long way to go. Please do not force yourself. After all, there is no longer any need for you to take risks, Sensei. In order to console her, I speak to her as gently as possible. Felmina-chan is making a face like she s about to froth at the mouth and collapse. What s with that face? Even I have a fragment of kindness within me, you know. Or rather, I'm actually super kind, okay? It's just that everyone is strange for not realizing that, you know. Thank you very much. Even though Sensei is thanking me, she doesn't recover her spirits. It seems like my words weren't enough to clear her mood. Even so, the only thing I can do here is to carry on talking. Sensei, there is no need for you to worry about it. You took action based on what you thought was good. It was Potamus who was at fault for trying to make use of your good intentions. In practice, Sensei has not committed anything wrong. There's a stock phrase that swindlers used to say that those who are deceived are at fault, but it's obvious that those who deceive are at fault. Sensei simply did everything that she could possibly do. That surely saved the reincarnators for a start, and everyone is safe since Potamus' S-plot was crushed before it could be implemented. So it turned out all right in the end. However, that doesn't change the fact that I was an accomplice to Potamus. Despite all that, Sensei continues to worry about it. HRM. Sensei's sense of responsibility is too strong. By nature, she burdens herself with responsibilities that she doesn't need to carry, and so she suffers because of it. Just because she is their sensei, it makes me think that she should live a more easygoing life. But well, that's exactly what is good about Sensei, though. That is clearly your wrong impression. Sensei, you are simply being deceived. You have not done anything wrong at all. Besides, I'd rather not say this, but whether you were there or not, so long as Potamus was around, he would have done something bad sooner or later. Regardless of your actions, that man needed to be dealt with because he was going to take hold of the total energy of the world someday. It was simply your misfortune to be born at that man's side. It is Potamus who is to blame. In general, things are his fault. This is the truth. In other words, it was a mistake that I was even born then, huh? Gah. How did you get to that conclusion? That's wrong. I've said it over and over, but you're not at fault, Sensei. I immediately denied it, but Sensei stayed downcast. Aha. What should I do? I shift my gaze to Felmina-chan and Kushitani-san as a request for help. Felmina-chan gently averted her gaze. Kushitani-san breathed a small sigh and shrugged her shoulders. Damn, they're of no use. Don't look at me like that, please. It's not like I am aware of all of the details for a start, and we were also the last ones to come to this elf village. Since both my circumstances and viewpoint is different to everyone else's, there's nothing that I can say. Kushitani-san starts giving excuses. Well, compared to the reincarnators who spent their entire lives confined to the elf village from when they were small, their viewpoint is indeed different. So she wouldn't be able to give an objective opinion. Well, going by what I've heard, I also think that Sensei is not at fault, though. Isn't this simply a matter of Sensei's own feelings? What I think is that Sensei herself has to think through and sort out her own feelings about herself. Are we really the same age? Well, actually, if our past lives are included, then she's older than me, I guess. There I go escaping from reality again. But in truth, Kushitani-san is mature compared to the other reincarnators. When Sensei collapsed earlier, she was the first one to move as well. Since Kushitani-san has been around the world as an adventurer, she has proportionally wide experiences. So, I guess mentally she has grown up? Well, compared to the reincarnators who've been spending time in this stagnant elf village, she has been through quite a lot. So there you have it, Sensei. I'll stay at your side until you're able to sort out your feelings and recover. So I think it's fine to slowly ponder things. Kushitani-san, aren't you saying that because you want to take things slowly yourself? Oh my, did you see through me perhaps? Kushitani-san smiles mischievously. Following that infectious smile, Sensei also smiled briefly. How strange. Was this supposed to be the scene where I gallantly take Sensei's troubles away? Kushitani-san has run away with it all. Huh? How strange. It's totally strange. So as to ask just what is going on here, I turn my gaze to Felminachon. But she stubbornly refuses to look my way. While I'm being overwhelmed with a strange sense of defeat, the others suddenly have a surprised expression. When I quickly glance at the others, Sensei and Kushiteni-san and also Felminachan are all gazing at nothing and have an attitude like they are listening carefully. Then, their expressions change from being surprised to being grim. Their gazes shift to me. So it has come, huh? I send an order to the clones hacking the system. Try looking at the personal history of the Voice of Heaven. Temp. Considering the reaction of the three people here, I think they probably received some kind of revelation from the Voice of Heaven. Temp. And there, bingo. So what? A world quest is issued. Will you obstruct or will you support the plan of the evil god who is scheming to sacrifice humanity in order to avert the destruction of the world? Damn you, D. You sure have intervened in a big way. Notes. Sitting while grasping her knees. This is a specific pose often used to evoke sad or melancholy-type feelings, such as in this example. I will talk when it's time to talk, as a general comment on Shiro-S speech patterns lately. For most of the series, when she spoke at all, she used extremely brief sentences, often with just one or two words. In this chapter, Shiro is speaking complete and proper sentences every time. Her speech patterns are actually very close to DS, though slightly more colloquial. World Quest. The way this is written indicates that it is a gaming term. Shameless advertisement. Memes aren't something one considers when writing iSky novels, but this does put a smile on my face. Side Story 34. Turning Point Chapter Side Story 34. Turning point. As we followed the Pope of the Divine Word religion, we arrived at a reception room. In the middle was a refined table, with sofas placed spaciously around it. On sitting down in one of those sofas, he encouraged us to sit down in the sofa on the opposite side. Katia hesitated for a moment to sit down, but I sat down without concern. I felt that it was meaningless to be on guard here for a start, and to be honest, I felt so unwell that merely standing up was painful. I was sitting in the middle of the sofa, directly opposite the Pope, when Sue sat next to me while pressing her body against mine. That position just happened to block Katia, who was still standing. If Sue sits there, then Katia can't sit. I was about to suggest that she sits opposite me, but after glancing at Sue for a moment, Katia briskly walked around the sofa, taking the seat next to mine and opposite Sue. It seemed that she was sitting unnecessarily close to me, though. I felt uncomfortable at the Pope's knowing gaze. The women who had accompanied the Pope here began to make preparations. They brought out some tea with a nice scent and laid that on the table in front of us with some light snacks. Once they completed that, the women left the room. The only ones remaining were the Pope and us. Even when I tried searching, I couldn't find a presence of anyone within the room. It would be another thing if there was someone here whose concealment ability exceeded my perception ability, but at least as far as I can see, there is nobody else here. Isn't this a bit too careless? Are you sure about being here all alone? Indeed. It does not bother me at all. I cannot grasp the true meaning of the Pope's calm reply. Just what is this? When in front of this person, I just can't compose myself. It's of a different kind to when I faced Wakabasan, but I can feel something unfathomable. It feels as if I'm facing a giant ball of cotton. It seems easy enough to set it on fire, yet it wouldn't be affected in the slightest by striking it. Something so fragile, and yet it could repel anything, is the vague feeling I'm getting. That's right. How about we start with you trying appraisal on me? That should serve as proof that I'm not being brainwashed or similar. I've made it possible for you to see it now. So go ahead. It is considered rude to use appraisal on people. This tendency is particularly strong for nobles. I can agree that it is indeed impolite if having your status values read is considered to be an invasion of privacy. For someone who has become the Pope, it would surely wouldn't be a frequent occurrence to be appraised by others. Is he perhaps trying to show his good faith by that alone? Then, excuse me. For the time being, thinking that it's best to sweep away even the smallest doubt, I attempt to use appraisal on him. Human LV1 name, Dustin, status HP, 3434 green, MP, 2929 blue, SP. 2121 yellow. 1922 red. Average offensive ability. 27 details. Average defensive ability. 25 details. Average magic ability. 33 details. Average resistance ability. 34 details. Average speed ability. 23 detail skills. SP consumption down. LV 4 magic perception. LV 3 magic manipulation. LV 3 concentration. LV 10 thought super acceleration. LV 2 foresight. LV 8 high speed calculation. LV 10 memory. LV 10 cooperation. LV 2 command. LV 3 distant speech. LV 2 appraisal. LV 2 magician. LV 3 protection. LV 3 dash. LV 2 dignity. LV 4 temperance taboo. LV 10 skill points. 0 titles ruler of temperance reincarnated. 1 leader king rescuer saint. What the heck is this? The Pope's appraisal result was just too strange. Not only was his status values low, but almost all his skills are considered non-combatant ones. No, it's not like this can't be reasonable. Just because he is the head of the incredibly large organization called the Divine Word Religion, it doesn't necessarily follow that high combat ability would be a requirement to stand above others. He was chosen for his mental abilities rather than his physical abilities. I guess that is how things are with the Pope. However, that was all a trivial matter. No matter what, I couldn't overlook 2 skills, temperance and taboo. LV10. Taboo is, I muttered that without thinking, within the Divine Word Religion. The possession of taboo by itself is supposed to be considered an unpardonable sin. That is something I knew because Yuri, who was both a fellow reincarnator and a saint candidate, would go on about it with bloodshot eyes. The Divine World Religion considers people who hold the taboo skill to be absolutely unforgivable. Yet despite that, the person at the top of the Divine Word Religion not only has the taboo skill, but at maximum level? What kind of joke is this? Precisely because I know about taboo is why I cannot allow it to be spread. Surely you understand that as well? Why? Although the subject of his question was left out, the Pope seemed to be convinced that I had taboo at level 10. How does he even know that? I got taboo to level 10 when I resurrected Anna at the elf village. Not only should the Pope be unaware of that due to not being there, I never even told anyone that I had taboo in the first place, and since I was scrupulously careful, there's no way it should have leaked. Despite all that, how does the Pope know about it? Perhaps it's because I let out a garbled response in a panic, but the Pope's smile becomes deeper. Am I stupid or what? Given my behavior, ISNT that basically like I'm accepting that the Pope's words are correct. In fact, Katia and Sue are now looking at me in surprise. Don't tell me. He was tricking me into revealing the truth? Haha, please don't make such an expression. Since it would help make the discussion easier if you already knew about taboo, I simply wanted to confirm it. It's already no longer any concern of ours as to whether you possess taboo. That stage has passed by long ago. Matching the Pope's words, I cannot sense any malicious intent from the Pope towards us. But I couldn't decide whether it would be a good idea to trust him or not. Considering this tough, elderly man, I got the feeling that if that calm smile was concealing any malice, then I still wouldn't be able to spot it. Taboo is the memory of our sin. The Pope erased his smile, closed his eyes, and spoke calmly. We committed that sin in the past. Taboo is the record. Precisely because it is something that one is forced to remember is why it is taboo. We must atone for that sin. Atone. Even now, that coercion continues to emanate from taboo. Perhaps the Pope sincerely accepts that and takes action accordingly then. However, people are weak. They crush their awareness of their sins, fleeing down the easy route instead of atoning. Even if that means erasing themselves. They believe that it is easier to surrender themselves to the urge to want to erase themselves rather than enduring years of pain. Thus, I had to keep them from knowing about taboo. That might be the case. When I consider that this discomfort will continue forever, even I get depressed. Even I, as a reincarnator who has absolutely no connection to the past of this world. From the point of view of those people who have, in fact, always lived in this world, They couldn't see it as someone else's problem and might well suffer more than me. In the taboo menu, there's a record of 1's personal reincarnation history. For me, that entry is simply empty. Because my previous life was not spent on this world, it is outside of the system's purview, so it has no record of it. However, that is not the case for the people of this world. This personal reincarnation history has the complete records of that person's past lives. The records made since the system was created. How were you born within the system? From since the system was created until now, just how did you live? Everything is exposed. Atone. Together with that thought, it's fair to call it a record of sin. I can understand that people would rather crush that down rather than being forced to see such things and be continuously coerced to atone. In fact, precisely because such people exist, that is why the Pope regarded taboo as dangerous and harshly cracked down on people with the skill, in order to protect them. However, this has to be remembered sooner or later. Since the debt of our sins has not been paid off, our worn-out souls cannot even cope with the built-up interest, and we are approaching bankruptcy before our very eyes. With his eyes still closed, the Pope turned his face upwards. At that moment, a world quest is issued. Will you obstruct, or will you support the plan of the evil God who is scheming to sacrifice humanity in order to avert the destruction of the world? The familiar voice of the divine word resounded directly inside my head. At the same time, what floated up in my mind was a white figure seen from behind. What? It was so abrupt that I couldn't organize my thoughts. I immediately turned to look at Katia, and Katia also had her brows wrinkled while looking serious. Turning to my other side, Sue seemed a bit out of it, but she also seemed to grasp it. Given their reactions, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case that the divine words just now could only be heard by me. So it has begun, huh? Then, the Pope was the only one here who had maintained his composure. Wearily muttered that in a tired voice. What do you mean it has begun? The time has come to make a choice. After I asked that before I could think, the Pope calmly faced forwards and opened his eyes in response. I was overawed by the unwavering glint in the Pope's eyes. I felt that I was seeing true strength in this old man who had far lower status values than me and had almost no combat ability at all. Yet his body contained an indomitable will. We the people must make a choice. Shall we repay the great kindness that was received from the gods with ingratitude in order to survive? Or shall we repent our own sins while being destroyed? Katia and Sue, who didn't know the contents of taboo, weren't able to follow the conversation. Even so, perhaps they understood that something terrible was occurring, or perhaps they were pressured by grave spirit of the Pope, as they had become stiff with tension. I was also in a similar state. In order for people to survive, I will sacrifice the revered God of the divine word and oppose the evil God. That is why I said that the divine word religion is finished. That was an outrageous declaration, as if overturning heaven and earth. Hero Shurain, which will you choose? The people or the gods? Which of them should be allowed to survive? Chapter 326. Failing to be awarded Worst Game of the Year ARG. Damn it all. She really got me. I thought that she might do something, but she sure did interfere in a big way. Well, from Dia's point of view, I guess it wouldn't have been too interesting if things had continued as they were. So this result is within expectations. It's within expectations, but it's not like it doesn't piss me off, though. I'm gonna punch you now. I'll punch you. If someone said that to you, took a stance, and then actually hit you, well, obviously it would hurt and piss you off, wouldn't it? It would have been ideal for me to be able to take secret maneuvers behind the scenes and achieve results directly. Well, in short, it would be my win if I could smash the system before anybody could realize what I was doing. The system would have already collapsed by the time people had noticed, but well, in the aftermath, they'd be dying like crazy, though the world and the goddess would be saved instead. From the point of view of humanity, suffering enormous damage, it would be an outrageous disaster that occurred without any sort of advance warning. But for me, that would be the easiest, as there'd be no opposition. However, would D actually allow such a situation? No chance. That was a rhetorical question. Consider this as a game where the last boss performs secret maneuvers and the protagonist doesn't get any hints or realize that something is wrong, and then suddenly it becomes game over. That would be a shitty game. At least give a hint that's somewhere unknown. If a scenario is created with a time limit but no hint of that, and that if you go adventuring in an unrelated area you'll quickly reach game over, then that wouldn't be viable as a game. However, from the point of view of the last boss, doing things that way would obviously be easier. Why the heck should you go out of your way to give hints to a potential antagonist? It's obviously better to keep quiet and perform those secret maneuvers. I think games overly disadvantage the villain. In addition, even if this world has status values and other game-like elements, it's still reality. So, there is no need to actually treat it like a game, right? Secret maneuvers. Mahaha. By the time it's noticed, it's already too late. Well, that's what ID wanted to do at least. This world is no game. However, for gods it is basically a game board, in terms of being a nuisance to others. As such, the conditions are fulfilled for this to be a viable game. Now then, if we take it that I am the game's last boss, then who are the powers that are hostile to me? Firstly, the Pope. The Pope will take action for the sake of the people, and especially for the humans amongst them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the guardian of the people. Considering that I am attempting to bring harm upon the people, he will certainly be hostile to me. It would be futile to try to persuade him otherwise. Consider that the Demon King herself admitted that mentally he is a monster. It's impossible that he would lose his nerve. Even an old man with a long history of being stubborn would be more likely to listen. What is troublesome about the Pope, in addition to the fact that he absolutely be hostile, is that he has one of the ruler's skills, temperance. In the system's hidden menu, ruler authority is one of the keys required to trigger the collapse of the system. With how I am now, it's not like I couldn't force open that key with brute strength. However, it's also the case that I can't predict what downsides there would be that if I did that. Therefore, if I want to play it safe, then I want to gain control over all the ruler authorities. Considering that one of those is in enemy hands, it's troublesome in the extreme. In order to gain the ruler authority of temperance, I either have to persuade the Pope to hand it over, or otherwise I have to eliminate him. So, like I've been saying, since it be impossible to persuade him, well, that settles the Pope's future. The other one who will certainly take a hostile stance is Balto. Until now, he has been serving as the Demon King's aide all this time. Surprised? Not particularly. Balto has been working himself to the bone for the sake of the demons. Their course of action has been different, but he has something in common with the Pope, and also Argner, who likewise struggle hard for the sake of the demons. Balto obeyed the Demon King because he had determined that it was the best option for the demons. Rather than becoming hostile to the absolute threat that was the Demon King, he simply accommodated her so that the demons would be spared from the brunt of her attack. Considering that the existence of the demons now hangs in the balance, he would likely resolve himself to be hostile to me as the one causing that. After all, this is the same Balto who made the difficult decision that it was better to go to war with the humans while suffering great casualties and survive, rather than challenge the Demon King and be annihilated. It might have caused a huge hole in his stomach, though. Finally, the biggest problem, Kuro. He might be a loser, but he'll likely be hostile to me. After all, what I am attempting to do is against the wishes of the goddess who is the person we're trying to save. Since Kuro is only living for the sake of that goddess, it shouldn't be possible for him to go against the goddess's desires. HRMM. That's true. The trickiest problem is that goddess, actually, despite the fact that we're going to all these lengths to save the goddess is disregarding herself for the sake of humanity, destroying her own existence. The person we're trying to save doesn't wish to be saved. In addition, the method we're using to try to save her is the massacre of humanity, going against the goddess's will. Naturally, our little goddess is not best pleased. To bystanders, what we are trying to do would likely be considered evil. However, we're going to do anyway. After all, that's what the Demon King desires. The Demon King has decided that even if it will turn the entire world against her, that even if the person she saves will resent her, that she'll do it anyway. I felt that it would be nice to be the ally of such a demon king. That's why I had made up my mind, regardless of what these stirred up, regardless of who became our enemy. But still, isn't this timing a bit much? Sensei is glaring at me with a severe expression. Yep, arg, damn it all. She really got me. What am I going to do about this? Notes, I'm going to punch you now. Possibly a reference to a TV drama called School Wars. Shameless advertisement. Memes aren't something one considers when writing isekai novels, but this, just put a smile on my face. Chapter 327. I wish I had the persuasion skill. Oi, oi, oi. Hey, Miss D. Isn't your timing just really awful? I've not yet been able to explain our situation to the reincarnators properly. Then you toss a bomb into this situation that is stuffed with suspicion. Well, naturally, anyone would be doubtful. If our positions have been revered, I'd be thinking, whoa, this person is bad news. What is the meaning of this? Sensei asked me that with trembling lips. She had been incapacitated until just earlier, so her lips were pallid. Since she is now aware of the hidden, true side of the elves. Sensei is on unsteady ground and currently doesn't know what to believe. It wouldn't be surprising if she now doubted all the information that she has heard. My original plan had been to slowly win over Sensei as confidence and have her transfer the ruler authority of charity over to me. So doesn't this mean that a mission which already had a high degree of communication difficulty has gotten even harder? That's right. Sensei, you had one of the ruler skills, didn't you, charity? On top of that, you had taken control of the ruler authority as well. In a way, I'm at even more of a loss as to what to do about you than the Pope. I'm being blunt here. I've got no plan at all when it comes to Sensei. Well, I'm at a total loss as to what to do about you. The Pope is easy to understand, right? That person will never waver, of course. While being strong-minded is worthy of respect, in a situation where you don't agree with each other, no matter how great a person they are, all you gotta do is confront them head-on. But Sensei is different. Unlike the Pope, she is not taking action based on a full understanding of the situation, and instead, she has lived thus far based on Padma's ulterior motives and having crossed paths with the reincarnators. Of course, the reincarnators being taken into protection was according to Sensei's own will. But it goes without saying that there were other intentions at work. Various things were twisted by Padma. While Sensei does have ruler authority, she doesn't have accurate knowledge about the world and simply took action for the sake of the reincarnators. Because of that, when it comes time to explain what is going to happen to the world from now on, frankly, I cannot predict how she will react. That is exactly why I had intended to slowly take time to explain things to her and have her hand over the ruler authority. That is all my plan boils down to. In other words, and while that it also allows me to compose myself. You're a capable woman, Kushitani-san. That's right. Let us calm down for a while. Firstly, for me to verbally explain everything is impossible. There is no way that someone tongue-tied like me can explain everything from start to finish, particularly with these momentous yet super complicated circumstances. Thus, the option of verbally explaining it is rejected. I can't do what I can't do. It's human to know when to give up. Okay, I'm not human, but don't mind such trivial details. Rather than getting hung up on what I can't do, it's more efficient to switch course to a different plan. GNN. Without explaining things verbally, is there a way I can communicate the situation without being misunderstood? Oh, there is. I give an additional project to my clones working in another dimension. They promptly carry it out, delivering the finished product here via space transition. I'm now holding a single book in my hands. This book was created by turning my threads into paper. This bookmaking began as a way to convey orders to the Pope or Argner, but this technique has been refined so that it's capable of creating a book in an instant. As things are now, I'm confident that this could fill a library within a day, Don't go creating useless techniques. Well, it turned out to be useful in practice, though. Sensei and Kushitani-san are surprised to see the book suddenly appear in my hands. Felmina-chan, who has been erasing her presence, is used to this sort of thing, and isn't surprised. I hold out the book to Sensei, who nervously accepted it. Should I read this? I nod. Since I created that book in a hurry, things like the information contained within Taboo or what I'm going to do from now on are written out without concealing anything. That's because I think that if I made a poor attempt at glossing over things, then it would likely just cause trouble in the future. Will Sensei now cooperate with me? Or perhaps reject me? I want to be able to find that out without lifting the lid on this information. However, whatever happens, that is Sensei's choice. I will respect her decision. In addition, if she decides to stand in my way, then I'd better resolve myself for the worst. Sensei's gaze switches back and forth between the book and myself. However, once she realizes that I'm not about to show any other reaction, she made up her mind to open the book and began to read. It will take some time for Sensei to finish reading, but I'll wait here until then. Snap! Suddenly that dull sound resounded from inside of me. I lose all the strength in my body, but the hand grasping my neck doesn't allow me to fall down. The hand that had suddenly appeared behind me had seized my neck and smashed the bones. As if it was somebody else's problem, I realized the situation. I've no doubt that wasn't enough to kill you. I hear a voice from behind me. It's a voice that I've heard before. Or rather, there is only one person on this planet that I'm aware of who is capable of doing this. I'm violently pulled backwards by my seized neck. Since my neck, or to be precise, the part of my body that transmits instructions from my brain to my body has been destroyed, I'm currently unable to resist that. I might be a god, but if my flesh is destroyed then, that's enough to be real damage. Since I'm a newbie god, that is all the more prominent. My focus might have been on Sensei, but to think I actually received a surprise attack. Perhaps I've gotten rusty without realizing it. I am dragged backwards, then tossed to the side. However, the place where I fall is not the tree house in the elf village that I was just in, but onto a road in a modern-looking town that I've never seen before. Space transition. Or rather, I guess this is not somewhere in the real world, but a zone created in another dimension. While quickly performing recovery on my injured neck, on looking up I saw the expected man with jet black armor that fits him like clothes. Administrator Kuro Gyridistides. Do you remember what I told you before? Kuro asks me that while looking down on me. Even if you say that, I don't know what time you're referring to, you know. If you attempt to do something irreconcilable with my beliefs, then I will surely stand in your way. There is no way that my thoughts reached him, but Kuro repeated what he had said back then without pause. That was what Kuro had said to me when he came visiting right after I had left the Elro Great Labyrinth. It seems that time has come. Saying so, Kuro takes a stance. No. Excuse me, but isn't this development a bit too fast? This development wasn't within my expectations. This and everything is D's fault. Damn you, D. Chapter 328. To put in black and white, well, I knew something like this would probably happen eventually. At the end of the day, we each have our differences in what we're giving top priority to. The Demon King and I prioritize the goddess' existence. Kuro and the goddess prioritize the goddess' will. We are disregarding the goddess' will in order to save the goddess' existence. Kuro and the goddess are willing to allow the goddess' existence to vanish in order to respect the goddess' will. So long as those things are in opposition, then it's inevitable that we will clash. But enough already. Even so, I think this is rather cruel. I roll to the side to avoid Kuro's leg that he was swinging down to try to smash me. Thud! That loud sound was Kuro's leg caving into the ground where I had been until a moment ago. The perfectly level ground is cracked. Don't look at that lightly merely because the ground wasn't smashed into smithereens. This is a fake world created by Kuro. If you think that the normal laws of physics apply, then you'll be in for a world of hurt. Most likely, if that had hit me, then all the bones in my body would have been smashed. While rolling to the side, I spring myself up by pushing my hand against the ground. The bones in my neck are healed. But stop attacking me already. I somehow avoid Kuro's fist that is approaching my face by bending the top of my body backwards. Inabawa, or Maybe the Matrix. I continue leaning backwards and make a bridge by touching my hands to the ground. I scarper by using the running style from The Exorcist. Goes. As if I care about such things now. Excuse me, Mr. Kuro. Aren't you rather lacking in leniency here? Starting from surprise attack to pulling me into your domain, followed by aggressive attacks that don't allow me to recover. This is not how a higher-ranked person should act like. If you're a higher-ranked person, then act with self-conceit like a certain Goldie. You're not a mere king, but a god, right? While I'm legging it away, Kuro catches up to me in an instant and kicks me in the back, flinging me up into the air. Go! I heard a sound that human bodies just aren't meant to make. This is starting to be no laughing matter, you know? With my limbs stretched out after being kicked up into the air, Kuro punches at my body. That fist which strikes at the middle of my chest pierces right through my body. Ha ha ha. I had put a defensive barrier up, but it made no difference. I can only laugh. This situation is starting to become genuinely bad. My body's movement is dull for a start, and I can barely defend myself as well. The reason why my body's movement is dull is because this is Kuro's zone. With the exception of Kuro, nobody can make use of their power here. My body's movement is dull like I'm underwater. In addition, the reason why defense is meaningless is because Kuro's barrier is erasing my barrier. This is the true dragon barrier that only true dragons possess. It's a cheat barrier that invalidates all magecraft without exception. You can use it for defense by invalidating attacks, and you can use it for offense by invalidating the opponent's defense like just now. It's truly a cheat. Unfair. While having such a cheat ability, he still sprung a surprise attack on me, having made perfect preparations to kill me. This is totally not what a self-conceited higher-ranked person would do. I had planned to first lure Kuro into my zone when the time came for us to have our showdown. Yet isn't this the complete opposite of all that? Naiwa. Sigh. Complaining will get me nowhere. There's no point in crying over spilt milk. There were too many unexpected things, but this doesn't change what I have to do. Beat down Kuro and activate my world rehabilitation plan. MNH. I grabbed Kuro's arm that had pierced my chest. At the same time, I changed my lower body into spider form, slashing at him with the sickle on my foreleg. Kuro shook off my hands, pulling out his arm and falling back. Due to the effect of the zone dulling the movement of the sickle, he could comfortably avoid it. Since he has the dragon barrier up, he probably wouldn't have had any problems even if he hadn't avoided it though. I guess that goes to show just how on guard he is against me, huh? Well, thanks to that I was able to open some distance between us. But since this is Kuro's zone, there is not actually much meaning in opening up some distance. After all, this zone created by a god is sort of like being inside that god. It's advantageous for you, disadvantageous for the opponent. As long as I am here, Kuro will have the upper hand. Well, it's not like I can just allow myself to be beaten up the whole time, though. With a rustling sound, many white spiders come crawling out from the shadow beneath me. Many spiders. As if they are wearing away space itself, the white spiders warp the zone wherever they come out. Oh, no, you don't. Kuro charges forwards in a stance, ready to make a punch, but the white spiders scatter in all directions. Of course, the main body in myself also falls back and avoids Kuro's strike. The white spiders that had scattered in all directions begin to summon other white spiders. And those white spiders summon even more white spiders. The white spiders increase in numbers geometrically. They begin to tear into Kuro's zone. So much. Snicker, snicker. Did you think I was just letting myself be beaten silly, huh? That's a lie. I seriously was being beaten silly, pretty much. However, I had properly arranged for my clones to take action like this to invade Kuro's zone from outside. The hole that had opened in my chest is returning to normal. The real battle starts here. I'll leave me getting beaten silly out from my blog. Damn. Kuro clicks his tongue. He rushes towards my main body. But I keep falling further backwards and don't allow him to close the distance. It's a competition between how fast Kuro can attack and how fast I can retreat. The dullness in my body's movements have now gone. In a battle between two users of space magecraft, it's like a battle to secure territory. expand your own zone, or protect against your opponent expanding their own zone. Right now, my clones and the white spiders are blotting out Kuro's zone at a terrific rate, converting it to my zone. Mahahaha. I didn't thoroughly research this for nothing. Don't look down on a specialist. Yeah, I will acknowledge it. I'm no match for Kuro in total power. It's also the case that I was in a bad situation with that surprise attack. Or rather, as matter of fact, in that exchange, just now, I lost quite a lot of my magic power. Kuro's surprise attack was highly successful, damn it. But still, I've trained myself thoroughly the whole time since I became a god while focusing on you. It would be embarrassing if I fell so easily. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the outcome of this battle will decide this world as future. Now, then, let us settle things here, why don't we? I better take out some insurance, though. Chapter 329. How to Kill a God. As Kuro chases me at high speed, I escape by retreating at the same speed. During that time, my clones also continue to summon more clones, overriding Kuro's zone. I'm relieved to be able to say that I seem to be a step above in using Space Magecraft. If I lost at this, then I wouldn't have a chance. If I couldn't compete with Space Magecraft at the very least, then I would be in checkmate at that point after all. If you recall my pathetic state immediately after I was dragged into this zone, you can see just how brutal these zones are indeed. It's like putting a buff on yourself and putting a debuff on your opponent, as it were. If you don't have some method of resisting that, then you'll be totally screwed. Thus, Space Magecraft is an essential ability for gods. As per DS' carefully made basic course of God, that is merely the prerequisites to fight a higher ranked god. That is only enough to get you to the starting line. Unless you're equal to or superior in Space Magecraft, then you don't even have the capabilities to fight at all. I'm happy at the fact that I surpass him in that. But even that has been canceled out by the damage I took from the initial surprise attack, pretty much. The delay in my initial response has equally delayed the expansion of my zone. While I'm able to erode Kuro's zone, the rate feels pedestrian. So unless I'm prepared for a drawn-out battle, it'll be impossible to completely overwrite it. So, my immediate situation is basically really bad. The prerequisites are to be equal to or superior in Space Magecraft. I was able to satisfy that. However, that surprise attack left a delay in my initial response when originally I had planned to lure him into my zone, but this is starting from me being in Kuro's zone instead. In addition, Kuro is higher ranked. In order for someone lower ranked like me to beat Kuro, I absolutely must use my field to maneuver myself into an advantageous position. Because I haven't achieved that, I'm in deep shit. Ugh, the threads that have been spread out between the many buildings here wrap around Kuro's body. This is a spider web that my clones had prepared beforehand. Of course, it's nothing like a normal web. This thread contains Space Magecraft, making it almost impossible to sever physically. Once you're caught in this, you cannot escape. Or at least, that is how it's supposed to go. Kuro casually swings his arm. That's all it takes for the threads I take pride in to snap, annihilating the web. That damn cheat barrier. My threads are made by Magecraft. In other words, by totally eliminating all Magecraft without exception. It doesn't work on Kuro's dragon barrier. I knew all that. But does this mean I get to show the amusing spectacle of a god strung up and immobilized by my threads then? Okay, Fina. Well, I had somewhat hoped to be able to do that. More or less, but my main reason was to buy some time, though. During the tiny pause while Kuro was distracted by my threads, I gained some further distance between us. For now, I'll somehow play for time, giving priority to overriding Kuro's zone with my zone. It won't be too late to go on the counterattack afterwards. Or rather, I can until then. My hand has too few cards that I can play. This would be probably considered too pitiful a hand to use to claim to be a god. All I have is Space Magecraft, my clones, and my evil eyes. Just that. Use Magecraft to create my own zone, trap them in my home, and shower them with countless evil eyes from my clones simultaneously. You could say that this is pretty much the only attack method that I have available. You could also say that in the brief time that I had to prepare, that this method was the only one that I was able to develop that is capable of contending with a real God. Currently, my clones are putting everything into the construction of my home. Since I have just one type of attack, if that can be countered, then I would no longer have any chance of winning. I do like to believe that it can't be countered so easily, but it's definitely not impossible. This is why I didn't want to show this if possible, back when I was fighting with Potamus S weapons. Going by Kuro S actions, he doesn't have a countermeasure for my evil eyes. While that does give me some peace of mind, that is also why he began with a surprise attack in order to gain an early advantage as well. Yep, simple but super effective. Thanks to that, my home and my evil eyes have been blocked, and I've been forced onto the defensive. However, looking at it from another perspective, this means that I should somehow be able to overturn the unfavorable situation that I've been placed into. That surprise attack cost me a lot of magic power, but that's done with now that I've got back on my feet. To be honest, considering that I had resigned myself to the possibility that in the worst case one strike might kill me instantly, being done with it while having taken only that much damage is stroke of luck. Kuro's offensive abilities aren't higher than I thought. Considering that he's attempting to draw closer, it seems unlikely that he's good at long-distance attacks. He has the dragon barrier as well, so it seems that Kuro is a god specialized in defense. Gods are absurd beings. After all, even if you injure them, they can simply recover in an instant. My body that Kuro injured has already completely returned to normal. It's incredibly difficult to deal with a god purely with physical means. You can smash their heart or cut off their head, but they'll soon recover back to normal after all. Of course, if you're able to cut their head off, even a god will lose the ability to think for a moment. However, since they would have prepared for such things in advance, it's simple enough for them to automatically recover. Even I have prepared for that. So of course those who call themselves gods would definitely have prepared for such things. There are many different methods available to defeat such a god. These fall into two main categories: to wear them down and to break their soul. The two examples I know of to break the soul are heresy attack and abyss magic. The casually included ways to defeat a god. I'm neither excited or attracted by that. What the fuck is that person doing? So anyway, those methods are too high level for me, and I can't use them. D casually lets people who aren't even gods use them. I'm neither excited or attracted by that. What the fuck is that person doing? This is important, so I'm saying it twice. The soul is the very nucleus of living beings. Even a god can't survive their soul being broken. Or rather, the soul is like the main body of a god anyway. According to the basic course of God, this is how battles between gods typically go. Possess methods to break the soul and methods to defend against that. Determine a good way to strike the opponent, then wait for a good moment to use it. Something like that. But I can't even do that. Since I pretty much became a god by using a trick, there's none worse than me. So in short, the methods I can use are from the other category. To wear them down. To wear what down, you ask? Their energy. Energy is what powers gods. If you consider the soul to be like the heart for a god, then energy is like their blood. They use that to perform various miracles. Being able to regenerate their body instantly from damage, for example, is by using energy. If they exhaust their energy, then of course they can no longer do that. In short, they die. Through my evil eyes, I'm specialized in stealing that energy, as if I had injected them with poison. The opponent slowly becomes worn down. But you know, this method has a problem, which is this: gods are a bunch who have a vast amount of energy stored up, right? And so, it means I gotta drain all that energy, right? That is gonna take forever, right? That is how it is. This method of wearing them down takes a load of time. On top of that, Kuro has the dragon barrier. While I doubt he can completely defend against my evil eyes, the rate at which he is worn down will get slower no matter what. On top of that, I'm having a hard enough time just with constructing my home in preparation for that. Neither Kuro or I have the firepower to take out the other in an instant. Thus, we can deduce the following conclusion. We're plunging into a super drawn-out battle. Our fight is just beginning. Chapter 330. It might be plain to describe, but actually doing it is really hard. I'm chased. I run away. I use obstructions. Yep, this is repeating. What? What do you mean the depiction stinks? You can say it all you want, but I can't do anything about it anyway. There is not really anything worth talking about. Okay. Fine, there are some changes that come with the passage of time. Moment by moment, my clones encroach onto Kuro's zone, so little by little their influence strengthens. On top of that, as Kuro is also obstructing that, the rate of progress is at a tortoise pace. Of course, Kuro knows that if his zone is completely overwritten, then it'll be bad for him. So he is using the power of his zone to slow the movements of my clones. It's really plain, but this is still a proper fight. I just can't describe it properly. After all, it's plain. In the first place, it seems likely to take a heck of a long time to paint over Kuro's zone. I've been running around all over the place for a while now, but is there no end in sight to the zone? It's huge. Naiwa. No matter hard my clones push to erode it. Doesn't it seem impossible to paint over the whole thing? I don't know how big this thing is in practice, but at the current pace I doubt this will end in a day or two. But hey, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step and all that, right? Emotionally, it feels like picking up the gravel along a 1,000-mile journey one by one and then painting them. That way I'll repaint those 1,000 miles in a new color. I've not advanced a single step yet. But anyway, while it might look like a plain battle visually, I'm actually super serious about doing it, okay? Look, consider a marathon or similar. If you simply look at it, it's just a contest about running on, yeah? But for the athletes themselves, they're having to keep running through an awful lot of pain, though. This is the same. It might seem plain, but I'm seriously battling with my life on the line here, so don't call it plain. I can't help it seeming plain and taking a long time. But this is a life and death situation for me, you jerk. Oh man, seriously. This sure is taking a long time. Just how many days is it going to take to reach a damn conclusion, I wonder? If it goes badly, maybe a month. It won't take a whole year, surely. Or rather, this taking a long time is actually worse for Kuro anyway. I don't know how much of my plan has been figured out by Kuro, but the longer this takes, the more advantageous it is for me. At any rate, while this is going on, I'm still continuing with hacking the system after all. With enough time, I will be able to gain complete control over the system, upon which I'll immediately collapse the system, using the energy that the system was preserving to then regenerate this planet and release the goddess. In doing so, skills and status values will be stripped from the people. The more skills they have and the higher their status values, the greater the burden will be on them. And because their souls have been weakened due to multiple reincarnations, they won't be able to withstand that, so they'll die. In the worst case, their souls will also be extinguished. In my forecasts, including the chaos caused by the system collapsing, the number of people who survive is half what it is now in the best case. The worst case? 0, naturally. Well, see, it's like that. Well, basically, the surviving people surely won't be dumb enough to do something stupid in a situation like that, hopefully. At any rate, I've put a filter on the reincarnators such that they survive, and I plan to make sure that they won't be affected by the aftermath of the system collapsing at least. Plus there's others who help me that I'll put through the same treatment. So there shouldn't be a situation where there's no survivors. If it still ends up with 0 left, that would only be because after the system collapses, everyone sits around nonchalantly doing nothing, right? If they go that far, it's not my problem. I want to babysit them to that extent. The goddess can't accept such a scenario, which is why Kuro is taking action according to the goddess's will. That being the case, I would expect that this stalemate situation would not be good for Kuro. The longer this takes, the closer we get to going over the time limit where I can activate my plan after all. HRMM, in which case, how much Kuro knows would have various effects on the current situation. Firstly, in the scenario where Kuro knows nothing, that is totally to my advantage. After all, it means I can simply keep things as they are until Kuro runs out of time. By the time Kuro will have noticed, that ship would have already sailed. Whether I win or lose, by the time we return, everything would be over, the end. Secondly, in the scenario where Kuro knows there is a time limit, we can split this scenario into 2 alternatives. The first alternative is one where he is waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps he has concealed some kind of killer technique that is capable of defeating me and is preparing to activate it. Or otherwise, he is playing for time like me. This alternative wouldn't be a particularly welcome situation for me, since it means that one way or another he is advancing some strategy that I cannot detect, then that is bad for me. That being said, if he has some kind of killer technique that is capable of killing me, then he should have used it first during the surprise attack. So if he is still playing for time, then I don't have the slightest idea what he is using that time for. After all, I want to play for time as well. HRMM. I don't know. The second alternative is well. I rather doubt it, but one where Kuro genuinely is at a loss at how to go on the offensive. Perhaps he is aware that the more time that passes, the more advantageous it is for me. However, he is not able to attack. Something like that. Well, surely not. After all, Kuro is far higher ranked than me after all. That is surely more unlikely than how things are now, where I've been able to recover from the surprise attack by a rather unbelievable amount. Just what the heck are you planning? I'm scared because I can't figure it out. Seriously, what are you planning? In what kind of situation would it be an advantage for Kuro to play for time? Nobody on Kuro's side should be able to exceed my expectations. In which case, is there someone on Kuro's side that I'm not aware of? Even then, I can't imagine that being the case, though. Have I overlooked something? Unlikely. In that case, what is Kuro aiming for? Seriously, I got no idea at all. Sigh. I guess it's no use thinking about things I don't know, huh? I better concentrate on the battle in front of me, even if it might be plain to describe. Oh, Kuro is preparing to teleport? Perhaps he has judged that so much distance has opened up between us that he won't be able to catch up without leaping through space. Yeah, but even so, that is a bad move, you know? Kuro activates the teleport. He is trying to link space to an area right in front of me. Go on. However, I interfere with the technique. Due to that, the technique is disturbed, with the resulting distortion causing Kuro to take damage as he tries to jump through space. It's like he was about to jump through an open door. When that door was locked and wouldn't open, and he carried on and collided with it. The situation is completely different, but it's something along those lines. Incidentally, the cause of the door being locked was my interference with the technique. Currently, in this zone, Kuro's zones and my zones are mixed together. So its south become an unstable place where we can each obstruct the other. If you try to activate a high-level space technique like teleport in such a place, it's obvious that the opponent will interfere with the technique, resulting in it failing. However, rather than it simply failing to activate, the interference will cause it to explode like just now. It could even cause major damage. For him to make such an elementary mistake, just what is going on? Seriously, I can't figure out Kuro's intentions. Shameless advertisement. Exploring the gaps, feddling with the system. Uncover what's already in the plain sight. Let's take a moment of breath to enjoy the uncommon of the uncommon. Mabo's obscure lit RPG tells you everything that you miss from your ordinary iSky. The Black Dragon S Battle Chapter. The Black Dragon S Battle Author S Summary of the previous chapter. Kuro. Gohan. Shiro. Somehow I'm winning. Daiki. What is he planning? I don't know. This is impossible for me indeed. I had known for sure. I had understood for sure. Even so, I can't deny that I had never held out the hope that perhaps luck would be on my side. Sure enough, however, it seems that such a too-good-to-be-true development won't happen. If such a too-good-to-be-true development was ever going to happen, then surely I wouldn't have experienced quite as much suffering as I have to date. Such a thing never happened as this world isn't so nice as to let me have hope. The conclusion that can be drawn from all this is that I will be defeated. I had known for sure. I had understood for sure. However, now that this has actually come to pass, I am filled with regrets. That I gave up the right to choose, that I've been stagnant for so long. So this is the gap between me and my opponent who has constantly been forging ahead, huh? Shiro. Shirari. Originally, she was simply a reincarnator. From there, she made use of the system in a way that nobody had ever managed to before and achieved a leap to godhood. Even considering that she made use of the system's power, she still produced a miracle for a normal living being to reach godhood. It's doubtful that she herself understands just how great an achievement she made, but it was enough that Dee went out of her way to bestow a name and make an invitation to become her kin. I guess she is what people call a genius. There is no concept of a genius amongst us dragons. We dragons become stronger simply by being alive, naturally attaining godhood. As we are a species that is destined to attain godhood, our strength is proportional to how long we have lived. They're evenly matched within the same generation, cannot rival those from an older generation, and 1T lose to those from a younger generation. That is how dragons are. It's not just the dragons either. On one level or another, for most gods their strength is directly connected to their age, which is why, from my point of view, it is absurd in the extreme to experience the current situation where a newbie god who has only just been born is able to be more than a match for me. I've become able to fully understand the feelings of those seeing the unreasonable difference that talent makes amongst people. Her space magecraft is above mine. Although I was able to execute a surprise attack and pull her into my domain, even that is being steadily overwritten, it won't happen anytime soon. But if my territory is overwritten, then the situation will be overturned. The situation becomes worse the more time that passes. However, once my surprise attack failed to achieve a quick victory, it was unavoidable that it would develop into a drawn-out battle. In addition, I knew that if it became a drawn-out battle, then it would be disadvantageous to me. It sure seems that Shiro has a tendency to overestimate me. Certainly, I am above her in terms of my rank as a god, considering our total amounts of pure energy. However, if you were to ask whether that is directly connected to combat ability, the answer is no. Dragons learn knowledge and skills from the elder dragons. However, I don't have any of those elder dragons to learn from. As there are limits to self-education, my abilities would likely have fallen well behind compared to dragons of my generation. In the first place, I don't have any combat experience with those equal to or stronger than me. Well, in this respect, it's not just me, I guess. The Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Clan, and the Demonic Clan. Since the struggle for supremacy between the three great god clans has entered a Cold War period, there has been no opportunity for young dragons to go to battle. Even if this planet had been functioning normally and the other dragons and T left, I likely wouldn't have had an opportunity to fight with a god equal to or stronger than me. I am completely lacking in combat experience. In contrast, the biggest reason why Shiro is overestimating me is likely because she is looking at my maximum energy capacity. From Shiro's point of view, I'm sure that would seem to be enormous. I haven't been living all this time nothing either. For dragons, their rank as a god is tied to how long they've lived. In that regard, I'm a somewhat powerful god. Like when looking up at a huge container in the sky from nearby, she is misunderstanding my strength. Humph. I'm a laughingstock. It's certainly the case, very much so, that if I had stored up the maximum amount of energy that my body could contain, then I would surely be able to achieve victory without even having to take into consideration my lack of combat experience. However, I would never have just left such energy lying around. If I had any such energy available, I would have obviously used it all to help regenerate this planet, right? Indeed. I've spent almost all of my energy on regenerating this planet. I put aside some for contingencies, leaving just a small amount of power. Everything has been for the sake of liberating Serial even a little bit sooner. All that here is the leftover remains of the god Jairi Distides. It's not like I had weakened to the extent that I have ever lost to the likes of Potamus. But having said that, I don't have the power left to beat a god of the same rank as me. Shiro is likely thinking that she is confronted by a battle with slim chances of victory. She is surely not thinking that it is in fact I who has slim chances of victory. If she got conceited, it would likely make my situation a little easier, though. I shall admit it. The way things are going, I will lose. It's not like I don't have a trump card. But even when taking that into account, it's bleak. All I can do is to buy as much time as possible and to whittle Shiro down even a little bit. In which case, I'll focus purely on that. Even if it's just my leftover remains, as a much older god than you, I want to be going down easily. I've entrusted the rest to you, Dustin. Side Story 35. Two options. Chapter Side Story 35. Two options. What will you do? It is fine if you are unable to make a decision immediately. However, please at least remember this. Time waits for no one. In other words, even while you are struggling to decide, the situation is progressing. After we had received a general explanation from the Pope, the three of us were sitting face to face in my assigned rooms. In this place, which was the headquarters of the Divine Word religion, apparently these rooms were provided for the hero to stay in. I was accepted as the hero by the world in general. Or rather, this was the first time I'd come here anyway, so I hadn't used them before, but now I was grateful to be able to use them. Katia and Sue had each been provided with their respective rooms, but right now, we were gathered at my rooms in order to discuss things. However, even though this should be a discussion, nobody made any move to speak. An oppressive silence dominated the place. It's hardly surprising. Katia and Sue have both been taught the details of taboo after all. Anyone who learned that would fall into an oppressive mood. On top of that, the discussions with the Pope on what will happen next was more than enough to make the mood even heavier. The Pope has decided to fight. No, the fight has already begun. That was a fight to challenge the gods, to kill the gods. To save the people, kill the gods. In order to maintain this world, the Pope has already made his decision and put it into action. If what we've heard from the Pope is correct, then this world has only two viable alternatives. One is what Wakabasan and Co. are trying to do, destroy the system. With that method, the goddess who has been supporting the world until now wants to be killed, making it possible to restore this world. However, in compensation for that, as a side effect of the people having their skills forcibly removed from their souls, it's likely that about half of the people living in this world would die. Not only would they die, but apparently many people's souls would be smashed. If someone's soul is smashed, then they would no longer be able to reincarnate. In other words, it's the ultimate death. The other method is the plan being advanced by the Pope and the one called the Black Dragon, who is probably the person called Jairi that I saw in that dream. Though rather than calling it a plan, it's more of an extension of what has been done so far. In other words, to stop the plan of Wakabasan and Co., to allow the system to continue operating as is and to restore the world to a normal condition. With this method, people want to be forcibly sacrificed in order to take the right path, making it possible to restore this world. However, in this case, the goddess who is currently supporting the system will have no hope of being saved and go beyond her limits. Then, after the goddess has passed away, the same will happen to the Black Dragon who will succeed her as the core of the system. According to the Pope, considering the time it will take until the goddess exhausts all her strength, followed by the Black Dragon sacrificing himself after taking over the system, it will just about be enough to restore this planet. Any shortfall will apparently be covered by collecting the energy produced during the battle between Wakabasan and the Black Dragon. I was doubtful whether such a thing would be possible, but it seems this small-scale world developed by the Black Dragon has the ability to do so. Then, if even that isn't enough, then after this battle is over, yet another battle will be started in order to gather up enough energy, in the form of the Divine Word religion versus the Goddess religion. In addition, there is also a scenario where the Divine Word religion is destroyed by the people across the world who have been deceived by them all this time. In short, the Pope and the Black Dragon are using their own destruction in order to save this world. One faction would sacrifice half the people in order to save the goddess and the world. Another faction would sacrifice themselves and the goddess in order to save the people and the world. Neither of them are reasonable. With either method, the losses would be too great. Somehow, there's some other way? There's some way where nobody is lost? In spite of myself, I spoke out. There are two people who seem about to fall off a cliff, but only one of them can be saved. Which one do you save? This all seems to resemble that question. Except in this case, neither option is good. None, probably. If there was such a convenient option, whether it was Wakabasan or whether it was the Pope, they would have chosen that after all. Katia states the obvious. I get it. With my head, I get that such a convenient option couldn't exist. Even though I get it, I can't help but think otherwise. No matter how impossible it is, Oni Isama can achieve anything. Sue went and said that. The scary thing is that Sue doesn't seem to be joking. Just how does she view me? Sue, you should consider the time and place to make jokes. Jokes? Katia rebukes Sue while massaging her forehead, but Sue stares blankly. It was a joke. Anyway, this is a really important matter, so there's no way I can immediately make a decision. There's also Hirinth and Co. who have been left behind at the elf village, so let us put this on hold for now. I'm still not prepared to choose either option. If possible, I'd return to the elf village again and meet up with Hirinth and Co. to discuss it with them. That is only if I have enough time, though. At that moment, the ground shook. An earthquake? A tremendous jolt strikes my body. Why didn't fall over because I was sitting down? The impact toppled the furniture. This is the first time that I've felt an earthquake in this world. But I soon realized that this wasn't an actual earthquake. The jolt came only once. Rather than how intermittent jolts continue during an earthquake, this was the sort of jolt that would come from some kind of large explosion nearby. No, this isn't the sort of jolt. It actually was due to an explosion occurring nearby. The proof of that is that I got wind of something burning with my strengthened sense of smell. Something happened. I'll go check it out. You two wait here. No, we shall come with you. It's more dangerous for us to be separated. Let us move together. In response to my suggestion, Katia immediately proposed an alternative. However, since we don't know what has happened, it might be safer for us to move together. Got it. Let us go. We left the room and began to run in the direction of the smell. I could tell where to head for without having to think about it. The reason being is that violent explosions continued to occur. What the heck has happened? What is going on? The questions are never ending, but for it to occur with this timing, it's highly unlikely to be unrelated to the battle between the Pope's side and Wakabasan's side. On arriving at the place where the explosions were occurring, there was a half-naked large man and a girl in maid clothes facing off against each other. Beyond them was the Pope, a woman who seemed to be trying to protect him, and a person whose gender couldn't be distinguished from the face or clothing. Looking at the situation, the girl in maid clothes was an assailant, and it seems that the half-naked large man had come to face her. The hero, leave so that you don't get caught up in this. That large man gave us that warning. Perhaps taking advantage of the opening made by him talking to us, the maid girl sprung forwards. However, the flames that sprung forth from the large man obstructed her, even though we were some distance from it. The heat from the flames was terrible. Just when I thought that the maid girl wouldn't get off lightly from taking a direct hit, she had suddenly moved far from the large man before I had noticed. My eyes couldn't follow her at all. Status. Affinity. I am superior in both. Even if by some miracle you can break past me. There are still 2 more ancient dragons here. You're checked. The large man pointed that out to the maid girl. I somehow felt pity in those words. The maid girl silently began to activate magic. It was magic of the dark type. However, the invocation speed was unreal. Before I could blink an eye, a great number of magic shots were invoked and rushed towards the large man. How boring. They were slapped away by the androgynous person who had been at the Pope's side until just now. As if swatting away some bugs. That is how easily those countless magics were erased. It's not like the maid girl's magic was weak. On the contrary, that magic was incredibly powerful. One shot of magic that wasn't erased by the androgynous person carried on its course and caused massive destruction to the building. Damn, it's gonna collapse. Just one short. With just that one shot of magic, the building started to collapse. With all the cumulative great explosions that shook the building, with just the aftermath of the battle, the building had been pushed beyond its limits. Near, take Dustin and leave. While I might be next in rank in Earth, I'm far from being suitable as an escort. While listing some complaints, the woman carried the Pope away on her shoulder. Hero party, you should also leave now. We shall eliminate this. The genderless person and a large man said that while looking towards us. These people are Allies, I guess. Since they protected the Pope, they should be in the Pope-S faction. Then, the hostile-seeming maid girl is in Wakabasen-S faction, I guess. You were EL, right? 2 versus 1. It goes against my principles, but if we don't eliminate you here, you might become an obstacle. Don't think badly of me. The large man took a step towards the maid girl. However, before he even did that, the maid girl turned around, then escaped. As if I'll let you escape. The large man chased after her, and the genderless person also followed after him. What should we do then? Shun, it's collapsing. Let us just get away from here. Ah, yeah. Katia pulled on my sleeve, and I came to my senses. There's nothing we can do here. Besides that, if we don't get away now, we'll just get buried. Run. We ran away from the building that was beginning to collapse. I'm glad to see that you were safe. On escaping, we were met by the Pope who had left first. Although it was the Pope who was being attacked, he still had the same gentle expression on his face. Seeing that expression really brought home the enigmatic depths in the Pope. In that battle, just now, I couldn't do anything except look on in a daze. The fight has already begun. It has developed a bit faster than I was expecting, though. The Pope murmured that while gazing at the collapsed building. I thought that I would have a bit more time to think. However, it seems that's not the case. At this very moment, the world is starting to move. In addition, I became fully aware of this just now. I am weak. We couldn't do anything in that fight except to watch. If I tried to interfere back there, with my strength I wouldn't have been able to do anything. It was such an intense fight that just the aftermath was enough to destroy the building. With my power, there's no way I could have contended with that maid girl or that large man. I'm fully aware I am weak. I don't have some kind of power that can change the world. Somehow, somewhere, ISNT there's some other way, huh? Even for those incredibly strong people, they're still being forced to make a choice where they have to sacrifice someone. How incredibly conceited of me to think that someone far weaker like me could do something. There's 2 options. Just 2. There's nothing else to choose from. That is the reality in front of me. Author S comments. Maid girl. First appeared in the second informal conference. The puppet Teratect EL. Half-naked large man. First appearance. Genderless person. First appearance. Woman who protected the Pope. First appearance in the web novel. The final 2 options and update resumption. The story up to here can be summarized in 2 lines. The reincarnators have a briefing. D-San puts out a mischievous announcement. A great battle between black and white. Kush Tani's perspective. The suddenly appearing black-armored man snaps Wakaba-san's neck. That's not all. He then disappears together with Wakaba-san. In the moment before he disappears, I see a different landscape behind him. It must be that spatial magic I've heard of. Spatial magic is rare, and I haven't seen it myself, so that's just a guess. None of that matters now, though. I need to worry about Wakaba-san's safety. Beside me, Sensei's eyes are darting around in confusion. If I saw that as an outsider, I'd probably be having the same reaction as her. It happened way too fast. Why did that happen to Wakaba-san? Who is that man? Where did Wakaba-san and that man go? Is she safe? I was already confused enough by what Goddess voice said a moment ago. Anyway, I need to do something. Though what can I do? Sensei, that book. When I look around, the first thing I notice is the book that Wakaba-san gave Sensei. Right after I heard Goddess voice, that man attacked Wakaba-san. From the timing, I can't think of it as a coincidence. I'm sure that book will have some hint as to why things broke down. I know it's wishful thinking, but I can't think of anything else to do in the situation. Let me borrow it, please. Ah, yes. Sensei seems to be recovering from the shock slower than me, as she is still in a daze. That's why she gave me the book so readily. I open it right away and scan over it. I'm not capable of speed reading, but with thought acceleration at maximum power, I can do something similar. Normally, I prefer to read books slowly, but now it's not the time for that. If I read this book, I'll be able to do something about the situation. There's no way. However, contrary to my hope, the book has nothing written in it about the breakdown of the status quo. Rather, it leaves me with even more questions. However, I'm able to establish the reason Wakaba-san was attacked by that man. Sensei, for now, let us go down. We'll get everyone together, then. This ISNTA problem I can tackle on my own. We'll assemble the other reincarnators and get their opinions. It's not like this is a problem that can be solved, though, getting opinions, though. That the world is collapsing, and to save it there are two options. That both options require huge sacrifices. That to save the world, we have to choose one of two options. One option is to sacrifice half of humanity. The other option is to sacrifice God. This reality is too heavy, and there's no way I can carry it by myself. There's Wakabe-san, who left it as a parting gift of bad news. In no way is it Wakabe-san's fault that the world is collapsing, but I still want to complain to her. It seems Wakabe-san has chosen to sacrifice half of humanity, in which case, that man who attacked her must be on the other side, the side of humanity. He must have heard God's voice earlier and taken action. Without us knowing, these two factions must have already been moving in the shadows to save the world. There should be another person in this room besides myself and Sensei, so I look around for her. Felmina, the young woman who looks like Wakabe-san's subordinate. However, even though she was just here, I can't see her. Perhaps she went to tell her other faction members that Wakabe-san was attacked. If that's the case, then conflict has already broken out between the two sides. What can we do? In the battle between Wakabe-san and the elves, we were left to the side. As an adventurer, I have some confidence in my abilities. However, there was nothing I could have done in that battle. I just swallowed the elves' tales that the Empire was attacking their village. As weak as we are, what can we do in the war for the fate of the world? No answer comes to me. Besides, it's not like we have a duty to take part in this conflict. Personally, I want to run away from something so big. However, even if I run away, the result of the conflict will have a huge effect on the fate of the world. The future will change greatly depending on which side wins. Knowing that, can I really carry on like normal? I don't know. Either way, I can't come up with an answer by myself. I need to get everyone together to discuss this. I withdraw my hand from Sensei S and leave the room. Clasped tightly in my hand is the book Wakabe-san left behind. The last two options author S comments. Demon King S point of view I see. When Felmina-chan rushed over out of breath to give her report, that was all I could say. To bring me the latest information, Felmina-chan had rushed over to such an extent that she was out of breath despite her training as a secret agent by Shiro-chan. That being the case, in order to acknowledge her performance, it is necessary to take immediate action. Despite thinking that, though, it's easier said than done to mentally shift gears. I had thought I had prepared myself for this long ago, but when confronted with actually putting this into practice, I feel shaken up. No matter how long I've lived for, I'm forced to feel that I'm still a little girl. But I have to accept it. The path taken by Jairi and I, as well as the Pope Dustin, has now diverged. My relationships with Jairi and Dustin have lasted a long time. It wasn't a relationship where we could say we were perfectly aligned. But unlike the distant relationship I had with Padamas, I had intended to keep fairly good relationships with them. Sometimes there were conflicts over differences in policy. Even so, because it was clear what goal we were aiming for, there was never a decisive break. But that also ends today, huh? AEL. In order to conceal my mixed feelings, I try to focus on keeping my voice as level as possible while using telepathy to communicate. The other party is EL, a member of my family who was placed with Dustin as a liaison. Kill the Pope. I give the order. With this, I can no longer turn back. Or rather, at the moment when Jairi took action against Shiro-chan, it was no longer possible to turn back. The trigger had already been pulled. Then, with my order, the course of events is accelerated further. I had thought that these events could still be postponed until later. Shiro-chan and I had thought we could postpone this until the last possible moment. However, it seems that D-sama didn't tea like that. Once the course of events is accelerated, they can no longer be restored. The course of events will become turbulent and likely cause the last battle on this world to break out. That being the case, it is best to have Dustin exit the stage so that he doesn't get in the way. In normal circumstances, there would be little meaning in killing Dustin, due to the effect of his ruler's skill temperance. Even if he dies, he simply inherit his memory and reincarnate. It takes several years between death and reincarnation. From there, even though it takes several more years until he grows to adulthood, the gigantic organization known as the Divine Word Religion covers that gap, keeping the world in a stable condition. The gap left while Dustin is not there is by no means small, but it is not so large that it can't be covered either. That much is evident from the fact that Potamus was never able to crush the organization known as the Divine Word Religion. Whether Dustin is there or not doesn't cause a significant change in its situation. But right now the circumstances are not normal. If Dustin is removed at this crucial point, it will result in the Divine Word Religion becoming a disorganized mob without leadership. Not only that, but it becomes possible to create an opening in the authority granted by the ruler's skill, meaning that one of the keys to destroying the system, namely ruler authority, becomes blank. Since there is no way we can get hold of that authority, it can't become an advantage, but it does have the benefit of reducing a disadvantageous situation to being even. For that reason, now is the ideal timing in which to finish off Dustin. However, they should be aware of that as well. If you judge that it can't be done, then you can retreat immediately. I give AEL some supplementary instructions. It's hard to imagine that Dustin, of all people, would not have made some kind of preparations. Amongst my family members, AEL comes after the Queen Teratex in terms of strength. I don't think she defaulted too far behind, but since Jairi is in their camp, I can't be optimistic. The fact that Jairi is with them means that the dragon and drake species that obeys Jairi will also become affiliated with their camp after all. Amongst them, the most difficult to deal with would be the ancient dragons. The chief of each of the elemental ancient dragons will definitely be superior to EL. If they're guarding Dustin, then it would be reasonable for the assassination attempt to fail. I guess that's the limit of what I can do to mess with Dustin Ha. With the absence of Shiro-chan, the space magecraft master, we are faced with the absolute barrier of distance. Considering the distance between where we are now at the Elf Village to the headquarters of the Divine Word Religion at the holy country of Alias, the most I can do is to give ill orders. Regardless of whether AL succeeds or fails, we should also take action. With regards to Shiro-chan, we can only let her take care of it. There's nothing I can do there. Considering the situation that Felmina-chan observed, Shiro-chan and Jairi are likely fighting in a place we can't enter. I don't know where they teleported to. There's even the possibility that they're not fighting in real space. Even if they are fighting in real space, it's not realistic to be able to find them in this wide world. We can only believe in Shiro-chan. That being the case, what can we do? Okay, then let us go. Where to? Rathkoin, who had been silently watching over the situation, calls out to me. That's obvious. To gather the remaining owners of the ruler's skills in our hands. First off is Miss Okazaki, who is close by. The owners of the ruler's skills are key. They are the key to our objective, which is to destroy the system. Conversely, it could be said that the owners of the ruler's skills have a way to lock us out. In other words, the preliminary battle in this war will be who can gather the most owners of ruler skills. And at present, there are 3 owners of ruler skills who do not belong to either camp. Miss Okazaki, who Shiro-chan refers to as Sensei, Yamada-kun the hero. Finally, there is Princess Solicia, who is Yamada-kun's younger sister, who seems to have also acquired a ruler skill. After our discussions here ended, Shiro-chan had casually left, but she said something along those lines at the time. Since Yamada-kun said he wanted to meet with Princess Solicia, then it's likely that Yamada-kun is with Princess Solicia at the holy country of Alias. From what Felmina-chan said, it seems that Yamada-kun hasn't returned. In short, that means that Dustin has 2 owners of ruler skills in his hands. Damn Shiro-chan. You messed up. If Yamada-kun and Princess Solicia are with Dustin, then it's better to say that they LL go to his side. In which case, it will become necessary to get the one remaining here, Miss Okazaki, on our side no matter what. Whether it takes eloquence or whatever, I gotta win her over. If that can't be achieved, then she must be prevented from turning into the enemy. Since Shiro-chan seems to owe her a debt from her past life, I'd rather not have to get rough. but if the circumstances require it, then I'll use any means necessary. This battle will decide the fate of the world. I have already discarded my emotions. So, Gui, Dustin, you better be prepared, because I have prepared myself. The last two options, author S comments. Pope Dustin S point of view upon moving from the collapsed building, we took refuge inside a church with particularly studied defenses. In the event of an enemy attack on the holy country of Alias, it was built to be the last bastion during the siege. Given the opponents facing us, this level of defense wasn't intended to provide much more than some peace of mind, but surely it is better than nothing. Shurien-sama, the hero, his younger sister Sulicia-sama, and the Duke's daughter Carnatia-sama. With these three included, the refuge was complete, and right now we are waiting for the return of the two who left chasing the assailant. In addition, there is another woman here who has been guarding us. She might be a woman, but she is sitting on a sofa in annoyance, with her arms draped over it. That is hardly the attitude you would expect from a guard. But that is surely a sign of confidence of one with true power and the ability to deal with almost anything. In truth, she is a dragon who is a subordinate of Black Dragon Sama. She is also an ancient dragon. After a short wait, there was a knock at the door, and before I could answer, she said it's open. Then the door was opened in response. Near. Keep it locked. A huge man admonishes her. It makes no difference whether it's locked or not, though. The woman casually replies with no regard for being ashamed. Please don't fight. Soothing the huge man who seems about to burst a vein is a genderless person. Was your hunt successful? For now, I prioritize confirming whether or not the assailant just now was brought down. No, she escaped. Pathetic. Whoa. The huge man glares at the woman's complaint. Then the genderless person calmed things down. She vanished in the midst of the chase. Most likely, not teleport. Perhaps that was summoning. I guess Ariel summoned her to her side. I see. In that case, it is likely impossible to give chase. Summoning is a skill that makes it possible to use a teleport-like ability. While it is limited in that it is only possible to go to the summoner, depending upon the usage, it is possible to use it to escape, like just now. If it is Ariel Sama who summoned her, then the destination would be the elf village. It is not possible to chase her to such a far-flung location. For Shurien-sama and friends, this should be your first meeting. Allow me to introduce you. These three are ancient dragons, subordinates of Black Dragon Sama. Indeed, I am humanized right now, but my true form is that of a dragon. I am Gwen the Fire Dragon. Best wishes for the future. I am a fire dragon. Near is my name. I'm Reese the Darkness Dragon. The other ancient dragons have strong personalities, so if anything happens, feel free to rely upon me. Someone with such sinister looks shouldn't be saying that. Cuckoo. After hearing the ancient dragons introduce themselves, Shurien-sama and friends stand up. I am Shurain Zagan Anarike. E.M. Suelecha. I am Carnatia Sarianabald. After hearing Shurien-sama and friends introduce themselves, Gwen-sama nods generously. Indeed, the hero and his younger sister, and his wife. Wife? Say what? In response to Gwen-sama's last line, Carnatia-sama exclaims hysterically, and Sulicia-sama utters in a voice thick with bloodlust. Oh, that's not the case. Yes, that's not the case. Shurien-sama seems somewhat self-conscious as he says Carnatia-sama is not his wife. On the other hand, while Sulicia-sama looks satisfied, Carnatia-sama has a complicated expression that seems a little dissatisfied. I see. Shurien-sama seems to have the sort of personality that women can easily fall for. If this was not during an emergency, I could have enjoyed myself watching over them. But unfortunately now is not the time for that. We have completed the self-introductions, so now we should talk about the future. Indeed. Gwen-sama is standing with his arms folded, prepared to listen to the conversation like that. Ri-sama leaned against the wall near the door. Those two are likely on guard against a second attack. The member of Ariel-sama's family who attacked me earlier was called El, a type of monster known as a puppet pterodactyl. So if it is true that she has been summoned back to where Ariel-sama is, then I cannot imagine there being any further attacks. However, There is no harm in being vigilant, since it is now the case that I cannot afford to die. Now then, I think we should discuss the situation since we have split into two factions and are fighting against each other. For convenience, since Ariel Sama and Co. are taking action in order to save the goddess, let us call them the goddess faction. Since we are taking action in order to save humanity, let us call ourselves the humanity faction. There are two major aspects to the battle between the goddess faction and the humanity faction. The first involves Black Dragon Sama and Shiro Sama, though perhaps it would be easier for you to understand if I called her Wakaba Sama. There is the battle between those two. We cannot intervene in a battle between those two since they are gods. In the first place, not only is it not possible to go to the pocket dimension where those two are fighting, there is such a great difference in power that we would only get in the way. So in spite of the fact that the winner of the battle between them is important enough to decide the winner of the battle between the goddess faction and humanity faction, we have no means to intervene. However, we cannot just sit and watch. There is the other important aspect, namely to prevent the collapse of the system. Shiro-sama is attempting to cause the system to collapse. In order for her to achieve that, it is necessary to revoke the keys, namely the ruler authority, to cause the collapse of the system, a self-destruction switch, as it were. In order to press that switch, the ruler authority of all 14 ruler skills is required. Of course, so long as I have one of them, it is impossible for her to gain all of them. However, it appears that Shiro-sama has forcibly broken through this. However, the legitimate key is still in my possession. That being the case, it is possible to lock it properly again. In short, if you can lock it properly again, you can prevent the collapse of the system that the goddess faction is trying to achieve. My very own body with its ruler authority is our trump card against the goddess faction, due to the power of the skill of temperance. Even if I die, it is possible to retain my memories on reincarnating. Thus, I have not been afraid of death in a long time. Perhaps I have not felt the pressure of being unable to afford to die since the Divine Word religion was stabilized as an organization. I would have never expected that I of all people would again face the threat of being afraid of death. If I die now, then everything that I have built up will be lost. To save the human race, I have been working hard just for that. For it all to end without it being achieved, that is the one thing that I cannot accept. I shall now make preparations to go lock the key. Most likely, the more keys that can be locked, the better our chances that we can prevent the collapse of the system. In other words, you want me to follow you as well? I shake my head in response to Shurian-sama's words. That would be ideal. However, this is not a matter that should be decided lightly. Most likely, it will require strong intent from the individual to lock the key. So if Shurian-sama does not desire it, the key will likely not respond. Of course, I have no confirmation of this. However, I had a hunch that the key would not lock without resolute determination. Therefore, whether you come together with me or not rests upon your judgment, Shurian-sama. Upon hearing my words, Shurian-sama hung his head. He suddenly became involved in the fate of the world. It is not possible to answer that immediately. Or rather, I do not want you to give an answer without thinking it through. The fate of this world is not something so light that a snap judgment can be made about it. I am sure you will not come to a conclusion right away. My preparations will not be done soon either. In the meantime, I want you to gather your thoughts. However, please consider that you have at most a few days to decide. While I do not want you to give me an answer right away, I also cannot give you that much time to worry over it. At this very moment, Black Dragon Sama is fighting for us after all. We will head for the lowest layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth, specifically the innermost place, the area where the goddess is sealed away. Whatever answer Shurian-sama gives, that area will become the final battleground. The last two options author S comments, Tagawa Kunihiko's point of view. In short, according to Wakaba-san, she is going to destroy this system thing that was designed to prevent the collapse of this world. And once it's destroyed, then half of humanity will die. In response to my summarization, Asaka silently nods her head. Unintentionally, I start to scratch my head. To be honest, even though I said that myself, it doesn't feel real at all. Earlier on, even with the explanation I heard directly from Wakabe-san, I was totally at my wit's end trying to sort that out in my head. With these further bombs tossed in, I'm like totally capacity overloaded. What should we do? Even if you ask what should we do, is there like even anything we can do? The scale of the situation is so damn big. I can't even imagine what to do. There is not much difference between this, and tomorrow a giant meteorite will fall and destroy the world, I guess. Would it be okay to ride up a spaceship and excavate the meteorite, like in Armageddon? Wait, there is no meteorites in this situation. Oh crap. I'm so confused that I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Do you want to do something? It's a difficult problem, Some god that I've never even seen or heard from, Actually, I guess I heard those divine words, huh? Wait, never mind that. Anyway, if you ask me whether I wanted to save some god I'd never even met, I'd say I don't really care. With regards to what Wakabe-san apparently wrote in that book she left behind, then sure, given the situation that goddess is in, then the reason why that person called the Demon King wants to save the goddess makes sense. I get that. If it's humanity who are responsible for the collapse of the world, then sure enough, Wakabe-san and co. would be justified, right? But still, losing half of humanity is going too far, right? On top of that, the people who are most likely to die are those with lots of skills, yeah? Meaning, all my adventure buddies are going to die then, right? I believe that Wakabe-san and co. are correct. I believe that, but there is no way I can go, oh, is that so, when I hear that my acquaintances are going to die, right? Indeed. I'm not sure if it's really right to say this, though, but fortunately, due to Wakabe-san as consideration, it seems we reincarnators don't have to worry about dying. In which case, I guess this doesn't have much to do with those who were confined in this elf village, never had much to do with the outside world, and never had any outside acquaintances. No. If humanity is going to be reduced by half, then wouldn't they still get involved with the reconstruction or whatever afterwards? I can't really picture humanity being halved, though, so I don't really know what would happen afterwards. Or rather, couldn't this system thing that rules over skills and status do something about that? Even if it's just us humans returning to basically the sort of ordinary people we were before reincarnating that S1 thing. But what about monsters and stuff? If the monsters become weak too, that would be fine. But if not, then how are we supposed to fight them? Arg. I don't know what to do. Or rather, there are so many things to think about that I can't think properly. Seriously, what should I do? Unintentionally, I sat down while holding my head. But hey, after gathering everyone's attention, Shinohara then continued to speak. I'm referring to what was written in that book, and what we've been talking about since earlier. Surely there is no way for us to confirm the authenticity of all of it. So wouldn't we be unable to tell if any lies were included? Now that you mention it, that's right. We might have been overawed with Wakabe-san's presence, simply accepting whatever we were being told, but I guess we can't tell whether that's the truth or something else. It's entirely plausible that it could be lies. Shino, how is it where you were? Shinohara now questions Kusama Shinobu. Kusama is a spy of the divine word religion, so knows more than anyone here about how things are on their end. Oji might know things as well since he is also a spy, but Oji entered this elf village undercover many years ago for a start. So in terms of first-hand information, Kusama probably has a lot more. I don't know. Hey, are you messing with me? In response to Kusama's boneheaded reply, Shinohara glares at him like she is about to snap. Eek, I'm not messing about. Totally. Okay, despite the fact that in terms of status values Kusama should be way higher, he is too much of a fucking coward to stand up for himself. Even after being reborn, this guy is either a natural-born gopher or has the mentality of an underling, I guess. I never heard such detailed stuff. Totally. Okay. Really? You're not lying? I'm not lying. Right, Oji? Don't get me involved in this. Oagi? Well? Yes. He is not lying. Definitely. You too, huh, Oji? Well, Shinohara's intimidation is badass enough without having the skill. So it can't be helped, I guess? What we know about is only as far as the annihilation of the elves. We seriously have no idea about things after that. We vaguely know about the world being screwed, but we never heard any particular details about that. So the world being screwed is actually true, huh? If that part is true, then maybe that gives everything else a degree of authenticity. Sigh. So in the end, just how much is true? It's all true. That S a voice I've not heard before. That S when I first noticed that the door was open and that people were entering. In my confusion, I didn't even notice them. Dude, you've gotten way too careless. Following in behind a girl I didn't recognize was Nagishi, Kia, and finally someone with whom Asaka and I have a particularly strong connection, Marizophis. Hi there. I'm meeting most of you for the first time, huh? My name is Ariel. I'm the Demon King. On hearing her words, I stood up immediately. To my side, Asaka also suddenly became tense. Now, stay calm. I have no intention of causing any harm. Shiro-chan, or I guess it would be easier for you to understand if I said Wakaba-chan instead. So Wakaba-chan is a bit tied up at the moment. So I've come to give a supplementary explanation, saying that the Demon King casually smiled. Going by her appearance and attitude, you'd never have believed her to be the Demon King unless told so otherwise. However, she's accompanied by that Wakaba-san and also Nagishi and Kyuya and also Marizophis. She couldn't be any ordinary person. Still, she looks really weak. But I better not be fooled by appearances, I guess. Well, I just want you to listen to my explanation, then make a decision. Namely, which side are you on? Then, the Demon King put a decision before us. Author S. Note. Please think of Shinohara-san in the web novel as being born differently and being almost an entirely different person to the one in the published edition. The last two options, Author S comments. Balto S point of view, just what the heck is happening? I was hanging my head in the conference room. At a time when the Demon King is off on an expedition, an unprecedented situation has occurred. It's enough to make you hang your head. No point in asking us that, though. Sanatoria might seem fed up with my attitude, yet she leaks out a sigh expressing an underlying bewilderment and shrugs her shoulders. There are commanders other than Sanatoria gathered here. That being said, there are also many commanders who died in the previous Great War or are accompanying the Demon King on the expedition. Including me, there are just 4 people here. Sanatoria, the commander of the 2nd Demon King Army. Kogu, the commander of the 3rd Demon King Army. Dorado, the commander of the 5th Demon King Army. And I am the 4th person. The topic for discussion is naturally the words we suddenly heard referring to a world quest. Either attack or cooperate with the evil god. What does that mean? In the first place, what is a world quest? I don't believe such a thing has ever happened during the long history of the demon race. I'd like to hear everyone's opinion. Even while hanging my head, I somehow managed to wring that out. Our opinions on what, though? There's way too little information. It feels like we won't be able to make heads or tails of it anyway. And even if we do discuss it, we probably won't get any answers. Sanatoria states a quite natural opinion. She is exactly right. A world quest is issued. Will you obstruct, or will you support the plan of the evil god who is scheming to sacrifice humanity in order to avert the destruction of the world? We suddenly heard a voice saying that. But to be honest, I don't know what any of it means. As best we can determine, it seems that all of the demons heard this. Of course, we haven't been able to get testimonies from all demons, so it's possible that this phenomenon was limited to those in the Demon King's castle. While the demons have heard it, it's also plausible that the humans have not. However, that is not something that could be investigated right now. Even if that had been investigated, I don't get the feeling that we would have been able to make any progress, though. More importantly, just who is this evil god? Even if we wanted to obstruct or support this being, how would we achieve that? From those words alone, there's absolutely no way to tell. Since nothing makes any sense, I don't have the faintest idea how to determine the right approach. Perhaps the Demon King might know, but for such an event to occur while the Demon King is absent, it's the worst possible timing. Even if we don't understand, we still must do something anyway. The people are confused. Even for me, it's incomprehensible. It's also incomprehensible to the general population, so they're bewildered. No small number of them are fearful. That's because the contents of this world quest thing are nothing but disturbing. Just when the Great War was finally over, this happened. In the worst case, If their fear causes their everyday pin-up anger to explode, it could cause a riot. There's already a strong backlash against the government due to the forced conscription and subsequent war. That could be contained only due to the absolute terror that the Demon King held over them. With the Demon King now absent, they're capable of exploding at any provocation. In order to prevent that, one way or another we the government must make some kind of announcement regarding this world quest. Saying that though, even we don't understand anything, right? We can't just say something perfunctory either, surely. But the last thing we should do is be honest to a fault and say we don't have a clue, right? That's true. That could be the very trigger for the explosion. It's practically saying that the government is incompetent. However, since we don't understand this in practice, that might actually be correct. Kogu, do you have anything to add? Sorry. This is too difficult for me. I didn't expect otherwise, but it's unsurprising that it seems that Koga doesn't have any bright ideas. What about you, Dorado? During normal times, one would turn to the Demon King for guidance, but that's not an option, I guess. Dorado ponders with his arms crossed. Dorado might be a Demon King supremacist, but putting that to the side, he is excellent in both literary and military arts. It seems even Dorado can't come up with anything immediately. The same could be said about me, though. However, as you have said, Baltodano, to do nothing is unacceptable. For the time being, the only choice is to make an official proclamation that it is currently under investigation, using clear and unambiguous words that will not cause any panic. I guess that's the most realistic option. It's merely a stalling tactic, but it does allow us to show that we are doing an investigation. I doubt that will shut down all the discontent, but it should be effective to a certain extent, I'm sure. How about increasing the number of patrols in the city, as well as going on a state of high alert? But if you increase the number of soldiers and patrols by too much, wouldn't that itself become a provocation? That is true as well. Well, let us have soldiers visit every household under the pretext of a fact-finding mission. We must at least confirm that everybody has heard those words. For sure. That way we can also naturally spread soldiers across the city. Yeah, while they're at it, they can also report that an investigation is underway. Thanks to the proposal given by Dorado, we're able to come up with a plan of action for now. It won't be a fundamental solution, but it should be enough to restrain the chaos in the city for now. For carrying it out, can the Second Army handle it? Sure, that should be enough for this region, but what about the other cities? I would like to deal with that as soon as possible, but right now we are lacking in manpower. I guess all we can do is send a fast messenger by horse to each city. I see. Then leave that undertaking to the Fifth Army. Thank you. In quick succession, the decisions are made. Before the meeting started, I didn't have the slightest idea about what to do, but I guess a preliminary path has been chosen. Though, there is approximately one person who has been reduced to a figurehead who just sits around. The problem is, we fundamentally don't understand anything about this World Quest thing. That is true. Possibly, that was a divine revelation, in which case, the importance would be immeasurable. We can't just neglect it because we don't understand anything, surely. Sigh. What's to be done? I unintentionally sighed while grumbling out loud. That's what happened. World Quest, Sequence 1, triggering the installation of taboo on all of humanity. What? Gah. Once again, those words could suddenly be heard. Before I could understand their meaning, I was assailed by a headache, falling prostrate on the desk. Immediately after, being unable to withstand the awful sensation that boiling water was pouring into my head, I lost consciousness. The last two options, author S comments. Wrath S, Kia S. Point of view, the divine words were heard. Apparently, taboo is being installed into all the humans in this world. Yeesh. Arg. Okay. Ariel San mutters that sounding perplexed, or maybe sullen. The reincarnators were in the middle of a discussion, and while the timing for when to push our way in was our choice, it's now no longer a situation in which a discussion is possible. The reincarnators are now in a miserable situation, crouched down while clutching their heads, or already fainted. Ugu. And then, on the opposite side of Ariel San to me, Sophia San is writhing around on the floor, clutching her head. Not in the least bit refined. Humans are said to show their true colors when trapped, in which case this figure of Sophia San writhing around is, no, let us not say any more. Even Marizophis San, who would normally run over to the suffering Sophia San immediately, is slumped against the wall with his hand to his head. Felmina San can't be seen anywhere. Maybe she is hiding because she doesn't want her suffering form to be seen. Anyway, it seems that the only two people here who are fine are myself and Ariel San, who already had taboo at the maximum level. Talking of Ariel San, she is just standing still with a blank expression. That expression feels like it perfectly suits the phrase fed up. First she become significantly weakened due to the battle with Potamus, then forcing her body to move. She came all this way here enthusiastically only to face this disaster scene. It can't be helped that she has such an expression. It's like she can't endure it any longer. However, I can't just ignore the situation. I guess my subordinates and Shiro-san S are useless, huh? Felmina-san has vanished for a start, and Shiro-san S subordinates are probably wiped out. In the first place, there's hardly any people who have taboo at the maximum level. Unless you do something really major, it's a difficult enough skill to simply acquire, so bringing it all the way to the maximum level can't be done with ordinary means. Since even Sophia-san and Marizophis-san do not have taboo at maximum, probably the only ones left in this elf village who are okay are Ariel-san and I alone. Also, there's no way I can ask a weakened Ariel-san to take care of everyone. In other words, I guess it means that I have to take care of all these people by myself. I'll just have to do it. Shun got taboo to maximum during the battle with the elves, so if I consider that he was unconscious the whole time until the battle was over, then that probably means that everyone will be bedridden for about a day. There's no way I can just leave them lying on the floor for a start, so at a minimum, I'll have to carry them to their beds. Ariel-san, please return. I'll do something about this. Ah, yeah, indeed. But before that, AL. Ariel-san yells out at empty air. The next moment, a girl in maid clothes appeared near to the door. It seems that the girl is a member of Ariel-san's family. It seems that while she was ordered to assassinate the Pope of the Divine Word religion, she failed in the end. She was able to escape from danger as Ariel-san summoned her, and she was evacuated here. Her maid clothes are burnt in places, which seems to have been done by an ancient fire dragon that was guarding the Pope. I'll assist Vrekun. Nodding silently, Ariel-san obeys Ariel-san's orders. To be frank, that's a big help. I was thinking that it sure was going to be a horrible amount of work dealing with this disaster by myself. Best regards. Ariel-san nods, still mute. The reason why she is okay is obviously not because she already had taboo at maximum, but because she doesn't fit the definition of humanity. She is part of Ariel-san's family, produced by Ariel-san using the spawning skill, a monster known as a puppet pterodactyl. Her appearance is like that of a human girl, but is actually a doll underneath. Her true body is a small spider monster, and apparently she manipulates that human-like doll from the inside using threads. Once I thought about that, I had a sudden realization. It's possible for monsters to still be on the move during this time. Perhaps it's the case that within the two factions, the only two who can move normally are their respective heads, just Ariel-san and the Pope, because they're almost the only two people with taboo at maximum. The only others would be exceptions like me. Indeed, I am an exception. I don't know if only people like me are included in the human category or not in the end, but either way I can move like this because I had taboo at maximum. But also, there will be exceptions in the Pope-S faction. Exceptions like the ancient dragons who repulsed Ariel-san. If it's the case that they know about Ariel-san becoming weakened, with both factions having been paralyzed, the only ones with combat ability here are just Ariel-san and myself. Sophia-san kept writhing in pain and eventually struck her head on a corner of the door and then writhed in pain even more before losing consciousness. Marizophis-san has also fallen unconscious while leaning against the wall. All the reincarnators are unconscious. I don't imagine that there would be an immediate attack. So for now, let us take those who collapsed and As I was about to finish by saying to carry them to their beds, I felt the presence of something coming closer at high speed. The presence is coming straight from the north in a straight line towards our location. Fast, scarily fast. It seems that our fear was warranted. With that speed, it can't be a normal dragon. At the very least, the speed is above that of mine without wrath activated. Ariel San, stay back. Ael San, please take care of Ariel San. Saying so, I rush out. If I fight someone this strong, I can't imagine that the surroundings would be left unscathed. Since everyone is sleeping here, I must begin the fight as far away as possible. Initially, I was afraid of the worst-case scenario that they could just ignore me and plunge on towards where Ariel San is, but instead they stopped in front of me. Oi, oi, oi! This isn't what I heard. Why is there a dangerous-looking guy here who is all lively? As if I would know. Either way, kill him and there is no problem. One is a large dragon looking like a pteranodon. The other is a smaller dragon, with a lithe body like a leopard though with wings growing from it. The strength I feel from both of them is far from ordinary. I guess that's true, right? Go me, I'm so smart. Though their brains seem rather, well, their physical strength should be the real deal at least. I stand with 2 swords at the ready. This battle seems likely to be far harder than nursing those who had collapsed. Skirmish, Oni versus Wind and Lightning drop dead. The body of the leopard-like dragon glows, and a crackling sound reverberates threateningly. I immediately swing one of the swords held in my hands, releasing the energy in a magic sword imbued with the power of lightning. At the same time my sword reaches the end of its swing, I shoot that energy. The next instant, thunder rang, a roaring sound that deafens the ears, a flash of light that blinds the eyes, and a hot wind surges that seems to burn skin. Haha, I bet not even a fragment will be left. While my ears are still ringing, I could hear the voice of the leopard dragon who believes that he is one. My eyes, my eyes. I could hear the other dragon screaming in agony. It seems that the flash of light just now blinded him. I guess it means dragons can be dazzled as well. I break into a run while performing such analysis. The leopard dragon who fired the attack believes it's all over and has become careless. The other dragon has shut his eyes and can't move properly. There is no way I can miss this opportunity. I grip the lightning sword in my mouth and take out 4 throwing knives from space storage using my free hand. They look like small knives, but they are swords with the added property of exploding on contact. Even if they're small, their destructiveness is plenty. I throw the knives while running. From the perspective of the dragon who was caught completely off guard, it would likely feel like these knives suddenly came flying out of the dust cloud that had been kicked up from his previous attack. Whoa! The leopard dragon screams, and there is the sound of an explosion. However, that scream didn't seem to be one of pain, but rather of strong surprise. In other words, he was shocked but didn't take damage. However, that was also within my expectations. Parting through the dust cloud, I jump out, with a swing of the sword in my other hand. The magic sword imbued with the power of fire is already wrapped in flames. I grip it tightly in both hands and swing it towards the leopard dragon. Oh, the leopard dragon reflexively bends backwards. However, while that reaction would normally be called mistake, the leopard dragon was able to accurately fire the lightning coiled around him towards me. Pointing the lightning sword in my mouth up at the sky, it gets used as a substitute lightning rod. The lightning heading towards me was sucked up by the lightning sword, and once again flashed with light. The shot from the lightning sword in my mouth runs through my teeth and into my chin. While literally struggling to clench my teeth, I make another swing with my fire sword toward my opponent. However, by that time the leopard dragon had already escaped from the range of my sword. Dangerous. The leopard dragon sounds panicked. In the time it took me to take a single step, the leopard dragon moved back about 10 meters. As I expected, his speed is much greater than mine. In addition, the exchange just now convinced me that this guy is a lightning dragon who rules over lightning. How troublesome. In my mind, I click my tongue. Lightning dragons. While dragons of all attributes are troublesome, In my opinion, the two most troublesome are lightning and darkness. The number of darkness dragons is particularly small, so fortunately, you'd almost never encounter one in practice. However, lightning dragons are different. There are about as many of them as with other attributes. Worst of all, lightning dragons have a weak sense of territory, frequently showing up suddenly where people live. Most likely, the species of dragon that gets into the most fights with people and demons are lightning dragons. They have a plain and simple style. Attack using lightning and utilizing their physique for close range battle. That's all. However, precisely because it is plain and simple, they can maximize their potential. What is most troublesome is their lightning-based attacks. Humans cannot react to the speed of lightning. You could say that dodging is practically impossible, yet it's powerful. It will turn anyone with lackluster defensive strength into charcoal with a single blast. So dodging or withstanding the attacks is difficult, while they burn through their MP quickly as a result. You're going to be killed before they run out of MP. To go up against a lightning dragon, the minimum requirement is to be able to withstand the lightning attack. I more or less meet that requirement. My specialized attributes are lightning and fire. Due to that, I've often made lightning magic swords, and so also gained lightning resistance. Like I did earlier, with a magic sword of the same attribute, you can also withstand the attacks since they cancel each other out. However, being able to withstand the attack is no more than the minimum requirement. Without that, you can't even stand on the battlefield. In other words, I've not been able to do anything except survive on the same battlefield. Whether I can win or not, I don't know. The greatest feature that lightning dragons have is their lightning strike, which is difficult to avoid or withstand. After that, the next most important is their agility. Lightning dragons have particularly high speed status values, so their special strategy is to use their agility to confuse the enemy, then hit them with a lightning strike. Also, their physical offensive ability and their magical offensive ability values are high. On the other hand, their physical defensive ability and magical defensive ability are the lowest amongst all dragons. Although they possess the dragon scale skill that all dragons do, because they're a species that almost never receives attacks, the skill is often at level 1. In other words, they are completely specialized for attack. While I'm somewhat irregular, I could also be said to be specialized for attack. I don't have any defensive abilities that are worthy of mention. In terms of status values, while you could say that I am a balanced type, my skills are completely focused toward attacking. In other words, this battle is a clash between attack specializes. My magic swords versus the leopard dragon's lightning attacks. Whoever comes out ahead will probably be decided by whoever lands an effective strike first. That is probably the type of battle it will be. At least, if this was a one-on-one battle with me and the leopard dragon. Finally, I can see again. My eyes are still fucking stinging though. The pteranodon-like dragon is shaking his head. Hey, you fucking retard. Why are you so relaxed? This guy fucking withstood my spark. Hey, he has bad news. You asshole. Just whose fault do you think it is that my eyes are stinging? Never mind that, and fucking help me already. Ah, sure. The two dragons square off against me cautiously. Based on their exchange just now, the leopard dragon might have a higher position than the pteranodon-like dragon. But given how casually they are interacting, they're probably almost at the same rank. Most likely they both attack cautiously from now on. It was a massive failure for me to have not even wounded them earlier during the perfect opportunity when they were still being careless. However, it's too soon to be pessimistic. They might be uninjured, but I'm also uninjured. The battle is only just getting started. With sweat running over my hands, I take a stance again with my magic swords, also squaring off against them. Skirmish, Oni versus Wind and Lightning, taking swords from my space storage. I fire them directly using the shoot skill. While the shoot skill consumes does MP, the amount is insignificant. Simply taking something out that you put into space storage consumes almost no MP. And while it may require a large amount of MP to create a magic sword, using one consumes nothing. In short, The amount of MP consumed by this volley of attacks is small enough that automatic recovery will replenish it instantly. Despite that, the destructive power of the magic swords when they explode is proportional to the amount of MP consumed when they are made. While magic swords have the demerit that they must be created in advance, their merit of consuming almost no MP during combat is enough to overturn it. However, that is all meaningless unless they're effective against your opponents. The swords are shot at high speed, but before they can connect, the lightning surrounding the leopard dragon repels them, causing them to explode. The magic swords are being fired one after another without pause, but they're all either being shot down like this or alternatively they're being avoided. It seems that the leopard dragon always has lightning coiled around his body. Then, during an attack, it automatically intercepts. Thanks to that, I also can't close in without taking stupid risks. The moment you approach, the lightning would attack you. It's an annoying ability that gives both offense and defense. Gore. On top of that, the leopard dragon himself keeps lunging at me with his fangs like this. I shoot flames from my fire sword, using the distracting to stop him. I use that opportunity to significantly open up the distance between us. Yet even that ISNT enough, and the lightning around him attacks me. I strike that using the lightning sword in the opposite hand to my fire sword. Since the lightning sword is of the same attribute, it is possible to cancel out the lightning strike. However, that's my limit. I'm not able to force him back in this situation. Defense is taking everything I have, so I'm not able to counterattack. Both firing my magic swords and the flames from my fire sword are thwarted by the lightning surrounding him every time. It's more like all this is achieving is reducing the scope of the leopard dragoness attacks, and the current balance is just about being maintained. While we were both still uninjured, it's clear that I was in the worst position. In addition, I'm concerned about the movements of the other dragon. The pteranodon-like dragon has flown up into the sky, high enough that it's difficult to follow him by eye. He seemed to be up to something there, but I had my hands full dealing with the leopard dragon, so I couldn't follow him closely. I'm well aware that leaving him alone is not a good idea, but there's nothing I can do. My range of options seems large, but is actually quite limited. While my magic swords can have all sorts of tricks, against higher rank opponents, the only useful abilities my magic swords have are explosively self-destructing, fire and lightning. Just those three. Close-range combat with my fire and lightning magic swords, and firing a large quantity of explosive swords to oppress the enemy. Those two methods comprise my basic combat tactics. Compared to Shira-san, Ariel-san, and Sophia-san, with their wide variety of attacks, my way of fighting is fixated on a brute force approach. Precisely because of that, it's tough to face opponents with similar tactics. But well, it's not like I literally have nothing left. 3, 2, 1. Acting as if dodging the opponent's attacks was taking everything I had, I lured him to a certain point. I barely had to act, as I was virtually having to dodge with everything I had anyway, so I'll probably deceive him. Then, the moment the leopard dragon steps on that location, it's triggered. The ground underneath the leopard dragon explodes. Jaya. The leopard dragon screams in pain. The landmine sword, a variant of the explosive sword, as its name implies. It's a magic sword that is buried underground and causes an explosion the moment an enemy steps upon it. The lightning surrounding the leopard dragon doesn't cover the feet, so the underground landmine sword can't be induced to explode and probably can't even be detected in the first place. Against a completely unnoticed attack, without doubt, even the automatic interception of the surrounding lightning wouldn't activate. In the first place, the automatic interception wouldn't do anything against an explosion from underground, even if it was activated. The automatic interception from the surrounding lightning was extremely effective. Even my flames, something with no real form, could be shot down, so it's likely that only something with more power than the surrounding lightning could break through it. But that is only for things that the surrounding lightning can intercept. Instead, you can just deliver an attack directly upon the leopard dragon. Using my array of magic swords to distract the leopard dragon for an instant, I set up landmine swords under the ground. The leopard dragon retreats while trailing one of its legs. The front right leg, which stepped on the landmine sword, was injured. To not miss this chance, I go on an all-out assault. I take out a large amount of explosive swords from my space storage and fire them. On top of that, I myself rushed towards the leopard dragon too. Not GHH. However, the leopard dragon howls at an extremely loud volume, and its whole body then radiates such strong light that it could burn the eyes. When I stop instantly, he ignores the pain in his leg and leaps backwards. Fortunately, I had thought to hold out the lightning sword in front of me. An impact strong enough to numb my arm was transmitted through the lightning sword, but that is all the damage I took. Truly, that is the embodiment of lightning. If I had gotten any closer, I might have been turned to charcoal. That hurts. A dummy. That really hurts, you know. The enraged leopard dragon simply seemed to say whatever was on his mind. The leopard dragon flaps his wings and rises up into the air. Well, that sucks. Now, my landmine sword's 1 TB effective. That being said, his leg is still injured. It seems he either doesn't have recovery magic or automatic HP recovery skills. Or he has them, but at a low level. I would like to think that this has reduced some of his mobility, but what happens now that he is taken to the air? I had thought ID gained an advantage, but it's still too early to tell. I stay on alert and glare at the leopard dragon. At that moment, I suddenly notice that the surroundings have gotten darker. I can't confirm it as I can't afford to take my eyes off the leopard dragon, but did the sun go behind clouds? However, it was a sunny day without a single cloud just earlier. I feel that this is not something I can afford to ignore. As if to confirm my premonition, rain suddenly falls on my face. The rain quickly strengthens, becoming a cloudburst in an instant. I could even hear thunder on top of that. Geez, you took way too long. The leopard dragon mutters that complaint while looking up at the sky. Hey, is that any way to put it when I've been working so hard? That voice replied to the leopard dragon. It was the Pteranodon-type dragon as he came swooping down. So this rain was caused by that dragon, then an underling should work themselves to the bone for the sake of their seniors, right? Who else an underling? You who else? Hey, aren't I the senior one in terms of physique? Did you just scorn me? Don't nitpick over every little thing. You sissy. All right. Although the leopard dragon is injured, he has regained his composure. There is no way this rain was done just to put on a show. The situation is bad. In the worst case, I might have to use wrath. Author S note, tomorrow, or you could even say today, the anime broadcast starts. I'll put up a report of my impressions of the anime afterwards, so please let me know your impressions of the anime. Skirmish, Oni versus Wind, and Lightning. This is bad. Controlling the weather. He could actually do something this troublesome. A strong wind is buffeting my body. I think back to my previous life when looking at news programs about typhoons and stuff, where they would often broadcast videos showing people unable to move when hit by a strong gust of wind. When you hear about wind magic, I guess the first things that come to mind are either Kamaitachi or tornadoes. The Kamaitachi that use the force of the wind to tear things apart. Tornadoes, which look like plain natural disasters. However, even without such things, wind alone is strong. That fact is something I'm personally experiencing right now. The strength of the wind feels almost enough to blow away my body if I lose focus. Since this is what I'm facing with my high status values, ordinary people would have been blown away long ago, I'm sure. After that, your only future would be that of one being blown into the ground or wherever the wind takes you. I don't know what the wind velocity is, but at the very least, considering the impact I'm feeling on my body, I imagine it's like a super typhoon from my previous life, or even more. Even typhoons from my previous life could blow away cars and house roofs if they get large enough. I don't need to think about what would happen to me if that force struck me up into the air and then kept on throwing me around. Fortunately, it's failed to blow me away so far, and even if it did, due to my high status values, being thrown around probably wouldn't be enough to be fatal. However, due to this wind that is constantly buffeting me, most of my ability to move has been lost. In addition, this wind is blowing in different directions. If I lose focus, the moment the wind direction changes, I'll be blown away. Also, what I'm facing now that the wind has stopped me moving is a deluge of lightning. Quite literally, lightning is falling down like intermittent rain. I'm blocking those with 4 lightning swords ID had in reserve, each attached to one of my fingers. With just one, it's no longer possible for me to block them entirely. Perhaps it's more efficient for the leopard dragon to fire lightning from these clouds than his body, but either way, it's a tremendous barrage. It's also more effective because the rain has doused my body in water. Thanks to all this, my HP is being steadily reduced. The fact that I'm getting minor electroshocks is proof that my lightning swords can't completely protect me. For my space storage, I take out a magic sword suitable for being a lightning rod and then throw it. The lightning is pulled towards that magic sword. During that opportunity, I shoot the flames from my fire sword in the opposite hand to my lightning swords. However, those flames lose their momentum against the rain pouring down like a waterfall and don't reach the leopard dragon. While this is going on, the magic sword that ID thrown to the side as a lightning rod has been destroyed by the lightning, and once again the lightning rains down upon me. It's a complete deadlock. Due to the blowing wind, I'm completely stuck here, and now I'm being forced to directly take on the lightning strikes that were difficult enough to avoid. In addition, my attacks are drowned out by the rain. Both the leopard dragon and the pteranodon dragon, perhaps thinking that it's dangerous to face me in close-range combat, are staying up in the sky and not approaching. On my side, my HP and MP are gradually decreasing. Their side is doing weather manipulation and intermittent lightning strikes on a huge scale. I can't imagine that their rate of consumption is light. But considering that they are continuing with this barrage of attacks, they're probably confident that I'll run out of strength before their MP runs out. In short, I'm in a bad spot. I need to take some kind of action and destroy their battle formation. Teleportation. Unfortunately, my skill level in space magic isn't that high. I use space storage in particular a lot, but even so the skill level has only gone up slightly. Of all magics, it is especially difficult to raise the skill level in space magic. It's not called a rare skill for nothing. In short, it can be said that space storage is pretty much the only one I can use in actual combat. If I was asked if I had a magic sword in my space storage that could overturn this situation, the answer would be no. In the first place, the fire sword and lightning swords I'm currently holding are my masterpieces. If those masterpieces 1T prevail, then it's better to think that none of the remaining swords will prevail either. If there's a way out of this, it would surely be to challenge them to close-range combat. But in order to do that, I must first overturn this situation. However, I have no means to do so. There's a big risk I could take, as otherwise things will be getting worse and worse. I guess I have no choice but to do it, huh? I wait for the wind direction to change. Right now, the wind direction is towards Ariel San and company. I can't use that. Then, the wind direction changed. That instant, I relaxed my body. The moment that I did, my body was blown away, riding upon the winds. It would normally be inconceivable to deliberately get on an enemy's attack. If things go badly, you'd be put in an even worse situation than before. However, it was difficult to do anything else in that situation. I'll probably be facing an offensive from the Pteranodon Dragon now. I'll make sure to survive that somehow, and turn things around to my favor. Hey? You? Aren't you letting him get away? No way. This is, I want to allow him. Upon being blown away, nothing else happened. Even the offensive I was expecting didn't happen. Could it be that these guys are actually dumber than I had thought? Cup. Yeah, my MP is about to run out. Hey, what the heck? Shut up. Any normal person would die from that much lightning, right? It's his fault for not dying. I'd even thinking that wow, you've been going at it like crazy, but that is all you had, huh? Shut up, or else I'll forcibly shut your trap. All right, they're idiots. These guys are real idiots. Does it mean that actually it would have been better for me to just endure a bit longer until his MP ran out then? What was I getting all impatient for then? At the same time as feeling dejected, a simmering anger starts to boil up. These cretins have been pushing me around? Right, let us crush them. Completely. Having decided that, I rush towards the leopard dragon and pteranodon dragon. Sigh. Well, whatever. The Pteranodon dragon heaves a big sigh. I can win by myself easily enough. The next moment, I'm struck by wind. From right above. GUH. The impact was like being hit in the head by a hammer. My neck makes a nasty sound, and a shock runs through me as if my whole body had become numb. Overpowered by the force, I collapse onto the ground. I screwed up. Based on his attitude, ID had the mistaken assumption that the leopard dragon was the superior one. But I was wrong. Completely wrong. Compared to the leopard dragon, the Pteranodon dragon is far more annoying. Author S note: the anime has started. Please leave your impressions in the response section. Skirmish, Oni versus wind, and lightning wind lashes at me. When I was slammed on the ground, I somehow managed to get back up against the force that seems to be trying to crush me. Blood is flowing from my forehead. It's clear and simple as to what did me in. I was dropped by just a bullet of wind. Just that one attack, and I was knocked onto the ground. I underestimated the power of the wind. An invisible bullet of air. To think something like that would be so annoying. Furthermore, the violently blowing wind takes away my ability to move, and because the air around us is constantly flowing, it becomes even harder to sense where the bullets of wind are coming from. I'd been so focused on the showy lightning strikes that I hadn't noticed the real value of the wind the Pteranodon dragon controlled. I'm still a living creature who breathes. If this situation where I'm unable to breathe properly continues, it's obvious that I'll become oxygen deficient. It's not like I can't breathe at all, but as to whether I could move about at my maximum strength, I'd be forced to concede that it would be difficult. Focus your mind. Incoming. An air bullet flies in towards me. Just about, I managed to avoid it by a hair. However, dodging was my absolute limit. Even if I could dodge the bullet itself, it puts me in a weak stance that makes it impossible to oppose the fiercely blowing wind, and my body is captured by the wind. In addition, unlike earlier, there's no way that they would let me be blown away and do nothing. Hi-ho, God. Waiting for me in the place I was being blown towards was the leopard dragon. His claws tear into me relentlessly. I grit my teeth against the pain, taking a firm grip on my fire sword. The leopard dragon completes his swing with his claws, and turning to face this guy who seems to somehow have an expression indicating joy, I drive my fire sword towards him in a counterattack. But suddenly my body is pulled up into the sky, as if the wind which suddenly blew again was manipulating me. Then, I immediately drop. From high to low, a gust of wind smashes me down into the ground. The impact strikes upon me so strongly that for a moment I have a delusion that my body was smashed into pieces. So strong. To think I'd be so helpless. I guess there are times when everything is against you. My greatest speciality is close-range combat. I'm not being allowed to use it. In addition, it's also impossible to use my magic swords to bombard them due to the wind. My landmine swords aren't useful against one flying up in the sky. However, even beyond that, the Pteranodon dragon's fighting technique is too skilled. There's nothing I can do to simply avoid being toyed with by him. Perhaps, if I was facing the leopard dragon alone, I'd probably win. However, I'm not sure whether I could win against the Pteranodon dragon one-on-one. At the least, if I didn't have a trump card, I believe I'd have little hope in winning. Haha, this is the end. The leopard dragon leaps towards me after I had fallen. This is not the time to worry about trivial stuff, huh? Wrath, activate. Gah. At the same time as activating Wrath, I howl. I'm bursting with power. Using that power to forcibly tear through the restraints of the wind, I stand up. While leaping towards me, a surprised expression shows on the leopard dragon. I relentlessly drive my fire sword at that face. Noga? The leopard dragon nimbly avoided my strike by twisting in the air. But he was able to completely avoid it, and a rear leg was cut off at the trunk. With the momentum he had carried with his jump, the leopard dragon tumbles onto the ground while scattering blood spray. I want to finish him off immediately, but I'm going to deal with that Pteranodon dragon first. I activate Space Maneuver, creating footholds in the air to approach the Pteranodon dragon up in the sky. Since I have now activated Wrath, I can overcome the raging wind with just a single step and close in towards the Pteranodon dragon. Whoa, you intend to challenge me to an air battle, huh? You're on. The Pteranodon dragon whirls through the sky. Although his movements already looked highly refined, that speed now is unreal. He is flying through the sky so fast that he can even cause wind to blow in his wake. However, seriously, my speed with Wrath activated is 99,999. That speed that would likely have been overwhelming for me without Wrath is now ineffective against me. I clad the fire sword in flames. Then, I swing it towards the Pteranodon dragon with the intent to bisect it. Damn! The Pteranodon dragon flips his body around. Simultaneously, he fires a gust of wind and wind bullets. While Wrath is activated, my defensive abilities also hit the maximum value. Even if I'm hit by a wind bullet, it wouldn't do much damage. However, that doesn't mean it's okay to take the impact, though. Because of the gust of wind and air bullets, mine was a little bit off. As a result, instead of bisecting the Pteranodon dragon like I had planned, I only so much as cut through a wing. Ka! Damn motherfucker! The Pteranodon dragon howls. The next moment, a lightning bolt hit me. For a moment, I thought it was the leopard dragon's work, but it seems to have been the Pteranodon dragon's work. So the Pteranodon dragon can also use lightning magic, huh? There's almost no damage. However, my eyes were dazzled for a moment. Then just that one moment was enough for that dragon of extreme speed. Without paying any attention to me, the Pteranodon dragon flew towards the leopard dragon sprawled on the ground. Then he used his hind feet to grab that body and retreated without paying attention to anything else. I watched them leave. There wasn't anything else I could do. Ugh, my vision is starting to go completely red. I forced that down, and a moment later Wrath is deactivated. Pant. Because I had trained up my heresy resistance skill, I have become able to suppress to some extent the demerit of Wrath, namely that your sense of reason gets swallowed in the rage. But only to some extent. It seems that it's not so easy to cancel out the demerit of a 7 deadly sin skill. My heresy resistance has reached heresy nullity, but it wasn't enough to negate Wrath. It seems that this was unexpected for Shiro-san as well, and she was surprised. She explained that most likely, Wrath was configured to be not subject to heresy nullity. The duration I can activate Wrath for without losing my sanity is a very short amount of time. Also, if I get swallowed up by Wrath next time, there's no guarantee that I can return. That's why I was in a rush to conclude it. At any rate, I succeeded in driving them back. Let us be satisfied with that. To be honest, with those 2 dragons, if one of them had headed towards Ariel-san, leaving the other behind to stop me, it could have been bad. I guess the reason why they didn't do that is that those dragons have their own sort of pride. They must have been taking action based on their own convictions. Thinking about that makes me depressed, but the situation has already begun to move. Let's make sure to do everything that I can, and I guess I could start by healing my tattered body. Decision time. Author S comments. Sophia S point of view. One awful waking scene. The light of the sun is shining so brightly through the windows that it is detestable. I would not normally mind, but in my current state the sunlight feels hateful somehow. With the effects of my true ancestor title sunlight should have no effect on me, yet I'm still a vampire. So perhaps I just don't particularly like sunlight. Until now, it has not been something that particularly bothered me, so perhaps the mental effects are large. Oju-sama, have you awoken? From outside the room, I heard Merizofis' voice from the direction of the door. I guess this means that Merizofis woke earlier than I did. Of course I am not sleeping in late. It's just that Merizofis is an early riser, that I can already hear a background noise, and since many people being awake is surely just my imagination. I am awake. I shall go after getting prepared, so please go ahead of me. Certainly. Everyone else is already present, so please hurry. I'll prepare in 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Yeah, it's an executive privilege. When I breezily arrived at the large room where everyone was gathered, the first thing out of Kyuko-en's mouth was a bunch of sarcasm. Upon looking at Kyuko-en in irritation, I decided to swallow the complaints that I was about to utter. This was because Kyukun was uncharacteristically tense. What happened? Yesterday, after everyone collapsed, there was an enemy attack. No way. Was I totally sleeping like a log? I just about managed to repulse them, but they got away without any being defeated. I was about to say that it was pathetic of him to let them escape, but somehow I managed to swallow those words. I know just how strong Kyukun is. So given that Kyukun failed to capture them, that surely means that the opponents were also quite strong. Actually, given how tense Kyukun is, perhaps it was quite a dangerous situation. Besides, since I had collapsed and was useless, it would be barking up the wrong tree to blame Kyukun here, wouldn't it? Or rather, perhaps it would be better to view it as him protecting us. I wish to express my appreciation just in case. Thank you. After I said that, Kyukun's eyes blinked in surprise. Hey, what else with that response? Well, to think you would actually thank someone, Sophia-san. Maybe this is a harbinger of something terrible happening today. Just what do you take me for? Haha. When I scowled at him a bit, Kyukun laughed it off. Well, whatever. In consideration for his actions while I couldn't move, I shall let it go. Now, then, on looking around the place again, in order to suppress the negative side effects of my envy skill, together with Kyukun, I raised the heresy-resistant skill level and obtained heresy nullity. It's surely thanks to it that I am less affected than other people. Affected by taboo, that is. Still, though, to think that taboo would be handed out to all of humanity. Whoever God is, they sure did something bold. The reason why I collapsed yesterday is because taboo was forcibly installed. Whether it's faint nullity or sense of pain nullity, it pierced all resistances and caused a headache such that I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was on a bed. That's right. Who carried me to bed? And then Kyukun pointed his finger at someone, a girl wearing maid clothes who was continuously working to bring out plates. If I remember correctly, she's called AL and one of Ariel-san's family, right? She carried the girls. I carried the boys. I see. I better thank her later then. Incidentally, I wonder what she's carrying on those plates? When I looked out of curiosity, it was breakfast. Plates full of breakfast were being lined up on the tables in front of the reincarnators who were hanging their heads. She did make breakfast as well? Nope. Ariel-san did. Huh. Ariel-san did? But isn't Ariel-san in bad shape right now? Hey, it's time for a delicious breakfast. That same Ariel-san then arrived with a plate in hand. While I'm sure you're feeling depressed about various things, humans need to eat to live. So why don't we dig in? In response to Ariel-san's words, the reincarnators raised their heads. Then, Ariel-san came to where we were and took a seat at the same table. Without a moment's delay, El brought over breakfast for Kyukun and I. Thank you. I unintentionally said that together with Kyukun. Ael silently bowed her head, then went outside. Ael is on guard while we're eating. Yeah, there's no reason why there wouldn't be another attack, is there? Exactly. I agree. Okay, everyone has a serving, right? Then Itadikamasu. Ariel-san gives the address prior to eating. The reincarnators gave a sporadic Itadikamasu as well, and a number of them began to eat. There's a number of people who've not begun to move yet, but I'm sure the LL starts sooner or later. I ignore them and begin to eat. It's good. I made it just from what was available, so it's hard to say that the quality is particularly good though. Outside being what it is and all. Outside, a lot has been burnt down after all. In other words, it means that the ingredients used to make this breakfast just barely escaped the war, huh? Or else, perhaps it came from the military rations that we brought? Either way, it will be hard to say that it's good quality stuff. The reason why it's quite delicious even so is perhaps due to Ariel-san's advanced cooking skills. That being said, there would be limits to the remaining food, so it seems we better leave here sooner rather than later. With regard to the future, what are we going to do? Well, I tried asking her that. Ariel-san put on a difficult expression while going into deep thought. Frankly, I can't read how things are going to develop from now on. I guess you could say that I don't know which direction to go in, to be honest. Goodness, to think that this situation is unforeseen to such an extent. Well, I guess there's no way that this would be within expectation from the start. For now, I'm having Marizophasquin and Felmanichan make preparations. So that's why they're not here. At any rate, with regards to taboo, can anything be done about it? It's so gloomy that I can't stand it. Every time your mind wanders onto what I guess you could call the taboo menu, from there comes a thought constantly saying a tone. It's depressing to think that this is going to continue forever. There's nothing. I've had to deal with it the whole time as well. Sigh. I expected it, but I couldn't help breathing a sigh. However, if the system goes away, taboo as well as all skills should go away. That's it. We're planning to destroy the system anyway, so then we can be freed from this gloom. This means we have another reason to destroy the system then. It's too advantageous for us. Ariel San's brow is furrowed while she ponders it. Certainly, by looking at the contents of taboo, it is possible to understand in a consistent way that Ariel San is trying to save the goddess. Then, if knowledge spreads that destroying the system means the harassment from taboo will go away, surely the number of people cooperating with us will increase. Even with heresy nullity and the suppression of taboo's influence I get from it, I still find it to be gloomy and all. Surely for anyone without heresy nullity, it should be much more unpleasant. If you could be released from that suffering, then you wouldn't be bothered about how it looks to others. Thinking about it that way, having taboo installed on all of humanity is favorable to us. You have some kind of concern? Before I could ask that myself, Kyukuin asked Ariel San. As far as I am aware, the god who is the high-rank administrator is not someone who would favor either side. Despite that, the situation is in our favor for now. So, you think that something unfavorable will happen to us later? I don't know. But when taboo was distributed, it said World Quest, Sequence 1. In other words, there's at least 2. Come to think of it, that's true. In short, after this something will happen. World Quest, Sequence 2, oh my. Is this a case of speaking of the devil, I wonder? Now then, I wonder what will pop out next. Decision time, author S comments. Sophia's point of view continued use prayer to intervene in the battle of the gods. That was the only line spoken. After waiting a while, there were no further words. I wonder what that means? The moment I asked my question, Kyukuin raised his voice as if he had noticed something. What? A new item has been added to the taboo menu. Kyukuin said that, and I quickly focused on the taboo menu. I've been deliberately averting my eyes from it as it makes me feel sick, but certainly an item that I believe wasn't there earlier has been added. Taboo menu system overview details on all items in the system update logs points summary reincarnation history, special item, and IW World Quest in the last field are the words World Quest. I believe this wasn't there just recently, and even if it had been there, it's inconceivable that it's unrelated to the current situation. I tried turning my focus onto that World Quest item. HRM. I see. This, how should I say, has really done a number on us, or what? Arg. So that's how it's going to be, huh? Ariel San is also clutching her head. When I tried turning my focus onto that World Quest item, the rules of this World Quest naturally flowed into my head. To summarize them, in short, those getting involved in this war won't just be a small group like us anymore, but everyone on this world, basically. As for what exactly that means, literally as that announcement said, it is now possible to intervene in the battle between Goshijin Sama and this god called Jairi by using prayer. To think that things would end up this way. Of course we believed that Shiro-chan would win, but now there's no way to be sure. To pray to God is basically faith. Then, as commonly seen in stories, the strength of that faith corresponds to how strong the god in question becomes. In other words, the more you pray, the more the god you pray to will be strengthened. In this situation, though, it's not like the strengthening will be particularly significant. Instead, the strengthening of a single person's prayer will be negligible. However, that is only correct when considering an individual. Consider what would happen if every living member of humanity on this world offered up a prayer. Even if the strengthening of each individual's prayer is negligible, they will accumulate. The power will become large. I don't really have any particular idea what the population of this world is like, but on Earth you'd measure the number in billions. Of course, the numbers would be much smaller here, but if you could combine the power of an entire world-esque population together, it is an incredible amount. You could say that this allows the people of this world to decide which side they choose as active members, rather than it being up to someone else. This sure is something else. She tossed that out half bitterly, half impressed. As Ariel Sand says, for those who haven't already taken sides. This certainly is an incredibly fair rule. Before this rule was put in place, the only ones who had the right to decide was Ariel Sand before she lost her strength, me, Kyukun, and humans with similar strength. At any rate, if any people who couldn't fight appeared in front of us, we'd just simply trample them underfoot, and that would be the end of it. However, with this rule, even people without the ability to fight can decide for themselves. Even if it's weak, they can still add that power to the one they chose. Also, there's practically no reason not to make a choice. The reason being, praying is the way to erase taboo. Offer up a prayer, and some of the experience points that represent the taboo skill will be consumed, it seems. Then, when those points become 0, the taboo skill will be clearly removed. Even I who have heresy nullity consider taboo to be irritating. I bet it would be unbearable to ordinary people, so they should be wanting to erase it. That way, it can be made clear which god is supported. That makes it obvious to choose one of them, doesn't it? To not choose means that you must be prepared to live with taboo forevermore. Having principles strong enough that you would stay neutral despite that would be far from common after all. If you're prepared for that, then it's a magnificent choice in its own right. It really is done well. This is not the time to be impressed, you know. We got to work out some kind of countermeasure. Kyukun says that as if exasperated, but ISNT, there already something we can do in this case. Countermeasures, huh? Wipe out the electorate completely or something. As soon as I said that, the other reincarnators looked my way in shock. Why is such a dangerous conclusion the first thing you come up with? It was a joke. A joke. Though I said that, Kyukun looks at me with his eyes filled with doubt. Not even I would do something so senseless, you know. How rude. However, unless you do something on that kind of scale, I think it would likely end up being rather meaningless, you know. Yes, now that it's come to this, there's only a few things we can do. After all, our opponent is literally the entirety of humanity. Our opponent is just too damn big. No. In this case, I guess it would be better to describe it by saying there's too many of them. Faced by the majority, what us the minority can do is very limited. Before this happened, I had thought that so long as we had the power, we would be able to force things through one way or the other. The situation is now completely reversed, thanks to God's fairness. Perhaps he understands that, as Kyukun also has a bitter expression on his face. Ariel San has her eyes calmly closed and is in deep thought about something. That being said, God is fair. Our role has also been properly prepared for us, after all. In short, there's no change in what we need to do. As part of the World Quest item added to Taboo, what S recorded are some broad rules. The merits and demerits of victory for each faction, and also the victory conditions for each faction. The Elro Great Labyrinth South Innermost Place. Protect that until the system collapse occurs. That's what we need to do. It's too late to try to manipulate public opinion. Unlike our previous world, neither TV nor the internet are established. We can only leave it up to each person to decide which way to go. In that case, we simply have to do what we can do. Besides, whatever happens, Goshijin-sama will win. Let's believe in that. Although prayers can be used to give power, the one who is actually fighting is Goshijin-sama. No matter how the enemy is strengthened by the power of prayer, Goshijin-sama will still win. Indeed, that's exactly right. Ariel San opens her eyes. Those eyes are filled with determination. There's no change in what we need to do. Let us believe that Shiro-chan will win and protect the last bastion until the end. In response to Ariel San's words, I nod together with Kyukun. Unfortunately, the other side has the advantage in manipulating public opinion and similar. But why don't we mess with them just a little bit? Saying that, Ariel Sand smiles like a little prankster. Decision Time author S comments. Dustin S., Pope of the Divine Word Religion. Point of view here at the headquarters of the Divine Word Religion in the holy country of Alias. The government is even busier than usual. Everyone here with distant speech. The superior version of telepathy has been mobilized to get in contact with all the users of distant speech who had been previously dispatched to all sorts of places. The Divine Word Religion has used this method to spread its intelligence network throughout the whole world, so that if anything happens, it can reach my ears, but this time it's reversed. The objective is to spread information from here. Make use of whatever sophistry you can. Don't be concerned about your appearance. Whatever it takes, get the populace to pray to Black Dragon Sama. In these circumstances, use any and all forms of incitement available to you. A distant speech user is yelling with spit flying. This is all due to this World Quest thing, though perhaps I should say thanks to. When Sequence 1 occurred, I was at my wit's end that Taboo had been handed out to the entirety of humanity. If you know about Taboo, then you can understand what the Divine Word Religion has been doing and why. If the people understand that, then public sentiment will separate from the Divine Word Religion. All along, the eventual collapse of the Divine Word Religion as authority has been taken into consideration. Disregarding the final state it will end up in, considering the reason the Divine Word Religion was founded and how it has operated, it was always a religion that would disappear someday. However, it is too early for that to happen now. It is still too early for me to lose my hands and feet, known as the Divine Word Religion. At least until the conclusion of the battle between Black Dragon Sama and Shiro Sama can be verified, the Divine Word Religion must continue to exist. World Quest Sequence 1 destroyed that plan all too soon. However, within the following World Quest Sequence 2, I could see hope. It is no longer possible to stop the downfall of the Divine World Religion. However, the people are still confused. Until now, the believers of the Divine Word Religion have been able to trust in us based on our track record. The more time that goes by, that more that trust will fade, but for now, they will still listen to us. It's a battle against time. Before that trust fades, we shall get as many people as possible to pray to Black Dragon Sama. As time passes and the confusion abates, the people will eventually become calm, and the Divine Word Religion will be criticized for their guidance. But that is something we always expected before our inevitable collapse. The only difference is that it will come a little earlier than expected. It's hard to say that this is the best time to discard the valuable card known as the Divine Word Religion. However, it should at least be better. Your Holiness, a distant speech user who had just been talking rushes over with a grim face. I can tell from his expression that this is not good news. Is there a problem? Yes. A church has been destroyed by someone, apparently. A region that would already take such actions has surfaced, huh? I had expected it. When someone is betrayed by those they believed in, they develop a furious hatred. What? An unexpected response. Then just what is it? A gigantic disc flying in the air passed by, and is said to have destroyed the church. She got us good, huh? A flying saucer. There is only one person who possesses such a thing. No, I should say possess such a thing. Potamus Hyphenath. It must be a weapon or something made by that man. Then, with that man having died, the only person who could seize such a weapon is Ariel Sama, the one who defeated Potamus. That being the case, it is natural to think that Ariel Sama also destroyed the church. Your Holiness, another distant speech user speaks up. Do you also have a report that a flying saucer destroyed a church? Jis. Where? Then, after having confirmed the locations of the destroyed churches, I checked the positions on a map. While doing so, a large number of similar reports came up. It is moving fast, just what you can expect of something made by Potamus. While it might be out of spite, I have to acknowledge that man's brilliance. So, it's heading straight for the Elro Great Labyrinth, huh? The inferred path for the flying saucer was straight towards the Elro Great Labyrinth. It appears to be destroying any churches spotted along the way. I got careless because we were geographically the closer ones. Instead, it is now Ariel Sama and Co. who will arrive first at the Elro Great Labyrinth. Given that Black Dragon Sama had suppressed Shiro Sama for us, and she was the one who could freely use teleport. I thought we could take things slowly and carefully, but it seems that was a mistake. I should have left before it was confirmed that Potamus was beaten. No, at that time, I still didn't know what Ariel Sama and Ko's plans were. Although I could make predictions, given that we were taking part in a joint operation to beat Potamus, I couldn't take any actions that would be seen as betrayal. There is no point in regretting that. It's already definite that Ariel Sama and Ko will arrive first at the Elro Great Labyrinth and take up a defensive position there. More importantly, I have something I must deal with now. What is the situation at the towns with destroyed churches? It appears there are whispers of fear that perhaps it was actually divine punishment. As expected, that is how they reacted, huh? During such times, if a thing beyond human understanding came and destroyed a church, it can't be helped that they would perceive it that way. This is Ariel Sama's harassment, to accelerate distrust towards the divine word religion. What should we do? At this rate, have the local priests make statements that they believes in Shiro-sama. Huh? The distant speech users are dumbfounded. However, this is the only way. Even if I am cursed at for being unscrupulous, we have long passed the stage in which it is possible to choose our methods. What would happen in a region where people's trust in the divine word religion is slipping, and a priest gives a statement saying he believes in Shiro-sama? Out of repulsion, there will also be those who offer up prayers to Black Dragon Sama instead. Have them give a speech that incites the people as much as possible. On top of that, refer to Shiro-sama by name. As for what will become of priests who give such a speech, well, it has to be done. Perhaps they felt my determination. As the distant speech users began activating the skill, Sore, all the responsibility lies with me. That is exactly why I have the obligation to carry out my duty. If Ariel Sama arrives at the Elro Great Labyrinth first, then that is fine. If we can't go ahead, we'll mobilize to make sure that as many prayers as possible are offered to Black Dragon Sama. After all, I am still the man who could control the election and become president in the distant past. I am well experienced in how to gather votes. Decision time. Author S comments. Ariel S point of view. Look, the people are like rubbish. Ariel San, that is a villainess line, you know. Aren't we basically like villains anyway? Can't disagree. Bouse. Ariel San, if you chant that then this ship will fly up into space after it finishes collapsing, you know. It's a spaceship, so it wouldn't be wrong. Can't disagree. We're fully enjoying our air flight, talking about these somewhat pointless things. What we're flying on is the spaceship we captured from Potamus during the battle with him. It's something that he prepared to escape with at the last moment, but even so it was still stopped by Shiro-chan. We're able to take our current actions because we captured it unharmed. Shiro-chan destroyed every single other weapon and took the remains. While I had originally avoided destroying the ship so that I could read through Potamus' experimental data, I'm glad that I could use it like this instead of having to use my feet. If I had in fact destroyed this ship, then right now we'd likely have been forced to stay put in the elf village since we wouldn't have been able to travel. Because we had counted on Shiro-chan's teleport for traveling, we've faced big difficulties since Shiro-chan disappeared. Really, I'm so glad this ship remained. Anyway, regarding this ship, it was originally an escape craft that Potamus prepared to fly to space in. In addition, it was built under the assumption that it would need to wander through space for a long time, so that Potamus could safely find a planet that he could migrate to. For that reason, while it of course has living space for Potamus and the crew, it also has cultivation spaces for producing food, grazing spaces for livestock, and is even fully equipped with leisure facilities. In short, what I'm trying to say here is that it's absolutely massive. It could of course accommodate not just the reincarnators, but the Demon King's army and even the survivors of the Imperial Army. Talking of the survivors of the Imperial Army, I've dropped them off at the town nearest to the elf village though. In addition, I did the same for the few reincarnators who wanted that. Tagawa Kunika-kun and Kush Tani Asaka-san as a pair, plus the Kusuma Shinobu-kun, Ajiwara Kenichi-kun, and Hasabi Yuka-san trio from the Divine Word Religion. A total of 5 people. Whatever choice we make, in the end, I just can't travel together with you lot. So said Tagawa-kun. Those two had their hometown destroyed by Marizophis-kun. It seems that it was impossible on an emotional level for them to accompany us while we had Marizophis-kun. Then there the Kusama-kun, Ajiwara-kun, and Hasebi-san trio, who have a connection to the Divine Word religion. Since we are now hostile to the Divine Word religion, it seems that it's impossible for them to accompany us. Hasebi-san seems dead on the inside. Will she be okay? As a saint candidate, Hasebi-san was a pious Divine Word religion believer. But she was brainwashed by Natsum-kun and participated in the Imperial Army attack on the elf village. That alone was a huge mental burden on her, it seems. But there has been all this turmoil since then. I don't know if she's beyond saving. Well, I do want her to live strongly. The four, apart from Ajiwara-kun, who had gone undercover at the elf village, all have strong combat strength for humans. But since we had dropped them off at a town quite some distance from the Elro Great Labyrinth, I doubt that they'll be able to do anything. About the one thing they can do is to pray. As for who they pray to, that's their choice to make. There is nothing I can say. 2 of them were hostile to us from before, and 3 of them rely upon the Divine Word religion after all. I can't really expect them to pray to Shiro-chan. The majority of the remaining reincarnators were kids who had been imprisoned in the elf village. Because they had grown up in the elf village, those kids pretty much had no idea about the world outside. It would surely be far too irresponsible to dump such kids in a strange and unfamiliar land. For now, I've taken them under my protection, and hopefully I can help them set up a place to live once things have calmed down. The problem, though, is whether things can ever calm down enough. Right. The exception is Sensei, who I insisted accompany me. Sensei is someone Shiro-chan owes her life to. And on top of that, she's a ruler skill holder. Since the ruler skills are the keys that can prevent the collapse of the system, I've no choice but to put her under supervision. Thus, I'm having her accompany us. So the only ones on this ship now are the reincarnators and the members of the Demon King army. With 2 exceptions. One of those 2 exceptions is where I am now. Well then, what is the battle situation? Who knows? Unfortunately, I don't know what is up with the main body. After saying that, Hirinth, Jairi's clone, crossed his arms. Really? Indeed. This body has always been somewhat independent of the main body. Normally, Hirinth moves completely independently from Jairi Distides. Once in a while, the main body will perform a synchronization with this body, but that too can only be initiated by the main body. It is frankly impossible for me to make some kind of appeal to the main body. I sort of get it. The main body can understand everything that I see and hear, but I can't understand anything about the main body by myself. Basically, I can't get any feedback from the main body except when we're synchronized. While I do, of course, have the perception that I am Jairi Distides, I have a stronger perception that I am Hirinth. Oh, is that so? I guess that explains it. I had expected it to be like talking to Jairi, but something fell off. The man in front of me has some memories handed over from Jairi, but he is not Jairi himself. Does that mean that Jairi himself can tell what is going on here? Who knows? If everything here would be leaked to Jairi, then it's possible that it could affect the battle with Shiro-chan. I'd even worried about that, but Hirinth's response was rather vague. What do you mean? Jairi Distides doesn't have any experience of fighting with a god in another dimension either. I don't know whether or not the connection between him in another dimension and me would be maintained for a start, and I don't know if he has the spare capacity to grasp what is going on here either. I see. In the end, we just don't know, huh? Well, while it might be unclear whether Jairi can grasp what is going on here, there's nothing we can do from this end. Perhaps it's not worth worrying about it. So then, how do you intend to take action as Hirinth then? How, huh? The specs of this body are pretty good for a human, but that's all. Now that I have become your prisoner of war, you could say that there's almost nothing I can do. You don't have some kind of godly power then? No, he doesn't, huh? I've been a bit wary, but given his attitude, I guess it's okay. You can at least pray to Jairi, right? Would you pray to yourself? As far as your consciousness goes, you're Hirinth though? That's right, but I just don't like the idea. Hirinth genuinely doesn't seem to like the idea. I smile wryly at his attitude. Maybe I was a bit too relaxed. World Quest, Sequence 3. The views of each representative. Demon King Ariel. Yo. After all, when I was surprised by that sudden divine word, I let out a weird voice. One reason why I was surprised is that my name had suddenly been called. And in addition, because I could hear that weird voice I gave again in double, directly inside my head. What is this? The words I muttered instinctively again resounded simultaneously inside my head. Ariel San's voice is in my head. It's not just me who can hear this. Yes. Wrath nods. When I looked at Hirinth, he also nodded his head. Suddenly, I had a really bad premonition. Don't tell me this is a live broadcast to the entire human race. That can't possibly be true, right? So far, all the World Quest sequences have had an effect on the entire human race. So, surely not. But perhaps the entire human race can hear this? Starting with such a pathetic voice, and everything up to now. Arg. When I realized that possibility, I unconsciously made a pitiful groan, while understanding at the same time that even my groan was resounding across the whole world. Decision Time Author S comments, short. The whole of humanity listening to Ariel S words. Okay, that might have been quite the sloppy start, but I'd rather you forget that part. Very much so. Now then, what was it again? My views, right? My views. My views, huh? I could talk about that, but I don't really have that much to say, though. In the end, it's not like I'm expecting anything from humanity after all. That is how it is, right? We're talking about a bunch who've basically been taking it easy until the situation has gotten just this bad. What should I expect from them? Serial Sama bet her life so that this world could continue to exist. Yet until now, that debt of gratitude has been forgotten about. Just how many years do you think have passed since then? If you look at the history section in Taboo, you should be able to get a rough idea of just how long it has been. Well, there is also the fact that there are those who purposely erase this from history so that it would be forgotten about. Having watched this happen all this time as an outsider, I've gone past anger and into despair, Basically, I thought, did Serial Sama become a sacrifice in order to save the likes of this lot? Hey, mankind, long ago you decided to sacrifice Serial Sama in order to save yourselves. So if you ask me what kind of choice you're going to make this time, it's totally obvious. So I'm not going to hold out any kind of hope, and I'm not going to try to persuade you. However, I'll just tell you this. The ones who LL win will be us. Even if nobody wants to save Serial Sama, especially not even herself, then I shall save Serial Sama. Even if I have to sacrifice more than half of humanity. If you're prepared to try to turn Serial Sama into a sacrifice, then you better be prepared to become a sacrifice yourself, right? So I shall make this declaration. I am nothing less than the second coming of the Demon King, Ariel. I'm not referring to fakes like the kings of demonkind, being nominated by the system. I mean the true Demon King. I shall continue the will of the first Demon King Fodway, who sought to free Serial Sama by obliterating all of humanity, by making a proclamation of war against humanity. Mankind, for the sake of the goddess, please die. Decision Time Author S comments. Pope Dustin S perspective. A bit short, due the denouement Pope Dustin of the Divine Word religion, my name was called. At the time when Ariel Sama was named, I could predict that this would happen. There is no person more suitable than me to represent our faction. Thus, it was inevitable that I would be called upon like this. From the moment when I predicted something like that happening, I immediately started to think about the contents of my speech. However, all of those details were completely blown away by Ariel Sama's speech, without any intention to gather votes. Without any attempt to curry favor at all, she declared that she and her friends would win solely through their own power. In addition, she declared war on all of mankind, demanding that they die for the sake of the goddess, as straightforward and upfront as can be. The way of being true to yourself is just so dazzling. The broadcasting of my words to the whole of humanity has already begun, I'm sure. However, I was not able to talk at all. That silence continued for several minutes. It has been a long, painful journey. When I was finally able to squeeze out some words, my voice seemed terribly weak. Thus far, What has been accomplished has been extensive. The time when, during the chaos immediately following the system going into operation, together with my comrades, we struggled to overcome it all. The time when the first-generation Demon King Fadwe bared his fangs, and all of humanity was subjected to the very real threat of extinction. The time when, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first-generation hero, we overcame that threat. The time when my first life had ended, and during my second life, I watched the era change before my very eyes. The time when, as the generations changed, the people who knew about the world before the system went into operation began to dwindle, and I felt the incredible loneliness of being left behind. The time when, in order to create something to rely on for the people who were falling into despair, I founded the organization known as the Divine Word Religion. All those times, I always endeavored to take the best possible action. However, when I reflected upon them later, there were an enormous number of times when I felt regret that maybe I could have found a better way. Time and time again, I was forced to realize that I was merely human in the end. Again and again, although I endeavored to do my best, I kept on failing. Even so, step by step, accomplishments were made. Anything and everything, whether they were good deeds or evil deeds, everything was simply to save humanity. I will believe in what I have accomplished. Thus, further words are not necessary. This should have been more in line with a normal speech. If Ariel Sama had given a standard speech, I'm sure it would have been simple enough for me to use the art of conversation to skillfully move the hearts of the people in my direction. Even so, I cannot bring myself to speak it. I am Dustin, the last president of Dasdoldia and the first pope of the Divine Word Religion. I am the man who has shamelessly continued to repay the kindness of the goddess Serial Sama with ingratitude. The logical part of my head tells me that by saying these things, the trust of the people will fade. However, at the very end, I wanted to speak my true feelings instead of being covered in affectation like normal. It has been so painful the whole time. I have always expected my name to be cursed for eternity. Indeed, all of myself, all of my deeds, I detest it all. For that very reason, I have the obligation to carry this through to the very end. Even so, once I made my choice, I had to follow it through. I will save humanity, no matter what has to be done. Therefore, I take a deep breath. These words are momentous. Gods, for the sake of humanity, please die. Compared to Ariel Sama's speech, it pledges the exact opposite. I'm sure a better speech was possible. However, this is fine. Having said this, I can no longer go back. I will not. If the gods are in fact sacrificed, then humanity shall be saved. This concludes the views of each representative. Immediately following the end of my speech, those divine words resounded. It was the usual voice of Serial Sama, who I have continued to hear for a long time. Well then, however, the following words were by a voice I did not recognize. Thus the stage is set. Now then, to all those living in this word, make your choice. Take action. World Quest, final sequence. Will the evil god succeed or fail? Unlike the normal mechanical voice of Serial Sama's announcements, this voice has a bravado coldness. Whoever this is, just by hearing these words I'm getting goosebumps. There's only one person I can think of. The god whose assistance was requested by Black Dragon Sama, and who created the system for us. Now then, please entertain me. The words of that very god were the signal that started it. The battle with the fate of the world at stake. Decision time. Author S comments. I took a mini hibernation yesterday, about 17 hours. Shun S perspective. What should I do? No matter how much I thought about it, no answer came out. Demon King Ariel. Pope Dustin. I heard each of their views. The views of the representatives of the two powers who are battling over the fate of the world, regardless of what views they had on such an important occasion, almost as if they had arranged it in advance. Both of them only made short remarks. However, within those short remarks, just how much emotion was invested. Even me, a reincarnator who should be half an outsider, could sense just how much was involved. Both of them have resolved themselves to such an overwhelming degree. I don't know what fate brought this about, but I hold a key that could make a significant difference in this battle. It wouldn't make nearly as much difference if I took the Demon King's side. But if I took the Pope's side, this key would help them greatly. On emotional level, I want to be on the Pope's side. For me, to go as far as wishing for the deaths of all the people I've met in this world, isn't something I can ever imagine doing. However, after hearing the resolution in the voices of the Demon King and the Pope, I can't help but wonder if it is even okay for the likes of me to get involved in their battle. Part of it is that I am a reincarnator. The Demon King and the Pope have been fighting all this time in this world. In addition, even if they don't remember it, the people of this world have been repeatedly reincarnating here all this time. Regardless of how the battle is concluded, us wet behind the ears reincarnators shouldn't be participating in this battle, right? I fear that that's the case. I've started to believe that if I'm so wishy-washy and uncertain, that maybe doing nothing is in fact the correct answer. Uncertain, aren't you? At that moment, Katia came over. That's right. I'm extremely uncertain. Why not try talking about what sort of things you are uncertain about? There are times when simply talking about something can help you straighten out your thoughts. True, I guess. Being told so, I began to falteringly discuss my thoughts. The ordering of my explanation was all over the place for a start, and since I was just voicing whatever came to mind, I think it was hard to make sense of it all. Even so, Katia listened to my entire story without rushing me. HRM. In short, on an emotional level you want to side with the Pope, but you are having second thoughts because you lack resolve, right? That is a blunt way of putting it, but yeah, I can't help but smile wryly in the face of Katia's frank assessment. In the end, I do lack resolve. As the hero, as the one to succeed Julius and Isama, I will inherit Julius and Isama's will. At least, that was my objective. However, my vague sense that by fighting with the demons I could achieve that objective was presumptuous. What was special about Julius and Isama was that having determined it on his own, he always kept to the justice that he believed in. No matter when Julius and Isama was a hero that I could admire. That wasn't just because Julius and Isama was strong, though. That wasn't just because he was cool, though. It's because, more than anything else, his resolution was dazzling. That strong will, something I never had, is precisely why I admired him. At a time like this, I'm sure Julius and Isama would come up with his own answer, even while uncertain. For me, that's impossible to emulate. In Julius and Isama's case, just what kind of answer would he give? I don't know, but I'm sure he'd come up with an answer and then go fight. Maybe in Julius and Isama's case, rather than having given up on that third option like I have, he would have made every effort to save everyone. Whether or not it was possible to achieve, I'm sure Julius and Isama wouldn't have given up to the very end. Compared to me, there's a huge difference. I am shallow. Whether it's compared to Julius and Isama or compared to the Demon King and the Pope. Saying so, I hung my head, breathing a huge sigh. Even if you are shallow, does it really matter? While I had fallen into self-hatred, Katia declared that quite indifferently. Shun, you consider things like resolution and will to be important things, don't you? And in practice, there's nothing wrong with that. That's right. However, to take some kind of action does not require you to exaggerate things to such an extent, you know? I want to do that. I want to do this. Sure, such feelings are trivial and shallow. Even if they are shallow, does it really matter? In the first place, consider those like the living witnesses of history and true heroes. What is so strange about such people having extraordinary resolution and will? Compared to them, everyone else would look shallow. That might be true if it could be assumed that it is wrong to take action unless you have a heavy will. Then that would mean that it would be wrong to take action for almost all the people in this world. Isn't that a groundless argument? Maybe it is. On spontaneously objecting to Katia's argument, Katia readily accepted that. However, put aside the argument about having a heavy will, etc. Just because you're a reincarnator, it does not mean that you cannot participate. Kia and the others are boldly participating in the Demon King faction, aren't they? Certainly. Now that she mentions it, That's right. In the Demon King S faction are Kyuya and Nagishi-san, as well as Wakaba-san. From what I have seen, those three have taken up central positions in the Demon King faction. If I consider that, then it would be wrong to state that reincarnators mustn't participate in the battle. However, with those three, it sure seems like they fully prepare themselves, though. Especially Kyuya. When I think back on Kyuya, a bitter thought pierces my heart. Perhaps when Kyuya told me that I had an empty sword, it might have been a bigger shock that I had realized. We might be reincarnators, but right now we are living in this world and are inhabitants of this world. Therefore, you do have the right to participate in the battle. That is also right, I guess. We, too, are now living in this world after all. In the end, it is a waste of time to consider stuff like whether your will is heavy or light. In the first place, it is something that cannot be seen, so only the individual themselves can determine how heavy it is. So all that matters is, what do you yourself want to do in the future? Well, I want to do, huh? Yes. And also at times like this, in our previous world, this was a common phrase. I raised my head and looked at Kadia's face. It is better to regret doing something than it is to regret not doing something. On her face was a smile somehow like that of a child who had just carried out a prank. Therefore, I have chosen the path of doing something I could regret. What do you mean? If you use appraisal on me, you will understand. When I was told that, I tried activating appraisal while tilting my head in confusion. And then, as soon as her status sprung up before me, something felt really off. The number of her skills was awfully small. Then, when I saw what one of her few remaining skills actually was, I raised my voice in shock a second time. Chastity, that was one of the ruler's skills in the 7 virtues group. You know what my unique skill is, right? At her words, everything came together. The name of Kadia's unique skill is transition. It's a subtle skill that she had lamented she would never have a use for. The effect of that skill is that it can reduce skills into skill points. In short, it was a skill that allowed you to redo your skills. However, the reduction efficiency was not 100, so it had a trap in that the more you used it, the greater the loss. So Kadia decided to seal off the use of this skill, never using it once. However, looking at her situation, it's obvious at a glance what she has done. You use transition, huh? Exactly so. Due to that, I have lost most of my skills, though. Kadia's skills were almost entirely gone. All she really has is chastity, along with the associated skills that are gained from the title. Every last one of her status value enhancement type skills have gone, so her status values have also fallen somewhat. Even so, with her average values easily exceeding 1,000, she wouldn't come up short against the average soldier, though. However, in the battles ahead, those status values might as well be nothing. Even if I was in perfect condition, I'd probably still be just a hindrance after all. So in comparison to that, Kadia would be. You're going then? Indeed. I did not want to see my family or servants or my friends all die, you see. While I was being so wishy-washy and uncertain, Kadia made her decision, it seems. I see, that's right. I slapped my cheeks with all my strength. I fire myself up. I too, while shallow in my own way, better take action, huh? Whichever option I choose, there will be pain involved. Whichever side wins, I'm sure I'll look at that pain and regret it. And if I chose neither option, then I'm sure I'll just continue to be wishy-washy and uncertain over not having made a choice. Then, let us go with it is better to regret doing something than it is to regret not doing something. In the first place, I don't even know if I'll be of any use when something happens. Maybe I'll be reduced to ashes before I can even reach the innermost place on the lowest layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Or rather, I feel that the probability of that is higher. My feeble strength will likely be of little use in battle. But let us give it a go. If you decide to do it, then do it. Maybe challenging it with this feeble strength of mine is right in line with my shallow will. I shall be relying upon you. I am merely a feeble young lady now that I have lost almost all of my combat strength. While saying that, Kadia snuggled up to me. All right. Just as I was getting flustered, the door was flung open. You're stealing a march on me, Kadia. This is first come, first served, you know. D.S. Stop. In order to stop Su, who truly seemed wrapped up in killing intent, I had to take action. Assemble Author S comments. Shun S perspective continued. We have come to meet with the Pope to convey our intention to fight in the Pope S faction in the battle. Of course, that includes Kadia, who had hardened her determination to join in the battle earlier than me, as well as Su, who had indicated her intention to participate. If an Aisama is going to participate, then of course I will. So she said, maybe I don't have the right to say this about others. But is such a reason really okay? Well, as Kadia said, only the person themselves knows how heavy their will is. I'm sure that Su has a resolute will within her. And so, we've now come for our meeting with the Pope. But on reaching the room, there was a sharp air of tension permeating the place. The one giving off that vibe was the person sitting in front of the Pope. You are. That person reacted to my voice and turned to give me a glance. At the same time, the two people sitting next to him turned around and slightly raised a hand. Tagawa. Kush Tani-san. Hi there. They were Tagawa and Kush Tani-san, who should have been at the elf village. When I took a good look, I noticed Kusama and Oji stationed behind the Pope. We took a seat after being prompted. How did you get here? With this person using teleport. On saying so, Tagawa turned his attention to the person sitting in front of the Pope. Allow me to introduce you. This person is the hero, Shurien-sama. I know. On the Pope's introduction, I gave a light bow. In contrast, though, this person responded looking bored. I am Ronant, your brother's teacher. Ronan-sama, the chief of the Imperial Court Wizards in the Empire, Julius Aisama's magic teacher. In addition, at the time when the executions of Leston Aisama and Co. were published, he is the person who counterattacked us when we tried to infiltrate the kingdom's royal castle. Perhaps because I remember that, I put myself on guard right away. No need to go on guard like that. I'm pretty much an ally here. Ronan-sama waved a hand dismissively, looking annoyed. An ally, huh? I listened doubtfully. Even if the Imperial Army were being used, they still obeyed Yugo. And behind Yugo were the demons, that Demon King Ariel. There's no evidence that this person doesn't have some kind of connection with that Demon King Ariel. Well, naturally, I admire that person, but being told to die isn't something I could agree to. Ronan-sama said that sullenly. That person? The nightmare of the labyrinth. No, maybe it would be easier to understand if I said Shiro-sama. Shiro, according to what was published in the World Quest in Taboo, that is the name Wakabasen commonly goes by. But the nightmare of the labyrinth? You may know this already, but the nightmare of the labyrinth refers to a spider monster who once appeared in the Elro Great Labyrinth, regarded as mythical class and danger level. In addition, it is considered likely to be the same being as Shiro-sama. At the Pope's explanation, I unconsciously raised my voice in surprise. I remember Bascusin talking a little about the nightmare of the labyrinth when he guided us through Elro Great Labyrinth. That was Wakabe-san? This was a surprise not just to me, but to Kadia and also Tagawa and Company Shiro-sama is not alone in that regard. There's also Wrath-sama, though to you I think it would be easier to understand if I said Kyu-sama. He is also the unique ogre who is observed in the area known as the Magic Mountains. Well, unlike us who had lost our voices in shock, Ronan-sama let out a voice full of curiosity. Did Wakabe-san and Sasajima both start at monsters then? While leaning back on his chair, Tagawa exclaimed that while breathing out. Kyuya and Wakabe-san both started in completely different circumstances to us. In that case, I could see why they might side with the Demon King faction. Perhaps because they experienced something I can't even imagine. That's why they don't think the way they used to in their previous lives. Despite that, I told Kyuya and Co. Does that mean we gotta toss away our sense of values from Japan? Didn't T.I. When I think back on Kyuya's expression at the time, I feel disconsolate. Then, Sophia as well. She is in yet another category, but has also led an eventful life. Tagawa asked the Pope about Sophia. This guy, just now he almost referred to Sophia as Rahoko, didn't he? The sequence of events is that she was engulfed in the war between the countries of Sariera and Otsu, then taken into Ariel Sama's protection when she had lost her parents and hometown. That is something else. What an awful series of events. While I have only been able to hear a brief summary of the main points of her situation, just that alone is enough for me to imagine that it was a cruel situation. So from Sophia's point of view, the Demon King Ariel is her lifesaver, huh? Well then, naturally she would cooperate with her. Then who is Merezophis? Tagawa piles on with more questions. It seems to me that for Tagawa, this is the one he really wants to know about. He was a servant to Sophia-sama's parents. It seems that during their escape, he was turned into a vampire by Sophia-sama. Vampire? I unconsciously raised my voice in shock. Indeed, Sophia-sama and Merezophis-sama are vampires. Sophia-sama in particular is the only true ancestor since the first-generation Demon King Fodway. There was so much additional information that I was left speechless. Or maybe I should say, this person sure knows an awful lot about many things. Humph, as expected from you. Ronit-sama snorts at the Pope while fixing his gaze on him. However, having information about your opponents is one thing, but whether you can win or not is another matter. What are our chances of winning? Ronit-sama fixes his gaze on the Pope with a sharp glint in his eyes. Gee, just what I'd expect from Julius's teacher. The air of intimidation is tremendous. We will win. In response, though, the Pope answered without showing any hesitation. Very well. Saying so, Ronit-sama stood up. In that case, I shall display my strength to its fullest. He then held out his hand to the Pope. The Pope also stood up and grasped the hand back. In the end, I was unable to become her student, so instead the only thing to do is surpass her on my own. So saying, Ronit-sama gave a bold smile. Then, I want you to use that space magic of yours to scrape together as much military strength as possible. To Ronit-sama, the Pope smiled sweetly while saying that. In an instant, the smile dropped off Ronit-sama's face, and he looked aghast. Why you? Am I just a courier to you? This is something that only Ronit-sama can do. To use Ronit-sama, the peerless chief of the Imperial Court Wizards in the Empire. As a courier, what extravagant usage to put him to. Damn it, let us do it then. Instead of refusing that, Ronit-sama consents. It seems he might be a bit desperate, though. Assemble author-s comments. Shun-s perspective. The representative of the demons has arrived. The nervous Chamberlain called out. Little wonder. After all, this is probably the first time in history that a demon has set foot in the holy country of Alias, the furthest human place from the demon territories. When I then saw him, he turned out to be much younger than I had expected. While I have heard that there are no visible differences between demons and humans, by seeing one in the flesh, I'm forcibly shown that they simply look like ordinary humans. I am Balto Fizero. Pleased to make your acquaintance. However, considering that demons have a longer lifespan than humans, I bet that he is older than he looks. He named himself in a dignified manner, and despite being in a place that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call enemy territory, he didn't show a hint of being afraid or nervous. You're most kind to come all this way to visit us. I'm the Pope of the Divine Word Religion, Dustin. The Pope returned a greeting. Then, once Balto-san had taken a seat, the conference began. Now then, we cannot afford to postpone matters much further, so let us curtail the introductions and so on. We shall proceed under the assumption that everyone has assembled here with the intention of cooperating with us. The Pope begins to speak as our representative, beginning with Balto-san here as a representative of the demons. The representatives of many countries are assembled here. The headquarters of the Divine Word Religion is the holy country of Alias and has established links with many countries via teleportation rings. In addition, there are those here thanks to Ronit-sama rushing around. This is how representatives of so many countries have assembled here so swiftly. That being said, there are also many countries who have decided not to participate due to their internal discussions not being finished. My home country of Anarike is also absent. In our case, due to the civil war stirred up by Yugo, it is still split between the Queen-S faction and Leston-Isama-S faction, despite it being not the time for that sort of thing. I'm sure that Leston-Isama and Ko fully understand that this is not the time for that when a battle is going on to decide the fate of the world. However, considering that the two factions were fighting against each other until just now, it would surely be difficult for them to immediately put aside their differences. Maybe if we had a bit more time, it could have been rushed through, but unfortunately, we don't have the time to take things easy, considering that the rapid response of the demons could be said to be amazing. At the time of the declarations from the Demon King and the Pope, they took action the moment it was over after all. It seems that Balto-san first attempted to get in contact with the Empire by a fast horse. Or rather, that Balto-san himself rode on that fast horse. Then, he announced himself to the Empire, and so proceeded on to this place immediately. I don't know how far it is between the Demon's capital city and the teleportation ring in the Empire that connects to here, but there is no way that such important equipment would be close to the demon territories. He likely had to rush all the way here, without even time for sleep. That also shows just how seriously he views the current situation, along with his strong determination to make a temporary ceasefire despite the long history of war between them and the humans. Our objective is the prevention of the system's collapse by the Demon King Ariel. For that reason, we must bring those people who possess the special skill known as a ruler's skill to the innermost place on the lowest layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. The reason why I am participating in this conference is not because I'm the hero, but because I possess a ruler's skill, which is why Katia and Sue are also seated either side of me. However, Demon King Ariel has already reached the Elro Great Labyrinth and has laid out a defensive formation. According to the scout units of the Divine Word Religion, at both entrances to the Elro Great Labyrinth, on the Kasanagar continent side and on the Dazdoldia continent side, a certain type of monster has been stationed, and that monster is the Queen Teratect. On hearing that monster's name, those in attendance abruptly gasped. It is a mythical class monster. There's one of those powerful monsters stationed at each of the entrances. In addition, spider-type monsters believed to be kin of those Queen Teratects are being summoned one after the other, it seems. Their number cannot be determined by sight. In other words, there was such a large number of monsters there that they couldn't be counted. Not only that, but it is almost certain that the subordinates of Demon King Ariel have already been stationed inside the Elro Great Labyrinth. Unless we break through them, we humans cannot win. The Queen Teratect is said to be a mythical class monster that cannot even be subdued by humans. In the past, in order to subjugate a Queen Teratect, a large army with a previous hero in the lead went to battle with one. The result was a draw. Despite gathering together as much fighting power as it was possible to scrape up, despite the hero and majority of those called the champions of mankind participating, even so, the most they could manage was a draw. And now, there are two of those monsters. To take on two Queen Teratects at once is reckless. Therefore, we shall focus on one of them, and a select few will force their way through into the Elro Great Labyrinth. I wish for everyone to partner with the army that will take on the Queen Teratect. Small groans can be heard here and there. The opponent is a Queen Teratect. This is no easy job. We must even consider the possibility of annihilation. Or rather, perhaps it is something that must be considered, whether or not it is acceptable for the representative of a country to take such a risk. We depart in 2 days, from here to the front line. However, to forestall the contemplations of the representatives of each country, the Pope makes that announcement, an abrupt departure. However, there is another reason for doing so. During this time, the countdown to the system's collapse is progressing moment by moment. In 2 days' time, those who cannot hasten here in time will be left behind, and we shall depart with only those gathered here. Even during this time, when the god called Black Dragon Sama is fighting with Wakaba-san, it appears that Wakaba-san is pushing the system towards collapse. There is no way of knowing what the time limit of that is. However, if you take it easy, then that time will definitely come. It's possible that it could occur at any time, even right now. If you cannot participate, then do not be concerned. After all, whoever wins will be the side the world chooses. Will the people die, or will the gods die? That is the sort of battle it is. Side story 40. The Demon King's situational analysis, was it not a mistake to split the queens into two groups? A report had come from the queen at the Dasdoldia continent entrance that the enemy army had attacked. In comparison, there's been no movement at the Casanagra continent entrance. It's transparent that their plan is to concentrate their military forces on one side and force their way through. As for Sophia Chan's impression of the situation, well, I think it can't be helped that she feels that way. Even so, if I'd left one side open, then of course they'd have just attacked that side anyway. I reply with a wry smile. The divine word religion has teleportation rings installed all over the place. Even if it took some time, they could move their army to either side. In addition, even though it might take them some time, it's still faster than we can redeploy our defensive forces. In the end, we have no choice but to station our defense units at both ends. Well then, even now we could still recall the queen who is unoccupied perhaps. Same sort of thing. The moment we recall the queen on the Casanagra continent side, there is still the possibility of some hidden troops suddenly rushing the place, While I doubt there could be some hidden troops on the scale of an army, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a small elite assault force. In particular, with the ancient dragons the other side has. Without the queen there, it would be difficult to field superior forces against them. Being on the defense is a disadvantage isn't it? Not necessarily, Rather, being on the defensive has more advantages actually. The advantage the attacker has is that they can decide when and where to attack. In other words, that initial choice is the first and last advantage that they have. Once that is over, all that remains are disadvantages. I believe that I'll get a return on my investment, even if I waste the funds of a single queen. Well, the battle has only just begun. Simply playing for time is enough to get us closer to our victory condition. So why not go with some leisurely delaying tactics then? The Elro Great Labyrinth is vast. Simply getting from the upper layer to the bottom layer takes a considerable amount of time. Even if there are several shafts that could be called shortcuts, countermeasures have already been taken. If anything, it would be great for us if they casually try to make use of them. If they use the normal route, then that alone will take a long time. And if they try to take a shortcut, then that's where they'll be brought down. Whichever way the cookie crumbles, it's no problem. At any rate, they sure have gathered a lot. Sophia Chan says that like she's looking at something far in the distance. Or rather, not so much like, rather she's, I'm sure. Vampires have the ability to create something like clones, so she is probably looking at how Merizophiscoin is doing since he remained on the surface. They don't have another chance after all. They must have gone to extremes though. I had expected them to take a bit longer before they attacked, but instead they're really early, so it can be reasoned that they went to extremes. However, from her point of view, that's likely the right choice. The faster they move, the more advantageous it is for them. No, rather than saying it's advantageous, it might be better to say that they moved before it became disadvantageous. Most likely, the more time that passes, the bigger the chaos amongst the people becomes. At any rate, the whole of humanity had taboo installed after all. Just having taboo is enough to make one feel disgusted. In addition, looking at the taboo menu leads to severe mental pain. For that very reason, most people would probably try to avert their eyes if possible. But that one lasts forever. Taboo generates obsessive thoughts. They can't be resisted forever. One day, they will be forced to reluctantly look at the contents of taboo. Then, once they've seen the contents, the obsessive thoughts that come from taboo, along with the feelings of guilt stirred up by the actual contents, will begin to stab at them. Once that happens, it will cause them to hesitate to point their blades at us. I can't be sure, but perhaps the more time that passes, the more supporters we will gain. Alternatively, the more suicides and the like there LLB. And once that happens, the countries will be in chaos and be in no condition to fight. The Pope took rapid action before that could occur, probably hoping for a quick, decisive battle. Despite not even having the time to think about it properly, he took the optimal course of action. I can't say that it hadn't occurred to me before, but having him as the enemy sure is extremely annoying. Our victory condition is solely to play for time. Even as we speak, Shiro-chan is working inside there towards causing the system to collapse. Until that is achieved, we shall defend here to the last. Simple, right? Saying so, I point at the door behind me. This is the innermost place of the bottom layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. The door towering there is for the nexus of the system in this world, the place where Serial Sama is. Conversely, the victory conditions for the Pope S side is to come here before the system begins to collapse and use those with the ruler authority as a key to lock the system against collapse. In short, if they break through us, then it is our defeat. Well, the situation could change depending upon the conclusion to the battle between Shiro-chan and Jayuri, but either way it doesn't change what we have to do. We will believe in Shiro-chan's victory and defend this place. We will do whatever we can. That is all there is to it. Then and there, Sophia-chan begins to worry about something. Are you doubting something? Put aside our situation, I was just wondering what Dustanaji-sama plans to do. I said it a moment ago. Was this girl not listening to me or something? I'm not talking about the victory conditions. I mean what happens after this battle is over. What happens after this battle is over? I mean, with the method Dustanaji-sama is taking, surely that will lead to collapse, right? I get what she means now. That is something that has bothered me as well. The Pope's objective is to obstruct us, in other words, to let the system keep on operating as it has been until now. Serial Sama will soon reach her limit. Jayuri will then succeed after Serial Sama, and all of the power that Jayuri has will be released until the minimum required amount of energy is reached or something like that. However, that is just not plausible. The souls of mankind are already getting close to their limits, like Serial Sama. For Serial Sama to have approached her limits means that the souls of mankind are also reaching their limits. As that happens, the souls of mankind have to recuperate before they can reincarnate again, meaning that the population of this world will rapidly decrease. In turn, the more the population decreases, the more the amount of energy that the system can collect decreases. Even if the system continues to operate normally, it is obvious that it will deteriorate. In all probability, the Pope is hiding something from us. Hiding something? I nod. There is no way the Pope hasn't made that realization. That being the case, I expect he has some way to make the numbers add up. We're talking about that Pope, right? That monster cannot knowingly go down a path that will lead to ruin. He is definitely thinking of some alternative. How? Who knows? If I knew that, I wouldn't be frustrated about it. I shrug my shoulders. However, if he is hiding it from us, it means it is something inconvenient for us then. Indeed, him hiding it from us means that it is something inconvenient to us. For sure that means that for us it is something bad. In other words, it would be good if we could just crush it then. Putting it simply, that is how it is. I don't know if the Pope is up to something, but in the end it doesn't change what we need to do either. Now, then mankind. Why don't you show me what you've got, huh? Chapter 331, what just happened? So, that is what happened. Now do your best. What? That is what happened, huh? What? I'm right in the midst of battle here, yet I can't help but think that being flabbergasted is a perfectly normal reaction. I mean, here I am in the middle of a shootout with Kuro, and all of a sudden D starts speaking right inside my head. Okay. On top of that, it's real serious stuff. Taboo was installed on all of humanity. Prayer can send power to Kuro or myself. The Demon King and Pope had a public speaking battle over their principles. Just what? Just when we're having this real intense battle. How did things end up like that, huh? No, the cause is totally clear. D, it's you, it's totally you. What the heck have you been up to while I was away? Naiwa. If you're going to call yourself an outsider, then please stay an outsider to the end, okay? You've been intervening to the max. It was so serious that Kuro also stopped moving about the same time. It's a chance for me to attack, but I also feel like I want to clutch my head, so for now, let us have a little ceasefire. But I am sure that it would be hard to immediately accept what I said. So, if you have any questions, then I shall accept them. Perhaps it was because Kuro and I both froze, but D showed us a fragment of kindness. I'd rather you have taken that kindness and used it in a way that didn't make things worse. You said that taboo was handed out to the whole of humanity, right? Yes. Ah, Kuro clutched his head. Well, yeah, that would make you want to clutch your head. Even for me, taboo was quite painful mentally. So wouldn't that mean that out in the world things have gone to hell by now? Taboo is a type of skill as well. So where did the energy for that come from? Now that you mention it, that is right. Taboo is a type of skill after all. So an appropriate amount of energy should be required for it. To actually distribute it to the whole of humanity should require a colossal amount of energy. The energy remaining in this world can't be used on something like that. Surely. Rest assured, it is something that I provided myself. Phew, that's a relief for now. A relief? Provided myself? D, of all people, intentionally used her energy for the sake of this world? Then again, while I said that I provided it, this energy originally came from this world, though. While resolving my doubt, DE made a bombshell announcement. It was energy that was from this world originally. Where the heck did that energy come from? It was from the explosion that led to the creation of the reincarnators. Must be referring to the one that occurred in the classroom on Earth. The one perpetrated by the hero from 2 generations ago and the Demon King from 1 generation ago. Due to that, the amount of energy in this world plunged, and the reincarnators who got caught up in it all ended up reincarnated in this world. However, it was an attack launched in order to kill D, or, to be precise, an administrator. Wouldn't all of that energy have been consumed by the attack itself? Do you not find it strange that an attack intended to kill an administrator, who was in fact a god, only had enough force to blow away a single classroom? Now that you mention it, it was an attack designed to kill God, an administrator. If you were told that such a thing merely had enough force to blow up a single classroom, it would indeed feel odd. That much force couldn't even kill an Alaba-class dragon, for example, let alone a god. Yet at the same time, because of that attack, the amount of energy stored in this world drastically decreased. The force of the attack and the amount of energy consumed are out of proportion. In other words, I collected the energy that made up the difference and preserved it. Kuro just stumbled. Well, it's understandable that he'd feel a bit dizzy, you know. It's regarding the attack on D perpetrated by the hero from 2 generations ago and the Demon King from 1 generation ago. Originally, that was intended to reach Kuro, though, but because the goddess Serial redirected it at D, various things like the reincarnators being born in this world and the huge slump in energy occurred. And guess what? Regarding all that, Kuro sure seemed to feel profusely responsible for it. And so it'd be no surprise for him to be shocked at being told. Guess what? D secretly collected all that energy. However, this is quite good news. Okay, it might not be all of it, but still a portion of the lost energy has been returned back to this world. Let us just ignore the bit about it turning into taboo. At that moment, Kuro suddenly gasped as if he derealized something. Wait, you said the whole of humanity, right? If the system collapsed in this state, what would happen to humanity? Taboo is also a skill, right? Yeah, there's that. Taboo is a skill. The moment the system collapses, the skills of not just humanity, but all the living creatures in this world will be ripped out. We had calculated that approximately half of all humanity would then die from the shock from that. Those who simply die might be the fortunate ones, as some of them will experience the collapse of their soul as well. And finally, the more skills a person has, the higher their chance of dying becomes. With taboo also being a skill, the added extra burden means that, naturally, more humans will end up dying. Naturally, Kuro fell on his knees. Yeah, well, live strong. There's nothing to worry about. All you have to do is win and prevent the system from collapsing. Wait, that basically means I would lose, though. If you say that, then wouldn't Kuro be going all gung-ho? That's right. Supposing that you do in fact win, please rest assured that I shall not retaliate. Kuro suddenly raises his head. But what about the fact that you would never forgive someone who harmed your kin? While I might have said that I will make her my kin, a formal pledge on that has not been made. In short, although she is tentatively my kin, she is not actually my kin. Yeah, Well, yeah, there is no relationship between D and myself at all yet. If she dies in obscurity here, that is the end of it. It would simply mean that she was not worthy of being my kin. Snap. No, huh? As if I, particularly, wanted to become, the Iskin. Ooh, I never, Yeah, never, said anything like that, So, that is why I'm pissed off, Hey. Now you've said it. Ho. In conclusion, I absolutely cannot lose. So now we both have more reasons why we absolutely cannot lose. Once again, I square off against Kuro. My future concerns have gone. I have nothing against you personally. Rather, I have more things to be grateful to you about. However, even so, I must defeat you. Opposing Kuro, who has renewed his declaration of intent, I silently beckon him to come at me. Here I come. And so, our battle has resumed. Make sure to entertain me. With a certain evil god watching over us as a spectator. Awkward. Final battle author S comments. I got to experience this thing called a weekend off for once. Balto S perspective. If I could truly call myself a loyal retainer of the Demon King, then I suppose I would have to stop you. Before departing, the 5th Army Commander Dorado said that in a somber-sounding voice. It appears that I could not become a loyal retainer of the Demon King. Dorado had said that in a sad voice. The army commanders had never been a united bloc, of course. On the one hand, with Sanatoria at the forefront, there were commanders who attempted to form a rebellion. And on the other hand, there were commanders like Huey who had their will broken by the Demon King and were obedient. However, what was shared amongst the natural-born demon commanders was that almost none of them were truly loyal to the Demon King from the bottom of their hearts. Not even Ardner, the 1st Army Commander, and not even I had pledged our loyalty to the Demon King. Unless we obeyed, the demons would be destroyed. Thus, we had no choice but to obey. Amongst all U.S. natural-born demon commanders, Dorado alone was loyal from the heart. In Dorado's household, there is a tradition of having a deep belief in the Demon King. While he was born in such a household, it was during an era when there was no Demon King. I can't even imagine his feelings when, while yearning to be able to serve the Demon King, he finally earned the right to become an army commander, his dearest wish. However, I'm certain that his faithfulness was true at least. But even Dorado was not permitted to join the line of battle together with the Demon King. In the end, the ones that the Demon King brought to the elf village were only the army commanders that she herself had appointed. Dorado's faithfulness never reached the Demon King. When the World Quest was announced, the Demon King's true objective was revealed, and the Demon King headed towards the final battle. I shall take responsibility for the maintenance of public order in the demon territories. You may go. And so, Dorado, stuck between his faithfulness to the Demon King and his duty as a demon nobleman, decided that he would not participate in this battle. As he himself said, if he was a loyal retainer of the Demon King, then the correct option would be for him to stop us who had chosen to oppose the Demon King. However, Dorado is also a noble who has responsibility over the people in his fief. He surely couldn't allow them to simply die. Having said that, it was perfectly clear that he could not take up arms against the Demon King either. I cannot blame Dorado for his half-hearted choice. In advance of my departure to get in contact with the humans, I entrusted the task of preparing for the expedition to Sanatoria, telling her to only attempt to gather soldiers who had the will to fight. Our opponent is the Demon King. Those who fight will surely die, and what you know will be a battle to the death. Bringing soldiers who are reluctant will simply get in the way. Despite that, the number of demon soldiers who assembled was more than I had expected. There sure are a lot. Indeed, there are. In response to my frank assessment, Sanatoria gave a languid reply. Indeed, the other unexpected development was that Sanatoria was also here. I had expected you to remain in the demon territories. Actually, I'm in the middle of regretting that I came here. While giving a resigned sigh, Sanatoria indicated that she wouldn't try to escape anymore. You know, I was a world-famous access, it seems. You looked at your reincarnation history? Given your reaction, you too then? Yeah, the reincarnation history in Taboo. It showed your personal history of what kinds of reincarnations you had been through until now. Or maybe it would be better to say that it revived the memories that had been carved into your soul. On choosing one of your previous lives, you recall your memories of that time. I chose the memories of the first person and recalled that, but even just that had a huge amount recorded. When I recalled all those memories in an instant, I received a shock like I felt that my head was about to burst. Fortunately, though, I only felt a light dizziness, and it wasn't enough to make me collapse. Since just one memory was enough to do that, it would likely be dangerous to recall all the memories. The reason why I came away relatively unscathed was probably because I have the record skill. It may be that the reason why this skill exists despite nearly all skills within the system being combat-related is actually for this particular reason. There were also many movies in which I was the lead role, you know? That's amazing. However, none of my performances remain anywhere. Books and similar recording mediums deteriorate remarkably quickly due to the activity of the system. It is just about possible to preserve books by copying them. But that doesn't work with movies and the like. Not a single fragment of Sanatoria-S work as an actress from her first life remains anywhere in this world. I was incredibly frustrated when I died, you know. When I look at that memory, I start wondering what my life has been for. And suddenly, I felt miserable. That's why I felt that I mustn't run away anymore. I see. What about you? Me, huh? Since I'm talking about these sorts of things, isn't it unfair for you not to do the same? You're the one who started talking about it one-sidedly, though. It's no big deal, right? With a sigh of regret, I adjusted the glasses on my face. I was royalty from a moderately sized country. You were a prince? You could say that. But since the parliament ran the country, I had no real power, though. Unlike now, when I've been managing the government of the demon territories, in those days I had no real power at all. All I had were my obligations as royalty. It was a stifled life. However, I love my homeland and the people living there. That country no longer exists. Therefore, this time for sure, I want to protect my country. Even if I have to repay the kindness that was received with ingratitude. Even if I have to die. When I gaze ahead, the ground is covered with black, crawling figures. All of them are spider monsters. And the gigantic monster in their center is the Queen Teratect. Even though there was still a considerable distance between us, that overwhelming and imposing form drives terror into your heart. I could hear the sound of someone gulping audibly. Or perhaps it was myself who made that sound. Above the heads of the Teratects, thick clouds began to gather. And then, a roar of thunder. A violent rain of lightning strikes towards the Queen Teratect. That was the signal for the start of battle. As if the ground itself was moving, the Teratect swarm advances towards us like waves. Prepare the great magic. Raise shields. I shout. Not yet. Not yet. Bring them closer. The impending waves. A huge swarm that produces visceral disgust. Fire. At my signal from all over the Allied forces, great magic is fired. They mow down the looming Teratect swarm. However, the Teratects following behind them step over the ones mowed down. Second barrage. Fire. However, this is still within expectations. Great magic is fired after a delay. Even so, the Teratect swarm continues to advance. It is likely only a matter of time before those that have avoided the great magic reach the vanguard who have their shields raised. Do not falter. Each individual is weak. Do not panic and deal with them calmly. I can't imagine that this swarm fears death. However, the same could be said for us. Bet your lives. For the future of the demons. Final battle, author S comments. Demon King Ariel S perspective. The Queen has begun her battle. With clairvoyance activated, I observe the battle. Even if I have gotten weak, using a skill of this level is no burden at all. Are you going to call the other queen here? Nah. I'll watch over things for now, then I'll summon it at an appropriate time. Will it be okay? Well, more or less. Unlike clairvoyance and such, the summoning skill places a heavy burden. After using summoning once, I need to take a rest afterwards. I've already finished summoning my primary subordinates, such as the queens and puppets, so that's fine. But since the battle has already started, I'll probably only be able to perform summoning on a subordinate once as an emergency measure. I'll need to carefully judge when to draw the line. Summoning sure is convenient. That's right, Sophia-chan. You can call Merizophiskun and so on too. Meratukискun and Insintalu Valdokun. Because those two are considered to be Sophia-chan-esque kin, it is possible for her to use summoning to call them anytime. Since unlike me, Sophia-chan isn't weakened, there's almost no limit. MP is still consumed though. That a summoned subordinate can call more subordinates by summoning in turn sure stinks of cheating though. Well yeah, right now, most of the Terratech swarm fighting above ground are those newly summoned by the Queen. The summoned subordinates call further subordinates in turn, and if those subordinates have additional subordinates, then it's possible for even them to be summoned. That is how that army was called forth. Just with my summoning of the Queen, it was possible to call up an army, basically. Of course, the amount of MP consumed is in proportion to that though, so the Queen SMP needs to be replenished. In addition, if I summon the Queen here, instead of making the Queen do further summoning, it's likely that it would be better for the Queen to use the MP for combat. After all, the Queen herself would have greater combat strength than any summoned rabble. Well, in the sense of it being cheating, I think vampires are a far greater cheat than I am though. Vampires can recruit subordinates indefinitely. By sucking someone else's blood, they can turn others into vampires regardless of whether they're enemies or allies. The first Demon King Fodway used that method to mass-produce vampires, pushing humanity to practically the brink of extinction. When it comes to the violence of numbers, vampires are many times more terrifying. If you want a Sophia-chan, you could do that too, you know? No way. Having Merizophis alone as my kin is enough for me. Waldo-kun, you've been completely forgotten. Well, in Sophia-chan's case, she likely hates the idea of putting rabble on the same level as Merizophiskun. It's not like I don't understand how she feels. If you were willing to stop at nothing, then it would be better to mass-produce vampires. But it's a different thing to force someone to do it, huh? HRM. Putting that aside, the ones facing the Queen are that wind and lightning pair from before, huh? When I used clairvoyance to check the state of the battle, I saw that the Queen was fighting with two elder dragons. It's that combo of a wind dragon and a lightning dragon that Rathkoin drove back the other day. For what I can tell, it seems that the wounds inflicted on them by Rathkoin have already been healed. Because wind dragons are the type to really shine when it comes to outdoor open-air battles, I can understand them battling with the Queen here. Lightning dragons are the type to recklessly charge in with all their power. So perhaps the strategy is to use that all up here? Since he likely failed to restrain himself inside the Elro Great Labyrinth, he is liable to run out of energy inside anyway. These two are stupidly eager, and the Lightning Dragon is a genuine idiot, but their strength is the real deal. Taking on two ancient dragons sure is tough. I guess it's a matter of time until the Queen gets beaten, huh? At the best of times, it would be difficult for even a mighty Queen to take on two ancient dragons. On top of that, the Queen is currently weaker than in her heyday. It's all Shiro-chan's fault, you know. It's Shiro-chan's fault for using her parallel wills to encroach her mind, you know. Against a single ancient dragon, she'd likely still win, but against two it sure is tough. That can't be helped. It can't be helped, but where did the other ancient dragons go? I'm worried that the other ancient dragons can't be seen anywhere. If they simply wanted to break through the Queen, it would be easy enough if all the ancient dragons attacked together. Instead, they're not appearing and everything is being left to the wind and lightning pair. Perhaps they have already invaded the Elro Great Labyrinth or something. I can't say it's impossible, but I haven't received any reports to the contrary though. My kin have already been deployed throughout the entire Elro Great Labyrinth. Even if the enemy used teleport or a secret path to enter the Elro Great Labyrinth, they should get caught in that surveillance net at some point. So far, nothing has been caught. Even if there was someone amongst the enemy who could use teleport, then they can only teleport to places where the caster has gone before. As far as I know, apart from Earth Dragon Geikia, who protected this lowest layer, none of the ancient dragons have ever set foot in this area. And of course, no humans have ever set foot in this place either. After all, humanity has rarely even approached the middle layer, let alone the lowest layer. Even if there was an invasion by teleport, it would be limited to the upper layer. And on that upper layer, there are powerful support troops left behind by Shiro-chan. If someone tough enough to drive back those kids had invaded, it would be ridiculous for it to go unnoticed. But there is something odd about this, huh? The telepathy was suddenly broken off. Is there something wrong? I'm not sure, but something has definitely happened. The member of my kin that had sent the telepathy was one that had been deployed on the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. I activate clairvoyance at its location to determine what happened to it. Then I let out that foolish sound. What the heck has that bastard done? What I had seen there was something beyond my imagination. A huge amount of water is surging through the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Is this something crazy like inundation tactics? Spreading out on the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth was sea water surging in from the sea. Final Battle Author S comments. Water Dragon Aina S perspective. First appearance. Along with a large volume of flowing water, I proceeded through the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth in the form of a mermaid. Good grief, just how did things end up this way? When I think back on the sequence of events that led to this, I get a headache. We shall use inundation tactics. At the advance meeting, when Dustin put out that plan, the room suddenly became very still. Since even I could sense the mood in the room despite my many years without human contact, I'm sure everyone there had the exact same thought. In short, what is this guy saying? Basically, perhaps he sensed the mood. As Fire Dragon Gwen began to speak falteringly. Gwen is a coward despite being a show-off. But at a time like this, he can be appreciated for taking the initiative to show leadership. Dustin, are you intending to make the Elro Great Labyrinth collapse? And Gwen spoke for everyone when he said that. The Elro Great Labyrinth connects one continent with another, a labyrinth that was built underground. Naturally, a sea lies between the two continents, meaning that it is below the seafloor. Considering the scale of the Elro Great Labyrinth, what Dustin calls inundation tactics means nothing more than opening a hole in the seafloor, then letting the seawater pour through. Yes, it's true. If all you wanted to do was attack the enemy, then it would be an effective option. If all you wanted to do was attack. However, the Elro Great Labyrinth exists in a delicate balance. The first ruler of Sloth spent an entire lifetime creating that labyrinth. In other words, it is a man-made object. Then open a huge hole in that unnatural place and let a huge volume of water flow in. Does this supposedly wise human representative not realize what would happen? Has he spent too many years overusing his brain and it has now started to hatch maggots? Have you forgotten our objective? We have to bring the ruler skill holders to the innermost place on the lowest layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth, right? If the vital Elro Great Labyrinth collapses, then that can't be achieved surely. Gwen sighs with his arms folded. If you make a hole in the ceiling of the Elro Great Labyrinth, it wouldn't be surprising if the collapse started from there and brought the rest down. In the first place, it is built from a huge cavity below the seafloor. If the upper layer collapses, the middle layer, the lower layer, and even our destination at the lowest layer could collapse and be buried. If it collapses, then we shall deal with it then. We simply have to dig it up. Dig it up? It's not so simple. You can do it, surely? HRM. Dustin asserts that awfully plainly. As Gwen falteringly acknowledged, with the power of us ancient dragons, it is surely not impossible. However, without Earth Dragon Geikia, it will sure take a huge amount of effort. Our enemy is the Aerial Sama. If we compare fighting Aerial Sama directly to digging up something that has been buried, it is simple to tell which one is easier. Gwen sinks into silence without even managing to groan, because he became unable to offer an objection. Despite appearances, Aerial Sama is a sensible person. She would surely not imagine that we would resort to such drastic measures as inundation tactics, which is exactly why we will do so. He has always been a man who would use every trick in the book, but ISNT this completely over the top? This is exactly what is meant by to not care about appearances. The nexus of the system where Serial Sama is would surely not be broken just by being buried. If we're going to do it, then we should go in with the intent to destroy the Elro Great Labyrinth. At the moment, I acutely felt a horrible premonition. Indeed, after all, what needs to be done is in my domain. So there we have it, Water Dragon Aina-sama. Please take care of it. Thus I am now here. The wild monsters that grow everywhere in the upper layer, as well as the spider monsters that are thought to be Ariel-esque kin, are washed away all at once. While riding that stream of water, I plunge forwards with my kin, the water dragons and water drakes. Through the water comes a large tremor. It seems that somewhere has collapsed. Right now, only a small amount of water is flowing in, but if it is left alone, then the amount will continue to increase. At any rate, it's directly connected to the sea. The flowing water current will demolish the pillars and walls of the Elro Great Labyrinth, causing it to lose its support. Now then, will the upper level get flooded first, or will it collapse first? What a nasty game of chicken. Damn it, for a scumbag, he sure is annoying. After all, he can calmly order someone and their kin to go die. Putting aside myself, only a few of my kin will survive after being buried alive. On top of that, our opponents will also realize that things will be bad unless they stop us. In short, Ariel will definitely take some kind of measures in order to stop me. That scumbag, despite saying one thing with his mouth, I doubt he expects the Elro Great Labyrinth to actually collapse. He surely thinks that I will likely be stopped by Ariel. Damn it, I hate this. My role might as well be to smash someone in the nose, and then to inquire how they feel. And in the meantime, to reduce their military strength by as much as possible. Our survival ISNT even being considered. What a cruel situation. Well, I was told by my master Jerry-sama to obey Dustin, so it can't be helped. Besides, I doubt us dragons will even be able to live in this world without the system, including monsters. There are many living creatures who will lose the ability to keep living in their current environments without skills. Also, given the fact that taboo wasn't handed out to us, that means we're not included in the human category. If the system is a device made in order to keep humans in this world alive, then I doubt that those of us who are not included in that category will get any consideration. So if we're going to lose the ability to live if the worst happens, I guess we might as well bet our lives here. The other ancient dragons probably also feel the same. Well, maybe except that foolish younger sister of mine, Ice Dragon Nier. Now then, it appears that I'm finally going to receive a welcoming committee. The Terratech species has been washed away without managing to put up any decent resistance. But these white spider monsters are different. They were called the remnants of the nightmare or something. It appears that they believe that they can entertain me. However, do you really believe that the likes of you can actually stop me? I sure am being underestimated. It is time for you to realize the power of the one who rules the oceans. Water Dragon Aina, an ancient dragon with an unexpectedly sharp tongue, generally found in the sea, managing it so that even by mistake humanity can never reach the other side of the sea where the ruined land is. Her natural form is that of an Eastern-style dragon about 200 m in length. Since that form would of course not fit into the Elro Great Labyrinth, she is fighting in the form of a mermaid. Mostly like she won't ever get a scene where she can reveal her natural form. Final battle author S comments. Water Dragon Aina S perspective continued. What else with this lot? Nobody warned me they were this strong. These remnants of the nightmare that I'm in combat with are far stronger than I had imagined. In defiance of the flowing water, they spread webs all over the ground and walls, using them as a platform for attacking us. Even if I try to use the water current to wash away the threads, they don't even budge an inch. In addition, if you get caught up in those threads, you immediately become unable to move. My subordinates are becoming victims one after another like that. It seems that I better consider each one to be capable of taking on a lower-level dragon. And there are swarms of them. You damn monsters, how dare you get so strong? It is difficult for monsters to become strong, which isn't surprising, since monsters are something that humans need to kill after all. The foundation of the system is to train humans, then to recover the energy from that training. In that sense, monsters are stalking horses. It is certainly true that on occasion humans will be defeated by monsters and die, but monsters couldn't be allowed to become strong enough to destroy humanity. For that reason, the amount of experience points and proficiency that monsters can earn is adjusted to be less than what humans get. The exception to that is the reincarnator who is reincarnated as a monster. The person called Shiro, who is one of the masterminds of this incident, surely did not have that shackle. While it would be one thing for those like us who have lived for a great deal of time, normally it would be impossible for some random monster to gain enough power to surpass us within just a few years of being born. If that's the case, then it's possible that these remnants of the nightmare that are effectively her kin don't have that shackle applied to them either. Either way, it is unusual for them to have gotten so strong. However, did you really think that you would be able to stop me with just the strength of a lower-level dragon? The current of water strikes out. What if the threads can't be ripped off from the ground and the walls? In that case, I just need to wash them away together with the ground and walls. Engulf everything with water and submerge it. Then, once they are underwater, they have no way to resist. My water flows into their bodies, making them explode from the inside. If they have a mouth, then starting from there. If they respire, then starting from their respiratory organs. So long as they are living creatures, they cannot prevent my water from invading. Given all this, perhaps this is why I am called the cruelest amongst the ancient dragons. Perhaps the remnants of the nightmare sensed their disadvantage as they began to retreat. Do you think I'll let you escape? Already more than half the upper layer has been submerged, and it is also beginning to collapse. If things continue at this rate, then the upper layer itself will collapse, and it will become a matter of time before the accumulated water surges into the middle layer. Water and magma, an extreme temperature difference. That gives me a really bad feeling. The collapse of the upper floor, that implies the collapse of the entire Elro Great Labyrinth itself. If that happened, I wonder if he really intends to dig it up? Well, no matter what Dustin's expectations are, I shall just carry out my role. There, SA reaction from danger perception. At once I twist my body. At the place where my head had been until a moment ago, a blade passes through. I don't waste my time slowly confirming the situation. I drive my water towards the owner of that blade. However, that water froze in an instant. Damn, my opponent and I both click our tongues. A battle between water and ice. The result of that can already be seen in how the water is being frozen over. The water in this place is being frozen rapidly. I quickly change the lower half of my body into human form as well and jump out of the water. Immediately following that, the water is completely frozen over. If I had stayed there any longer, I'd probably have been frozen over by now. I stare at my enemy, who is floating in the air so as to not touch the ice. A girl wielding a large sword. Sophia Karen, one of the exceptional people fighting under Ariel's banner. It seems that even for Ariel, she had no choice but to quickly deploy one of her trump cards in a situation like this. I had intended to bring you down with that just now, but you're pretty good. As if something like that would be enough to bring me down. I sure am being undervalued, huh? While exchanging words, neither of us fail to overlook the slightest movement of the other. During that time, new water flows into the upper layer and begins to freeze. That ice becomes a support pillar, stopping the collapse of the upper floors. Ah, I see. Dustin anticipated this, didn't he? With this development, I now get it. From Ariel's point of view, if the Elro Great Labyrinth was about to collapse, she would have no choice but to stop it. Dustin had said that the nexus of the system where the goddess Ariel is would be safe, but there was no guarantee was there. In addition, if a way existed to stop this situation, the only options would be either Ariel herself or the dispatch of this Sophia. In other words, you could say that the opponent who matches me is this Sophia, huh? My chances of winning seems to be bad. While facing against me, the water that has filled the upper layer is gradually but solidly being frozen over. Based on this, the difference in ability between me and her is clear. After all, in the battle of water versus ice, I am completely losing. That being said, if she's doing things on such a scale, then it would cause a suitable amount of exhaustion. From this I can deduce that my optimum strategy is to, I'll finish this immediately. Don't be like that. Let us dance. By time, already the seafloor and the upper layer are linked together, and whether I do anything or not, water will keep flowing in. In order to prevent the upper layer from collapsing, it is necessary for Sophia to keep freezing that water. Most likely, unless she is able to freeze over the entire upper layer, she has no way to stop this. While doing continuous hit and run tactics, I'll lure my enemy into X-housing herself. Even if it means that I 1T win, I can hold down the military strength known as Sophia. Make her exhausted. There is value in that. Let us dance. Forever and ever. How impudent. Until I use up all my strength. You'll accompany me 1TU? Final battle author S comments. Shun S perspective. Their S intermittent earth tremors and the sounds accompanying them. I involuntarily raise my head, looking up. Don't worry. Even if the upper layer collapses down, we shall protect you. Perhaps because I was rather too concerned about what was going on above, Fire Dragon Gwynsan told me that to reassure me. Sorry. Oh, there's nothing to apologize for. It's inevitable for those with human bodies to be afraid of a battle on this scale. When I apologized in shame, Gwynsan kindly told me that. I'm not the only one who is concerned about what is going on above. Those accompanying us, Katia and Sue, even Ronin Sama, also sometimes turn a gaze above with a severe expression. What we're feeling are not just earth tremors and the sounds. It's the truly overwhelming sense of power flowing from the two people fighting there. The battle between Water Dragon Aina-san and Sophia has begun. In the upper layer, above us, in the middle layer, I know just how wide the Elro Great Labyrinth is, as I also went through it during my journey to the elf village. Whether it's to be able to submerge such a vast labyrinth, or to be able to defend against the surging water by freezing it all, both actions feel so large in scale that it doesn't seem real. But such things are happening during this battle. Once again, I am forced to realize just how utterly useless my own strength will be in this battle. My duty is simply to aim for the innermost place of the bottom layer, while being protected by Gwynsan and company. We are currently riding on the back of Gwynsan in dragon form after entering the middle layer. This is after a hole was opened from the seafloor to the upper layer and seawater started flowing in. Taking advantage of that chaos, we came to a place right next to an entrance to the middle floor using Ronin Sama's teleport. And since then we've been riding along on Gwynsan's back. Aina-san has become a decoy. The way in which Aina-sana has submerged the upper layer is an excessively grand distraction. In short, the real action is here. Aina-san will be okay, right? I watched the battle between Aina-san and Sophia by activating clairvoyance. Their attacks and avoids are just so intense that I can't even tell what is what. Their speed is so fast that it's hard simply to follow for a start, and each of their attacks are so big in scale that I can't tell which are the feints and which are the real attacks. Most likely, even with a slow-motion replay, ID probably still needs someone as commentary to be able to understand their battle. That's just how sophisticated the battle was. I can't even figure out who has the advantage. She is going to lose. Darkness Dragon Rhys-san declared that indifferently. While predicting the defeat of a comrade, he had a slight smile on his face. His attitude was somehow composed. Does this mean that, even if she loses, that they have some plan for her then? Some plan that means she can survive without any damage? However, of all of us, Aina has the most guts. I'm sure she fully understands her duty, so she'll buy us plenty of time until her death, I'm sure. Rhys-san casually denied my expectations. I was dumbfounded by Rhys-san's attitude. Your comrade is about to die, but you're being so casual about it? Isa. Perhaps he felt the same as me, as Gwynsan called out Rhys-san's name as if chiding him. Gun. Aina shall accomplish her own duty through death. That being the case, don't you think that we who are proud of her should send her off with a smile that says well done? Ugh. Gwynsan was silenced by Rhys-san's words. Likewise for me. I felt shame at having thought of Rhys-san as being a cold-hearted person. It was the opposite. This person has an arrogant attitude about him. But it seems that in his heart, he has resolved himself to an extreme degree. That being the case, for us to accomplish our duty is itself the best possible gift we can send off Aina with. Otherwise, I doubt he'd be able to speak such words. Indeed, quite so. It has just been a few days since I met the ancient dragons. While I have only known them for a short time, I can tell that all the ancient dragons are facing this battle with a strong resolve. They are very different to me. That's exactly why they are reliable. So hot. So painful. I want to go home. Correction, just one of them. Ice Dragon Near Sand might be a bit on the unreliable side. Well, I know that it is Near Sand who is suppressing the heat in the middle layer for us. In this middle layer overflowing with magma, we lose our stamina just by being here. It's particularly bad for Katia, since she has lost most of her skills in order to acquire chastity. Simply being in the middle layer could kill a person. It is Near Sand who is mitigating against that. The heat of the middle layer is being neutralized thanks to the cold air that Ice Dragon Near Sand is giving off. And so we can be here without taking damage. I'm grateful to her, but I can't help but think, is this person really going to be okay? She is even more heat sensitive than we are. Near, straighten up. We're about to reach our target site. Gwynsan said that as if exasperated, while looking straight ahead. Our target site, where we plan to open a hole to the lower level. Rather than try to pass through the middle layer in a stupidly straightforward manner, we intend to create a shortcut at a point where passages between the middle layer and lower layer overlap each other. While there are shafts that directly connect between the upper layer and the lower layer, the Pope's analysis suggests that in all probability, those places will be laid with traps. Most likely, the remaining queens are lying in wait there, in which case, it is better to avoid them. For some reason, I had been under the impression that the walls of the labyrinth couldn't be destroyed. That's a stereotype from games, though. However, if you ignore that stereotype, this sort of method becomes possible. But then again, opening a hole is only a simple matter when you have the strength of ancient dragons with you. Okay, we're here. Good. Fortunately, the battle above ground seems to have settled down as well. I'll go pick them up. Saying so, Ronin-sama disappeared with teleport. Him saying that should mean that in the battle above ground with the queen, that Wind Dragon Hyuven-san and Lightning Dragon Guka-san have won. With Ronin-sama able to use teleport, those two should be able to join us here soon. Teleport sure is quite a cheat. Then, until that lot can get here, let us burrow. I want to let you. At that moment, I couldn't even tell what had happened. However, when flames hot enough to burn my eyes suddenly gushed out, I instinctively closed my eyes, and by the time I opened them again, we had been thrown off Gwynsan's back and onto the floor of the middle layer. Ugh, even while groaning. In order to determine the situation, I stood up while looking around, which is when I noticed that there was a man here confronting Gwynsan. Kyuya. That man was Kyuya. Final Battle Author S Comments. Fire Dragon Gwyn S Perspective OSHT. I actually took a surprise attack of all things. Are the humans riding on my back okay? They've not fallen into the magma, have they? On looking around for them in a panic, I found that the humans had been fortunate enough to land on a place with solid ground. That's a relief. But now it's not the time for that. Facing me is a swordsman with a sword in each hand. While he looks very similar to a human, there are two horns growing from his forehead. Considering his appearance, he must be the one called Wrath, one of Ariel's comrades. He is an opponent that even the pair of Wind Dragon Hyuven and Lightning Dragon Guka lost against him together. Guka is a simple idiot, so for him to lose could be just one of those things, but Hyuven is a powerful warrior and amongst the fastest of the ancient dragons. I don't really want to admit it, but Hyuven is surely better than me. My opponent is one that even Hyuven and Guka together couldn't beat. While having to guard the humans at the same time, is it even possible for me to win? Kyuya, one of the humans, the hero kid, calls out. Sean, so you did come. Yeah. Then, I'll show no mercy. Even while talking to the hero kid, Wrath didn't show any openings to me. If he had shown even the slightest opening, then I would have sprung at him in an instant. Wait. I want to wait. The The time for discussion has long since passed, which is why, since you have come here, you are my enemy, and I shall cut you down. Immediately following that, countless weapons appeared. Countless magic swords that had been placed inside space storage using space magic. I heard about this Wrath Guy's battle tactics beforehand. Those magic swords are fired, and then explode. And now, the points of those magic swords were aimed at the hero kid and the two girls accompanying him. Then a huge number of magic swords were let loose. You bastard. You said you were going to cut him down, but that LL blow him up. Humph. I manipulate the surrounding magma. The tidal wave of magma swallows up the magic swords. The magic swords explode, scattering magma all around. Oh no. The humans could die even from the droplets. Heise. Evacuate the kids. Sure thing. Yikes. Reese carries the hero kid and Co behind me, as if they're running away. I want to let you escape. Your opponent is me. I stand in the way of Wrath, who is about to release even more magic swords at the kids. You might be better than me, but I have the terrain advantage. The middle layer is full of fire. In this place, I can manifest my strength as a fire dragon to the maximum. I gather up all the magma in the area and throw the torrent at him. You shall regret challenging me here. The difference in ability between Wrath and I should not be that far apart. With a terrain advantage, that difference can be reversed. If there is something I have to worry about, it's the Wrath skill. However, if he activates that, it's possible that he lose his sanity. So, it's a double-edged sword. He can't activate it readily. According to what Heuven said, they were routed after Wrath was activated. But because he didn't give chase, that indicates that there might be a time limit on activating it. Most likely, the time during which he can keep his sanity is very short. I'll make sure to spot the signs of Wrath being activated, and if I can endure that brief activation time, then I can win. Sophia San. When the time comes, please take care of it. The moment when the surge of magma engulfed him, I heard Wrath whisper that. Before I could understand the meaning, Gah! A roar reverberated, such that it felt like your entire body was shaking. The magma burst open. In defiance of the magma that would even reduce bones to nothing, Wrath cut through it and sprang at me. Goo goo. By reflex, I used my breath attack. However, he ignored even that, coming straight at me, even though he took a direct hit from my breath. As nothing had happened at all, he didn't even slow down in the slightest. That's insane. A charge that felt so fast that even my thought acceleration couldn't keep up with it. Facing a blade imminently approaching my neck, I quickly used my claws to intercept. The blade and my claws crash into each other, scattering sparks. Even that lasts just an instant, as my claws are torn to pieces, and I endure the eerie feeling of having a foreign object sink into my body. It still doesn't stop, and the blade pushes forwards toward my head. Before I knew it, I was looking up at the ceiling of the middle layer. I quickly put my hands around my neck. It's there. It's still attached. But just now it was... Thank goodness. I heard a voice, and at least realized that the hero kid was there right next to me. What happened to me? You had died. Then you were resurrected by the hero Kuin's kindness. Reese stood next to the hero kid. I hadn't noticed that at all either. I'm too shaken up. However, perhaps that was somewhat inevitable. To think I would actually die? Me? When my body felt like it was about to tremble, I just about managed to suppress it with my insignificant pride. Where's that guy? Since Heuven and Guka hastened here, they're currently in combat with him. I see. Exhorting my body that seems about to tremble, I stand up. Yeah, my thanks, hero. This is all I can do, though. Don't be so humble. I'm grateful that you were able to do that. As I see it, Heuven and Guka will be fighting against Wrath without any hope of winning. I can't see Near anywhere, but I doubt that she has actually ran away. Most likely she is in hiding while waiting for the moment to use her special weakening skill on Wrath. However, even that, probably won't be able to stop Wrath. Hero, when we die, please resurrect us again. Jis, I'm depending on you. To be honest, it's terrifying to go to my death again. However, we must defeat him here. I hadn't thought I was taking things lightly. However, He has beaten our expectations. Gah! I had never expected that with no fear of losing his sanity, that he would actually activate wrath. I will die here, probably. No, I will die here repeatedly, probably. Each time, I will be brought back to life, probably. Since being born, I have never faced such a terrifying battle. Fire Dragon Gwyn. In dragon form, his appearance is that of an archetypal Western dragon. He gives off the attitude of being a mega big shot, but he is actually just posturing, and in his inner thoughts he is quick to anger and easily scared. Final battle, author S comments. Shun S perspective. Wheeze. Wheeze. My breathing has become rough. My head hurts as if I'm lacking oxygen. And yet, there is no way that I can rest. Gah! Kyuya howls. Just that alone is enough to make the atmosphere scream like it's being ripped apart. I don't mean metaphorically. Kyuya's howl is enough to shake the very air itself. In all probability, it induces the effect of intimidation as well. If I was affected by that, I'd probably become unable to move due to the fear. The reason why I haven T-Bin is thanks to the barrier formed due to Kadia as chastity skill. Chastity, in power capable of reaching the gods. Personal divine area is expanded, forms an area whereby all forms of harm are prevented. In addition, the W system is surpassed and the right to interfere with the MA area is obtained. At any rate, the effect of the chastity skill forms a powerful barrier, it seems. Not limited to just physical and magical effects. It can even obstruct the invisible effects of things such as intimidation outside those categories, a tremendous barrier that surely deserves to be called an absolute defense. However, even the barrier of chastity can only protect us against the secondary effects from this battle. Ugh! Kadia has both hands raised aloft while gritting her teeth, as if holding back the barrier. Right after that, an explosion that shook the ground surrounded the area. Fire Dragon Gwyn's breath attack had collided with Kyuya's full power strike. And the result of that was, Gwyn's huge body was bisected across the middle. Gwyn collapsed onto the ground while a huge amount of blood spurted out from the wound and also his mouth. Hero, I know, just a bit more. Done. Darkness Dragon Rhys-san urged me on, and I completed the revival that I'd started work on a while ago. Whoa, I could see the netherworld. If you have the time to make jokes, then head out to go die again already. I wasn't. I'm going though. Saying so, Wind Dragon Huven flew off. Good. Then let us go revive Gwyn. Sure. No sooner than Rhys-san had said that, he carried Kadia and myself under his arms and began to run. Rhys-san also has considerably high status values, and in an instant we arrived at the place where Gwyn-san had been bisected just earlier. I immediately start using the kindness skill on Gwyn-san, beginning his revival. The battle is in a stalemate. The trio of Gwyn-san, Huven-san, and Lightning Dragon Guka-san are confronting Kyuya. Ice Dragon Nier-san is placing a weakening curse on Kyuya from hidden place. And when someone is done for, I revive them like this. The ones guarding me in the revival role are Rhys-san and Kadia with her barrier. Before we had left, Kadia had said, please protect me. But on the contrary, it is Kadia who is protecting me. But I don't have time to be bothered about that. Without Kadia's barrier, I would likely have been killed just from the secondary effects of this battle. Ugh. Even now, the magic swords that Kyuya is firing are causing explosions, and the exploding rocks are hitting Kadia's barrier like buckshot. Since I have to focus on reviving, I don't have the spare capacity to dodge that. In the first place, I don't even know if I would be able to avoid that even if I was in perfect condition. These are just the secondary effects. This fierce battle is itself the battle that will decide the fate of this world. Fortunately, having activated Wrath, Kyuya prioritizes the enemies in front of him, it seems, and doesn't look towards either Kadia or myself. If he had aimed for me because I had the revival role, then I'm sure I'd have been done for at the beginning. Despite Bayako taking part, the battle is about even. No, we're slowly losing ground, I guess. Rhys-san mutters that while observing the progress of the battle. While continuing to revive Gwyn-san, I raise my head a little. Huh, Well, I saw there was Sue slashing at Kuya. In her hands is the sword that I had brought along, which is a royal family heirloom. In addition, a small white dragon is coiled around Sue's body. That small white dragon is in fact Light Dragon Baika-san, an ancient dragon who possessed the sword that I had brought along, which is a royal family heirloom. How long are you going to sulk for, ah? Get to work already. Back when Rhys-san had suddenly said those words directed at me, I was surprised when in response to those words Baika-san came out from the sword. You may use it. Then Baika-san nominated Sue, who took the royal family heirloom sword in her hands, and went to the front line. That occurred after the first time I performed a revival on Gwen-san. I hadn't known it, but that so-called royal family heirloom sword is in fact officially known as the Hero S sword, and is special equipment for the hero or something. Or that Baika-san was the one managing it apparently. The previous owner of the Hero S sword was Julius and Aisama, and Hirin-san was apparently asked to hand a sword to Leston and Aisama if anything ever happened to Julius and Aisama. In turn, Leston and Aisama entrusted the sword to me. I had never imagined that it would be such a tremendous sword. However, it's thanks to Julius and Aisama leaving us that sword that we are currently able to fight. Julius ni Sama. It seems that without the hero, the true power of the Hero S sword can't be used. Because of that, Sue can't use that power, but the Hero S sword is still incredibly sturdy. So much, so that even while locking swords with Kuya, there's not a single nick in the blade. Ugh. Sue cuts her way in with the Hero S sword, but Kuya brushes it aside with brute force. If she had had an ordinary sword, Sue's body would have been bisected along with the sword, most likely. Just imagining that gives me the shivers. However, that didn't happen as Sue used the Hero S sword to block Kuya's slash, and she simply took a few steps backwards without appearing to have taken any damage. Baika-san's abilities seem to be concentrated on support and recovery. With Baika-san's support, a buff you could say Sue's status values have been boosted enough that she is at least able to exchange blows with Kuya. In addition, while it is not as much as Sue who is in direct contact, the other ancient dragons have also been buffed by Baika-san, strengthening them. Not only that, whenever someone gets injured, Baika-san immediately fires off a recovery spell, healing their wounds. It's like having the pinnacle of support and recovery on your side. However, Guka-san was cut up by one of Kuya's swords when trying to pounce on him. Ugh, damn it all. Guka-san's body has been bisected. With that, even a recovery expert like Baika-san can't treat it. Ancient dragons. These are particularly powerful legendary beings, even amongst the monsters in the mythical class. Excluding Rhys-san, there are 5 of those ancient dragons involved in the battle. Even so, it's still not enough. Hero, I'm on it. I hurry up Gwen-san's revival. Invoking kindness consumes a large amount of MP. For some time I've been using too much MP and am getting dizzy. Even so, there is no way I can stop. If I stopped, no, it's not just me. If any one part came unstuck, then the whole thing would collapse. I was convinced of that. You did it. Gwen-san's revival was done. Grosh, Hanin. So I was done again, huh? Gwen-san shook his head lightly while standing up. Then, he promptly returned to the front lines. Then let us go. Sure. We are carried under Rhys-san's arms again, heading to where Guka-san is. During that time, I took some MP recovery medicine from my pocket, downing it all. My MP recovers. However, the amount is far from enough for a full recovery. Even though it is a value MP recovery medicine, the recovery amount is small and fixed. It's better than nothing, basically. If instead the amount was percentage-based rather than fixed, I think it would be better. But unfortunately, such a convenient medicine doesn't exist. We finally reach Guka-san's location, and I start the revival. I feel uneasy about my MP. If any one part became unstuck, this equilibrium, which we've somehow maintained until now, will collapse. Also, probably the first part to become unstuck will be my MP running out. Please, before that happens, end this fight. I'm angry at myself for only being able to cheer on everyone fighting. However, even if I get angry at myself, there's nothing I can do about my own powerlessness. In addition, there's no sign that the battle will turn in our favor either. Gah, that's just how overpowered Kuya is. Ancient Dragon Power Ranking. Water Dragon, Ina, Wind Dragon, Hyuvan, Earth Dragon, Geikia, Ice Dragon, Nier, Fire Dragon, Gwyn, Lightning Dragon, Guka. Support Specialist. Light Dragon, Byaku. Special Category, Darkness Dragon, Reese. Water Dragon, Ina. If the enemy can breathe, they die by drowning. If a hole can be opened, then water will be sent in through there, and they be destroyed from the inside. All sorts of nasty tricks are available. Despite that, all her status values are high, and their total value is second only to Guka. Wind Dragon Hyuvan can not only control the weather, can also manipulate atmospheric pressure to confuse the enemy. The fastest ancient dragon. Despite his subordinate-like attitude, he is surprisingly strong. Earth Dragon Geikia is deceased, so an X-Dragon. Defensive abilities were extraordinary, enough that even the other ancient dragons would struggle to damage him. Ice Dragon Nier, able to change the entire surrounding region into an area of extreme cold and accursed ground, and despite having excellent defensive abilities, specializes in a nasty way of fighting, of slowly grinding down the enemy as they weaken. Fire Dragon Gwyn, amongst the top 5, an easy-to-understand all-rounder type. Due to that, he doesn't particularly stand out in actual combat. Lightning Dragon Guka, purely focused on status values. Doesn't have particularly poor combat abilities, but is stronger at support. Darkness Dragon Heise. Final Battle Author S comments. Kusama, Shinobu S, Sajin S, Perspective Arg. Just why did things end up like this? To be blunt, for me stuff like the fate of the world and such like is a bit too heavy. So could you do it somewhere else, please? That kind of thing. Well, from the point of view of the reincarnators, it's already established that we're involved to a crazy degree. So maybe it can't be helped, you know. Given that I'm a reincarnator, plus I got parents in the dark ops of the Divine Word religion. This feels all kinds of inevitable somehow. My father was a rather high-up guy in the dark ops of the Divine Word religion. Because of that, or rather, thanks to that, it was exposed that I was a reincarnator when I was still a baby, and the Pope Gigi rather quickly took me under his protection. Because of that, I was made to take the Dark Ops special training, and there were more than 1 or 2 occasions when I thought, fuck this SHT. Special training, sure, is painful. However, when I heard about the circumstances of the other reincarnators, it's kind of understandable that I realized that despite everything, I was actually rather blessed and felt grateful. If I hadn't been under the protection of the Divine Word religion, then I'd have been confined by those elf guys, right? Screw that. So I've got my reasons, okay. I'm kind of indebted to Gigi and all. I don't want to get involved in this fate of the world business, okay. But like, I can't just run away without repaying my debt to Gigi, you know? Is that so? Yep. So I'm not going to let you get to where Gigi is. Then, I shall force my way through. Saying, so the Nachon in white clothing took out a disc, did they call them chakrams again? And threw it. Arg. Just why did things end up like this? Well, it's basically because Gigi picked a fight with Wakabe-san without even pausing to think about it, okay? Which is why Wakabe-san's subordinates are attacking like this and all. I evade the chakrams flying towards me. In spite of everything, I did take that Dark Ops special training, and I also have the cheat skill reincarnators have after all. I might be weak compared to the likes of Wakabe-san and Sasien though. But even still, I'm confident that I wouldn't lose to any old random person. I guess my problem is that my opponent isn't some random person though. The ones I'm confronting are Wakabe-san's subordinates in the Demon S10th Army. The demon elites that Wakabe-san trained herself. They're a dangerous group who wear identical white clothing as their uniform. For them to be here, in the headquarters of the Divine Word religion in the holy country of Alias, means that they invaded. Wakabe-san's side is on the defensive, right? So why are they invading instead? I didn't want to participate in the decisive battle in the Elro Great Labyrinth, so I offer to be part of the guard remaining here. That Gigi, I bet he fucking anticipated these events, right? No wonder that when I said I wanted to be part of the remaining guard, he supposedly readily accepted it and said it's fine. I've been thinking that, gee, that seemed a bit too easy, so maybe something will happen. And now here we are. Most of the military forces of Alias have gone off to the Elro Great Labyrinth. There's only a few garrisons remaining, and also a few on the swing shift like me. Included in those on the swing shift are a part of my father's Dark Ops. The combined strength of the Dark Ops and the garrisons are fighting against the invading White Clothes group. Our situation is basically, yikes, we got no chance. No matter how you slice it, we have no chance of winning, surely. Every single White Clothes person is damn strong. The Dark Ops of the Divine Word religion are elites who have received intense special training since childhood. These White Clothes are as strong as those elites, or even stronger. On top of that, they have greater numbers. If it was one-on-one, then somehow we might have been able to deal with them, but since they have greater numbers than us, it's hopeless. The garrison is composed of normal soldiers anyway, so they're not that strong. They're doing their best, but they can only stall for time. Is this what they call a lost battle, huh? I just can't laugh it off. Here's where I turn the tide using my cheat-like abilities. Not. If I could have, I wouldn't be suffering, but even trying, that would be difficult. My opponent is the leader Nachon of these White Clothes guys, and she's plainly strong. Her chakram and the shuriken I threw collide. During that time I close in, swinging my ninja blade, but she guards against it with the chakram equipped on her arms. Even when I perform a great fireball technique by blowing flames from my mouth, she counters it with some kind of darkness magic. Based on our exchange of blows so far, I can tell that our abilities are about equal. What a downer. In spite of everything, I'm one who overcame the Dark Ops intense special training. Yeah? Especially since I was forced to participate a bit when I was a baby due to being a reincarnator. Compared to Wakabe-san and Sasi-yin, who became strong by overcoming life and death situations, of course I can't compete. But even so, I had a bit of confidence, though. My conceit has been demolished. You are a reincarnator. If you tell us where the Pope is, nothing bad will happen to you. While saying that the Nachon stays on guard against my movements. Our abilities are almost equal. If we really win at it, I don't know who would win. On top of that, if we really win at it, whether we won or lost, there's no guarantee we come out unscathed. The other side has the advantage in this battle by far. If she plays for time, the Nachon's comrades will come to reinforce her. Because of that, this Nachon doesn't have to take any risks. Because she knows that she's not coming any closer than she needs to. She knows that if things continue like this, her chances of victory won't weaken. That is probably why she offered the chance of surrender from her perspective. I'd really like to do that too, you know. I glanced to the side for a moment. There my father is in a close battle against 3 of the White Clothes. Before the battle had begun, my father had said this to me. It's fine if you want to escape. Like that. Besides, GGISNT here anyway. I'm sorry to all you White Clothes guys, but you're just wasting your time. However, if we can keep the White Clothes guys occupied here, then in turn the forces on Wakabe-san's side are dispersed. The longer we can keep them occupied, the more we can delay when they can return to the main battle. But even if we don't keep them occupied as much as possible, we've already bought enough time as far as this place is concerned. Therefore, there's no reason for us to fight with our lives on the line. There's none, but, well, if I don't at least fight enough to return the debt I gained, then that would be really uncool, right? Likewise, if a son showed his back and fled while his father was fighting with his life on the line. So please go gently on me. I see. Then I shall come with the intent to kill. Didn't I say to go gently on me? Arg. Just why do things end up like this? Final battle, author S comments. Merizofis' perspective, this world is unfair. The height of one's status values, the strength and weakness of one's skills, the difference between races, all is immediately apparent. It is difficult for a weak person to beat a strong person. Even if you attack someone individually powerful, it is still difficult to win. On this battlefield, the ones who were individually powerful were the Queen Teratect and the 2 ancient dragons who were confronting her. With the Queen Teratect defeated, the 2 ancient dragons headed for the next battlefield, meaning that scenes of one side trampling on the other didn't occur. If those two ancient dragons had stayed behind and had begun to mop up things here, then the damage would likely have been enormous. That such a thing didn't happen is fortuitous and convenient for us. Even if you battle against someone who is individually powerful, it is difficult to overturn the outcome. Even if you try attacking using numbers that 1T change. If 10 people each with status values of around 1,000 try together attacking someone with status values of around 10,000, it would be difficult for them to win. They'd probably be beaten with a single blow each. When strong individuals exist on the battlefield, the core problem is how to take down those strong individuals. But if that individual is too strong, it is often the case that nothing can be done. On this battlefield, there are no longer any such individuals who are too strong. Nevertheless, individuals with a large difference in combat strength still exist. When such a development occurs, how to suppress the opponents with high combat strength becomes critical. And so, the natural development is for strong people to fight the other strong people themselves. Even if a strong person is hit by a weak person, they barely take any damage, and frequently the weak are then instantly killed. That being said, the concept of using overwhelming numbers cannot be made light of. Even if the amount of damage each individual deals is insignificant, if tens or hundreds of individuals can repeat that, then the accumulation of damage cannot be ignored. In terms of numbers, the situation has already been overturned. Most of the Terratechs blanketing the ground have become corpses. The remaining ones are nothing but powerful individuals, such as Greater Terratechs and Arch-Terratechs. Even those powerful individuals are losing ground to the desperately fighting humans using their overwhelming numbers. The Greater Terratechs are surrounded by many humans, then are damaged little by little. The Arch-Terratechs are being dealt with by particularly strong members of the humans and demons working together, even if they are rushing things. Amongst them, I can see some familiar faces here and there. Balto-sama being here is one thing, but for Sanatoriya-sama and Kogu-sama to participate in the battle was somewhat surprising. We once stood together as commanders of the demon army, but now we are in opposition. It's not like that doesn't bother me at all. However, I swore to follow Oju-sama no matter what. Even though they may be old acquaintances, I have no intention of going easy on them in the slightest. It makes no difference if they are reincarnators either. This is the fourth time that we VE confronted each other. Indeed, the ones confronting me are a boy and girl pair of reincarnators, Tagawa Kunihiko and Kushtani Asaka. I have faced them 4 times. The first time was when I destroyed the village in which they were living. They were young children at the time, and because they were reincarnators, I overlooked them. The second time was on the occasion of the Great War. I crossed swords with them who had grown up. The third time was at the elf village. At that time, I didn't face them directly, but rather with a clone body created through my powers as a vampire. And now this is the 4th time. Considering the strength remaining amongst the 2 armies, it would be impossible for the other side to ignore my existence. This is not conceit, but amongst those remaining in both armies on this battlefield, I am likely the strongest of all. And so, this pair of reincarnators came to stop me. I cannot go easy on you. I give them my warning. Until now, as they are reincarnators, I've tried to avoid killing them. However, for this battle, I cannot do that. Most of the reincarnators had known nothing of this world and had simply gotten swallowed up in the events. However, that is no longer the case. Against those who have made their own decision to fight, it is no longer necessary to go easy on them. In the first place, I am not skilled enough that I could go easy on them and avoid killing them at the same time. If I'm going to do it, it LLB with the intention to kill. Just what I want, Ed. Kunihiko's spirited words were unnaturally cut off in the middle. Kunihiko's body slowly collapsed. Sorry, Kunihiko. Having made him faint, Asaka apologized to Kunihiko from behind. What is the meaning of this? I surrender. Asaka announced that indifferently. I don't want to die yet, and I don't want Kunihiko to die yet either. Asaka carried the unconscious Kunihiko on her shoulder, turned her back on me, and walked away. What a grand way to desert in the face of the enemy. For a while, I was dumbfounded. However, Asaka's judgment is surely correct. I have no personal grudge against them. While they do have a grudge against me, in my case, I don't have any desire to go and kill them, because she understood that Asaka could grandly expose her back to me like this. In addition, if we had fought then, it is almost without doubt that I would have killed them. I'm not skilled enough that I could go easy on them and avoid killing them at the same time. When the time comes to do it, I use reliable methods to kill my opponents. Considering the difference in status values between us, it's likely that the contest would have been decided in an instant, with me having killed them. Therefore, it was the correct decision to surrender before the fight began. The optimal solution would have likely been to not come to this battlefield in the first place. But considering Kunihiko's attitude, that just wasn't possible, I guess. I watch Asaka's back as she walks away. I think to not fight at all is a wonderful choice. I have no right to say this to them as I had destroyed their hometown, but I shall pray for their future happiness. Final battle author S comments. Sensei S, Okachan S, perspective I gaze at the results of student list, my unique skill. Written briefly within student list are the causes of death of the one-time students in the past, in the present, and also in the future. With regard to the past, their place of birth is written and this description never changes. However, with regard to the present and the future, changes do occur. The important aspect here is their causes of death in the future. In order to avoid the causes of death written here, I have taken various actions thus far, because it used to be the case that most of the one-time students were due to die when young. In addition, their cause of death had been written down as death by skill deprivation. With the proclamation of the World Quest, and having gained taboo, we were able to understand the meaning of that. Deprivation of skills meant that the system would be gone. In addition, when that happens, people wouldn't be able to endure the skills attached to their soul, being forcibly ripped off, causing them to die. The students whose cause of death had been written as death by skill deprivation were the children with many skills. Most likely, the more skills one has, the greater the risk becomes. In short, in order for the children with many skills to survive, the collapse of the system must be prevented. So I thought, at least. So they came after all, huh? When I saw the scenes displayed on the monitors, my shoulders slumped. I had hoped this wouldn't be the case, but this is the reality we're facing, as proven by these scenes. Sensei, this isn't the time to be depressed, okay? I know that. At Kudu-chan's words, I forcibly regained my mood from its depressed state. I sure hadn't expected that we'd be having a battle in a spaceship. Gets you excited, doesn't it? Enemy ship detected. Like, the enemies aren't ships, and this isn't in space either, though. The students who had been under protection in the elf village are chatting excitedly. However, I know that they're making banter in order to relieve their nervousness, as their living conditions in the elf village meant that they were kept away from threats such as monsters. This will be their first battle with life and death at stake after all. Everyone, you are okay with using the controls, right? Of course. Okay. The children sitting in various seats respond to Kudu-chan's confirmation check. Various monitors are set up before them, and they have become able to handle the various roles allocated between them. Handling the guns installed on this UFO and handling the unmanned fighters. Where we are right now is inside the UFO that was hidden in the elf village. Together with Demon King Ariel San, we came next to the Elro Great Labyrinth, but naturally this UFO wasn't able to go inside. As such, monitoring it was left to us, and we were flying high in the sky near the Elro Great Labyrinth. Then, the enemy came. The enemies are displayed on the monitors. Many figures are heading towards us, flying through the sky. Those figures were fantasy creatures, something we could never have seen in the flesh in our previous lives. Dragons. Death by dragon attack after the proclamation of the World Quest. There was a change in the cause of death of the reincarnators here. The children with few skills who had been under protection in the elf village used to have a future cause of death that was blank. The thing that had changed was that their cause of death became this. Conversely, The reincarnated children with many skills who went to fight had their cause of death become blank. I don't know what this blank entry signifies. I would like to think, though, that it means that nothing will be written after the system goes away. If that's the case, then that means that the children with blank entries will survive. I hope that's the case. However, I can't afford to worry about that. As first of all, we have to overcome the cause of death that is before our very eyes. I think back to the conversation I had with Demon King Ariel Sand before this started. Killed by dragons? Indeed, there's a restriction on the student list that I can't reveal its existence to the other reincarnators. The information gained from it can't be directly communicated to the reincarnators either. However, that limit goes away when discussing it with a third party. Therefore, I conveyed to a third party that the students would be killed by dragons, specifically Demon King Ariel Sand. Dustin is after the reincarnators? What for? Demon King Ariel Sand listened to my explanation and then thought for a while. I have no idea what his ultimate aim is. I can come up with several hypotheses, though. Then, Demon King Ariel Sand seemed to decide to not consider it any further. I understand your situation. In short, can I take it that you intend to side with us? Yes, you can. There is no other choice. So, in return you want us to repel the dragons and protect you, right? Yes. I see. Demon King Ariel Sand nodded, as if convinced. Well, from the very beginning we were always going to take the reincarnators under our protection, you see. There's no problems in that regard. Thank you very much. However, Demon King Ariel Sand interrupts me in a strong tone. To restrain my delight, even though we had intended to protect you from start, that cause of death still appeared. In short, it's highly likely that we cannot protect your group perfectly. Yes, that seems likely. In addition, we can barely afford to split up our forces any further, to be honest. No way. So here's the situation. You have to fight even if you're by yourselves. After all, this is ultimately all about yourselves. And so, we decided to fight. And back to the present. We will use this UFO, which is the secret weapon of the elves, and counterattack the dragons. Apparently, this UFO was made as an immigration ship to carry Potamas to space in order to migrate to another planet. Then, the ever-cautious Potamas equipped this UFO with what could be called an excess of defense mechanisms. Using those, we shall repel the dragons ourselves. Fortunately, this UFO has enough energy stored that such a thing should be possible. Since that energy has already been stored, it should be fine to use it how we like. It is something that has already been extracted from the planet, so it seems that it's now too late to be able to return it. Demon King Ariel Sand has sent us a child called A.L. Chan as combat support and observer. She looks like a young girl, but she apparently has power equal to that of a high-ranking dragon. With E.L. Chan at the forefront, there are 4 other children of the same puppet Terratech species, with A.L. Chan included. That has 5 of them. The original plan was for it to just be A.L. Chan, but after hearing my story, Demon King Ariel Sand gave us some additional personnel. Those on Demon King Ariel Sand's side surely cannot spare anything, so I can't thank them enough. All right, everyone, let us do this. Everyone responded yes. In unison, with Potamas' support, I locked up everyone in the elf village. They surely haven't forgiven me yet. However, I shall worry about that later. Right now, I will do everything that I can do. I sortie the unmanned fighters that I'm in charge of. Then, I have them launch towards the flock of dragons. Because I am a teacher, I won't allow anything to happen to the students. Final battle? Author S comments. Wrath S. Perspective, my own body is rampaging of its own accord. I watched that somehow as if it was someone else's problem. As if I was having an out-of-body experience, watching my body as if from an overhead perspective. Then again, unfortunately, my field of vision is only what my original body can see, so it is not possible to understand everything from that overhead perspective, though. In other words, it's more like having an out-of-body experience emotionally rather than literally. The reason why I have the luxury to afford thinking about such worthless things is entirely due to the fact that I can't do anything else. Having activated wrath, My body won't listen to what I tell it in the slightest. To go further, while I have the mental image of it being like trying to handle a runaway car with broken brakes, unfortunately it's like I'm sitting in the rear seats and a driver's seat doesn't even exist. Even heresy nullity cannot eliminate the demerit of using wrath. Perhaps my body will never return to obeying my own will. In which case, I would only be able to watch like this until I die. However, I would have no regrets about that. At the elf village, I couldn't beat 2 ancient dragons without using wrath. Therefore, if I was going to have a fight with ancient dragons, I had intended to use wrath without hesitation. If there was one concern that I had, it would be that once I've activated wrath, I would no longer be able to distinguish between enemy and ally. But fortunately, there are no allies nearby. Due to the circumstances, I was able to begin the fight. Then, all I had to do was rampage as much as I wanted. I don't know how many times this has occurred anymore, but the leopard dragon leaps at me and I tear it to pieces. It seems that the leopard dragon has run out of MP and is unable to do anything except straightforwardly leap at me, while no longer even being clad in lightning. The claws and fangs that it unleashes are sharp, and that flexible leopard-like physique is quick and nimble. Without even using lighting when against an average human, the high status values alone would be enough for it to dominate, most likely. However, my status values with Wrath being activated surpasses Ariel Sand even in her heyday. A leopard dragon that is inferior in status values is simply an ordinary opponent. However, that leopard dragon acted as a decoy, allowing the fire dragon to knock my body from behind. I was struck by the foreleg and the fire dragon has grabbed my body. Then, with the impact from that strike, he plunges into the magma with me. My body burns. No matter how high my status values might be, there's no way that a living being would take no damage while inside magma. Surpassing what the automatic recovery of HP can handle, the damage steadily accumulates. However, my body did not panic about that, ripped apart the foreleg of the fire dragon that had grabbed me, and escaped from the magma. I jump out of the magma. As though waiting for that moment, wind bullets came flying at me. There's a direct hit on my head, shaking my brain. Even with high status values, an attack like this will do damage no matter what. On top of that, are the harmful effect from the brain being shaken. With the impact of the wind bullets combined with the concussion, my body sinks into the magma once again. Perhaps due to faint nullity, the concussion quickly subsided, and my body quickly jumped out from the magma again. Once more the wind bullets are fired at my head, but if you know they're coming then it's easy to deal with. I wave my right arm, knocking down the wind bullets. In addition, I swing my left arm as well to cut up the Pteranodon dragon that had come at me. However, the sword that was in my hand had lost its blade. The counterattack on the Pteranodon dragon ended in a miss, and my body was kicked into the magma for a third time. Perhaps having finally learned that getting out from the same place is dangerous, my body swam through the lava, then climbed ashore a short distance away. The swords in both my hands have lost their blades. Even if my body could withstand the magma-s temperature, it seems that my blades could not withstand it. I throw the hilts away and take out spare swords from my space storage. I've already used up almost all of the magic swords that I made before the battle. These are now the last of the spare swords. In addition, in the combat, just now my HP was significantly reduced. Even though Wrath increases all my status values by a factor of 10, this is not the case for HP, MP, and SP. Even if the maximum value increases, the current values are carried over at the time when Wrath is activated. While HP and MP will gradually increase due to automatic recovery, SP doesn't even get that. In addition, I don't have the concept of preserving my MP when I'm being dominated by Wrath. My MP is getting close to empty. Also, my HP has been steadily reduced due to the repeated attacks from the ancient dragons. It's not just my HP. Due to someone hiding somewhere, little by little my status values have been decreased. It's like a debuff from a curse. It's happened slowly, but I've been cornered. The ancient dragons charge towards me once again. Included with them is the leopard dragon who should have been slain earlier. Shun comes into sight at the edge of my vision. In this battle, The key player has been Shun. Because Shun revived the ancient dragons endlessly, I wasn't able to attack him either. I've not once had a level up, in spite of the fact that I've defeated ancient dragons many times. It shouldn't be possible to defeat such powerful ancient dragons and not go up in level. It's probably the case that when revival is a possibility, there are special rules in place. Since a level up uses a portion of the energy recovered by the system. Unless the soul is recovered by the system, then that can't be received, I guess. Normally, experience points are gained the moment the opponent is defeated, but when the possibility of revival is close by, then perhaps that award is postponed. In other words, unless I defeat Shun who can use revival, then I'll never gain any experience points no matter how many ancient dragons I defeat. If I can kill Shun first and foremost, I will be able to gain an advantage in this fight, but unfortunately, while being dominated by wrath, it seems that I prioritize the first opponent that I see. While I knew that Shun was trouble, I had left him alone. No, perhaps. I had been hoping for that somewhere in my heart. I was sure that I had resolved myself. Resolved myself to slay my former friend. However, somewhere in my heart, perhaps I am refusing to do that, which is why I have been avoiding it. In that case, that weakness must be cast aside. Oh no. Breaking through the encirclement of ancient dragons, I dashed towards Shun. With a pale face like he could collapse at any moment, Shun's face stiffens. In front of him, Kanata stood in the way. Kanata raises both hands, wrapping herself and Shun in something like a barrier. My sword strikes against the barrier-like thing, and astonishingly enough, it is repelled. However, the barrier was also cracked, and I am a dual wielder. The other sword slams into the barrier, breaking it. Ni-sama. However, in a moment when I'm hindered by that barrier, yet another person rushes into the space between Shun and myself to stand in my way. A girl who is apparently Shun's younger sister in this world, along with a small white ancient dragon who can grant the divine protection of dragons, had crossed blades with me before. However, that was purely because she had the support of the other ancient dragons. In a one-on-one situation, she is no match for me. I slam my two swords into Shun's younger sister at the same time. Shun's younger sister blocks them with her sword. But despite bracing her legs, she is knocked back flying. With this, there is no one protecting Shun. I raise my two swords. Then, with great force, without hesitation, I swung them down. Shun immediately pushes Kanata away, stepping forwards to protect her. But that is all he could do. He doesn't have time to avoid my attack. Consequently, I cut down my former friend, or so I thought. In front of me was Shun, unharmed. I looked at my hands in confusion, to see that I had two swords with broken blades. Out of MP due to that, magic granting had expired. Then, it seems that my weapons without magic granting couldn't withstand my full power, even though they're magic swords. My body responded quickly. I thrust out my swords with their broken blades towards Shun. Even without the sword blades, it is a strike with my full power. Just hitting Shun in the face would be enough to kill him. However, another person quickly twined their arms around mine. Then, my field of view spun. For a moment, I didn't understand what had happened. While my field of view was spinning, I could see the figure of the man who had been beside Shun the whole time in a strange posture. That is the pose of someone doing a shoulder throw. In other words, I had been thrown over the shoulder. Then, while being thrown through the air, the leopard dragon bit into my windpipe. It seems that due to the debuff, my defensive power has been lowered enough that they can break through it, and the fangs dig into my neck. While being bitten on landing, I'll once again strike the leopard dragon with all my might. The leopard dragon's body slams into the ground, with the fangs that have been stabbed into my neck leaving a large spurt of blood. Damn it. My HP is decreasing rapidly. I have no other weapons. My MP is also gone. This is it, huh? My body collapses. Kyuya. Shun, don't make such a face. Don't. Fa. Haha. Perhaps because my throat was torn, I couldn't speak properly. My voice responded to my thoughts. Perhaps on the verge of death. Wrath has deactivated? What luck. Then, there's one thing that I must do. I offer myself. I cannot afford to make a mistake here, so I make sure to pronounce each word properly. Each time I spoke, blood would overflow from my mouth, but I'm sure I spoke the words properly. You what? The person who had thrown me over his shoulder is astonished. However, Shun and Kanata don't understand the meaning of what I did, it seems. From the very beginning, I had intended to do this. If it ever seemed like I was going to die during this fight, especially in the case that Wrath deactivated, I have killed many people in this world. That is my sin. Sin requires punishment. Thus, I shall give up everything for the sake of this world, including my soul. That is my atonement. Shiro-san, Ariel-san, Sophia-san, Sori. Please, take care of the rest. This is as far as I go. Then, my body turned to dust and disappeared. Final battle, final battle? Author S comments. Kadia S perspective Kyuya S collapsed body turned into dust and disappeared. Immediately after having seen that happen with his own eyes, Shun collapsed without even trying to break his fall. Shun, I guess we've reached our limits as well. Darkness Dragon Reese-san calmly stated that. Afterwards, he approached the still fallen lightning dragon Gukus-san. Do you have any last words? Hungry. I'm sorry to say this, but you won't be able to eat anything anymore though. Gukus-san's body took a powerful strike from Kyuya, becoming a tragic sight to behold. With Shun now unconscious, it is impossible to revive him. On top of that, Shun's revival has a time limit. If it's not done immediately following death, then there won't be time. Where Byakuya-san? Busy over there. There's not enough time. In the distance where Reese-san was staring with his head raised, the light of recovery magic shone. Just earlier, Light Dragon Byakuya-san and Sue, who had borrowed her power, had been knocked flying. Although she was borrowing Byakuya-san's power, there's no way that Sue could take a blow from Kyuya and come out unscathed. That is something easy to imagine from just how remarkably far she was blown away, despite having her guard up. Recovery Specialist Byakuya-san is over there performing Sue's treatment. In short, she can't afford a rush back here. When I die, it's fine to eat me. I'm sure I could satisfy your hunger. You fool. Eating something so small wouldn't be enough to satisfy us, you know. I can't tell if the words that Gukus-san utters are serious or a joke. In comparison, Wind Dragon Hyuven-san responds in a very light-hearted tone. However, Hyuven-san's voice was trembling. Yeah, but before I die, I better offer up myself as well. With the last of his words, Gukus-san's body turns into dust like with Kyuya. You fool. How can we eat you now? Right until the very end. You are one big fool, you know. In a tearful voice, Hyuven-san watches the dust from Gukus-san until it dissipates, while Fire Dragon Gwen-san also covers his face with one hand. Somebody, make contact with Mr. Onett. Let us withdraw for now and regroup. Amongst them, only Reese-san was calm. You could even call him indifferent. How about waiting a little bit? Because of that, I reflexively admonished him. Even now, Aina is buying us time. Will you let Aina's self-sacrifice come to nothing? I couldn't refute his response. Reese is correct. I'll make contact. Gwen-san says that while clutching his hand that Kyuya had sliced off. Shun has collapsed. Everyone is covered in wounds, starting with Gwen-san. I'm almost out of MP as well since I've had my barrier from chastity activated the whole time. If even I am in such a state, then it must be worse for Gwen-san and Ko, who are actually fighting, I'm sure. Good grief. We can finally get away from this hot place. All of a sudden, Ice Dragon Near-san shows up after having been out of sight until now. Just where have you been hiding all this time, I wonder? Near, please go collect Byaku and Suelishiju. Why me? While complaining, Near-san obediently heads over to where Byakuya-san's medical treatment light can be seen. Before long, thanks to Ronin-sama, who came via teleport, we retreated from the Elro Great Labyrinth. How is the kid doing? He isn't woken up yet. After returning to our base, everyone got some rest. I was sitting next to the bed Shun was sleeping in, watching Shun's condition. You should get some sleep too, Ju-chan. I can't sleep. Ronin-sama might be worried about me. But even when I closed my eyes, I didn't feel like I could sleep at all. even though my fatigue has reached its peak. You're overwrought, aren't you? It often occurs on the battlefield. In such cases, though, once you reach your limit, you'll just suddenly collapse. Like this kid, Ronin Sama shrugged his shoulders while saying so, even by just watching it. Shun's revival by kindness seems quite hard on him. He continued to revive Gwen-san and Ko until he collapsed after all. However, with regard to the kid collapsing, there's more to it than that. ISNT there, Ronin Sama glares at the entrance to the room. Over there, Darkness Dragon Reese-san was standing. You're sharp. I've lived a long time after all, though not at much as an ancient dragon, of course. Going by Reese-san's words, it was like he was confirming that he was hiding something. Something about Shun. What do you mean? Don't glare at me like that, please. It's not like even I had known in the first place. While saying that, Reese-san approached the bed and peered into Shun's face. It's compensation. Didn't you think that it was strange? Reviving the dead, a miracle that should be impossible, even with the system in this world that's still the case. Rather, precisely because the system exists, reviving the dead and the like shouldn't be allowed. Despite that, don't you think it's much too cheap for it to just cost MP to make such a miracle occur? Now that he mentions it, that's right. In my previous life, revival magic was commonplace. So I was under the impression that it was just one of those things, but in reality things like reviving the dead are nothing short of a miracle. Then, once you've heard that much, you'll get a bad premonition. A bad premonition that's more like conviction. P.S. Eroding his soul. I make a short gasp of breath. The scene of Kyuya turning into dust crosses my mind. If he continues to use revival, before long his soul will shatter. If that happens, whether the system exists or not, he'll no longer be able to reincarnate. Rather than dying, he'll become nothing. No way. Dying is terrifying, but becoming nothing is even more terrifying. That will happen to Shun. It seems that reincarnators have a protective wall around their souls. However, that's now gone because he continued to use kindness. He was able to use kindness in rapid succession because that protective wall existed. It was like giving aid to one's enemies. Though I'm sure you hadn't intended that. Recent's words pass over me. Kyuya, by his own will, offered up his soul. He decided to become nothing, which is even more terrifying than death. He faced this battle having resolved himself to that great an extent. In comparison, what about me? There's no way that I had resolved myself that far. In addition, because I carelessly pushed him forward from behind, Shun is also facing the risk of becoming nothing. My mind went blank. How many more times can I use kindness? Shun, you're awake? Before I knew it, Shun had awoken. Now then, I'm no expert in souls either. Maybe there won't even be a next time, or maybe you'll be able to keep using it for quite some time. I see. Shun, you must not use kindness anymore. There's no way that I'll do that, though. Shun is sitting up in the bed. The one who had decided to fight was me by myself. Since Kyuya has shown me what this battle is about, it's too late for me to run away by myself. ISNT it. Shun clenched his fist, staring at it. I hadn't resolved myself enough. Therefore, I will resolve myself. In his eyes, there was no longer any hesitation. The one who hadn't resolved themselves was me. Sorry. Please leave me alone for a while. Once Shun said that, I stood up. I couldn't think of any words to say to him. I'll bring something light for you to eat later. Sure. Thank you very much. Then, we left the room together. You said that you didn't know, right? However, you expected it. Hadn't you? Ronin Sama asked that of Reese-san. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to correctly guess the condition of something invisible like the soul, right? How perceptive. You what? That means that in short, he had expected that the more Shun used kindness, the more abrasion his soul would suffer. Yet he allowed him to use it. You're laying blame at the wrong door if you're accusing me. I don't remember forcing him to use kindness. He carried out everything voluntarily, you know. Even if you didn't force him, you still encouraged him. Well, of course. If not for that, we couldn't have beaten that Oni. It's frustrating, but he's right. You saw Guka at the end, right? In this battle, whether we win or lose, we intend to offer ourselves up. That's The resolution were facing this with okay. INT expected that the enemy would be the same, though. Do you people have that resolve? So you see, that's why we cannot afford to lose. For that reason, we'll use everything we can. I couldn't say anything back, because I was lacking in resolve. Huh, aren't you just using bold words to deceive others? That was Ronin-sama interrupting while looking sullen. I don't care what you have resolve yourselves for. Is it so admirable to have such a thing? Is it a good enough reason for a boy with a long life ahead of him to ruin his future? Can you proudly say that you are right when you're secretly using him? This time was Ri-san's turn to go silent. I'm used to playing the bad guy. Huh, well, whatever. I'm sure that no matter what I say, it's too late for you to change your ways. However, you should bear in mind that you have enraged me by this incident. I shall engrave it on my heart. Saying so, Ri-san turned around, walking away from us. Yao-chan, if you're going to quit, you better do it now, okay? I wouldn't be able to deny that I wasn't attracted by Ronin-sama's words. However, I will follow Shun. That is my responsibility for dragging Shun into this battle after all. Skill compensation. Fundamentally, skills do not use the system's energy. Because if skills used the system's energy, that would have the opposite effect of what the system was intended for. The skill user is the one who pays all the compensation for using skills. Titles such as hero are the exception. Final battle, the day after Kyuya fell. We returned once again to the Elro Great Labyrinth via Ronin-sama's teleportation and pressed on. We had no choice but to retreat again to recover from the wounds and weakened stamina we endured during the battle when Kyuya had halted our advance. However, even while we were recovering, battles were continuing. The battle between Water Dragon Ina-san and Sophia seems to have developed into a quagmire. In short, it's due to Water Dragon Ina-san focusing on buying time and Sophia being unable to attack properly. The upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth is a chaotic mess of zones filled with water. Zones with that water having been frozen and zones that are still undamaged. If we entered such a place, it feels like we soon die to one thing or another. While the battle between Ina-san and Sophia is at a stalemate, the battle above the ground is over. The Queen Teratect was defeated. However, while the combined armies of the humans and demons fought hard, they took heavy damage when the remnants of the nightmare flooded out from the Elro Great Labyrinth, forcing them to retreat. That being said, given how the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth is like a vision of hell currently, even if the joint army had won, they likely wouldn't have been able to invade the Elro Great Labyrinth. That can also be said of the remnants of the nightmare that repelled the joint army, and apparently they're wandering about on the surface. So the overall situation is at a stalemate. However, that will only last until the battle between Ina-san and Sophia is over. Though Ina-san is said to be the strongest of the dragons, apparently Sophia has the upper hand in battle. Water and ice. They might have similar attributes, but ice has a better affinity. Because ice can stop all water attacks by freezing them. Due to that, Ina-san is stymied. However, in Sophia's case, she is forced to deal with the submergence of the Elro Great Labyrinth. As a result of having to keep freezing the water flowing in to contain the submergence. She can't keep her focus on the battle with Ina-san. Net result, it's a state male. However, that doesn't change the fact that Sophia has several advantages, so Ina-san will likely be beaten sooner or later. When that happens, the situation will change. Once Sophia is free, and if the situation in the upper layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth settles down, then the remnants of the nightmare that remain above ground will also be able to return to the Elro Great Labyrinth. If that happens, then the situation will tilt against us precipitously. Sophia's strength is above that of Ina-san, the strongest dragon. We've already lost Guka-san to Kyuya, and my soul is apparently in tatters due to excessive use of kindness' resurrection. I will probably only be able to use resurrection a few more times. With the Demon King still to be confronted, we have no spare forces to fight with Sophia. Therefore, before Ina-san and Sophia as battle finishes. We've got to defeat the Demon King no matter what it takes. Then we must reach the System S Nexus after going through the bottom layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. However, when I was confronted by the scene before me, I inadvertently shrunk back. With Kia's death, with my own soul being eroded away, I was repeatedly confronted by the fact that I hadn't resolved myself enough, which is why I had decided that this time for sure I would resolve myself. But that resolve seems almost to be vanishing due to the scene before me. Is resolution alone enough to overturn this? The bottom layer of the Elro Great Labyrinth. The Demon King is waiting for us here. There are two Queen Teratex stationed beside her. In addition to the Demon King and the Queens, there are spider monsters surrounding them in formation. Their number can't be determined at a glance. More than half of them are merely weak individuals. But even so, the sheer number of them is stunning, such that it is more than enough to impart a sense of visceral despair. We have to break through this. Hi. Good of you to make it here, representatives of humanity. The Demon King's voice resounds. I had heard that voice once before during the declaration of the World Quest, but seeing the Demon King in the form of a young girl feels out of place. In novels and the like, there are even Demon Kings who look like beautiful girls, but facing that in reality is very disconcerting. It's like the more obviously vicious looks she had, the less hesitation we would have had. That I'm thinking such things perhaps shows that I'm still not resolved enough. No matter who the opponent is, no matter what they look like, I shouldn't let my blade falter before them. Yet the very form of the Demon King as a weak girl sitting on a chair is enough to shake my determination. Even though I said it was good of you to make it here, it's not like I actually wanted you to come. You know, but since you made it here, I guess I have to. While the dragons might not have any choice, I had at least wanted you reincarnators to be away from the war, though. I'm sure she is speaking her honest feelings. I sense that somehow from the tone of her voice. The Demon King's personality shone through from her words, again shaking my determination. In the first place, this war is due to the need to break out of a hopeless situation. It's not like the Demon King caused it or wanted to cause it. It's not a matter about which side is correct, but simply because we must choose who gets sacrificed. One side will be abandoned, allowing the other side to live. Will humanity live, or will the gods live? That choice gives a broken result either way. We'll have to fight sooner or later here, but before that, let us at least get one thing out of the way. Ahem. This time I'll go with a stereotypical Demon King-esque phrase. The Demon King clears her throat for a moment. Welcome, hero. If you become my ally, I shall grant you half of the world. How about it? Those lines were a parody of the Demon King from a famous game back in my previous life in Japan. Despite feeling strangely nostalgic, I smile wryly at how well those words match the current situation. I'm sure that the Demon King learned those words from Wakabe-san. The humor in those lines might well be out of place here, but since I know those lines were spoken in earnest, I must reply with my true feelings in turn. I'm sorry, but my answer is no. After all, I have come here so that all of humanity, half of the world, will not be sacrificed. Gotcha. That's too bad. Saying so, the Demon King lightly shrugs her shoulders. I'm sure that the Demon King herself didn't expect her proposal to be accepted either. No doubt she couldn't go without saying that and betting on a ray of hope. I sure understand those feelings. Then let us do it. Responding to the Demon King's voice, beginning with the Queen Teratex. The spider monsters begin to move. It's begun. It really has begun. The battle between the hero and the Demon King that will decide the fate of the world. My own power as the hero might be tiny, but even so, I cannot afford to lose. Final battle, final battle. Now, then, despite my casual verbal barbs earlier, the situation is bad. Our main forces are two queens. Normally, queens would surpass ancient dragons. However, as a result of Shiro-chan eating a part of their souls, they've weakened. Most likely the queens are currently only about equal with the ancient dragons. Facing us are 5 ancient dragons. Darkness Dragon Reise, Fire Dragon Gwen, Wind Dragon Hyuven, Ice Dragon Nier, Light Dragon Byaku. All of them are a troublesome lot. Gwen simply has all abilities at a high standard. Although his instantaneous power, ISN, T comparable to the others, he is much more consistent. Hüven's speciality is in aerial combat. So in high-speed combat, there is no one superior. Fortunately, the Elro Great Labyrinth is an enclosed space, which means that he can't freely fly through the sky, so his power could be said to be cut by half. Even so, his ability to manipulate air can't be disregarded. Nier is an annoying opponent, with ice and curses. Her speciality is to use those two abilities to steadily whittle away her enemy's stamina. Even so, she possesses a defensive ability second only to Geikia, the deceased leader of the Earth Dragons. She is a nasty opponent since a war of attrition would be to our disadvantage. Yet her defensive ability would force us into a war of attrition. Byaku is a support specialist. In exchange for being nothing special in terms of fighting strength, she is able to drastically enhance the abilities of one other person. Since Byaku is wrapped around the arms of Yamada-kun S. Imudo-chan, it seems that she is the one being strengthened. A human strengthened to the same level as an ancient dragon. In addition, Byaku herself is a master of healing magic, so can perform the healer role. Finally, Reese is perhaps the most troublesome when considering the consequences. All right, what should I do? Well, the first move is obvious enough, right? Using my skill, I give instructions to the queens. They move in response. All the spider-type monsters in this place simultaneously rush down. On Yamada-kun. Wa. Protect the hero kid. Gun shouts. He looks desperate. Well, naturally. The weakest one here is Yamada-kun. The reason why Yamada-kun is here is simply because he is the owner of the ruler skill of kindness. That combined with the effect of the kindness skill being revival of the dead. Because that revival of the dead was repeatedly used to resurrect the ancient dragons, Wrath-kun exhausted all his strength. It's a matter, of course, to target Yamada-kun, who is the weakest in this place, yet owns that annoying ability to revive the dead. No hard feelings, okay. But I have decided that I wouldn't care about appearances anymore. Whether or not you're a reincarnator, if you are hostile, then I will kill you. Wrath-kun offered himself up while being a reincarnator. If we made him go that far, then we cannot do any less. The other side should be the same. In the battle with Wrath-kun, Lightning Dragon Guka exhausted all his strength and offered himself up. If neither of us will back down, then the only option is to make every effort possible. In addition, in that dialogue between us earlier, Yamada-kun gave his answer. Thus, holding back is unnecessary. I shall kill you without the slightest mercy. The flood of spiders have run into a barrier and stopped moving forwards. Oshimakun heal. The chastity skill has the ability to create a powerful barrier. There is not much difference between Oashin-kun and Yamada-kun. In fact, she is weak enough that she is even less suited to being in this place than Yamada-kun. But that barrier alone is strong enough that she has the right to take part in this battle. However, it's not like it can't be broken. Surely not. The two queens fire their breath attack at the same time. Even if it's a barrier created by a ruler's skill, that is not strong enough to withstand a simultaneous breath attack from two queens. In addition, as she is the one putting up the barrier, she cannot escape from inside the barrier. It was the moment when the barrier she put up to protect those inside became a prison. Still, the enemy is not so naive as to allow such an obvious attack. Gwen and Hüven change into dragon form, then use their own breath attacks to launch a counterattack against the breath attacks from the two queens. The fire and wind breath attacks merge together, with the synergy between them amplifying the force as it collides with the breath attacks from the two queens. The result is that they cancel each other out. Oh, Gwen and Hüven tilt their heads to the side in confusion. Damn, did they sense that the queens are weakened from that? I'm sure it wouldn't be considered proof, but it probably made them suspicious. Also, since we have no reason to be going easy on them, it's only a matter of time until the weakened state of the queens is revealed. If this is dragged out, our weaknesses will be exposed. Well, that is so only so long as it is dragged out, though. 10 shadows approach Yamada-kun and Co., having hid behind the eye-catching breath attacks from the queens. The puppet Teratex. Their form is not particularly different from humans. If you ignore them having 6 arms, that is. The true form of the puppet Teratex is a spider-shaped monster about the size of a fist, but they fight inside a puppet created by their own thread by manipulating it. Their form as a 6-armed human is simply a puppet. The 10 puppet Teratex simultaneously rush down on Yamada-kun and Co. The status values of the puppet Teratex are about 10,000. While they cannot take on an ancient dragon, Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun are no match for them. In addition, although they cannot take on an ancient dragon, they're not so weak as to allow those ancient dragons to mow them down with a single blow each. They're strong enough that if 2 of them took on one ancient dragon, it's the dragon that would be in danger. At any rate, only the queens and puppet Teratex will be effective against the ancient dragons. Even an arch Teratex probably wouldn't be of much use. In short, most of the spider-shaped monsters in this place aren't particularly useful. In terms of fighting strength, we're the ones at a disadvantage. That being the case, we have only one option. A swift attack. Standing before the looming puppet Teratex are Gwen, Huvin, Nier, and Reese still in humanoid form. And Yamada-kun's Imuto-chan with Byaku wrapped around her arm. In terms of numbers, we have the advantage, but in terms of simple combat strength, we are at a disadvantage. The puppet Teratex and ancient dragons clash with each other, contending with the other. The puppet Teratex aim for a gap between the ancient dragons to attack Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun, with the ancient dragons trying to prevent them. During the violent exchanges, they both await for the chance to strike. However, my dear ancient dragons, have you forgotten something? The queens are still here, you know. Seriously? Are they going to take out their own allies? Once again, the light of the breath attack builds in the mouths of the queens. The puppet Teratex are also in the line of fire, but that is fine. If we can bring down Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun with their ruler skills here, we'll be able to thwart their plans. The victory condition for the Black God supporters is not to beat us, but to take those holding ruler authority to the system nexus, which is located beyond the door behind me, to stop the collapse of the system. For that reason, those with ruler authority must live. Therefore, if we can bring down the 3 valid holders in Yamada-kun, Owashima-kun, and Imuto-chan, then it'll be our victory, even if we die. This is bad. It can't be stopped. The ancient dragons attempt to stop the queens from firing their breath. However, the puppet Teratex prevent that, despite the fact that if the queens fire their breath, then they would get caught up in it as well. The puppet Teratex, too, are prepared to lose their lives in this battle. In order to repay their devotion, I won't hesitate either. Fire. At my signal, the breath attack from the 2 queens is released. The attacks smash through the barrier that Owashima-kun had put up, directly hitting Yamada-kun and Co. Just before that occurred. Harmony. I heard the voice of man who shouldn't have been here. In addition, the breath attack from the 2 queens that should have been a direct hit on both the puppet Teratex and the enemies disappeared without causing any effect. I can't keep up with the changing situation. As if to express that momentary blank in my thoughts, the ancient dragons strike the puppet Teratex. The puppet Teratex had also stopped moving for an instant. They're not weak enough to be done in by a single strike, but in an instant the situation has suddenly become unfavorable. While grimacing about that, I glare in annoyance at the man who caused this situation. Dustin. Over there was the Pope of the Divine Word Religion, Dustin. Author S notes. Within the Demon King S camp, the main differences between the web novel and the published novels are: in the web novel, the parallel wills were dispatched to the queens via the Demon King, eating away their souls. Because of that, all the queens are weakened. Because the combat involving those on the Demon King's side was much more intensive, the number of puppet Teratex remaining was reduced to 4. However, because those remaining 4 experienced all sorts of battles, they became considerably stronger than those in the web novel. Final battle? When did Dustin get here? How? The answer to that was with the elderly wizard standing alongside Dustin. He is Ronant, a space magic user who is famous as the strongest human. I guess he brought Dustin here using teleportation. But for what reason? Even during the battle with Rathcoin, Ronant simply laid low. That's because if by some chance the teleport user Ronant was done in, then they would have lost their way of escaping. The same could be said of Dustin. Yamato-kun, Owashim-kun, and Amudo-chan all possess a ruler skill, but I had thought Dustin was staying in a safe location in case they were annihilated. I hadn't expected Dustin to show up unless we had been defeated and his safety could be guaranteed. Despite all that, why is he here now? No, I guess I don't need to think too hard about this. Surely this means that he too no longer cares about appearances. He said harmony, right? The skill that made it as if the breath attack of two queens never existed. That's likely a special skill. A title is given by obtaining a ruler skill, and by gaining that title, two skills are obtained. This is the second of those two skills. In the case of my gluttony, it was the sublimation skill. The harmony skill that Dustin activated is likely the same sort. I don't know precisely what happened due to the harmony skill. However, it's certain that the breath attack of two queens was completely neutralized. In short, I should consider the harmony skill as being capable of defending against the breath attacks of two queens at a minimum. Well, it doesn't look like he is able to spam it though. Blood gushed out from all over Dustin's body. It must be the backlash against using the harmony skill. Skills have various kinds of costs when used, but the cost when using a special skill is huge. I can't readily use my sublimation skill either. Actually, I've never used it. The cost is such that you wouldn't think of using it. The cost of harmony can be clearly seen. It's enough that Dustin is on the verge of death. However, considering that Dustin was able to nullify the breath attack of two queens despite having almost no fighting ability, you could say that it was an exceptionally good result in terms of cost effectiveness. But that's exactly why I can't stand it. I use my skills to give instructions. I'll have the queens and puppet Teratex continue to be the opponents of the ancient dragons. I give a different order to the arches, graders, and the rest of the mob. Their target is Dustin. It would be strange not to target a non-combatant on the verge of death. No, the Pope is being targeted. Ignore me and focus on the targets in front of you. Gwen noticed the movements of the Teratex and began to move to protect Dustin. But the one who put a stop to that was Dustin himself. He is here to win, even if he has to discard his own life, cutting off his own path of retreat, leaving him unable to back out. In practice, if the ancient dragons lose here, then Dustin and co. will be out of options. If that happened, then the Black God faction wouldn't be able to do anything more than pray that Jairi wins. That is probably why he rushed into this place. I had made light of him by expecting that he would be a spectator from a safe location, but instead that expectation has been overturned. However, I won't let him interfere any further. Don't take me lightly. However, the flood of Teratex heading for Dustin were mowed down by flames. It's Ronant's fire magic. Damn, he has not called the strongest human mage for nothing, huh? With that attack, everything weaker than a greater was wiped out. Even the greater Teratex have severe wounds. I guess the arch Teratex are just about equal. Despite being a human, you're quite strong, aren't you? Of course, he is weak compared to the ancient dragons. However, he is effective enough in combat that he can't be ignored. No, it's not just Ronant. It's similar for Owashima-kun with her barriers, but even Yamada-kun is slowly defeating the Teratex. It seems that Yamada-kun could also defeat a greater by himself. It seems that I've taken these humans a bit too lightly. While that is going on, the puppet Teratex are starting to be pushed back. Sure enough, it was too much for the puppet Teratex to take on the ancient dragons, huh? I immediately gave directions to the queens to reinforce them. But as if ignoring those orders, one of the queens placed her huge body in front of me. My line of sight is blocked by the huge queen. Almost reflexively, I activate clairvoyance, peering through the queen's body to grasp the situation. There I see Reese, with his arm held out towards me in the posture of having fired something. He was about to attack me, huh? He probably fired magic or something. The queen protected me by risking herself. The Queen's judgment was correct. It was correct. But now it has been exposed that I have gotten weak. To the other side, I should have been the greatest threat from the start. Even if all the ancient dragons had come to me together, I would have beaten them if I had been in my prime. Though I'm not doing so, should have created some doubts in their minds. That doubt should have become conviction with the Queen moving to protect me. I wouldn't have needed any damn protection if I'd been in my prime. The fact that the Queen protected me means that it was necessary. Rhys sidesteps two puppet Terratechs attacking him, shoving them to the side. Using that gap, he dashes forwards, towards me. His eyes are fixed straight upon me, so he is completely targeting me then. Since I had targeted Yamada-kun and Dustin, I can't blame Rhys's response. The two queens move to intercept Rhys. The queens fire their breath at Rhys. It's not possible for him to evade that. No matter that they've been weakened, the queens still are on par with an ancient dragon. If Rhys directly receives the breath attack from two queens, then even an ancient dragon like him would not get away with it. Harmony. However, that is only if the attack is received directly. Dustin's special skill was activated again. The breath attack from the queens should have hit him directly, but Rhys rushes through the breath attacks without having received any damage. That harmony skill wasn't about raising defensive power at all. Instead, it completely nullifies damage. The two queens quickly struck down at Rhys with their legs, but perhaps due to the harmony skill, even that wasn't effective. Rhys charged straight to my location without pause. Then, his hand struck out towards my chest. Final battle, final battle? I have been seeking a place to use my abilities. Seeking a place where I could die while using that power to my heart's content. We who are referred to as the ancient dragons leaders are simply poor imitations of true dragons. We are chimeras created during Potama's experiments. Unlike the humanoid chimeras, such as Ariel, who were protected by the goddess Ariel's orphanage, we ancient dragon leaders are closer to true dragons in appearance. Because of that, we weren't given any protection by people and were treated as animals. In places unknown to us, we might well have had brethren who were treated like laboratory animals and died. Or rather, that probably did happen. The one who protected us was our Lord Jairi Distity Sama. For that reason, we hold our Lord in deep respect. It is surely similar to the feelings Ariel has for the goddess Ariel. If there is one major thing that is different between us and Ariel, it would be that the system considers us to be monsters. Even in the eyes of God, we were just animals, which is why we made the choice to become the kin of our Lord. We gave up on intermingling with people, but despite that we refused to simply become monsters, becoming instead managers of our kin. Each of us took up respective roles in that, increasing the numbers of our kin, preparing the foundations for how we would live in this world. Huvin cleaned the polluted wastelands. Aina took control of the oceans to prevent people going out to sea. Nir, Rindo, and Guka took charge of various lands, managing them, wherein I took responsibility for sealing the Demon King's sword. The main reason for that was that there was no land suitable for me to manage. In addition, the other reason is that my abilities are rather specialized compared to the others. If it happens that the Demon King's sword is used, then that might also be the time when my power is needed. For that reason, I was sealed along with the Demon King's sword. I intentionally developed my abilities in certain categories, namely, anti-god abilities, abilities that would be effective against gods. In other words, the ability to attack the soul, heresy attacks that directly harm the soul, corrosion attacks that grant death, abyss magic that extinguishes the soul. I focused most of my skill points on improving such things. All of that was done in case gods ever invaded this world. However, such a scenario is highly improbable. According to our Lord's superior, the high-ranking Administrator Disama is an eminent god who is particularly feared amongst the gods. It's doubtful whether any god would come to a world administered by Disama. If they did, they would likely be highly ignorant. Therefore, my existence was merely insurance, as preparation for the inconceivable yet absolutely critical event that gods ever invaded. However, although I exist to be insurance, I'm far too ineffective at that. If gods ever invaded, the first one to respond would be my lord. So if I ever got my turn, it would be after my lord has already lost. If it was an opponent that my lord couldn't beat, then I couldn't possibly win. Therefore, I'm too weak to be useful as insurance. It would be unreasonable to take no countermeasures, but even countermeasures are limited. That is what I am. I'm a being who makes little difference whether I'm here or not. If the occasion ever arose where my lord lost and I got my debut on the stage, it's virtually guaranteed that I would lose on my debut. It makes me laugh. I'm here as insurance for the 1 in 1,000 chance that my lord loses and the 1 in a billion chance that I can beat his opponent. A being who exists for the faint reason of just maybe. For that reason, I didn't understand the reason for my existence. I wanted a place where I could shine, a place where I could wield these powers, a place where my existence could be properly validated. That is surely this place. My hand shot out at Ariel. It's too late for her to avoid it. She can't guard against it either. Ariel appears to be considerably weakened for some reason. She made no sign of getting up from her chair despite the battle having already begun, and it fell out of place when she left everything to her subordinate Teratex. However, when a queen protected her, that was when I had the first definite proof. Ariel is currently so weakened that she can't even fight properly. If Ariel had had her strength, she would have had no need to rely on subordinates like the queens and puppet Teratex. Ariel has the strength to annihilate us ancient dragons by herself. But she doesn't she can't. And finally, a queen protected her against an attack that wouldn't normally have even scratched her. It is certain. I've got her. Immediately on thinking that, my arm was grabbed from the side. My hand was stopped just before it reached Ariel's body. The hand that had grasped my arm stretched out from empty space. Then something suddenly struck my body, and that something, and I was sent crashing into the ground, rolling over and over in a heap. When I scrambled to my feet and saw what that something was, I was dumbfounded. My lord. It was my beloved lord, Jairi Distity Sama. His body is in tatters and covered in wounds. The light is gone from his eyes, and his gaze is vacantly staring into space. Don't tell me. Yes, actually dead. While I was frozen in shock, someone appeared next to me. The reason why I wasn't attacked despite having taken leave of my senses was because this person was also covered in wounds. Her white clothes were dyed with patches of blood, and her lower spider body was also covered in red patches. One of her eyes had been ruined, continuously leaking blood as if shedding tears. Despite having such a painful-looking appearance, her remaining eye blazed with determination. As if to protect Ariel, the white god appeared in front of me. Final battle? That was too close. On defeating Kuro, the very moment when I returned, it seemed that the Demon King was about to be killed. It would have been bad if I'd been even a tenth of a second later. Seriously bad. It was so bad that my heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest. Sigh. Let us take a moment to relax. Okay, assess the situation. Behind me is the Demon King. She is safe. Yep. In front of me is a Draconian. He is shaped like a person, but has dragon-like traits in his appearance. I'm sure that there were guys like this in the 9th Army that Kuro led. This guy is the one guilty of trying to kill the Demon King just now. Additionally, some distance away there is Yamada-kun and his party plus 4 dragons. It's them vs the puppet Teratex. It seems that while the dragons were busy fighting with the puppet Teratex, the other Teratech-type monsters rushed down on Yamada-kun and company. The puppet Teratex are being pushed back, but it's not enough that they collapse soon. Also, there's some distance away, so I'll ignore them for now. Conclusion. For now, it's totally okay to kill the Draconian in front of me. Don't tell me that it's too simplistic to kill whichever enemy looks to be the closest. It's generally a good idea to blow away the enemies close to you on a battlefield. As if you could be picky about your enemies on a battlefield, you cretin. Blow them away as soon as you spot them. Search and destroy. It's search and destroy. Well, that is because I piled up a load of frustration during my little rendezvous with Mr. Kuro here. Battles between gods put a terrible strain on your nerves, you know? There's tussles over territory and tussles over energy usage. Even when you attack, you gotta calculate how much you'll reduce your enemy's energy by. Even when defending, you have to calculate by how much the enemy's attack will reduce your own energy, then recalculate how much energy you'll expend in defense while recovering from your injuries. It basically means that you have to do continuous split-second calculations in the middle of a punch-up. Okay? I'm both mentally worn out and physically worn out. If you went with all-out flashy attacks, then despite being on the attack, you'd be expending more energy than the other side, putting yourself at a disadvantage overall, you see. It's like you're playing speed chess with a wait time of 0, yet you still have to calculate 1,000 moves ahead, else you'll lose. While punching each other too. Man, that was hard. I had to go with the persistent belief that the moment you make a mistake, it's over the whole time after all. Incidentally, despite not making a real mistake, I still ended up like this, you know? My whole body is a wreck. One of my eyes was crushed. Incidentally, it's impossible to repair it. I guess that's what makes him a proper god, huh? As it seems he had some technique to block my body from being restored, and I was wounded while he made full use of it. It's not like I absolutely cannot heal, though. More like it'll consume a lot of energy to forcibly heal it. So healing is on hold until the battle is over. However, since I've beaten the biggest obstacle in Kuro, the rest is done and dusted. Now, then, let us whack this Draconian for starters, Shiro-chan. But just when I was about to go, the Demon King called out to me from behind. I turned my head around while being on guard against the Draconian. The Demon King was gazing at me with a complicated expression. Relief, delight, but also grief? For Kuro, huh? From the Demon King's perspective, Kuro is someone that she's known for a long time after all. So once he was defeated, she had complex feelings about it, despite him being hostile, huh? That's alive. Oh, is that so? Therefore, I decided I should report that Kuro is alive for now. He looks dead for sure, but he is genuinely alive despite all that. I guess you could say that since gods are semi-independent of their physical body, destroying their flesh is not necessarily enough for them to die. Both that body and his original body are basically done for at any rate. Currently, he has taken too much damage and is also exhausted. It's doubtful whether his body can be revived, so he certainly looks dead, but he is genuinely alive. Well, since I made sure that he won't be able to revive anytime soon, it should be quite some time before he'll be able to move again, though. I see. Then I can fight without worry. That is hard to make out. It's really hard to make out what this guy is saying due to his peculiar voice, but this Draconian actually thinks he'll be able to fight me? Here I come. The Draconian approaches me. His speed isn't particularly high. This is going to be simple enough to avoid. Wait, there's a nasty feeling coming from the Draconian's fist. I instinctively realize that I mustn't take that blow. This feeling is a heresy attack. The heresy attack skill has the effect of directly damaging the soul. It's even effective against gods, or rather, it's basically a skill that exists to be used to take on gods. I did try my best to replicate this heresy attack, but it was so difficult that I abandoned the idea. You can see D's nasty side in the fact that she incorporated such a challenging skill into the system. Who the heck was she plotting against to receive such an attack, huh? There should have only ever been one god in this world, you know. It's that Kuro guy who's lying there with eyes like a dead fish. I avoid the Draconian's attack. I mustn't take that heresy attack. While it's possible to heal the physical body instantly, it's not possible to heal damage to the soul quickly. Well, man, just when I thought this was done and dusted, it turns out I still had to deal with this joker in the pack, huh? Final battle. Even amongst the dragons, I am in a unique position. My abilities that I developed to be used in fighting against gods are like that as well. But fighting that way also requires a significant difference compared to the other dragons. At any rate, my body was created in humanoid form. While the other dragons can become humanoid, that is only ever a temporary form, and their true form is that of a dragon. There are no other dragons whose true form is humanoid. Precisely for that reason, There are also no other dragons who fight unarmed like I do. A heresy attack is activated from the heel of the palm. That means it's easily avoided. Since earlier my attacks haven't gotten remotely close. There's too big a difference in our basic abilities. Since the lower half of her body is that of a spider, it might look like a big target, but that lower half allows her to smoothly move in all directions, making her movements hard to read. Like how I have an unconventional, unarmed fighting style compared to dragons, my opponent is also moving in a way that is peculiar to her spider lower body. I find it strange. Conversely, my opponent is increasingly getting used to dealing with my movements. At first, she was avoiding my attacks with plenty of margin to spare, but now she has begun to draw me and then avoid at the last moment. She is beginning to see through me. In such a short time, what incredible battle sense. This shows that it's not just that her basic attributes are high. Her intuition is as well. My defeat is just a matter of time, huh? I knew it already. While my abilities were intended to be used against gods, it was only ever the intention. Being able to fight with them in practice is another matter. My existence only amounts to a futile struggle after my lord is defeated. If I'm lucky, or just maybe, such fleeting hopes. Fundamentally, the best course of action is one where my lord is never put in a situation where he has to fight. Strictly speaking, my lord shouldn't ever need to fight. It's even more unreasonable that he should ever lose. It's for that 1 in a billion possibility alone that I have honed my abilities. Despite the probabilities being so low, my defeat is inevitable. I can't imagine that my strength would be enough against an opponent that my lord was no match for. I have no hope of winning. But so what? If I cannot be successful here, then what have I been living for? Does it mean that I have honed these abilities simply in order to lose? No, absolutely not. The white god points her palm at me. Black energy began to coalesce there. If that fires, the destructive force would likely far exceed that of the breath attacks from a queen's. I guess this means that for her, playtime is over. It appears that she has realized that it was overly cautious of her to focus on avoiding my heresy attack, and now she is going to try to finish everything quickly since I wasn't a major threat. That judgment is correct. Between the white god and I, there's an insurmountable gulf. In the first place, there can be no proper contest between a god and one lower than them. It is impossible to use power borrowed from the gods to defeat the gods. However, my will is strong. A torrent of energy is released from the white goddess palm. It's approaching me at such terrible speed that I have no time to possibly avoid it. In addition, it would be impossible to endure it by defending. Therefore, I want to avoid or defend. I advance instead. The torrent of energy blows away the bottom half of my body. Not even a trace remains. However, the top half of my body is undamaged. Because the energy was so strong, it went clean through the bottom half of my body. If it had been any weaker, the shock waves would have caused the upper half of my body to explode as well. Due to the inertia, the upper half of my body continues forwards. Because I have no lower body, I can't even brace myself. So even a strike with my fist will have little impact. Even so, this is my last bit of pride. To fight back. Upon seeing just the top half of my body flying towards her, the white goddess remaining, I opened slightly in surprise. Using a different hand from the one used to fire the energy blast, she immediately fired out white thread in a radial pattern. If I am caught by that thread, my forward momentum will stop. The only thing that can pass through that netting is a single fist. I tear off my right hand. I then throw it through a gap in the netting. The top half of my body is then caught by the netting. However, my right hand flies through the netting towards the face of the white god. The white god turns her face away hurriedly. However, she couldn't completely avoid it, and my hand made a cut in her eyebrow just above her remaining eye. That is all. That is all that betting my life amounted to. This is so frustrating. The sum total of my life was merely to cause such a trivial wound. Still, perhaps this is better than simply rotting away while having never used this power at all. While feeling frustration, as well as a tiny amount of satisfaction, my consciousness fell into darkness. Final battle? Final battle? Surprise much? Who do you ever expect someone with just the top half of their body remaining to then rip off their own arm and fling it? That's taking throwing away your life to the extreme. Thanks to that, I couldn't completely avoid it. There's not much damage. Even if it was an assault-clad and heresy attack, a graze would never be able to cause serious damage to the soul. It will be like how it looks, a scratch. What is somewhat annoying is that due to the heresy attack, it seems I can't heal it. The cut is near my eyebrow, but it seems like the blood could trickle into my eye. Since I already have one eye crushed by Kuro, it would be somewhat frustrating for blood to get into my eye and reduce my field of vision. Well, if I ever feel like it, I can close my eyes and use fluoroscopy instead. So I'm not too bothered about it, really. Still, while it's not like I ever took him lightly, I never expected to get wounded. At first, I was on guard against the heresy attack and focused on avoiding it. But once I thought about it, I realized it would be better to defeat him right away. After all, unless they're a god, if you blow someone's flesh away, then they're going to die. Thanks to that lengthy battle with Kuro, I got it into my head that hitting someone physically is rather pointless. I can't avoid the impression that I wasted some time because of that. Yep, that's right. Most living things would die if you blew away half their body wound. It's that Draconian who is the weird one for attacking while having half his body blown away. Yep. Man, he was strong. I'm not being sarcastic. He really was strong. To carry on attacking while only having your upper body left surely can't be done with ordinary willpower. I even shivered for a moment there. It's amazing that my body could do such a thing after having become a god. Who asked that person who said that this was all done and dusted? I can get damaged just fine. I got wounded despite not making light of him or being careless, Perhaps I dropped my guard without realizing it. I got to refocus my mind. However, I've been able to get rid of the most troublesome-looking Draconian. I want to be so careless as to relax and have the same thing happen again. But it's certain that victory has gotten much closer. The remaining ones are the Fire Dragon and Wind Dragon. They're easy to understand, as they're very dragon, like dragons. Additionally, the woman the puppet Terratex are confronting is probably an Ice Dragon. She's using ice to attack for a start. For some reason, Amudo-chan is also able to more than contend with the puppet Terratex. But I guess that's down to the teeny dragon wrapped around her arm. These four are the ones I probably need to pay attention to. It's in a different sense, but the other one I need to pay attention to is Yamada-kun. It's scary not knowing what his divine protection of heaven could get up to. Also, the Pope is here too, but since he is on the verge of death, I guess it's okay. He has collapsed while covered in blood for a start, so surely he can't do anything. Fighting near the Pope is that weird old man I see from time to time. I guess I don't have to pay that much attention to him either. While I think he is strong for a human, that is only for a human anyway. I guess I'll start by defeating the four who might get in the way. The Fire Dragon, Wind Dragon, the Ice Dragon like woman, and Amudo-chan. A lot of the puppet Terratex have already fallen anyway. There is 4 puppet Terratex remaining, More than half have already fallen. I'll start with the most conspicuous one, Fire Dragon. I choose you. Against the Fire Dragon, who is truly a very dragon. Like dragon, and is fighting by spitting out flames while flying, I shoot some Darkness Magecraft. It's like the Darkness Bullet from Darkness Magic. The power isn't much different either. Go! The Magecraft Bullet of Darkness is a direct hit, and the Fire Dragon falls down while screaming. The power isn't much different to a Darkness Bullet. However, this is Magecraft rather than magic. Dragons have the Dragon Scale line of skills that inhibit magic. Because of that, I had such a hard time against Alaba. But the Dragon Scale line of skills cannot obstruct it because this is not magic. You see, more than half of my abilities are imitations of magic skills. So if I just use them, as is then they'd be hindered by the magic inhibiting effect of the Dragon Scale line of skills. However, that is only if. Since I knew that my Magecraft would be hindered by them, then it just means that I have to remodel my abilities so that they don't get hindered. Once I realized that Kuro would eventually become hostile, then it follows that the dragons would also become hostile. So I made preparations against that to avoid any mistakes. In the same way, I made it so that attribute resistances and the like are bypassed. At her peak, the Demon King had most of her attributes at the maximum nullity level, but even so I could bypass that and cause her damage. These dragons also probably have various attribute resistances of their own at the maximum level, but that's meaningless against me. That Draconian earlier obviously looked like a darkness dragon, but my Magecraft was effective against him. The dragons might rely upon their dragon scale line of skills for defense, but they have no skill that protects them against my Magecraft. They probably have a weak awareness that they should avoid magic as well, so maybe they won't be able to avoid it either. I guess I spoke too soon. Just when I was thinking that it was the Wind Dragon's turn and fired the same Magecraft Bullet of Darkness at him, he avoided it just fine. That Wind Dragon is specialized in speed, huh? It sure is hard to target someone flying around at extreme speeds. However, I'd be affronted if you take my aiming skills that I honed in computer games lightly. In truth, the one who played that game was D rather than me, so I've not actually played that game though. Believe in it. My memory of being good at that game, predicting the Wind Dragon's movements. Now, the Magecraft Bullet of Darkness that I fired perfectly hit the Wind Dragon in the head. Beautiful. Muhafafaf. Okay, let us take them down one after another like this. Final battle. Once Wakaba-san appeared, the situation changed right away. Wakaba-san thwarted Rize-san, who was targeting the Demon King, then defeated him. The Black God also seems to have been unsuccessful in his battle with Wakaba-san and has collapsed. In addition, we had no choice but to suffer a long-distance barrage for Wakaba-san, almost as if it had a homing ability. The spell struck Gwen-san and Hyuven-san with precision. Not only that, but she can easily avoid our long-distance attacks. To do something about this situation, I have no choice but to get close to Wakaba-san. Kadia, I'm going to sneak up on Wakaba-san. Do you understand the situation? Keep it down. It's because I understand that I'll move. Right now, Wakaba-san's attention is on Gwen-san and Hyuven-san. She is glancing at Nier-san and Sue from time to time as well, but she hasn't started to attack them yet. She probably decided to start by bringing down large targets like Gwen-san and Hyuven-san who are in dragon form. She is paying so little attention to Kadia and I that I'm almost annoyed. Although I'm saying this about myself, we're the weakest ones in this place, so it makes little difference if we're here or not. I'm sure Wakaba-san understands that as well, which is why our focus is elsewhere. But even if you can get closer, what could you actually do? It's not like we actually have to do something. Or rather, we can't. So instead, I'll revive Rize-san. All I can do is use kindness to resurrect the dead. Rize-san's corpse is lying behind Wakaba-san. If it goes well, and I can resurrect Rize-san, then he might be able to make a surprise attack from behind. Would it actually go that well? Doubtful. But if we don't succeed, we can't win. We're at a disadvantage now. If this continues, we'll definitely lose. In which case, we got to take a gamble, even if the margins are slim. In which case, go to Ronin-sama first. I see. Just those words are enough for Kadia's intentions to get cross. In short, we'll depend upon Ronin-sama's teleportation, right? Since it's decided, let us go. Sure, it can't be helped. I guess I can make a smokescreen for you at least. At the point when we reached a conclusion, we heard Nier-san's voice from nearby. Immediately afterwards, Nier-san transformed into her dragon form, exactly in the right place to conceal us from Wakaba-san. To stand out even further, Nier-san used her ice breath attack and fired it at Wakaba-san, attracting her attention. Right now, Kadia and I should be completely hidden from Wakaba-san's field of view. While thanking Nier-san in my heart, we began to move out quietly. Most of the spider-type monsters have already been defeated. With nothing to oppose us, and with the fact that the corpses of the spider monsters actually made for good coverage, we were able to conceal our progress. At this rate, we'll be able to reach Ronin-sama without standing out. And so we soon arrived at Ronin-sama's location. Ronin-sama was in combat with a large spider monster, an Arch-Pterodect. The Arch-Pterodect is a monster with a danger class of S, just one step below that of the mythical class. They're not something that a single human can hope to take on. Despite that, Ronin Sama was fighting equally with that Arch-Terratect. The Arch-Terratect was making use of its huge size to charge at Ronin Sama. Against that charging Arch-Terratect, Ronin Sama shot incandescent fireballs. The Arch-Terratect used darkness bullets to intercept those, but the fireballs swallowed up those bullets and continued onwards. To avoid the inexorable fireballs, the Arch-Terratect jumped backwards and to the side, putting some distance between itself and Ronin Sama. Amazing. This is humanity's strongest mage, and Julius and Aisama, this magic teacher, huh? Now it's not the time to be admiring him. As the Arch-Terratect moves towards Ronin Sama again in order to attack him, I stealthily approach it from behind and slash its hind legs. Since it was completely defenseless, my slash managed to cut off one of the Arch-Terratect's hind legs. The Arch-Terratect raised a strange voice. It quickly turned around, putting me in its sights. Are you sure you want to present your back to me? Ronin Sama addressed the Arch-Terratect from behind. At the moment when the Arch-Terratect turned to face him, its body was pierced by heat rays. Having its body pierced by those heat rays, the Arch-Terratect screamed in agony again. I drove my sword into its head. The huge body of the Arch-Terratect made one last spasm, then began to lose the strength in its legs. Its body then crashed to the ground. Phew, I appreciate the help. It's nothing. I believed you could have even beaten it by yourself, Ronin Sama. I simply used a surprise attack. So didn't he make much of a contribution? Based on the state of the battle earlier, I thought that Ronin Sama could have even beaten it by himself. Not necessarily. Having to face that class of monster while also protecting this collapsed guy was a major pain. I looked at the collapsed old man that Ronin Sama was referring to. That old man was the Pope of the Divine Word religion. Using the Harmony skill, twice, he nullified the enemy's attack. However, because the backlash of the Harmony skill was so large, the Pope collapsed while covered in blood. I'll apply treatment. Ignore me. The others are cough. The Pope coughed up blood while speaking. He is obviously on the verge of death. Ronin Sama, would it be possible for you to teleport us to where Rhys-san is? I have abandoned the Pope. If I use my treatment magic here, I'd be able to heal the Pope's wounds. However, that would not only take some time, but curing the Pope wound meaningfully improve our situation. It's a bitter feeling to abandon someone, but this is something I resolved myself to do. Seriously, this is such an unpleasant thing to resolve oneself for. You know, don't you? Using that power will ravage your own body. I don't know. I resolved myself for it. I looked Ronin Sama straight in the eyes while replying. Seeing that, Ronin Sama quietly heaved a huge sigh and began to activate his magic. I'll cure this guy. It's fine, as I doubt I'd be able to take on any more opponents with my abilities. I'll do what I'm able to as far as I can. So I'll say the same to you. You're also going to do only what you're able to, right? Yes. That's Ronin Sama's way of saying that he is worried about us. Probably. Don't be reckless. But please forgive me. Right now, we can't win without being reckless. And so, Katia and I arrived at Rhys-san's location via Ronin Sama's teleportation. Final battle? I believe that I wasn't being careless or conceited. However, it's not like I'm omnipotent either. Since there is no way I can know everything, it's normal for unexpected things to occur. If I was in my best condition, I could use my magecraft to gather various information to a certain degree, allowing me to take various countermeasures. However, I am currently far from being in my best condition. My battle with Kuro was rather exhausting. There is also the fact that the battle began with Kuro's surprise attack. So in the early stages, I was in an entirely unfavorable situation. I had originally made plans to lure Kuro into my field, but when hostilities broke out, I was thrown into Kuro's field instead. Due to that, I first had to work on remaking Kuro's field into my own field. Naturally, Kuro wouldn't allow me to simply do that, so he slashed at me with a sword that had the effect of blocking me from recovering damage to my body. Thanks to that, I'm covered in blood. Even so, I was able to remake the field little by little, And just when I finally felt that I'd gotten into a favorable situation, Kuro struck at me fully prepared to die in the process and crushed one of my eyes. I take this over having my head split in two, but the damage is still massive. I lost almost all of the clones that were capable of rewriting the field for a start. To put it bluntly, it would be bad if I lose my main body now. Extremely bad. Any more than this, and I could really die. Because of that, I can barely use any energy, which in turn means that I can barely use any of my magecraft either. I wasn't being careless or conceited, but it's undeniable that I was heavily restricted in what I could do. For that very reason, I determined the order in which to take on my enemies, dealing with the highest priority ones first. Going by my intuition, the Wind Dragon is the most troublesome one in this place. Next are Muto-chan and the Ice Dragon. Thanks to that teeny dragon wrapped around her arm, not only has Muto-chan gotten rather strong, but that teeny dragon uses healing magic to provide support as well. The Ice Dragon is the sturdy type. It also has a plainly annoying debuff ability that is making our side weaker as well. Last is the Fire Dragon, who is rather normal. Well, I don't mean weak though, okay? Or rather, yeah, he has no distinctive traits basically. Yep, I think that to concentrate on these four in order, ignoring the rest, is the correct decision. Yamada-Koen's Divine Protection of Heaven is a threat in the sense that it could influence the entire battlefield, but I didn't think it would be particularly useful on a confined battlefield like this. Yamada-Koen himself isn't that strong either. Even from the respect of the Divine Protection of Heaven being able to make favorable events occur, I lose to Yamada-Koen in being able to generate favorable events. It's the same sort of thing with Owashima-Koen. While Owashima-Koen's barrier is strong in its own way, it's not enough that it can't be overcome. Like Yamada-Koen, Owashima-Koen isn't that strong anyway, and given that she is only able to defend it means that even if I leave her alone, she won't be able to become much of an obstacle. The Pope is on the verge of death, so ignore him. The strange old man is strong for a human, but that is only for a human. Ignoring him won't cause problems. If I had the spare energy to do so, I would have preferred to develop some magecraft to keep track of them as well. However, I don't have any spare energy. In order to achieve the best results from a limited resource, it had been the correct decision to focus on the most important targets first. It should have been the correct decision. So what is up with this situation? I was shooting darkness bullets at the Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon. Like with the Draconian earlier, I was being careful to keep them from getting close, and intended to wear them down with one-sided long-distance firepower. That should have been the optimal way to deal with them. Despite that, I was suddenly attacked from behind. Something bit into my neck. I felt a part of my soul being chomped off. It's a heresy attack, the same as that Draconian, huh? Then, when I turned to look at the offender, it was the same Draconian. The Draconian who should have died earlier had attacked me with just the top half of his body. What the heck is with this guy? Weren't you dead earlier? Or rather, you can't move with just the top half of your body. Since he is missing his right hand as well, did he jump with just his left hand then? You're being way too tenacious to bite at someone after dying. You're supposed to just stay dead. Based on the situation and the visuals, you've turned this into a horror story, you dolt. I hurriedly tore off the Draconian who had bitten into me, slamming him onto the ground. Having a dead body with only the top half remaining, just that was enough to stop the Draconian from moving again. No, the fact that he was moving at all is abnormal though. How was he able to move? At that moment, I suddenly had a bad premonition and looked over my shoulder. What I saw was Yamada-Koen holding aloft a sword. Seeing him at all made sense. The one who resurrected the Draconian was Yamada-Koen, huh? But how'd he get here? He was teleported by that weird old man. Ugh, I hadn't paid Yamada-Koen's group any attention. This is bad. What Yamada-Koen is grasping in his hands is the hero's sword. A holy sword specially made by that only the hero can use, capable of unleashing an incredibly powerful attack just once. I don't know the details, but the previous hero Julius was able to find it, and then the third Prince Leston handed the sword to Yamada-kun, saying it was something passed down through the generations of the royal family. The moment when Yamada-kun was able to get that sword without knowing its origin, I had realized just how dangerous the divine protection of heaven is. I guess I've underestimated that divine protection of heaven. I hurriedly fired a darkness bullet at Yamada-kun, but that was blocked by the barrier that Owashima-kun had put up. Damn, because I did on the spur of the moment, I guess it wasn't powerful enough to break through Owashima-kun's barrier. Even so, I just need to punch him directly. From my perspective, Yamada-kun's is slow. My fist will definitely hit sooner. Of course, I'll pierce right through that measly barrier. Harmony. As my fist struck Yamada-kun's chest, right at that moment, the Pope's voice resounded. Then, my fist only bumped Yamada-kun's chest gently, not even causing the slightest wound. A strange sensation, as if all the power of the strike had gone. Attack nullification? SHT. Yamada-kun has swung the hero's sword. I need to be quick. I activate the evil eye ability in my remaining eye. At least, I tried to. Blood leaked from the eyebrow that the Draconian had cut earlier, blocking my vision for a moment. The evil eye ability misfired. Thus, my body was enveloped in the torrent of light that gushed forth from the hero's sword and was blown away without any trace remaining. Final battle. I won. Wakaba-san's body was smashed into pieces. Immediately after Ri-san was revived by my kindness ability, he jumped at Wakaba-san while having no lower body, then bit her. He might have been resurrected by my kindness ability, but there was no way he could survive long in such a state. Immediately on being thrown off by Wakaba-san, Ri-san breathed his last a second time. Naturally, there was no way that I would pass up the opportunity granted during the brief moment when I had Ri-san's assistance. It's not like I had some sort of specific plan, more like I instinctively knew that it's now or never and charged in with my sword raised. The magic that Wakaba-san fired to intercept me was blocked by Kadia's barrier. Most likely, it's thanks to a large amount of luck and a pile of coincidences that my blade was able to reach Wakaba-san. Stop fooling around. Brat. Open the door quickly. Rush towards the system nexus. Gwen-san's furious voice was transmitted to me via telepathy. That's right. This is not the time to be spacing out. Now that Wakaba-san is defeated, the route to the door has been opened. You're not going anywhere. No. There's still that person. The Demon King had gotten up from her chair and was now standing in our way. However, given how old she looks, it's obvious that she is straining herself. I can only sense a frail power within her. I'm sure that this person was originally far stronger than us. However, for some reason, she is weakened considerably. In which case, maybe even we could beat her. I'll force my way past. No, you won T. The Demon King yells, as if mustering all her power. The next moment, the frail power within her suddenly swelled. The sense of intimidation from her far exceeded that of a Queen Teratect. Oh, SHT. She still has such strength remaining. Ugh. However, immediately after that, the Demon King collapsed to the ground. The incredible strength that had suddenly swollen up within her also dispersed. GNN, the Demon King, was trying to force herself up with her arms, but convulsions were shaking her body so much that she couldn't even do that. Apparently, after mustering the last of her power, she has broken down to the extent that she can't even stand up. RNT, going to lose. Perhaps it was hard for her even to talk, as even her words were whispered. However, her tenacity surely was huge. Too huge. This is what drove the Demon King to keep battling for so long, even turning the entire world against her. I noticed that Kadia has been intimidated by this tenacity. Let us go. I tapped Kadia on the shoulder and ran around the Demon King. Wah. Wait. While hearing the Demon King's heartbroken cry from behind. Even so, I carried on running. Just like how the Demon King was prepared to die in this battle, I couldn't stop here either. Katia and I arrived in front of the door. Upon touching the door, it shone with light, opening automatically. Beyond the door, a completely different scene spread out before us. Unlike the caves from earlier, the floor, walls, and the ceiling were all covered in magic circles. Beautiful. Katia seemed to let out that word unconsciously. As Katia had said, this room was beautiful in how there were magic circles covering every surface. However, upon seeing the person in the center of the room, that impression changed. Proficiency requirements met level increased, the same voice echoes without pause. That's the same voice that I've gotten familiar with since coming to this world, the voice of heaven. The owner of that voice is surely that of the woman in the center of the room who is suspended in the air as if being crucified. The lower half of that woman no longer existed. Despite that, this woman was kept alive and forced to continue speaking as the voice of heaven. This woman, no, this lady is the goddess Serial Sama herself. Such a thing has been inflicted upon the goddess? The goddess has been here all this time, all alone, while her body is whittled away. She's been supporting this world. This room that moments before I had thought was beautiful now looks like a hideous prison. What is even more hideous are those who would forsake the goddess in order that they themselves could survive her. Us, humanity. I now know the reason why the Demon King was so desperate to try to free the goddess. Seeing is believing. No matter how much I had heard that humanity was treating the goddess with ingratitude, without seeing the reality of it in front of me, I hadn't understood how wretched it was. That was now before my very eyes. Even so, please forgive me. I have to do this. I purposefully opened my mouth to express my determination. This is also for the sake of those who have sacrificed themselves on this journey. I haven't come all this way just to sit on the fence. I want to prevent the collapse of the system right now. But how do I do that? I've come here, but I don't even know what to do. If the Pope was here, he might know what to do, but he is most likely in no state to move. Using the harmony skill with a huge backlash, he was able to protect me from Wakaba's attack. It is a skill where using it just once was enough to leave his body covered in blood, but he still used it 2 more times. In the worst case, he might even be dead. This is not just about the Pope either. Most recently, there was Gwen-san who appealed to me, despite having taken many of Wakaba's attacks and was lying on the ground. Hyuven-san, Nier-san, and Sue are still fighting with mythical class monsters called Queen Teratex. It wouldn't be strange that some of them die while I'm dawdling here. At any rate, I'll just try whatever I can. For now, let us start with the goddess right in front of me. If I touch the goddess's body, I might be able to understand something. What S referred to as the System S Nexus might very well be the goddess herself in practice. I took a step forward while thinking that when it happened. Something fell down from the ceiling. It was a white spider, about 1 meter in length. In terms of size, it was about the same as a small Teratect, the infant form of the Teratect species. That white spider swung the sickle on its foreleg. Gah! I had used my sword to guard against it. But as if that was nothing, an incredible physical blow sent me flying backwards along with Katia. Then, all too suddenly, I lost consciousness. Final battle, final battle? Wheeze, wheeze. That was close. I never expected my main body to get done in. I took Yamada-kun's divine protection of heaven too lightly. Seriously, I never imagined getting done in by a method that's like threading the eye of a needle, you numbskull. Being on guard for such a thing is basically impossible, okay? But too bad for you, Even if my main body gets done in, then a second or third me will appear before long. Well, yeah, the mere fact that I have clones available means that even if my main body is done in, I'm still okay though. Even though I call them main body and clones. The only differences are in which one I myself am moving, as well as the difference in energy distribution, so it doesn't change the fact that all of them together are in fact my body. So long as my soul is safe, then whatever body I move is myself, basically. In short, if you intend to kill me, you'll either have to destroy my actual soul or otherwise you'll have to smash into smithereens my main body together with all my clones to make it impossible for me to restore myself. For a start, to be able to destroy the soul is a privilege that only gods have, with the exception of stuff like Heresy Attack or Abyss Magic, and smashing my body into smithereens cannot be done with some kind of basic attack. You could cut an arm or two off, and I'd be able to regenerate them instantly as well. Which is why I had thought that once Kuro was defeated, my victory was unassailable, you see. I never expected to be blown away by the Hero S sword. It was a miscalculation. Thanks to that, my main body got done in. This is painful. The energy in my main body got blown away as well. To put it bluntly, I can't participate in any further combat. Using a clone remaining in the System Nexus, I was able to knock back Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun with a surprise attack. They fainted, but they're not dead. If they had killed the Demon King, then regardless of the fact that I was short on energy, I would have totally murdered them. But fortunately, they passed up the opportunity to do so. In which case, I'll also pass up the opportunity as a courtesy. The Demon King, too. You push yourself way too much, okay? Despite the Demon King's body being in no state to fight, she was still fine with forcing herself to stand in front of Yamada-kun and company. Since I couldn't move immediately after my main body was done in, I would have been able to make it in time if they had decided to put an end to the Demon King then and there. The thought of that happening kind of sent chills down my spine. I had knocked back Yamada-kun and Owashima-kun out of the System Nexus and beyond the door. I trudged over to where the door was, then quietly closed it. While I was at it, I fixed the door in place with thread. That feels like using packing tape to strengthen a crack in a dam with a hurricane coming on. It should buy me some time if someone tries to open the door. Nobody will be able to enter for a while. Now then. Shall we get the show on the road already? Due to this sequence of unexpected events, my energy is just barely adequate. Any more than this, and it would be seriously bad. This means having to walk the tightrope, but just sitting here and waiting is the same. In which case, I gotta do it. My thread pierced the head of the goddess Serial. Proficiency requirements SSSS. The goddess Serial's voice stutters with noise as if a bug occurred. At the same time, the remaining half of goddess Serial's body arches backwards. Her eyes open wide, with an unmistakable expression of pain on her face. This is not something that I could let the Demon King see. I sure am glad that I closed the door. What I'm doing right now is hacking the system. Using the goddess Serial as a medium, I'm directly interfering with the system. Until now, considering the burden placed on the goddess Serial, I was interfering by attacking from the outside as gradually as possible. But that sure took a long time. By waiting just a bit more time, I could safely cause the system to collapse. But that way, perhaps Yamada-kun or someone will surpass my expectations again. Before anything unexpected can occur, I will settle things. It's fine. The only compensation to pay will merely be the goddess Serial fainting in agony after sloshing her brain around a bit. Why am I doing this when we were working so hard to save the goddess Serial? That's true. But putting that aside, I don't like this person for a start. Look, when it's all over, she will have been properly saved, okay? The Demon King will be satisfied with that, okay? Actually, I'll be keeping these events a secret from the Demon King anyway. As long as she doesn't find out, it's fine. I directly interfere with the system using the goddess Serial as a medium. With the enormous magecraft known as the system, I will dismantle a part of it, using the energy gained to restore this planet. The particular part in question is what S referred to as status values and skills granted to the living creatures on this planet, the soul-enhancing element. The mechanism by which those are used to strengthen the souls of the living creatures on this planet and to recover the energy of those strengthened souls, apart from the bare minimum needed to survive. Except for the part that governs the restoration of this planet, I slice that all off. I will convert that into energy. In doing so, I will also collect the energy associated with the status values and skills that are in turn linked to all of the living creatures on this planet. Because those are associated with their souls, that also means that their souls are disrupted by a non-trivial amount. It's rather like forcibly separating two things that were glued together without using a solvent. And so, the souls of the people of this world might not be able to withstand the impact due to being repetitively reincarnated and distorted for many years. About half of them will die from the impact. Preventing that is the reason why Kuro and Yamada-kun and Ko fought against us. Now, if I can proceed with this operation, about half of humanity will be sacrificed and the energy to restore this planet will be secured. However, Gaga, while stuttering with noise, the hand of the goddess Serial seizes me. At the same time, there was a development of magecraft in order to obstruct my interference with the system. Yeah, I figured this would happen. Well, naturally the goddess Serial would get in my way. Yes. I get it already, so behave yourself. Before I cause the system to collapse, I use the energy I had set aside beforehand to insert a new feature. Seeming to understand what that will do, the goddess Serial stops her resistance. Sigh. So it comes down to this after all. Well, I expected it to go like this anyway. That's the whole reason why I had preserved some of my energy after all. Thanks to that, I'm flat out of energy now. Or rather, due to my main body getting done in, there's not quite enough. But I gotta do this anyway. I trigger the collapse of the system. The feature I had added is simply a soul protection feature. Previously, I had performed a technique on those close to me and the reincarnators so that their energy 1T be extracted. Unlike that, this new feature is simply one that protects the people from dying of shock while their energy is extracted. However, considering that this has to be applied to the entirety of humanity on this planet, it consumes a vast amount of energy that is in proportion to their numbers. I had worked hard to gather the energy for this. Even during my battle with Kuro, I didn't touch that energy. And as a consequence of that, I was completely on the defensive at the start. Well, if it looked like I wouldn't be able to win, I would have still used that energy. But fortunately, I was able to turn the battle around. To be honest, I didn't want to use this energy if at all possible. If the goddess Ariel hadn't resisted, I could have collapsed the system while sacrificing half of humanity in the process. But oh well, I guess it's better for everyone to be able to smile with a happy ending when the story is over. So I don't regret this. On top of the energy that I've already put in, I have also included all that which was sustaining my life though. While my consciousness fades, I send a thumbs up towards the Demon King. Since my hand is currently a sickle, it basically just seems like I'm raising that overhead though, but as the Demon King ISNT here. Nobody but the goddess Ariel would get to see it anyway. Well, I've successfully done it, Demon King. Epilogue Mido, well, was the end result satisfactory for you? Gus. I would call it passable, or so. This occurred in a garden dominated by flowers in full bloom. Around a table set in the center, two women were enjoying a tea party. One was the evil god D. The other was a Yamato Nadeshiko-type woman wearing maid clothes. And lo, the world was saved due to the self-sacrifice of a single god. And they all lived happily ever after. There are scars remaining due to the war, but for most it's a happy end, huh? Certainly. However, if both the world and humanity could continue to exist together, surely it would have been better to do that from the start. Then wasn't it pointless to have started the war at all? Oh, that would have been impossible. Meaning? Before the war there wasn't enough energy available. So that precondition failed. It was necessary to supplement the missing energy from somewhere in order for both to be achievable. That's why it was necessary to wring the maximum possible amount of energy out from the victims of the war and from Black Dragon Gyrodicities. I see. Due to the war occurring and both armies fighting to the death, their skills and status values both improved, and consequently the amount of energy that could be recovered also increased tremendously, you see. Nevertheless, that one was originally trying to achieve the objective without a war occurring, right? I think either would have been fine. To that one, whether the planet was saved or whether humanity was saved was ultimately down to whatever wish Demon King Ariel wanted. Ultimately, That one didn't care about what happened to either the planet or humanity. M. And so was fine with going ahead with a secret plan that involved half of humanity dying? D. Indeed. I intervened because that wouldn't have been interesting, though. M. You're as vulgar as ever. D. It's cruel of you to call someone as compassionate as me vulgar, given that I allowed Demon King Ariel and the Goddess Ariel to have their final farewells. M. Oh, that was arranged well, I thought. Surely Demon King Ariel was rewarded by that. D. It had been previously configured that if the Goddess Ariel was ever released from the system, then she would die immediately after all. As consideration for her continued support of the system, the least I could do was allow a final farewell as a present. M. That consideration only amounts to a single word each to Demon King Ariel and Black Dragon Gyridistides. Huh? Surely it wouldn't have hurt to allow a little more? D. There are some things that could be conveyed precisely because it was just one word. M. Is that so? D. That's one chapter of that world S story done with. It was enjoyable in its own way. M. You really do have bad taste. ISNT are going to be awful for that world from now on? D. Pretty much. Humanity will have to survive in a world where they have suddenly lost their skills and status values after all. What is waiting for them is surely an age of turmoil. M. Would the reincarnators be thrown into that age of turmoil as well? D. Well, that's life. Who knows what will happen after all? Will they successfully navigate the age of turmoil to achieve success? Or will they quietly hide away? Will they collapse along the way? I think each person has their own walk in life. M. A hands-off policy then. D. In the first place, they've been on easy street under the protection of that one until now. If we combine their previous life and their current life, they're past their 30s already. So if they can't handle their own situation by themselves, it's not interesting for me. M. That's your real opinion at the end there, right? D. Of course. And well, in practice, thanks to that one, the reincarnators could remain without having been deprived of their energy. So while they would be lacking compared to the time when they had skills, it's still the case that they would be stronger than the other rabble. D. Indeed. While it's unfortunate that Yamada Coin 1T likely be playing much of a role due to having overused his kindness ability, I can have expectations for the other reincarnators. I hope they continue to entertain me in future, basically. M. Are there actually any reincarnators that are likely to meet your standards? D. At the least, I have hopes for Sophia San, who is the only other survivor in that 1S camp. I'm sure that she'll get up to something or other in the future. M. Certainly. D. That being said, the big event is done and dusted. So I don't intend to stick to spectating as strictly as I have until recently. M. You shouldn't have the time for that. Get to work. D. Okay. M. I'll allow it if you limit it to times like now when you're on a break. D. Okay. M. So, what do you intend to do with this one? Like I've been saying, you want to have the time to meddle with her, okay? The woman had made clothes, slaps, an insect cage. D. Well, I'll leave it in the capable hands of someone from my kin. Given how weak she has gotten, I'm sure it'll require a lot of effort for her to regain her strength. I want to be able to keep her under constant surveillance. M. That's a reasonable decision. D. So there you have it. Do you understand? Shirari? I don't understand at all. Just why am I trapped inside an insect cage? Yes, I'm inside this insect cage that's ill-suited to being at a tea party. I'm in the form of a spider small enough to fit on your pinky finger too. At the time when the system collapsed, I was in fact still alive. It was a lie that I summoned all of my energy. It's just that the energy in this mini body wasn't included in that. I completely used up all the energy in my other clones, so they were all truly destroyed apart from this mini body. In addition, the total energy I have remaining is as little as this mini body indicates. I'm so fragile that I could be squashed like a bug between someone else's fingers. However, I actually wanted things this way. After all, going this far was to make D think that I had actually died. Yep, I attempted to fake my own death. In order to make D think that I had exhausted my strength after having summoned all of my energy during that battle. In fact, I did have to summon all of my energy anyway, So, thanks to the unexpected event where my main body was done in by Yamada Koen, I was seriously on the verge of death. However, that should have made my death seem all the more real because of that. If I become such a tiny spider, then even D shouldn't T be able to find me after faking my death. At least, that is what I had thought. So why am I caught in this insect cage? Why? How? D? Seriously? When it would go as far as to fake their own death, how could I possibly allow such an interesting being to get away from me? Ik. Isumou sensadratful upshasyon. As if confirming that, the woman in maid clothes looks at me with a pitiful expression. I'm sure we're going to have a long relationship going forwards, so my best regards, Miss Spider. Haha. It's precisely because I was afraid of this happening that I tried to escape by playing dead. It appears that my suffering has only just begun. Ugh, but I'll never give up. Someday I shall escape from this evil power. In order to do that, I first need to gather power. Or rather, I need to recover the power that I lost. My adventures are just getting started. That an important part of the story was Shiro trying to find a way to live with pride. It was raised multiple times very bluntly. So to have an ending without any attempt to answer that doesn't feel satisfying. There are lots of other unanswered questions, but that was the main one for me. I always felt that if Shiro simply tried to escape from D, it would almost certainly be a bad end, and that's what it feels like in practice, though what could have been worse? I've not read it yet, but as far as I'm aware, the ending in the light novels is approximately the same.